There are only two ways to play pub games. One is as though nobody is a miracle. The other is as though everyone is a miracle.
It's in the bag.
the arrow and the fissure. So, well, at least he gets out of there. If he had been scouting arrow, hits him again!
Darkness.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head. Until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
Already, we've started to eliminate quite a few teams, and we are getting to the end of the road. Not many days are going to be left, and today we're going to kick it off with 2 Divine matches, and then we'll take a look at 2 Immortal matches. We are in the playoff bracket, and it's time to take a look at who we are going to see today. My name's Rich, and I'm joined by Lizard and Slacks. Slizzard.
Slizzard!
One of my favorite panels to wake up in the morning with. And gentlemen, we had some pretty good Dota going on yesterday. For anybody who missed the action yesterday, what did they miss?
Everything.
Yes.
Everything.
Everything. Write that down.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a crazy game.
It was.
Crazy day of Dota.
Insanity. We started off the morning with some very fun, dirty stuff in the Divine Division. Saw Khan leave the tournament in some of the best games I've ever seen. You might have not heard them. You might have had the stream on mute at the time. But huge back and forths, and we saw NIP surviving. However, the more crazy game, the late night rampage, was last night. That was Vikings and who again?
Vikings Alliance.
Vikings Alliance.
Yeah, what was it? 95-minute game?
Whew.
That's the longest one we had in the tournament. And it was after the series of the day, Virtus Pro and Liquid, which was also extremely exciting. And that was probably the most skilled game, most skilled series that we had of the day.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the craziest one, even though it had its moments. The craziest one was the last one with 95-minute Drow Ranger.
I mean, that was super close, too. It was 95 minutes, and it was almost a base race, am I right? Yeah. Like, that was very, very entertaining. Then he had 5-man the Na'Vi, who Na'Vi got shit on horrifically. But besides that, though, I mean, it was a good day for 5 men. And we get to see Na'Vi lick their wounds today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you look at what happened yesterday. Is Na'Vi going to be able to bounce back now that they're in the lower side of the bracket? And you can see the schedule on the screen right now. And we talk about how yesterday, we had some of the top tier teams going up against each other, just like we will today. But some of the exciting stuff definitely does happen here in Divine. So make sure that you are paying attention to these first 2 matchups before we get to look at what's going on in Immortal. But those squads that are going up against each other, it's looking really good. But let's take a look as well at our bracket here, and we're actually going to see where these teams are on the elimination side of the bracket, and we'll take a look at what's going on in Immortal as well. Lizard, let's start talking about the matchup that we're starting everything off with today, Na'Vi versus Cyber Legacy. What do you think about these 2 teams going head-to-head?
Yeah, it's going to be definitely interesting. Cyber Legacy looked like a very strong team in the Divine League overall. They, dropped 1 game or so. And if you're Na'Vi, I think you're more stressed coming into this game, coming into this series, because you're such a big organization. And truth be told, Na'Vi has been losing for quite a while when it comes to Dota in CIS, that they can't really be considered Tier 1. Sometimes Tier 2 is a stretch even. But they formed a new squad. They want to prove themselves. I think this is the time to do it. Maybe win this Divine League. Prove your point. People have been talking quite a lot about them and their scrims, that they're doing extremely well in them. However, they didn't really show that in the Immortal division.
Scrims are always interesting to hear about. You know, you hear mixed things with scrims often, and it's like, this team's on the rise, and then all of a sudden it doesn't actually pay off. Like you don't see it once they actually get in the matches. It does seem like there's that disconnect quite frequently.
Well, it's Dota is a huge mental game. It's no surprise that sometimes the best teams that are number 1 on the DPC are nowhere near good at the international, because it's just so much pressure. And you see that from scrims. If you have a team that is just owning in scrims, they have great picks, great drafts, great executions, then when you get to the tournament, boys like Na'Vi are just not showing up despite everyone telling us how good they are, then there's a little bit of mental stuff in there too. I mean,
don't you have some sort of a mental degree? You do, right?
I do, indeed.
Why don't you offer your services to these poor teams and make them rise?
All right, I'll give you some real advice, okay? This is called state-dependent memory, all right? And state-dependent attitude.
Yep.
So if you ever go to a party, you get really, really drunk, you lose your keys, the best way to find your keys is to get shit-faced. Try to find them again.
Get drunk again.
Now, if I was a Dota player and I had to go into a place of no stress, I would get really, really shit-faced.
But that's your point.
That
Drunk?
would be it. Just keep going in that mirror. Every time you win a game, you take a shot, and then at TI, before your game, in the booth, you take a shot.
I'm pretty sure that's what most of CIS teams are doing.
I mean, maybe Navi's had a little too many, and that's what we've been seeing. But
or just not the same amount, right? you gotta get as close to the right state as possible. No, but you kind of need to be a cold-blooded human being. Like you really need to not have emotion to not crack under that pressure.
I mean, it does take actual training, and
Yeah.
people from traditional sports actually spend a lot on those what we call support people that are there teaching you breathing techniques,
Yeah.
teaching you things to calm down. This is esports, baby. 5 dudes come up. That's why OG, a couple people say that their psychologist was a big part of what actually got them to game from teaching them that stuff. And that's a person that worked on the last. The True Sight. Helped out in that and got to watch all the footage and hear every single comm throughout the entire series. There's a huge difference between successful teams with things like communication, saying something quick, limiting what you say, calming each other down. It's a huge part of the game. That's why I love Dota so much. It's all mental.
Yeah.
It's all mental. There's a lot of experience coming into play as well, right?
Absolutely.
Like playing a lot of games. I remember when I was starting out, when a big team fight happens in important qualifier, let's say, I get lost. Like the emotions are taking over, right? But after a while, a few months after you lost quite a few qualifiers, then it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You get used to it.
Yeah, I mean, there are like multiple facets of it, right? I remember even like everybody has those experiences where all of a sudden you're like thrown in an environment that's completely different. You just don't know how you're going to react. I remember the first time, like I'm trying to think how many years ago it was though, but like walked up on a stage for the first time. Because all of us have casted.
Sure.
Right? But the second that you host the live stage, it's a little bit different, even if you've been doing it for a little while. And there's not nearly as much pressure as sitting down in the booth and playing for elimination, playing
Absolutely.
for anything, and you just have to walk up and basically say hi or say a team's name. And it was like one of those things where the first time you don't necessarily get nervous, but you scream or something like that, right? Like like for casters as well, it's like, okay, something cool happens, you start yelling, you just lose the control, right? You
Yeah.
get emotional.
Yeah, I've been
And
there.
You watch back and you're like, why the fuck
Slacks
do I?
doesn't know anything
Right? It's
about
like, why
that.
do I sound like Christian Bale in the first Batman movie?
Yeah.
It's like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah.
But then on the other side, which I think is interesting, is the more that you're in that environment, the less you give a fuck. And I wonder for some of these teams, when you're in an environment like this, even though there is pressure on, they're not in the booth. You are at home, and like, can that play an effect as well? It's like just such a weird mental thing to think about the entirety of the landscape of what's going through somebody's mind. But one of the best windows that we have into the soul of a Dota player is their draft. It's time to peer into the window, to pull back the veil, to look at the glowy brains of our Dota players as they kick off the day. Started off Na'Vi versus Cyber Legacy.
Slizzard-like. Slizzard Z draft.
Heroes.
Hero for Slizzard. Okay, anyway. So we're going to start things off with the old Darkseer Tiny. We're seeing this picked up more and more. People are realizing Tiny moves a lot around the map. Tiny is a melee hero. What if we could make that even better? However, we have seen it work, we've seen it be a disaster, and we've seen it countered by Oracle, which is a pretty good pickup against that startup.
Yep, you have that Oracle already on the safe lane that defeats the purpose of this whole combo. You use that purge to get rid of the Iron
So
Shell.
sorry.
But yeah, this is something that I wanted to mention. I'm surprised. I'm not truly surprised that it wasn't banned in the first stage, because you can now counter it, right?
Yeah.
But some teams have banned it out versus Navi in the first stage, Alchemist.
Yeah.
And they go for it. They have this Oracle Alchemist combo now. One of the weak points of Darkseer is he doesn't pressure the safe lane at all. And now you're going to have Oracle that defeats his main strength. Plus, you have an Alchemist that benefits more than any other hero from a free lane. So this opening from Navi already looks very solid.
Would you say, now that there's an Alchemist in the game, that this is an Alchemist game?
I would almost say that. I'd probably find a more intelligent way to say that because I'm not a brain-dead ex-player. But I would say that Alchemist...
Whoa.
Navi's the only team that does this. Alchemist is always like a gotcha pick at the end, like, haha, tricked you. But they're the only guys that are like, yeah, let's second pick it.
Yep.
And it's so strange to me because we have these like innate guys that are great at carrying spirit vessels. Even AA's been picked up in a few matches, I think 3 or 4 of them. And they don't seem to care, which is so interesting. But I think it's not about Alk's inherent strengths. I think as 100% as you said, it's about Darkseer.
Yep.
It's like, because you have a Darkseer, it's all about pressuring people and not having that burst damage necessary to take out an Alk in the early game.
The laning stage versus Darkseer should be pretty easy and simple for them. Later on, you have to be careful how you play around that Radiance, because that wall can create an illusion that's just as beneficial for Cyber Legacy. And you do have 3 bans now to cover yourself. That's why we see these core position 1s picked up early, and then you just cover them with 3 exact bans that you really worry about, like your Ancient Apparition perhaps. They go with the Anti-Mage, a hero that can scale better than Alchemist, even though he scales much slower.
I would like to think that Cyber Legacy was ready for this, though. If even I know that the Alchemist comes out on Navi, I'm sure that they have a solution for it. Question is just what they hope for that to be.
Question is, are they worried? Because some of those fails of the week highlights were actually made of Navi's Alchemist.
Yeah, that's true.
Him sitting on a cliff, unable to move, unable to TP, waiting for his demise.
We've seen some questionable stuff, but it is pretty fun, though. And they have seen some success with it. Or else, they wouldn't be second picking the beast. But Storm Spirit going to be banned out there. That might give us some interesting
Speaking
info.
of the beast, they banned
the beast. There you go. That makes complete sense to me. We've seen Beastmaster just be so effective, and what's most interesting is how people have been using him against hard BKB carrying heroes. It's been pretty fascinating to see just a Beastmaster pick up a Blink Dagger. So not only is he your frontliner, but he just holds in that roar till he sees that all-important Sven BKB, just says, nope, and then...
Hold up.
And it's just great. I mean, the BKBs late game for these carries in this patch are so strong and so essential. I would say it goes like buyback, BKB, then everything else.
But can you tell me this, Slacks, as the main analyst here?
Ready.
If there's a Darkseer and a Tiny on the other side, why do you ban out the Beastmaster when usually Darkseer is also the offlaner? So is Beast, right? What are you worried about?
You can run the Beastmaster mid.
You can, that's definitely true, but it's an awkward one to go
it
there,
is.
right?
Venomancer going to come out. We've talked Veno to death, but in case this is your first Dota tournament you've ever seen, this hero good in lane, make poison big hurt.
I have a question about make poison big hurt.
Yes.
Why make poison make big boo boo?
Yes, very good question. Poison chemical reaction upon dermis of skin. Sorry.
Ouchie.
But no, can we talk about lanes here? This is getting a little...
still talk about poison boo boo.
My boo boo. Listen, I'm getting a little weird about these lanes here from Navi. Which is the...
This is Veno Earth Spirit on the offlane, Alchemist Oracle safe lane most likely.
Okay.
Now the question is, what do Cyber Legacy pick here with this Vengeful? Is it something like a Terrorblade? Is it a Drow? TB would be alright for them, I suppose. It's decent versus Veno. Overall, it's a carry that just wins games at the moment.
Yeah. And it looks real strong. A Veno and Earth Spirit lane, if you just get something that's equally aggressive, that lane is just destroyed. I mean, Earth Spirit has to do a lot of work to make that one work. And if you had a Drow or a Terrorblade...
What else is in the pool? There's Sven as well, right? But you don't really want a lane versus Veno. It can be a little bit difficult until you get that Aghanims. And you don't benefit as much from the Vengeful Spirit as some of these ranged heroes. But I'm still Medusa. All right, we have seen this yesterday. I think like 3 out of 4 starting, or 4 out of 4 starting games yesterday. We had
literally the entire day yesterday.
Our new broken hero.
Yeah, and with the Venge as well, we've seen it to great avail. what was the consensus on Medusa yesterday? Because there were a lot of games that were good games to see Medusa come out.
Yeah.
So obviously we were going to see Medusa thrive, but Fogged and a bunch of the other casters that were coming kind of towards the middle of the day to cover everything that was going on in Immortal just walked in. They're like, Deuce is broken. First pick Deuce. Deuce is sick.
Nah,
you guys feel like it is that good?
It is good. I'm not sure if it's broken. Still,
Yeah.
It's one of those heroes that it's a matchup as well. It's what you played it against. It's a fact that people haven't really thought about it that much in the current state of the game because it hasn't been picked as much, and then it just dominates a couple of games and all right, it's broken. It hasn't been figured out completely how to counter it with the heroes that are being played right now.
So you don't think it's the new wave? It's just it fits against all of the heroes that are popular in the meta right now. So there are going to be quite a lot of games that are good for Deusa, but some of the off-meta heroes can probably take down Deusa in the long run.
Exactly, it fits. And also it fits a lot with heroes that are being played right now. So you can combo Deusa really well. We saw it with some Phoenixes, with some Pucks, with Dream Coils, right? It's really strong. This big team fight.
The answer to the current meta, making it meta, even though it is not powerful enough to be meta.
Well, I don't know. I think that ranged heroes are so powerful right now in general. And then you have like a 3-person pick, right? You can say, okay, do I want a ranged glass cannon? Do we have enough frontliners? Go for Drow. Do I have a ranged guy that he could go either way, but we really need damage? You go for Terrorblade. Do we need a ranged hero that might need to take team fights, might need to take a lot of hits? Then you can go Deusa. But with Deusa in particular, you have to assume that you're going to get to the mid to late game and get those items, which is kind of a problem for a lot of these high-paced meta, but they pick Alchemist first. So we already know that we're probably going to be in a mid-game to late-game situation. Why not pick a carry that can dance in those times, right?
And we talked about these heroes that are very good with Deusa. Cyber Legacy has actually banned out the Puck themselves. They don't want to play against that, even though it would have been alright for them. They go for the Death Prophet. They actually lacked team fight and they lacked objective taking capabilities, so Death Prophet is a solid pick for them. Now if you're Navi, you need to not only answer the Deusa, but the Death Prophet on the mid lane, which can be a little bit difficult to deal with both of those heroes in one pick.
This is a pretty solid draft coming together for Cyber Legacy. You already started to mention you got to answer quite a few threats with one pick right now on the side of Na'Vi. If you were just looking at their draft in and of itself right now, do you feel like it's missing pieces too, without even having to answer those threats?
It's pretty solid as well on the side of Na'Vi. I think you just focus on yourself and your game plan. And that's it. Perhaps get a good matchup on the mid lane. Because if you play your draft right, and if this Alchemist comes online fast enough, you're going to have this extreme power spike around the 25th minute mark with Venomancer, with Earth Spirit, with Alchemist before any of the BKBs come online, if they even buy BKBs in Cyber Legacy. And there you go, they go with Alina.
I like that. I think that Cyber Legacy has some greed here, you know? Death Prophet, Deusa, Tiny and Darkseer all need items to be effective. And meanwhile, it looks like Na'Vi is going for the straight run-at-you strat with an Alchemist in the back. If this Alchemist is more of a kind of early-game fighter rather than a stay in the jungle for 30 minutes, that kind of aggression could tear this team apart.
Yeah. Navi's draft, I like it a lot. At the same time, they can't afford themselves to make any big mistakes.
True.
This Lina as well can dominate and crush a lane, but you're playing versus Tiny Darkseer, versus Venge with Swap. One mistake in positioning and you're just gone from this game. And you're playing versus a Medusa that eventually is the true win condition of the game.
Yep.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this one's very much balanced on a razor's edge, to say the least. We're going to see that echoed in the odds from EGB.com. This is one of those ones where it does definitely feel like it could go either way. You start to mention some of the timings that we're going to be looking at as well in this matchup, but I do want to talk about laning just a little bit more because you started to paint that picture of how laning is going to look, Lizard.
Yep.
For the folks at home, what are the main matchups that you're looking for as we kick this one off?
The most interesting lane most likely will be the Venomancer Earth Spirit versus Deusa Avenge. That lane can go really, really wrong for the Medusa, like if they play it right. The other one, Alchemist and Oracle, I think that's just a free farm while Tiny is rotating.
Yep.
Well, you start to talk about all the things that could go wrong inside of the game. I'm already thinking about all of the things that could go wrong in the cast itself because we got Kyle casting this one.
Cyber Legacy. Natus Vincere. Let the battle begin!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Na'Vi ready to go up against Cyber Legacy. I'm OD Pixel here with Kyle. We've just had the drafts. Kyle, you excited to see this one? We're getting some big picks coming out early. The Alchemist coming in second pick this game from Na'Vi.
Hey, I like it. We got old Na'Vi versus new Na'Vi, right? And both squads kind of just sticking to their identities. Oracle Alch on the side of real Na'Vi, and then the Venge Medusa, which was a magical special at the start of his career, throughout his history with Na'Vi, and even today. So, not really sure who I give the favorite to.
I mean, on paper, when you sort of see a team have that confidence in an Alchemist, like, is this one of those carry heroes, core heroes that you feel that you can sort of just throw out at the start of the draft and get away with?
Yes and no. I think it really depends on the setup. But when you have an Oracle, there's just so much natural synergy with these two heroes. If you just have your Alch ult running when the Oracle ult gets popped on you, you're just going to survive. But I think I favor Dusa in a carry versus carry matchup. It's actually a magical Death Prophet. Wow, okay, they're going to keep Kuman on the Dusa. I mean, that makes sense. He plays it too. The thing is, the Death Prophet in this game is probably the key when you consider that he's going to be the main source of the objective damage, and ultimately, Na'Vi have a ton of burst, but if they can't kill him 100-0, he's going to survive, and the silence is super key against specifically this support duo.
Yeah, what are the sort of timings look like here? So if you're Na'Vi going for this draft against the Alchemist, is the idea as the Dusa that you out-carry the Alch, or are they going to start bringing it pretty fast against Na'Vi at a point of the game where Crystallize is maybe not quite ready to join the fight?
It's really just you out-carry him, especially once you hit the Scotty timing around like third item. We saw yesterday in that, well, you saw yesterday in that 100-minute match how much damage a Drow can output. Once you get up to the higher levels, you suddenly have like enough DPS plus the Scotty on top. Dusa does the same sort of thing, and if you look at the damage output of Na'Vi, how are you going to kill the Dusa with these heroes?
Yeah, I guess late game, the only sort of serious output is going to be the Alch getting on top of the Medusa. But if he's not able to do that, Kuman's going to be sitting pretty nicely in the fight's bottom lane. Kuman actually going to try and make an early attempt on him here. Past the creep wave, Na'Vi, they're just diving onto the Dusa. There's nothing to save him. Kuman. All right, goes down here as Na'Vi getting aggressive. Slayer.
Wait, what?
Whoa, Slayer.
Slayer?
I mean, he's gonna die. He's gonna. What's he doing?
What?
Oh, maybe he's not.
Oh my God, they lost the creep wave too. That's even worse. I actually think it would have been better if Slayer just dies there.
Sure, because now he's stuck at low HP.
Yeah. And they lost a whole creep wave experience, plus the lane is pushing. This surprise tri-lane from Na'Vi has really caught Cyber Legacy off guard. Are they going to keep it as well? Yeah, why not? You just dumpstered him in the level 1. Stay here.
Slayer. Just going to have to turn that magic missile there. Make sure he's able to get back. But yeah, having to eat through his tangos very, very early in this lane is the Venge. That early damage being done by Na'Vi.
It's funny, like, I just autopiloted, assumed that this would be a magical Dusa mid, because it's also a very favorable matchup for the Dusa. But when you put him in the safe lane, we've seen this before, but this aggro tri-lane, you know, there isn't really a great counterplay here from CL, because a tiny coming bot with boots first, 0 armor, you're not going to help out too much. Maybe if the lane was in front of tower, but now that it's pushed, Bignum has no purpose in this lane.
And then in this mid lane, how do we expect things to go? Is it a bit of an edge for the Lina in this matchup, or is it pretty even?
Pretty even, but definitely Lina favored. It's tough to get any long duration drains off as the DP. You're also slightly outranged. Lina at 625, I think DP 550, or maybe it's the full 600.
We'll see now with the side lane settling. Na'Vi going to keep the 2 up top. Oracle in position to try and make sure the Alchemist gets space to farm.
Yeah.
I mean, against the Darkseer Tiny, is there going to be a point in this lane where Crystallize is going to feel pretty threatened by these heroes?
Depends. I think they'd need to be substantially ahead, which is quite unlikely in this spot. He's already got the bracer up, so I don't think diving him is going to be a thing, especially against the Oracle.
I guess Oracle's just always going to put a stop to it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the trouble with this Oracle versus Darkseer. Like, yeah, sure, you're going to be okay as the DS. You're going to use some creep mechanics. You'll CS fine, but pressure, aggression just doesn't happen if they can. If your shells are constantly purged off.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, down bottom, despite that first death, looks like Kuman is able to farm pretty decently there. We'll try and make another move onto him, but with the level 2, with the shield, and plenty of tangos in preparation for this lane. Kuman should be able to keep himself safe, as there's not really a serious amount of burst damage. It's going to catch him off guard, very sort of slow and drawn out.
Nice try by Pasha there. He sniffed out the salve, tried to get it cancelled. Kuman ducking behind the tree. I like the drafting style from Na'Vi here, though. They've been relatively inconsistent so far, but I think that they've kind of stuck to their strengths, right? Keep Pasha on this aura buying team fighter, Young G on a playmaker, you know, a true skill mid laner, and then Crystallize on his alchemist. He's had a couple of rough games, but his alch's definitely solid. It's something they've been willing to first to for him for the last, I don't know, year or so. So we can expect a solid performance from all 3 cores.
Youngji continuing to have the slight edge in the lane. Magical is going to be hunting for that 4-minute room. We're also going to have the movement from Tiny heading over. Make sure there's that extra bit of control. Ilias is there. And they're not going to get lucky with the spawn there. Cyber Legacy, it's going to be down on the bottom, and a big one as well here as Youngji grabs the DD.
Do you agree, Owen, that there should be some other thing that spawns that can fill bottle? Because we've seen this how many times?
There did used to be, right? Originally, there would be a bounty rune that spawned where the power rune didn't. I can't remember how long that lasted. It was quite a while ago. Probably a few years back now.
Like, I understand we have bounty rune spawning every 5 minutes, but we could still, you know, have them spawn. Young G, this is very aggressive. He's very fire.
Was it
magical?
Oh, okay, he did it. The DD. I was going to question if maybe he overestimated what he could do with the DD, but he didn't. Young G knew it was just enough damage to outdo what the DP was able to sustain with the Cypher. He wins the trade. Bottom lane. Also, Na'Vi putting some heavy pressure again onto Kuman and Slayer. Slayer's trying to turf it. Slayer's just going to die.
What?
Maybe feeling that with the illusion he could set up for a kill for Kuman, but it's not going to be the case.
I am very confused.
Slayer just throwing away his life there in that lane.
Hey, let's not read too much into it. They're camping the runes for Young G. They've done a really good job on Na'Vi.
Big numbers. All tries for Pasha. They're going to try and chase him. They've got the slow. Oh, straight into the Laguna.
Feed the flames.
Young G takes the kill, and Na'Vi starting to
look at the
pretty
CS
hot
on the Alchemist too, right? These two cores, they're huge. Already a 2K gold lead, and a little bit of that is because of the 3 points in Grievel's Greed, thanks to the Alch. But still, this is a huge advantage for Na'Vi. And while, yes, eventually Dusa wins this matchup, if Crystallize has some kind of Radiance, BKB AC timing 20 minutes into the game, you just walk at towers. And ultimately, if you look at Cyber Legacy's team fight, they just don't have enough to kill Alch if he's that far ahead. And no real BKB piercing damage whatsoever.
Yeah, for sure, Radiance BKB is going to be pretty deadly this game for Cyber Legacy. And Crystallize, he's going to hit those timings. I mean, is there anything that Cyber Legacy can do with their lineup to try and slow him down at this early stage? Like, who can go up there and stop him?
It's going to have to be Magical. He's pretty much responsible for the entire mid-game of Cyber Legacy. The 2 supports can add some rotation, sure, but Dusa isn't looking to do anything. And yeah, in theory, Darkseer can Ion Shell somebody, but that Oracle factor is the issue. In theory, you aren't ever going to kill Alchemist because Ilias is going to be playing right like this. He's given him almost total solo XP. Later, he'll take lane as Alch goes to jungle, and then later than that, he just stands in the vicinity with ult ready. You're not going to kill this Alchemist.
Yeah, Blizzy just can't really do much at all against him on that top lane of the DS. We'll see Big Num coming in over towards Ilias, trying to mess with him as Ilias was prepping the stacks. Young G zooming over, ready to chase down Big Num, looking to line up the Light Strike array. He'll be able to do it with ease as Young G picks up another. Yep. The movements continue to come in and making a lot of use of these runes here. 3 kills straight up for the Lina here, 7 minutes.
He's doing very well for himself. He is quite happy with his performance thus far, and this is the kind of Lina game you'd love to see. Not the Arcane Ring, Iron Talon. I mean, dude, Crystallize just has a free, literally everything you could ask for. An Iron Talon after almost total free farm. Look at the net worth, 5K gold in 7.5 minutes. He's on pace for 11 or 12-minute Radiance right now.
Yeah, no signs of slowing down. Bottom lane, Na'Vi hunting in the trees, won't quite find Slayer. Slayer's able to juke it out to the side, but 8 minutes in, they're losing their tier 1 tower.
I love this from Na'Vi though. Like, play around the Veno. spam the wards, the build from Pasha, just all about pressure and rushing the Veil, which will boost the damage output of both of his other cores. In fact, his entire team, right? 18% more damage across the board, including on that inevitable Radiance for Crystallize. You want to force Cyber Legacy to respond to you, not worry about your other two cores. So even if Pasha dies down here, it's going to require 3 or 4 heroes rotating, and ultimately, you're defending your own tower, not threatening one of mine, so win. Youngji, second highest win rate item, tier 1 item in Dota, behind Keen Optic.
Oh, very nice one. At least the balance was there. I believe both teams this game getting an Arcane Ring.
You think that both sides should get the same neutral items?
I mean, I guess theoretically that would be closer to balanced. But then again, I feel like the fact that there's already the RNG of the neutral items in the game, it's sort of like, you know, you're not going the whole way then, and then you sort of question the fact that you actually do have these items straight up in the first place. You know? Well, why try and look for balance in there's sort of a stage of it that where the balance isn't necessarily already there. It's already relied on RNG, so I don't know how much of a difference it would really make if you made it that both teams got the same.
I think just when I only say because of the tier 5 items in the yesterday's game, where it felt like, you know, Drow gets a ballista, and so what's up with this? They get the top tower, Magical pops the ultimate, so unfortunately Na'Vi sniffed that out, right? They were already long gone. Crystallize moved to the jungle. He's just trying to maximize his CS and get that Radiance ASAP. Mid is where the battleground should be expected, because Cyber Legacy need to take this mid tower sooner rather than later, because at a point Na'Vi are going to just get this death ball going and collapse. And they might be doing it right now. Veno rotating around. They know there's no DP ult.
Let's see around this mid. RV. I mean, again, these towers just can't seemingly be defended by Cyber Legacy. They're just having to let them go. We're just 10 minutes in. It's another tier 1 that the Na'Vi just walks up and takes, and Cyber Legacy not ready to put together any sort of defense.
And this is the trouble. If you look at how this is a part of the dire advantage to the map. If you can take this bottom tier 1 early, it's so much easier to control the Radiant bottom jungle and then collapse on the mid tower. You look at where Alka's farming. He is not threatened whatsoever, even though his safe lane tower goes down. Cyber Legacy just don't have the map control, even though they swapped objectives. They're forced to still stay on their own side of the map as Alchemist less, and now, yeah, a 10-minute, 45-second Radiance for Crystallize.
They've just not been able to get into his jungle at all. It's free farm for the Alchemist. And just the power of the Alk when he gets the free farm. Yeah, 11 minutes in, double net worth of any of the cores on Cyber Legacy's side, pretty much. And that's only going to continue, even with when the Midas is up and rolling on the Medusa. You're not going to catch up to this Alk. Crystallize is going to consistently be at least an item ahead.
And I know it'll look strange that Kuman goes for a brown boot Midas. And you're thinking, oh, but they're going to have to fight. They're going to have to defend towers real soon. What's he doing? But it's the only play. You win later in the game. If you give up item progression to get some sort of fighting item now, then Na'Vi just delay their timing by 3 minutes, and Alchemist picks up an extra tier 4 item to do so. Like, you have to play for your win condition, which is becoming the most farmed hero on map. And you're just not going to do that if you go for some, like, I don't know, Dragonlance or Yash or something trying to fight.
Continue to just find kills as this Lina. Slayer having a bit of a rough one. I've seen this Venge die quite a few times this game, Slayer.
This is reminiscent of that Secret versus Nigma lower bracket series at TI, where Nigma just first picked Alk and just kind of walked to a win, and Secret were somewhat powerless to stop them because, you know, you always go back to the wise words of Syndran. It's an Alchemist game.
Oh, it's certainly looking like it. Magical. I mean, he's not going to be able to do anything about this immersion. He's already out. Magical just, unfortunately, wasted time for him. See this kill back on the mid where Youngji grabs another free one with the Laguna Blade available. Every time that ult's up, the squishier heroes of Cyber Legacy have to be careful. Youngji also reaching towards the level 12, so that burst is going to be very, very hard to outlive. The smoked up Na'Vi, we'll see what they can find. Again, it is this DP pushing out top alone. It's Magical After they pushed him back the once, he returns to this top lane, and he is going to die very easily to this 4-man move from Na'Vi. They're coming out with the tips. I think they start to know that Cyber Legacy beginning to maybe lose the plot a bit in terms of what to do. Is that Magical up there? He's only ever going to die.
This, I'm not going to say this game is over, but Na'Vi are in full control. If you were to compare Dota 2 to some sort of like F1 race, then Na'Vi are currently driving a minivan at 10 miles an hour, very slowly, and Cyber Legacy unfortunately can't get their engine to start.
I mean, it looks rough on the score. I mean, obviously that is amplified by the Alchemist having the Grievous grid, as you said, being 9k ahead as a team, but it doesn't look great for Cyber Legacy. Some big numbers at just 40 minutes in from Na'Vi.
I might make a play on Pasha here, but this is just so smart from Pasha. Oracle right behind him. He doesn't need to play around Crystallize because Pasha's just, this is one of the heroes with highest gravity in the meta right now. Venomancer just sucks you in because if you leave him alone for too long, he'll just take over this area of the map. Suddenly he's the one farming your ancient camp instead of the Medusa. So you have to try and stop him, but he's got Veil and Mech and an Oracle behind him, so he's not even a real target.
Oh, they're going to try and go for something here, Cyber Legacy with the smoke. The 4 of them, they're going to make action happen whilst Kuman farms on the top lane. Let's see who they can find. There is the 2 of them down here. Youngji's showing in the lane. They're going to look for the long wraparound upon him. He is alone. There should be a pretty solid chance of killing him, and yeah, they should have him. He's surrounded. He'll yields up.
He's a haste.
Is he getting away? No, he's not getting away. Too many heroes there on the Lina. Youngji, no plays available for him, and that's a smart move from Cyber Legacy. They need more of this.
Yeah, you needed that as well. The rune spawn, which is huge. You want to be controlling these or with an Alchemist in the game, but they're going to fight for him.
Oh, there we have it. Crystallize ready to go. Charging in. Big poison over from Pasha. Pretty much catches up to all of them, and with the Magnetize as well, they're just starting to fall. The wall gets dropped down, but there's very little damage in return. Pasha does go down to the fact that they had that wall illusion with the Radiance from the Alchemist. So they find the Veno. Blizzy, he's trying for the TP. He's not making it out. Crystallizes there with a concoction.
Yep, he purchased the pipe before he died though, so didn't lose gold. I love this build from Crystallize too. I was thinking BKB early, but nah, the Halberd for the regen amplification. There's no one who's going to be buying a Vessel in Cyber Legacy anytime soon. They need all the gold they can get on some real items, and it just amps the healing. You've got an Oracle behind you, why not? I like the decision to fight there. They recognize just how strong they are. The difficulty isn't the Alchemist even, it's the fact that Navi's other 2 cores are also ahead of their counterparts on the side of Cyber Legacy. The Alch is just a bonus who happens to have double the net worth of near everybody else in the game.
Money to burn.
I respect though, you got to make the play if you're CL here. And Kuman, he'll inevitably get there. You see the Manta illusion up. Nice job by Blizzy as well with the wall. You want to make sure to find the Alch every single time just so you can steal that Radiance and help your team get kills. They need all the damage they can get.
Yeah, we saw that last fight, pretty much the thing that was able to bring Pasha down. That is what makes the difference. So anytime the wall isn't up, pretty much impossible to fight Na'Vi in a team fight situation. Still just this rising lead, 11k at 16 minutes. This time Na'Vi's going to be the one to hit out with the smoke.
It's time to fight. You got the blink on Alch. He's ready to go. Youngji's huge. The whole squad's ready to rumble. You just gotta find Cyber Legacy heroes. Be careful about going up high ground with no vision, just in case there's a Death Prophet. He's got ult ready, just a hair away from level 12. They really want to pick that up before they fight.
Yeah, Cyber Legacy, we'll see if they fall for this. If they step up to the high ground, doesn't look like it. Keeping the sails hidden on the mid. Kuman is alone top. They've hit him with a scan. And they saw his courier. They know that Kuman's up here. And he is alone. He's playing it smart though, keeping to the tree line, making it very hard for Na'Vi to get to him.
Yeah, but they're taking away his jungle now, and there's just no place for this Deuce to farm on the map at the moment. We'll go one more wave top, but they know Na'Vi have infiltrated their side of the map. That ward on the high ground is going to be very effective. This is what you want to do as a dire lineup. You take the bottom tier 1, the mid tier 1, and inevitably you try and get control of this Radiant Ancient camp. And you just cut 2 waves. They have this really nice ward that's remained uncounted for some minutes. They're going to see Cyber Legacy gathering behind the tier 2, and they should expect to smoke. Blink picked up on Tiny.
Let's see if they want to try for this Cyber Legacy. If anything, just prepared for Na'Vi to come walking around. They'll try with a jump on a Pasha, but he's got the Greaves done. Very tanky. Slayer using the swaps to try and get in onto the Venomancer. Pasha will go down. At the cost of the life of at least Slayer. See the DP continue to try and chase, but crystallizes in. Magical's got to be careful. The wall gets dropped down, so they do manage to get some of the illusions.
Whoa.
And in fact, this Hulk, he's dying.
What?
The Siphon just destroyed him. Ilias also in trouble as Cyber Legacy are doing it. Na'Vi's fight falls apart. There's 4 dead. And he just melted despite his farm.
That was so... Where was Ilias? Where was Crystallized? Like, we just talked about how you see them on the ward, and then Pasha kind of wanders forward, gets caught. That's fine, but Na'Vi, you're ahead, but you can't just run into a Death Prophet ultimate and expect to win this fight.
Look how much damage. What? 5k damage straight up for that fight.
Yeah, that was all. You ran a Death Prophet. That doesn't work. That's insane. Not out of the woods just yet, but that's a huge turnaround from Cyber Legacy. But you got like Na'Vi handed that to him. Like Oracle didn't cast ultimate in the engagement. Wow. I mean, but credit to Cyber Legacy, right? They're making plays to try and win the game. They're not just giving up and hiding behind their tower. They're the ones initiating. I'm shocked. You get this Blink Dagger on Crystallize. When you make these sorts of plays, Pasha moving up like that isn't a mistake unless his team isn't prepared. If Crystallize is waiting in the trees and just blinks forward, ult pop, stun somebody, they're going to win that fight every time. There's no save with the exception of the swaps, which are being used aggressively.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a shake-up there for Na'Vi, allowing Kuman to slowly close up to the Alchemist in farm. Still a gap there for sure, but it's not to sort of write off the farm that Kuman has. He's making good progress on this Medusa.
Yeah, he went for a Brown Boots Midas. He will inevitably catch up to Crystallize.
Yeah, especially if they continue to be able to find fights like this. A lot of money on Magical as well after that large last engagement.
He got a ton of gold, and I think he's considering just getting a straight BKB, which I agree with in this spot. You know Na'Vi are going to be looking to press the issue. We just saw them try. Look at the magical damage threat from Na'Vi.
Oh yeah,
it's
BKB.
massive.
Yeah, they can't kill you with BKB.
Yeah,
a couple of siphons, you're invincible in the front.
And they need that, because if Magical can't stay in a fight and be the one pushing forwards, it becomes very difficult for the Tiny and the Medusa to play within the engagement. And it means that Venge has to be thinking about swapping you out rather than saving it for an ally or perhaps even finding a bonus exit kill. However, it will hurt his item progression. Look at where he is now. Magical 6th place in the net worth. But he's also the one pumping out 7k damage in a team fight, so just a XP dependent carry, or core rather than gold.
Let's have a look. Na'Vi coming in with the smoke, high ground positioning. Cyber Legacy, they didn't fall for this before. And looks like they'll be unlikely to do so again, sending out some illusions. We'll bait a bit of a reaction from Na'Vi, so Cyber Legacy aware of what's going on.
Yep, Kuman, as expected, he'll go for the Scotty after the Manta. Healing reduction, also the kiting potential means that if Crystallize oversteps, he just gets in trouble. Another surge into swap, perhaps? Nope, Pasha's aware this time.
Yeah, a little hard to get him with the surprise hit with those wards down. In fact, Na'Vi, they're going to look to go straight towards Kuman. Kuman with the Manta dodge, he's able to avoid the stun, and now here comes the turn. The swap back, this Aoki's just going to die. Magical's got the damage with the Ghost. Ilias is going to try and turn, will find Slayer, but Cyber Legacy, they've already done the damage. They've taken out the Auk. Bignum's jumping in, Magical able to commit with the BKB as he runs down Pasha. Pasha is going to try and get out on the high ground, but the avalanche is there. Bignum puts it to an end. Again, Cyber Legacy just winning these fights as Na'Vi, their timing seems to be, is Exorcism up? Yes, let's try and fight them. That's not a good plan.
I'm shocked. Not just that, Crystallize had half of an AC. He had plate mail in his backpack as he's making an aggressive dive forwards.
It wasn't in his backpack, was it?
Well, yeah, but he didn't have a slot for it necessarily. But where's the BKB? We were talking about it. What does Cyber Legacy do into a BKB Alchemist?
He's dying so quick. Surely the plate mail is more valued than the Hyperstone in these fights.
You would think, but what?
I mean, even the Soul Ring.
Shout out to Slayer. The swaps are on point.
Yeah, Slayer's he's making
3
up.
fights in a row.
He had a bit of a slow start, was sort of like waking up, but now, you know, the coffee's kicked in or something, and Slayer, he's on the ball.
And keep in mind, they're playing into Cyber Legacy's their itemization. Magical rush to BKB. Young G has Yules into bots. You're going to outfarm your opposing mid, no problem, but you're running into DP. You're running at him.
With ult. Every time he's got his ult up, they're just choosing
They didn't use Oracle ult again. Alchemist is dying. Like, you first 2 these heroes. The plate mail's still in the backpack.
Well, he didn't need it at the moment. Now he's got the ace.
But why?
It's cool. He's got the ace.
The other concern with this is that you're getting the most valuable aura in Dota 2 against the Darkseer. So if Crystallize ever gets walled, this Radiance and this AC, you cancel it out all of a sudden. It's one of the few games where you'd argue that maybe Yeshiva's would be better. Again, the BKB. You're not going to get vaxxed anymore. There's no chance of getting walled so long as you don't run directly through it.
Full Scotty.
You have a BKB on the Lina, but not the Alchemist.
Yep, there's DD Rune as well. We've got a Deucer in the area to pick this up now. Magical just take it with the bottle. But I mean, you can't help but feel if Na'Vi lose another team fight, it kind of feels like that they're going to really struggle to actually take home the win this game, Na'Vi. Cyber Legacy, as you say, this Deuce is just going to scale on and just going to win it. They're already they're struggling to fight Cyber Legacy in the team fights. I don't think it's going to get easier for Na'Vi. It's only going to get harder.
They have Aegis now, the Mount of Sky. I mean, a credit to Cyber Legacy. You know, just the fact that they didn't mentally check out going down 10-0 and 2 towers to an Alk is pretty laudable. And now they're in a pretty damn good position to win the game. You could argue they're
very good position, yeah.
Like, of course you're ahead in gold as Na'Vi. You have an Alk on your team, but that is huge.
That Alk's just dying.
Yeah. And Magical, like, the net worth is very deceiving because he has the only item relevant for survivability, and that's a BKB. And he's a Death Prophet. He just has to use his spells. His items just don't matter.
Yeah, no, the BKB rush was definitely super smart.
It's crazy. I mean, it's a 10k goldie, but it feels like Cyber Legacy's in the driver's seat. And this is a really cool play. Kuman's got TP, baiting bottom.
Oh,
no way, Cyber's here.
I know someone's around. Bignum, he's trying to find them. Hang on, he nearly found the Alchemist there. Crystallize blinking away. They're still trying to chase this. It's Magical. Starting to poke with the Siphons. Poison Nova comes out on the side. They'll turn with the Silence. Pashy able to remove it with the Grease. They roll in. Onto the DP. He's getting chain stun. He needs help. He's going to get it. Slayer out the swap. The wall is down to the 5. And Laguna does come out onto Slayer. But now Cyber Legacy, they're going to try and run them down. The Ghosts are out. BKB as well from Magical use as he commits onto Crystallize. Na'Vi, can they actually turn and try and fight back into this DP? I don't think they can. They've got to be careful. The concoction's being built up. The BKB has come to an end. They'll go in if they got the burst. This time they do. They take out the DP. The Deucer arrives. Is he going to be soon enough to find any kills in return, Ilias? Here's the focus as Kuman will try and do the damage before he's out with the TP. Ilias does make it back to base with the TP, and the Fountain Heal will be enough to keep him alive after the False Promise comes to an end. Crystallize now over towards Blizzy. Blizzy, another vacuum. They're trying to get Kuman over to get the damage done. The control's there, though. Kuman's being used up. Blizzy and Bignum trying to run over to the safety of this Medusa, bringing the fight closer to Kuman, and it's working. Kuman now has managed to get a hold onto Immersion, takes down one. Now he turns towards Crystallize. The disarm's there. Blizzy, has he got anything else to offer? He's trying to surge himself away. Slayer swaps himself in so that he can get in range for the magic missile onto Crystallize, but Kuman, he's getting focused down by Young G. The damage from this Lina with the right-click build rips through the Medusa. The setup for the second stun. Na'Vi, they should be able to do it a second time here as the Kuman Medusa has been isolated. Blizzy's trying to save. The vacuum comes out. It won't be enough to keep this Deucer strong as Na'Vi have been able to break down Cyber Legacy's team fight this time round. As 4 will fall, Na'Vi back on top.
All right, lots to break down that fight. You're taking this. There's a huge difference for Na'Vi if they're not the ones on the aggressive, right? The BKB forced offensively, so suddenly once it runs out, Magical's is a huge target. He dies real quick. They had no Medusa, and because that tier 1's dead, there's nowhere for him to really teleport to get to the fight in time, so they actually engage 15 seconds before Kuman arrives, and he's the one with the Aegis. Notably, Blizzy did a great job. 5-man vac wall. That Alk illusion with the AC and the Radiance lasted until it despawned naturally. So ultimately, better for Na'Vi than it really should have been. But just wild. Like, it feels like these sides have got to recognize you don't want to be the ones chasing. Not to mention Pasha.
Yeah, it's pretty well going for Crystallize in that sense. As you say, it felt like with the way the last 2 fights have gone, Cyber Legacy would feel, well, you know what, we're not going to look for the fights. We're just going to stay on our half of the map, make sure the Deuce is farming, rather than trying to force it.
Oh my god, now a Daedalus on Young G. Also,
yeah.
We were talking with Fogged yesterday about how frustrating it is to play Tiny against Venom. By the end of that fight, Pasha had full wards up. Like, there's 12 everywhere, all around. Bignum is just unable to play Dota. Fogg was beaming about how you actually have to just buy smokes for yourself to get a full reset off so you can get out of the fight and then blink back in, because once you're engaged, you're done for. So ICL, if you're going to engage, it's got to be clean, and you need to find kills immediately and put Na'Vi on the back foot. You cannot take these long, drawn-out engagements against Alchemist Venno. It's just not going to go well for you.
Especially if you're not killing this Lina. You know, with the Daedalus and the Orb of Destruction, Young G just does so much damage. And definitely one of the big ways that they can tackle this Deucer now. Even as the game scales because of his right-click build. Like, these sort of 700 crits coming out at the speed that they do, it's enough damage to heavily threaten a Medusa that's isolated.
We'll say we're going to start, we've been lauding Magical for his build, and I still think it was the right decision. But we're going to see him start to be punished for it.
Yeah, they're going to get low.
Yep, the BKB becomes less and less value as he uses it, and in addition, again, back to the net worth, his scaling is just not there because he just doesn't have any innate mana regen, so he can't spam Q off cooldown to farm, so he's wasting a lot of moments. It's going to be just this Deucer who becomes a real force into the late game, but not a huge deal. If Magical can hit 18, that'll be arguably Cyber Legacy's strongest power spike. You have level 20 on the Deucer. Craggy Coat as well for Magical, that's huge. He just has to stay alive, get the drains off, keep ghosts running. They're going to smoke.
Try for another smoke. Obviously, last time they went for aggressive play, it weren't great, but that last time was very broken up. They didn't really have Kuman with them at the start of the fight. This time they do have the full 5 ready to go. They've hit them with the scan. They know that Na'Vi's around on the high ground. We're going to see the rolling from Immersion. He tries to go over, does manage to grab the bounty rune, but he's straight into the hands of Cyber Legacy. Look at this damage from Young G. Stonegaze is going to be popped as they get into position to try and freeze up Crystallize. He's dragged back. Crystallize, he needs help. He's going to get it. A false promise will protect the Alchemist for now. Na'Vi's starting to step to the side. They're looking to blade out to Magical. Magical bots the BKB. Pasha tries to get a poison over off. Will manage to get onto pretty much their whole team, but Pasha is dying. Magical able to clean up another this time with the Exorcism. Bignum jumps in with the combo onto Ilias. Ilias, he'll go down as well. Cyber Legacy, when they go in with the full 5-man smoke, they've still got that very strong team fight that Na'Vi struggles to deal with.
You've got to respect this team fight more as Na'Vi. Like, it's what, 4 fights in a row? The team going in is losing. You're just running into like a pit of destruction. You cannot fight into the enemy side. Again, full duration Alchemist Illusion. Really well done by Blizzy. This time Ilias is there to get the ult off, and because of that weird Oracle ult and blink interaction, you're really just never going to kill Crystallize. He'll get a moment, he'll just blink away, and with so much innate regen, he's going to survive. But you can see, like, this is really anybody's game still. It's wild to me that Immersion, like, you're rolling into the rune as if the 5 heroes of Cyber Legacy who are not showing on map are not there. Where else are they going to be?
We'll see Roshan. Na'Vi, they're going to start poking at it. I mean, they know that there's none of the big ults up. And with Young G's damage, they do it very, very fast. This looks to be a quick and easy Roche for Na'Vi. So they'll have the Aegis and Cheese for the next fight.
Yeah, they put the Aegis on the Lina. That's right, call. He's actually the main source of damage now.
Oh, he is, by far. By far, he is.
I love the build. This is very much like the young pub star up-and-coming talent build on Lina. You know, no Aether Lens, no Ags. He's not a spellcaster. He's here to carry the game. And probably my favorite build. The bots Yules have helped him progress and accelerate. Again, the difference, you know, he's almost doubling up Magical's net worth. A big part of that's just the benefits of Lina, but also because of the itemization. He's always on map. He is either fighting enemy heroes or he's farming creeps with almost no downtime, running around 539 move speed, just 16 off haste, 11 off haste.
And what is there really that's going to threaten him? I mean, when he pops the BKB, the Stone Gaze is the only sort of thing that he has to worry about. But
it's the swap. The swap.
So they're getting him out of position.
But to your point, if he's in position, he's not dying.
No one's able to turn and try and outright click him. You know, even Kuman on this Medusa, you're not going to win the war against Alina with Daedalus MKB.
I wouldn't have even minded if Kuman went for a rapier earlier here. Although, I mean, at some point he'll pick one up. My concern is that if Na'Vi threatened base and he doesn't have one, I don't know if he'll have the damage output to force Crystallize off tower.
I mean, we'll see if he reconsiders the butterfly when he sees the MKB coming out on the Lina.
Yeah, I love the build as well on Pasha. Just teamfight items galore, but the second halberd is real key. We've seen Kuman really just struggle. He went up high ground. You got the swap on the Lina, but immediately the disarm from Crystallize was there onto the Medusa, so no real damage threat throughout the Stone Gaze. And Youngji doesn't need much time to run away if he's moving this quick.
Which is the point. Have you got any halberds coming out from Cyber Legacy? I feel like you might need to consider them yourselves against the Lina.
It's tough. You just can't get in range. That's the problem. Who can really close that gap?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And Na'Vi back on track, taking these objectives. The top tower falls, and they'll hit them up with the smoke. Already see what Crystallize. He's looking to build his Ags. Who's sort of top of the list here with these Ags? Who's he trying to get it to?
You could make an argument for Immersion. Maybe the Lina, just to pierce the magical BKB and blast him in the face with 1200 pure damage.
They're gonna go. Oh, but he didn't find a target.
Himself.
He didn't find a target. Crystallize, he stunned himself. Slayer's gonna try and swap him away from the team.
Oh my God.
Crystallize, he's dead. What the? He's dead. He just went straight in. I mean, he did have the ward right on the high ground, but he went in. He couldn't find a target there. Was looking for the tiny, but Bignum immediately blinked out, and he stunned himself.
I don't know.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
What do you... Okay. Cyber Legacy gonna push mid. Let's just move on. Na'Vi.
Youngji's going for the wrap.
Radiant structures are
He's going for the rat here on the top lane, trying to find the tier 3. The Cyber Legacy, they get that tier 2 tower.
has fallen.
Money on Kuman.
I'm sure.
Interesting here. Look what he's queued up. So, as I said, he doesn't want the butterfly because there's an MKB. This could be one of the ways to what, just slam down Lina.
I love
the Abyssal.
That is actually so sick. Yeah, you get
Just
right on
Abyssal
top of the Lina, and then you also have the ability, because Youngji's full
it's
offense.
Abyssal into Stone Gaze, and then bam, Youngji is in a lot of trouble.
Even if he starts running away.
Though. But you can see why I was thinking.
You go Rapier, right? We saw yesterday, I would argue, the only thing that you can glean from that long 100-minute game was the Drow. Shad should have bought a Rapier earlier. I think that Kuman might be making the same mistake here because you're going to need one later on in this game. Why not just now? You know, you're going to go take what could be a game-winning team fight around the next Roshan or next push if Na'Vi make it. I don't know if a Daedalus represents enough damage, but again, like we haven't really seen a real fight for Cyber Legacy that they've won. That's the third time they've killed Crystallize when Ilias just can't possibly be in range to get the ult off. You all know the song, Don't Walk Up the High Ground with No Vision. Apparently we need a second verse, Don't Blink Up the High Ground blind into... I guess they had a ward, but still.
I think the ward was very fresh though, so I don't know if that ward was only placed after, like literally as they went in. I think it must have been. Because it was taken out, obviously, after that play did come out. Cyber Legacy realizing that the only reason why Na'Vi do jump up is if they do have a ward on that cliff.
Hey, there's a lot of pressure on this series. Old Na'Vi versus new Na'Vi. Both teams really want to win this match. And it is, of course, for elimination. Spirit Vessel now on Immersion. That'll be very helpful.
Kuma, he's not invested in the Daedalus yet, so maybe still considering the Rapier option.
Definitely wants to save buyback as well in this game. If he were to go down, both sides represent enough structure damage that if either of the big cores die, it's just a straight up play for throne if buyback's not on the table.
No, he's going to go for it. So Daedalus is done. He buys it out. Timeless Relic. Who are you giving that to? Probably what, the DP?
Yeah.
And Kuman is just going to want to try and get his level 25, and he's got it. So level 25 on the Medusa. And, there we go, some levelers.
That's weird. The same items dropping. I wanted
no, dude, I've talked. Have you not heard me talk about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. The RNG of the items dropping is tied to some sort of in-game timer. So if both teams hit creeps exactly the same time, I don't know if it's guaranteed, but it's very much like 80% plus it will be the same item that drops at that at that second millisecond of the game.
80% plus.
It happens a lot. It's definitely, it's tied to some sort of, you know, RNG with computer systems is normally tied to some sort of mathematical system.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Ooh.
but it definitely, you see it in practice.
Yeah, we'll say the split shot uses modifiers talent. With this data
Yeah.
list, the MKB, the Scotty is real value here for Kuman.
Oh, yeah, I know.
So it makes sense to get the data list. in
And
that
especially when you get the Satanic, right, just having the lifesteal and all those hits. As long as you're able to hit something, you're going to just be healing up much more damage than Na'Vi can deal.
We haven't spoken about him too much, but Blizzy's the unsung hero of this game. Every single fight, he's got an Alchemist to play with, and I love the itemization. Full team fight now going for the Solar Crest just to help Kuman deal the DPS. This could be the big fight for the game. Na'Vi moving forwards.
Oh, Bingham, he's in. He's going to look to burst Passion. He's going to be able to do so. Passion didn't get a single spell out. Kuman, early with the Stone Gaze, was trying to isolate.
Crystallize?
Crystallize. Oh, he's dying. He's dead.
What?
They couldn't get to him. Nobody was there in range for the save. I mean, again, I think this is just down to Slayer with a swap that got him out there. What got him in that position?
His own Blink Dagger.
His own? No, he blinked that far? No, he must have been swapped. He must have been swapped. There's no way he ends up that far away from the rest of his team. What? I mean, Crystallize is dying again. And he does have buyback.
Are fortified.
But at this, you know, Kuman, he's got the same net worth as the Alchemist. Na'Vi, for all the lead they had in gold, and again, they just started coming in with these fights, losing every single one of them. The only fight they did win was the one that Cyber Legacy then brought to them. But since that point, Cyber Legacy, they're just ahead. It doesn't matter about the numbers, they are ahead.
Yeah. You gotta be careful now. Bignum just comboed there. He's gonna realize I should have tossed back, and look for him to do that right now. If anybody on Na'Vi step out of position.
Oh,
Buyback.
they're going to try and go for the Medusa here. See if they can kill him off. Manta's popped. He's moving away. Crystallize jumping in onto the Darkseer. Will find one. Turns over with the Concoction. The Light Striker raised out. They get a second. Na'Vi with the Crystallize and Ilias buyback, able to hold the defense. Magical. Is he going to be saved? Bignum's going to be taken out by the two of them. Swap out. Slayer trying to keep his Death Prophet alive. Still, Immersion's able to roll in with the stun. Na'Vi will hold. The buybacks pay off massively as they take down all five. See if they can get anything more with this buyback. See if they can now force out the buybacks from Cyber Legacy themselves.
They're going to get so much gold thanks to these bounty runes, but there is no Roshan. Really smart buyback there. Just perfect initiation. Kick the Medusa back. Cyber Legacy arguably should have just cut their losses, but they thought about fighting with no DP ult, no Medusa ult. That's just not an engagement you're going to win. And what might even be more important, no wall. If you don't have wall, you don't have a crystallized illusion. That represents 10 armor plus the Radiance.
But now, you know, we'll see how many buybacks do end up coming out from Cyber Legacy. They got this tier 2. They do still have fortification. They're probably going to need to use some of them. Yeah, Bignum's going to pop his. Can they hold off on using the buybacks on the big call?
Oh, wow, they killed Young G. I didn't even realize. He popped after the Oracle ult. Kuman did enough damage to take him out there, which means the building damage from Na'Vi isn't enough to threaten Throne, which means that they should be able to conserve the Kuman buyback.
Radiant's middle tower has
We'll see, they might just, I mean, oh
my God,
he's been swapped in.
You've got
he's dying. Where's the help? Where's the help? There's nobody helping.
The silence is there.
There's nobody helping. He can't help.
He's no buyback. 120 seconds.
It's that's probably it. 2 minutes, no out. Just so many times. I mean, as you said, that time around, what was it? Magic was getting in with the silence on Ilias.
Perfect timing on everything. You get the silence out on all three of Na'Vi's backliners as Slayer gets the swap forwards. Where is Crystallizes BKB? How many times?
He never won it. He didn't want it. He didn't want it. He didn't want it this game, and that could cost them.
They have a leveler on Dusa. There are 90 seconds to win the game. March down middle, attack the enemy Ancient. That's the name of the game. That's going to be Cyber Legacy's strat now. 5-on-4. It is on Young G and Pasha to do what they can to keep this game alive.
Now, can they? Can they really hold against this 5-man push of Cyber Legacy? I don't know. Kuman's going to take these building towns pretty quick.
No buyback on Lina. Another swap.
And this is almost certainly another kill. Eon just coming to an end. Pasha gets the ult off, just trying to...
Don't get distracted.
Create a distraction. It's kind of working, but it's not going to be a long distraction. Pasha goes down.
He has no buyback either.
Wait, what?
He bought back in the last fight.
Oh, he did as well, didn't he? It was Pasha, Crystallize, and Ilias. I mean, this is 45 seconds. You know, time is passing.
One creep remains.
There we go. That's enough to take down the backdoor protection.
Just go Throne.
I mean, you're right. They don't even need to hit these racks.
Go throne.
Hit the tier 4s.
No! What? Guys, come on!
Go, what? What are you doing? You know that there's no buyback on the two of them. I mean, I guess it's the safer route.
No, it's less safe. You could just win the game.
I guess they don't want to win it yet.
They have a leveler.
Dire's top barracks.
Okay, they're going to let the game go on. They're going to let the game go on.
Oh my God, Cyber Legacy.
I mean, there's still a minute without the Venom. They want to play it slow. Roche is up, so they're going to go back and get Roche.
They know, like, it's not about a lack of gold. They know there's no buyback on Pasha or
Oh yeah, no,
Crystalline
it's the
there.
timer, and it was a very clear time as well. Still 4 minutes, so
Lena
not even
can't
close.
play aggressive. You just get swapped. Like, oh man, this. You know, look, they're still in a great spot. Cyber Legacy.
They're playing it. They're just
you take 100% chance of winning the game
instead of the 90% that you close it there, right, or the 95, depending on how.
Yeah, if we
clear
go
of
off the Dota
opening their head.
plus statistics, they're at
Yeah.
what, 85%?
So sure, they
It
had an
was
80
100 just then.
You think straight up you end the game before Pasha's up 5v4?
It's 5-on-3.
You've got this Medusa with a leveler. That's I said, they'll play it cool. Look at the Aegis. Look at the fruits of Roshan. They'll move down to bottom. But Na'Vi has got everyone back up again. So Na'Vi getting another chance in a game where maybe they shouldn't have.
Hey, look, at the end of the day, this is a big series.
Sure,
Arguably the most important Cyber Legacy has played in their short time as this new squad. You want to win the game. You want to play it safe. Ultimately, you have an Aegis on your Medusa. You're still in a fine position. It's just a question of, do you prefer to take the game-winning team fight 5-on-3 or 5-on-5 with an Aegis? And they chose the latter. They have the 2 racks advantage. The long march down bottom begins. Na'Vi, however, will have the defender's advantage. So far, that has been key to either side when they win team fights. Whoever gets jumped wins.
There we go, Na'Vi. They're coming out with a smoke. This is going to be into, what, an Aegis cheese lineup. All ults available. This could be a bit risky from Na'Vi. I think they're starting to realize that. They're backing up to the base. Can they really come out and make a smoke attempt onto Cyber Legacy with the Aegis on Medusa? That would seem pretty wild. Let's see here. Immersion, he's going to try. He's going to try and going on to Slayer. The ghosts are out. Kuma steps across. Bignum, he's in with the combines. Crystallize, he's in trouble. There's the false promise. Will come out in time. Crystallize tries to go back in with the Abyssal, but he's just going to die. He is just dead for sure. And that's got to be it. Crystallize is out. No buyback on him. No buyback on Ilias. Cyber Legacy, they can finish this off as, I mean, Na'Vi just choosing to take their last stand outside the base into Aegis Cheese and into every single ult up for Cyber Legacy.
They also initiated on the, like, do you know what Slayer's purpose has been so far in these team fights, Owen? To swap enemy heroes into his team. If you jump the Venge, he can die.
I mean, they're just cleaning up here. This is game over. I mean, Bignum did go down, but yeah, it doesn't matter. GG is called. Cyber Legacy will be the victors of this game 1. As the Na'Vi out, it just didn't work out this time. Far too many times bad moves were made, and Crystallize, he paid the price with his life.
I honestly just don't know what to say, Owen. They get the Venge, but he has an illusion that persists after death. His main goal is to, 1, force Na'Vi's heroes where he is. They did that for him. And provide auras to his team, which he does even post-mortem. I have nothing. I honestly...
It was a strange... It really felt that every fight that was won was because the enemy came looking for it. Like, very few of those moves actually resulted in the aggressor actually winning the team fights.
I just...
very peculiar.
No clue, Owen.
Crazy. I mean, first game of the day, it's early. It is early.
Alchemist bought the 2 items most valuable to an enemy Darkseer and then proceeded to be walled every single team fight after he picked them up. Please.
Well, there we go. It said, first game of the day, first game of the series. Both teams warming up, I'm sure. Cyber Legacy, though, coming out on top here with this first performance of the best of 3 as they will lead the series 1-0.
Well, Seems like the first game of the day took a few years off of Kyle's life. Let's talk about why. He seemed very upset. I think that there were a lot of things that we saw even in the final moments of that game. And I will say, this time it does seem like Kyle might be right. I think a lot of the things that Kyle started to call out did make a lot of sense this time around.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
It ain't what you say, it's how you say. What a great game. Who cares about all the analytical bullshit?
That's the thing. Kyle actually says the right thing quite a lot, but the way he says it is just so annoying.
It's just so wrong.
You're just like, dude, I can't listen to this.
You just want to hate him because of the way he says it, right? The things that he says. It's not about the point. The points are usually there. They're correct.
It's like when a person is right, but they say, can't you just relax? Or like, just chill.
Chill.
You know what I mean? Like, you never want to hear that. You know that the person's right, and you hear it, and you're like, oh, I should relax a little bit. But you're like, shut up, man.
Yeah.
And then you get angrier. Kyle says that with every single thought he says, even though he doesn't say relax. Mm-hmm. You know that he's right sometimes, but it just enrages you and it makes your blood boil. Now, do you think that anyone's blood was boiling inside of the game? Because there were definitely some mistakes that came out. And I'm curious why you guys think that those mistakes did happen.
I think everybody was pissed. That game was all over the place, honestly. In the beginning,
you have this alchemist that goes to the jungle. Like in the last game when they played this alchemist, he finished off his radiance around the 20-minute mark. He had it at minute 10. It was a perfect alchemist game. The way they started it, it was great. Like they were controlling the map, they were taking team fights. This Dead Prophet was forced to buy a very early BKB, which did allow her to fight, but also didn't allow her to do as much as she would usually like to.
Sure.
But man, this game was so back and forth because of all the throws that were happening. Like, as Kyle said, that wall always connected to an alchemist. That didn't always necessarily mean that they would lose a team fight afterwards. That illusion, you kill it, then you kill everyone else. But the problem was really were the throws, and Medusa was keeping up with the alchemist.
Yeah,
she was far behind on the first few, like minute 10, 15. Later on, caught up to like 3k deficit, and when that starts, like Medusa just becomes a stronger hero in team fights.
All right, we were talking about mental pressure before. I can't imagine a worse mental pressure game from Na'Vi. You do an Alchemist draft, you do it perfectly. Alchemist has everything you could dream of. Don't forget the beginning of this game, they were dominating. All their lanes were won. It was perfect. And then the throws and the losing, and I think that's why Medusa is not only so strong in Immortal, but also strong in Divine, because it's about, you know, can we capitalize on mistakes? And Medusa is one of the greatest heroes for doing that. If she can just get that Scott E and just get those items, bring it back.
This kill on the Alchemist was one of the biggest throws, but it doesn't matter because they get wiped. You'll see probably on the highlight. They killed the Alchemist here and Tiny, and now they get wiped. Like 15-30 seconds afterwards. So the game was extremely back and forth. And look at what happens on the next highlight after this. You'll see Na'Vi pushing the high ground with that Alchemist hitting the Raxes. I want to wait for it because it's tilting a little bit, and I can understand why Kyle is molding in this game, because these mistakes are so obvious as well. It's something that shouldn't really be happening.
Alders, rise up.
Yeah.
You know, the thing that I think is actually interesting, so you've referred to them as throws, but I actually think you go a step deeper. You peel back the vestigial layer of the throw apple. And you look at the fleshy core of it.
Okay.
And you say, what is the pit? What is the intent of these plays? And I feel like that's when it actually starts to get interesting, because Owen masterfully started to say, hey, look, this is the theme of the game. What was the point of a lot of these engagements? Why were you engaging in these positions? And I think that's really the important question to ask. It's like, why are you going for some of these fights? What are you actually trying to do on the map? And it seemed like people were, like both teams were taking bad fights that
they were just trying to fight.
Yeah, exactly.
They were literally just trying to fight, and when they had the opportunity to push, or they didn't, they would try. And they didn't show that highlight that I was talking about. After wiping the full squad of Cyber Legacy, they go into a push in which Alchemist gets swapped under the tier 4s and dies to two heroes that have no business killing him ever. And Oracle does have the ulti, but he's too far because of that swap. So these plays, it's like there's 1% chance that you die, but you risk it and it happens. Like I can't blame them, but Cyber Legacy overall, when you look at the game, they were more disciplined in the way that they played, in the way that they approached the game, and it benefited them. Like even that last push that Kyle was molding about, why not finish?
I like how you say Legacy.
Legacy.
Cyber Legacy.
Oh.
Legacy, sorry.
Well,
Legacy.
At any rate, I mean,
I didn't even know.
you could call it teams messing up, but
Was I saying
would call
Legacy?
it.
No.
It's just in my mind.
No,
Gachi
I just
is
wanted
everywhere.
to say. I just wanted to say Gachi.
Ah,
so
I
you
see.
basically said it right, and I took it as an opportunity to be an idiot. I went
Fantastic.
full Gachi.
Well, you could say that
Were
some
you
of these
saying smart
teams,
things,
yeah, it's all
Slacks?
good. Some of them could be out of position, but really it's that ability to capitalize on that from what we saw from Cyber.
This is a panel when Slacks is calming us down.
Yeah,
and
it's like,
okay.
okay, let's talk about the game. I was like, hey, Lizard, what do you think about Gachi, brother?
Well,
no,
I'm
my
mad.
my
I'm
shoulder
mad.
actually hurts.
I'm upset because, Kyle getting all fucking pissy about it when honestly, like, Cyber Legacy did great to capitalize on mistakes, which is one of the hardest things to do in a game of Dota. To know when someone's fucking up and say, we could get this Alchemist under these T4s. He's making a mistake.
from a techie speaker right here.
I love mistakes.
Capitalizing on
I
mistakes,
think it
baby.
makes sense why.
You
I
dirty.
think Kyle just got
spammer.
very mad at the end, right?
Sure.
And I think the thing that Kyle got mad about is one of the things that's very easy for anybody who's played the game at a high level to fume about, and that's the idea of just playing not to lose instead of playing to win. Because when you go back and you actually watch those moments and you go, wow, we could have closed it out. And it's so obvious when you watch it with hindsight, when you watch it outside of the pressure of the game. But when you're in the game and all of these mistakes have happened that you started to mention, yes, even with Cyber Legacy coming out on top and being able to turn some of those mistakes that Na'Vi made into little victories that allowed them to get closer to their win condition, get their Medusa online, and get to the end of the game, I feel like it makes a lot of sense that at that last moment, they don't see it as a 100% chance to win. Anybody who sees it as a 100% chance to win is going to close it.
It's hard. It's hard for them to see it that way because they fed a couple of times going for that high ground. Like you said, they got wiped a couple of times. The emotions are still there. It still hurts.
Yes.
And because you're like, okay, I'm going to take ages. I'll finish it 5 minutes later. It doesn't really matter. They don't have a chance. And which they didn't. Like, really, Na'Vi at that point were done.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you could go for the safe route, go for the Roshan, etc. But everybody makes those kind of mistakes in high pressure. I mean, remember Ana not buying back a Spectre in the first game of the last TI? I mean, he had it. He could have done it the whole time, but it's like, oh, we can hold again. And Dota is truly at its core a game of mistakes, which is what makes, watching the Divine Division so fun. A back and forth is based on people's lack of information, lack of practice, and it's a blast to watch. I love that game. Great game.
Lack of information is like the key word.
Yeah, sure.
It's definitely like a really important way to look at it because, yes, when you are sitting here and you have nothing to do but watch and analyze the matchup, it's really easy to go, this is 100% that they're going to win, even if that's taking it like a little bit further than it actually is. But you go, okay, this could happen, this could happen, this could happen. If all of the worst things happen, you're still able to close out the game. When you're actually in the matchup, you go, wait, this could happen. That would be terrible. Let's go back. Let's double back. Let's get Roche. And it's a lot easier to feel like something that might not be the safest. Kyle referred to it as like, wait, 100%. Now, when you look at the win graph, it's 85%. But it's a lot easier in the heat of the moment to look at the things that can go wrong, even if they're not going to be the thing that ultimately are your demise.
It's all about, like what you said, lack of information or having information. That's what separates the good from the best and the bad from the good even. I think the better you are as a player, the less time... Look, you can play 12 hours a day. All that does is just makes you mechanically better. What that does as well is it frees up your time during the game to gather information, to look at the minimap, to look at the teammates, to look at where enemy heroes are, to think about what their movements might be. The sole reason why you're playing the game so much is to become so mechanically good, it's in your muscle memory. Like your laning stage, everything, it's just pure muscle memory. Everything else is just gathering data, processing it, not only getting it, but processing it in a way in which you can play the game in a perfect way.
It's the brain reflex too, right? It's not. It's the physical aspect, and then on top of that, perceiving information that you don't even think about perceiving, right? Like right now, I can ruin your entire. Like you are now manually breathing. Are you enjoying that? Are you enjoying thinking about each breath you take?
Oh no, what have you done?
They're all manually breathing right now. Your entire brain has been hijacked by my stupid idiot words. And now you are thinking fully with your brain about just breathing the oxygen to stay alive.
Hypnosis.
Imagine manually. Imagine
The man
manually.
with the wig.
Imagine
What did you
manually,
do?
Imagine manually having to think about every single factor in Dota. You
Sure.
couldn't do it. The second that you do it, that's when you start making those mistakes. Have you ever seen The Men Who Stare at Goats?
Yep.
Stupid movie, great, enjoyable. There's this one line that has stuck with me until this day.
Sure.
I think it's George Clooney comes in and he goes, "How many outlets are in this room right now?" It's like, what the heck? It's like something that you would never think to think about. And he's like, 15. Here. And he like just walked into the room. And it's like this stupid little thing. But I always think of being a really good Dota player as being that Jedi that can walk into a situation and you instantly perceive all that data that doesn't seem like it has a purpose, but then you use it to your advantage a little bit later on.
See, this is why I don't buy wards, okay? If we may, wards are a cheating man's game. You don't need wards if you know how people think, if you know how they move and what they want. If you're in somebody's head, you can already guess where they're at. It doesn't matter. Wards are a crutch.
You're actually not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
I know you're like a little bit sarcastic there, but you're not wrong.
It's inefficient.
When you reach the top tier of ranks and when you play pubs all the time, you can pretty much predict what's going to happen.
I mean,
in these games as well, it's all about making that different move than everyone expects you to, or making the same move but so elegantly, so fast.
I'm going to put
they can't even respond to it.
A theory here that I've had for a long time, and that is that wards are a trap. All right? What do you do when you put up a ward? You go into a dangerous place. You go to put some vision there, and then usually if you're a support, you die. Someone's waiting there. Now, in the off chance that, maybe we see the whole team, we see their positionings, but only on a bad team anyway. Who's not dewarding? You see, if you never ward, hey, let's talk about smoke. You smoke under wards. I mean, it's an even worse trap. The best smokes are ones that go under wards into teams and they don't see them happening. If there wasn't a ward there, you would always assume danger. It keeps you tight.
So wait, if you smoke under the enemy ward, they see you smoking, and because of that...
Well, no, I say if you have a friendly ward and they've smoked and they walk under it, you can't see them. So it actually puts you in a state of perceived safety, whereas if the whole map is black, it's always danger.
That's amazing.
Now,
how did that word get there?
keeps your adrenaline at the exact right level.
Right. So the big thing about wards is just never have them. And if the enemy's buying wards, that's an economy loss. If I don't de-ward you and you keep looking for my wards and just keep wasting money, I'm telling you, people think I'm crazy. Never fucking ward, honestly.
It's like insurance, right?
It is.
It's like
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, you have extra money. You don't
No
have
logical
insurance.
fallacies there.
Yes. Don't have insurance. I'm from NA, man. I've been like, just don't have insurance, and then just don't get sick, right? Wards are the insurance.
Don't get wards.
Yeah, go NA, full NA. Freedom. Get freedom from wards. Don't use them. I think that this is actually one of the smartest things that we've had happen on the panel.
Thank you so much.
It's really easy to happen when Kyle was in charge of setting up all the panels. But I actually do agree. So we've basically said that
you should not agree with that. It's very stupid. But
wards. So wards, you managed to get a gold advantage by not using them.
Yes.
You're going to get the same information anyway.
If
and
you're
you said it's for cheaters. Let's be completely transparent. You don't need wards. Force and CD, only the two.
How many times do you buy wards, and by the time you click the shop and you buy the ward, you're out of position or something as well? Right? You're spending more time looking at the shop. And
you know what I do as Position 5? I buy the wards, I buy them out, and then I hide them. I put them in the trees so that people can't fuck up and put them down. Because I don't want them to die putting them down.
You don't want false
I already know where they are.
Wait, you do that and you play techies as well?
Yes. Sometimes I'll leave wards for the enemy on top of
this
giant bomb
piles. This is what we call a man
piles.
of culture.
You see? You put like 16 green bombs, and then they see the wards in the other team.
I was talking about the men who stare at goats a little bit earlier.
You're just talking,
I'm
literally
the man who
talking
stares
over
at
me.
Goat. I was about to compliment you. Now I'm not. I was going to call him a goat. I was literally going to call him the greatest of all time, but he's still on his techies rant. Go ahead. Tell us about
hiding the wards. I've told the whole thing while you two held a separate conversation. Literally interrupted and talked amongst yourself. You didn't even wait for me to stop for any point.
Shut up for a second. We got to take a look at the draft.
Silence the draft panel. Anyway, so
So please continue.
The Shungite Palace.
Who's in the draft
of
panel? Let's see.
prediction. Already, we got the Doom locked in. An Ench and a Sven. Oh, an Io. I couldn't even see the Io.
oh my goodness. Do you have the color blindness? It's very
So you know the funny thing about Io? Io is the same exact glow as the "It's your turn to pick" on the graphic. So sometimes I'm like, whoa, did they skip that pick?
Oh, I see.
You see what I'm saying?
I see
Like
what you're
you
saying.
know how like that will light the frame will
And then
light
the
up blue.
hero will show.
Yeah.
It literally
Nice.
looks like Io's just like in the background standing over photobombing
Yeah,
the
who you-
selfie with the hero.
What do you think about Io? Who even plays Io? It's not really a hero. It tethers to someone.
nerds.
It's like a sidekick, right?
Yeah, well, it used to be. Now IO can do a lot more, as we've seen from OG and the kind of carry stuff. But IO to me is, I would say the only situation to pick IO is exactly like this. IO plus the carry. Lock it down already. You already know what's happening, but it's one of those combos that in Dota it's been so strong for so long, knowing that something is coming isn't going to help you. You just deal with it. IO Sven, okay, there it is.
Yeah, they
Let's
tried.
deal with it.
So Navi did try to do something similar in the first game. They opened up with Oracle and Alchemist, and that's also doing the same thing. Here's our combo, deal with it. And Cyber Legacy did deal with it. Now, the question is, will Navi do the same to them? Can they find an answer to this Io and Sven? Sven right now is in a really good spot. It's a strong hero. Does it have some counters? Does it have heroes that are maybe better carry-on-carry matchup? Yeah, he does. But overall, with the Wisp, he...
Is her name Medusa? Because I still like Medusa, even with
Why
a...
not?
Huh?
Why not?
Yeah, with an Io and Sven jumping at you as Medusa, you're that kind of tanky person with the backup of your team can take that kind of assault. And we've seen Io so many times with Sven be that like answer to a Drow or answer to a Terrorblade. Like, I'm right on top of you, which is Sven's biggest weakness right now. Medusa doesn't really give a shit about that.
Even Terrorblade, I think, right now is in a position in which he deals with Sven, but he is the first carry that they banned out after picking it. They go with the Rubik, so now you have two things to deal with this Doom. Not only can you steal his Doom after he uses it,
Scary.
but you also have that relocate.
Yeah.
Target that gets doomed, you can settle it
Scary.
up, relocate it out, or heal it up, continue fighting. And Sven, if he pops that God Strength GDS, he doesn't even care if he's doomed, he's still gonna whack you.
I feel like I'm crazy. Everyone's picking Enchantress, and I have not seen her really ball out of control in a game. I
She
mean, I
never
know.
balls out of control.
You think so?
She's a deer. What can she do?
I mean, I don't know. It's just everyone
keep you
seems to be
safe.
picking her up.
Yeah, she exactly. She's a support, a kind support that keeps you safe on the lane, wins that lane for you, and she
dumb.
does that really well.
Sure.
So you get that creep, you dominate the safe lane, you make your carry's life better.
Hey, this will be fun.
Okay, so take this, take a Phoenix has been banned out, but after that you already have this setup for a good team fight, and you could go for that Medusa that you talked about.
Yeah.
It's possible for them. The question is, will you farm and will you scale fast enough? Because Wisp and Swan can really roll out of control early on.
Yep,
And they can always relocate and join every single fight across the map. Mars has been buffed, by the way. This hero is pretty sick at the moment.
Has he?
Yeah, he's not picked quite a lot, but the mana buffs to his spells are quite significant.
Yeah, why haven't we seen him more? Because I feel like the second that those changes came in, everybody was talking about some of the items he was going to be able to use, how his mana was actually going to heal. Oh, there is that Deuce. Why haven't we seen more Mars?
He was picked even like few weeks ago constantly, right?
Yeah.
And just some other offlaners came into play that are better than him, that are more prominent, that do more. Like Darkseer got buffed out of his mind, and because of that, like sometimes the hero isn't bad. It's just he's just picked way too much that teams understand exactly how to play against it. Plus, some other offlaners are perhaps buffed up and a bit stronger.
It's just one of those things where you actually can play against it. You know, we talk about some of these heroes that are just so strong that it's still difficult to play against them. Even after you have those reps and you have the solution, it's still, the win rate's just not going to be nearly as high. But that Deuce is going to be locked up, and we're going to see another Death Prophet coming out in this game. How are you liking the lineup so far, Slacks, on the side of Cyber Legacy?
Cyber Legacy answers a lot of questions, right? They got a farmer, they got a great support in Rubik to deal with these big ultimates. defense. They've got some nice tower push, but last time we were seeing all of this under the protection of a ranged, carry hero. This time you're pretty much on Sven to do some big work here. It's going to be pretty tough for Sven and Io to really be a threat to that Dusa if we get that late. But Mars, I think, is so interesting because he can be good, but really it's all about unreliability with the spear. I mean, the spear is a great tool to use, but it's just in these chaotic team fights, especially with all these summons lately, it's tough.
Also, one more thing that I haven't mentioned at all. This Mars has been picked up as a third pick after Doom was in the pool already for some time, which means that either the Doom will be mid or played as a position 4 with Mars. Now, position 4 Doom plus Mars, I don't think that's the strongest lane out there. It's not your big combo as well. If you have a Mars, you really want to have another support that dishes out damage in that arena, so maybe the Doom will be mid, but I don't think he's going to do that well versus that Prophet as well, because she loves these beefy boys on the mid lane that she can just siphon out. Yeah. He will find his farm, that's for sure, and I think you bite the bullet, you put him mid and you get something extra for your team fighting capabilities early on in the game, because you're looking at Wisp Sven plus that Prophet combo. It will be scary early on. And I think that the strategies have completely shifted because of Na'Vi snatching that Medusa away. The strategies of these two teams have completely shifted, in which Cyber Legacy will be the ones that are trying to fight a little bit earlier. And yeah, they might not have the Alchemist, but the Sven will be the one that just gets a lot of stacks, farms up, and tries to fight as early as possible.
Sure. Do you think Death Prophet comes online early enough to help with that very quickly? I mean, she can be good.
Well,
but
she needs levels, and that's it. Like, you start fighting. Yeah, and that last...
I like the Willow.
Okay, it's old school combo. You have the Dark Willow, Mireska.
Ah, right.
Look at that smile.
That smile. But what's the old school combo, Lizard?
It's the Mars and Mireska, right?
Right.
You pop that arena, you terrorize them, and they just keep on hitting the wall. So
I like, Willow slows things down, which is pretty good. They don't really have too much reliable catch except for the arena, not a single stun. So they definitely needed something there. Something that's super important when you're up against like a Sven and a Death Prophet who are either running at you or running around you. I'm not sure if that's enough from the Willow, honestly, but it's still control, which is great.
There's also some other things that you have with that Willow. Once that Sven gets Ags, at least you will have the Shadow Realm, right? So one hero won't be instantly killed by...
Well, hooray! Dark Willow's made it, everyone!
There you go.
Hooray!
Okay, Mars will have his Bulwark or whatnot, which you can't take down. You don't really want to go on Medusa as well because of her ulti.
Sure.
Enchantress has Untouchable and Doom buys Blink. So you really do have 5 heroes that are strong against that, unless he is just farmed out of his mind and he two-shots everyone like he usually does. They go with the Underlord. All right.
That's the review for Underlord?
Yeah, do you feel like this Underlord does enough, Lizard?
It's interesting. It's picked into a Medusa this time around. They needed some AoE control, which he definitely brings to the table, brings a lot of utility to these team fights. Usually when I see Underlord, it's like this answer to your TBs, your illusion-based heroes, right? That suffer from the AoE, from the Pit of Malice control. I'm not completely sold that Medusa is like that, but it definitely is what Cyber Legacy needed in this last pick. That's this big utility hero that comes in the offlane.
Yeah, I think they definitely need someone to kind of be that frontliner that you don't mind losing. It's a real dumb concept, but you need someone to be able to tank it up and eat some damage so that Sven can get on the target that he wants to. Death Prophet's not instantly bursted down. I see it a lot in pubs with Pudge. That's your big fat idiot that it doesn't matter if he dies or not, but he's taking like the focus. Underlord's great for that in our pro games here. I gotta say though, it seems like one strat is a lot more easy to do than the other. I would say Cyber Legacy, they hit their spells correctly and they do well, whereas Na'Vi, gotta get the right Willow set up, you gotta get the right Mars set up. It's a lot tougher. And Doom, I mean, what kind of game is Doom gonna have? This shit's gonna be tough for him.
Yeah, I think you actually put it on the table pretty cleanly there, Slacks. I mean, when you look at the Dark Willow, when you look at the Mars, are they going to be able to pull off these major combos? Also, you got to keep in mind, You got two teams that are pretty evenly matched. You saw it on EGB.com. The odds pretty much equal.
Oh, yes.
Look at that, boy.
And we got one team with a pretty easy
Wow.
Jesus Christ, this production's incredible. Holy
Wait.
God.
He graces us with his presence in the Pantheon.
Imagine,
Beautiful.
Imagine going from that shot to going to a close-up of Kyle.
Wow, that would be horrible.
That would
Truly
be horrible.
terrible.
Hopefully that's not what's going to happen right now.
It is.
Oh, no.
Thank you very much, Rich. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, just about to get underway between Cyber Legacy and Na'Vi. I'm at a Pixel here with Kyle. We just seen the picks. What do you reckon, Kyle? It looks like Na'Vi's got a pretty solid fight around the Medusa. They've got this Mars Willows track going on.
do.
Cyber Legacy a bit more fast-paced. Sven IO, DP again.
I think that Navi's lineup I think is easier to read, and the synergies, alt people, fear them into the walls, makes sense. But Cyber Legacy have a concept that we don't see too often, but it seems to always be effective, which is focusing on damage mitigation.
Okay.
You have the Fade Bolt, the Sven E Underlord Aura against a spread damage carry. So damage reduction is just super effective. Plus, old Sven, totally owned by Medusa. New Sven, eventually get nags, you just hop right on top of him, you don't care.
Yeah, that's true. The Yags is definitely going to be a solid answer to this Dusa.
30 seconds to
We'll see what sort of a build-up they can find with it this game as we get into this. Game 2. Cyber Legacy up a game so far in this best of 3. And we'll see if things go a little smoother for Na'Vi this time round. Did have a great opening in game 1, Na'Vi.
I'm just concerned about the damage output, because it's not just the damage reduction. You have so much healing coming out. You'll have the Wisp and the DP. You need a Vessel ASAP if you're Na'Vi. And you've got to do something to slow down Kuman. I expect him to go for that Midas build and just get big. And ultimately, especially with the new Halberd Sven build, I think he can be just fine, even against the Dusa Willow.
Yeah, you're right. That's gonna help him be a really solid counter against the Dusa.
Yeah,
Right.
and it's Doom mid as well for for Young G. I don't know if this is really his style, but it's what Na'Vi are going to choose to go
How's
for.
he going to do in this matchup, actually? Because you are now playing a high HP core against the DP with the Siphons. You're a melee hero.
It is not a winning matchup, that's for sure. And Death Prophet also has an easier time pushing lanes, plus utilizes Bottle more efficiently. So should be Magical favored. Be interesting to see how he plays this time with a better matchup than the Lina.
Yeah, we'll see. See what Young G's able to do. That's the Doom against him. Looking at these side lanes, crystallized up top. Last game, we saw him get free farm on the Alk. Is he going to have an easy time here, or are things a little tougher this time around when he's playing the Deucer against Underlord and Rubik?
Definitely a little tougher, especially once Rubik Underlords start getting levels. They just push lane into you, and then later on they reduce your damage, thanks to the Aura, thanks to the Fade Bolt, so it's difficult to crystallize. You'll still farm, but you can't really do anything to stop Underlord.
Yeah, we'll see Blizzy. Once he has the Aura points, just have a very favourable time with the CS, getting those denies against the Medusa. And then bottom lane, Bignum and Kuman against the Mars Willow lane. I mean, the Mars Willow lane, this is definitely a killer lane, right? You get the couple of points, the spear, the brambles. It's a lot of damage and control. I guess just a question of whether Bignum's going to be able to keep Kuman safe and healed up throughout it.
Yeah. They blocked hard camp with a ward, Cyber Legacy rather, and then it was sentryed out by Ilias. It's kind of necessary. You're playing Ench in your own safe lane, but yep, Slayer is going to walk right into the camp. Really well done. And Blizzy was there too if he wasn't able to do so in time. You have to block hard camp against Ench safe lane support.
Yeah, take away one of those strengths that Ilias is wanting to try and play with early on. See bottom. How's the farm looking? Kuman 9 for 10 for 2 against the 8 for 3, so both cores farming decently down here. Top lane. Ilias and Crystallized. Look at the wall Slayer. Slayer's just going to TP straight back over to the tower. Doesn't want to mess around with them anymore. Indeed, we see Kuman getting the bracer and going for the brown boots into Midas. Same build as he did on the Medusa last game, this time on the Sven.
Yep. We're back to the old days. When in doubt, as a carry player, just buy a Midas. Pretty much every core in the meta now can utilize it, no problem. Mid lane, as expected, Magical's out to a decent little CS lead, that is, but it's the
It's very
regen wars
close.
he's winning.
Yeah, sure. It's going to get to the point where Young Jimmy, you see at the moment, he's only got a Fairy Fire. What's he got on the courier? He's got a Salve coming out. Just some more tangos, so... But still, Young G's going to be sitting very low in this matchup, whilst the DP is going to be consistently at high HP with the Siphons.
And this is with Ice Ogre armor as well, so arguably the best creep you could eat at this point to try and reduce damage for Magical, who's done a good job. You focus on Harass against the Doom, even into the Ice armor. He's just losing a couple of CS here and there, sure, but it's all about just dealing damage to Young G. You apply so much pressure.
Just getting forced back each time.
Yeah, and you heal he gets so much health out of that. It's effectively 2 tangos of healing every time he gets the drain off, just spamming it off cooldown. And top, really just, oh man, Crystallized 10-2 against the 20-4 of Blizzy. You can't really blame him necessarily. If you click on Blizzy, his base damage 66 on the Medusa. With just 8 stacks, you have your Underlord at 85. You just can't trade last hits against an Underlord. It's not possible. And honestly, I feel for Crystallized and really his whole side. I haven't been more upset watching a game of Dota since I was playing. And I can't imagine how it would feel to be in the side of Na'Vi right now. You take what looked like a free win and yet you lose fight after fight and end up losing the game. I don't know. I'd have a hard time recovering. I hope they can.
Trying to go on Kuman. Pasha taking a few tower hits here. Kuman, no stun for 5 seconds though, so Pasha will be allowed to walk away. And we are seeing, even with the combo, just not quite enough to really threaten the Sven. At least not at this point with the levels that they have.
Still anybody's game, but you gotta favor Cyber Legacy, of course, just with the momentum. I'm not a huge believer in it necessarily, but I think negative momentum is certainly a thing. And after that last game, they just played better, right? There's no explanation for how they win that last game other than better play. And Bounty Rune's gonna spawn. I assume Magical will run back for his in the jungle at some point. Young G just gonna farm with creeps, going for the early phase boots. Standard Doom mid build. Don't expect too many rotations from either side, really. You got to Deuce Sven. They both just want to farm. Underlord not really trying to rotate either. Maybe Pasha will make a play at some point. So far, just trade and farm.
And Crystallize. I mean, I imagine he'll also go for the Midas build this game, right, as the Deucer? After treads?
I'd say so. It's just such a value item on both these carries.
Yeah.
You just need attack speed, right? And Midas gives you that for free, plus a farming steroid. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Quite able to find the spear connection. And again, even if they do, it's just not really going to be enough to kill Kuman. He's got pretty full wand, and this IO constantly by his side.
Where are you going?
It's not going to do the job as top lane. Bit of an attempt onto Blizzy. Getting a little low here between the two of them. Slayer's able to step back up bottom lane. Pasha actually getting gone on there by the two of them. So it just continues to seem that Kuman and Big Num are actually able to trade better damage onto Pasha and Immersion than Pasha and Immersion are able to do to them with this Mars Willow.
Yeah, it's still even in CS, though. I think both sides are probably happy with this. Kuman also just not going for any real fighting items, just rushing Midas. You can see it's a casual bracer. Now there's the face, finished in Young G. Stacks for Blizzy. Going for that off-lane bottle build. It's funny how much Zai influences the itemization meta for the offlaners, because we didn't really see anybody picking up bottle. Now it's pretty common. At least one, oftentimes both offlaners grab one, regardless of hero.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be pretty strong. I mean, you're always going to contest those bounties at 5, so you always get the refill. And this mid lane, Magical, is probably going to start to look for opportunities to get aggressive with the Exorcism. This bottom lane, this time they might have just done it. Kuman hit by the Curse Crown. They're going to have the Shadow Realm hit. Can they take him? They can't. Again, the heals from Bignum, just enough to keep that Sven alive over towards mid. Young G is able to drop down the Doom. It's the 6, he's ready to go, runs down Magical and finishes the job.
Nice rotation from Ilias. Just get a little enchant slow off. Bignum's in some trouble.
And they're going to dive in on him. He's going to dodge the Bramble very nicely there with the tether. That will put a stop to the play from Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's the benefit of the Doom mid, why we've started to see it a bit more. How do you really respond to that as Magical, right? You're winning the lane, sure, but you just get doomed. You know, you're playing on enemy hill, and you get ran at. If there's no TPs coming in, you're going to die every time. Still anybody's game. Kuman moving towards the jungle. Going to take some stacks.
Oh, that's nice.
It's nice.
Mando. Oh, those ones are speeded up. Magical actually going to be able to take down the courier of Youngji. Youngji pretty low, but he's got that haste rune. So easily able to run away.
Rushing the Vessel on the Doom as well. I like that decision. Has the Urn up. Already nice, because he'll likely look to start making plays more often, but you need a Vessel. You're against Wisp DP. It's necessary if you're ever going to start winning team engagements, because Navi's damage output, until Deucer really comes online, their sustained DPS just isn't there. So the Vessel's needed when you assume that this fight will go on for some time. Blizzy still pressuring top. Looks like, yeah, both carries have rotated to the jungle. Iron Talent for Crystallize will be happy with that. And yep, Treads into Midas seems to be his build as mid gets pushed by Magical. They force Doom off lane.
There we go, back on towards mid. Magical and Slayer seeing if he can get a grab onto Youngji, but Youngji's away.
Yeah.
Tower goes down.
You take those if you're Magical. A bit of a mistake there by Youngji. He gets the kill, sure, but because he hadn't healed up properly, he had to go back and heal, which means Magical just says, okay, well, you have no Doom, there's no Doom here. I'll pop ulti and get the most important tower for free. This opens up the jungle that Medusa wants to play in for Cyber Legacy to just invade at their own leisure. You gotta feel confident now, and they're just gonna walk straight top. Why not? Nobody's here.
Yeah, no one unlikely to come up to try and defend this tier 1. It is still at full HP, and there's no exorcism for this push. But we'll see if Cyber Legacy do indeed get away with this. Fortification pop. Na'Vi, they're going to smoke. They're going to try and punish this. They've got Doom back online. See if they can get the wraparound onto Cyber Legacy. Who are they going to be able to find to start things on? Blizzy's going to start to find what's going on here. As Immersion's looking for Magical. There's the Doom. Drop down straight away on the DP. Will any sort of save be coming in? They've got the tether. Bignum trying to keep the Death Prophet alive, but there's too much damage coming out on top of the Doom. They finish off Magical. See the rest of Na'Vi now starting to step back with the additional TPs coming in from Cyber Legacy. But they got what they wanted. They're able to kill off the Death Prophet a second time as soon as the Doom's back online.
This is a really nice stack, though, to pick up. Shout out to Blizzy, hooking him up. Kuman with the makeshift God strength, thanks to the DD. Should have the Midas. There it is. 10 minutes 30. Not a great timing, not a terrible one. I think you're still pretty confident. You're ahead of the Deuce in net worth. That's what's key.
Radiant structures.
And yeah, the thing is, with Doom down, you probably just walk back top your Cyber Legacy. In fact, yeah, Magical TP's here. If Doom's dead, just run at towers.
Yeah, just run at the Doom. They've got the pit. Magical with the Siphon, bringing Youngji low. Won't be low enough with the Crypt Swarm, not quite there. Bottom lane, Pasha versus Slayer. Slayer wins. Fate Bolt's back up, and he wins in that attempt from Pasha to try and dive in and kill off the Rubik. Top lane, Blizzy does go down. Magical and Bignum able to turn and take out the Willow in turn.
And a pause.
But yeah, I mean, that bottom lane fight, the Rubik won.
That is a little disheartening if you're Pasha. We kind of built up to the Mars, you know, some slow zooms, some close-ups, only to be dismantled mano-a-mano by the 4-position support.
Yeah, outdone by the Rubik. It is a master tier Rubik though. You know,
that's true.
Got to give the respect there to Slayer. This is level 25 Rubik.
Friends.
Oh wow, you're right. It's a 5-position Rubik. Hey, shout out to Slayer. To be fair, he was, I'd say, the standout MVP from the previous game. His swaps, like
Slayer last game. Yeah,
Crystallize may have helped him out a bit, but Slayer was the one constantly finding opportunities to swap the Alk out of position or to just bait him out of position by pretending he was an easy target, only to, well, die and trade his life for the greater good.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully Blizzy will be back in the game soon. Magical, and when they're back in, Magical's still got the Exorcism. He could pop it here to try and finish this tier 1 tower top. It's Na'Vi's. We've seen him without the Doom. Unlikely to want to try and turn up to the fights. Still happy themselves to just keep space for the Medusa Crystallized to farm away, but It's just going to be turning into a bit of a farm fest between Crystallize and Kuman Sven as the Midas. The Sven's going to be able to keep on track with the Deucer.
I will.
And what do you want to see from this fight? You want to see what Midas Echo Ags? Is that sort of the way you're going? Does he need a BKB before he's fighting? Well, Sears down bottom. So this is what happened. Sepash already incredibly low. Finds the arena setup, gets tempted to go in. But Slayer, boom. Fade Bolt up just in time to get the kill.
All right. To your point, I think Kuman is one of the more hero-dependent carries we've got nowadays. His Void, his Sven, his Deuce have all looked really solid. He's a little shaky on some that are more off-meta. For itemization, I think against Deuce, Halberd is really high value. We saw how much Na'Vi placed importance on the item with 2 of them picked up against Kuma Deuce in the previous game. So I think we've seen a lot of Midas S and Y into like Daedalus Satanic Ags in some order. So I think that would be your standard build, but you could also split into Halberd. I've seen some Svens splitting into Halberd and Manta. It's kind of what he's feeling. But I think Sanjay is likely after the Midas. Echo lost. The problem with Echo is that it's too cheap of an item. Whereas previously it was really nice because you had a need to utilize all your slots. Midas has kind of replaced it as this early accelerator item. And if you were to get it on top of the Midas, 20 minutes later, you're just out of slots and you're selling the Midas or the Echo.
Sure. Yeah, I guess for the exception would be in games where you want to go for that silver edge. But as you say, even then, probably other items that you would want to be fighting with as a Sven.
Yeah. You also, we were talking about this yesterday. BSJ was making the point that it typically meant Sven had to buy Blink, or we saw, if you remember, some games at TI, K1 Ektor from Beast Coast, playing both Wraith King and Sven, would go for Silver Edge instead of Blink Dagger in some games. But because you have Sven Ags now, you don't really need either mobility option.
No, sure.
You have a better one.
They're much less important. And particularly when you have sort of a support that's able to really set you up as well, having the eye up.
Oh, what a glorious beard. Stroke. I really like that background. I think it's just a bunch of different...
it seems like he's trying to find out, solve a serial murder case.
No, or...
It was like all clippings on some boards, some
cute.
CSI stuff.
I'm a big fan of Polaroid or snapshots, printable photographs, right? Because they don't exist other than on the walls. Like you can't share it around on your phone, right? It's only here in the real world.
It's quite the opposite. It does exist. The pictures on your phone, you could argue, do not exist.
Okay, sure.
They're only
you have to
platform.
physically be there in person to appreciate them. It's the same way you like to read real books. And it's tough to get into like reading something on a PC, right? Because how do you differentiate the text on screen from just anything that like some idiot might have wrote on Reddit?
I think your analogy doesn't really work with books, because what books are there physically that aren't digitally nowadays? Like your argument with the photos is different because you're saying these are photos that there's no copies of, right? They're not there digitally. That's why you like them.
Yeah.
That's why you think it's a cool concept. But a physical book is very likely to have a digital equivalent.
Sure, but there's it's cool. Like the best thing to get is like an old book from somebody, right? That like if somebody like
sure, if you get like an old book with like some scribbles in and things.
Not even. It means if a good friend of yours is like, hey, this is my favorite book. I love it. Here you go. Happy birthday. That's cool because this person.
It depends. It depends who you're giving it to as well. Because some people would appreciate that, and a lot of people wouldn't appreciate that. They'd be like, well, why are you giving this to me? I can just download it on my e-reader. Well, it depends who you're giving it to.
That depends. I think that books are one of the only things, it's a much better gift if you give somebody one that is old rather than new. If you get a new book, it's kind of like, oh, so you just had no ideas. You looked at the bestseller list. You're like, hey, this sounds good. Here you go. Whereas if it's a book I love and I give you my copy, that's a meaningful thing. It also, my eyes, my hands have touched every page.
That is very dependent on how you look at it. Because a lot of people would be like, I really like this book. I want to give it to someone, but I don't want to give them an old copy. I'll make sure that I buy them a new copy.
It's not any old copy.
So then there isn't that, it was a last minute thing. It was just that they actually put in the extra thought and took the time to go out and buy another version of it because they didn't want you to have an old copy.
Maybe.
It just, it depends. There's a lot of different scenarios, Kyle.
What's your favorite kind of gift to receive, Owen?
I'm trying to think. Well, any good presents that I got recently?
It's tough as an adult buying gifts, right?
I'm always a sucker for sort of edible, sweets, chocolate. You never go wrong with that. Someone gets you.
But it's the thing, it's
sort of a care package of chocolates and sweets, and you're like, well, I wouldn't buy this because I shouldn't buy this, and I don't really want to eat this because it's not good for me. But it's you don't go wrong with that.
It's just so much. It was so much
Tastes.
easier to know what you wanted even when you were younger. Like I would have been. I remember best gift I ever got. I think it was Christmas 1999 or 2000. N64, 4 controllers for me and my brothers. That was hype. Nothing will ever top that.
No, I mean games consoles for sure. We weren't quite. No, we weren't at the level where we were getting games consoles. It was more the Lego stuff, but that was still
Legos.
For me, it was the big Lego sets.
I love Lego.
That would be sort of the pinnacle of Christmas presents.
Yeah, but adult gifts are boring. Like, what do you want? Like socks, underwear, food.
I mean, I don't know
Pay
if
my
that's
rent.
necessarily just down to us being more adult and the age that we are. I think that's just more down to the time that we're living in. Where a lot of sort of value has shifted to things that aren't existent, that are purely digital, and therefore make for much less exciting gifts. At least for us in the video game scene, that's where our value lies for the most part. At least a lot of it does.
You think that's a good thing?
Well, I just think that's how the world is. Nowadays things change. At least, again, that's just sort of in our circle of video games and the digital lifestyle.
That's true. I would argue we don't have a normal existence.
Well, what is a normal existence?
Oh my God. How long is this
What do
pause
you-
going to be? I mean, there's no such thing as normal. Technically, we're all living our own unique lives.
Of course.
None of our experiences are replicable. Unless Owen's theory of immortality is correct.
No, I've sort of passed on the theory of immortality.
No?
I don't like that one anymore.
You don't like anything?
I sort of, my theories of existence change with each month. After I read a certain article or book, I'll be like, that sounds cool. I'm going to go with that one today.
Got it. We're still paused.
Apologies for this pause. Hopefully Blizzy's coming back. Did we get a reason? He didn't really say anything in chat.
Let me ask. Production? Do we
His
know
team, well, actually, I guess we can't see his team waiting for him. Cyber Legacy's not on the cams, right? It's just Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Na'Vi being nice and patient, waiting for things to kick back up.
Maybe he just had to restart his computer, and it's just taking a little while. You remember back in the day? Like nowadays, it's with the onset of like SSDs got cheaper, people's PCs are better. But I remember when someone would say like you're raiding with them, and they're like, I got to restart my computer. It's like 10 minutes later, they finally come back.
I mean, well, then there's I guess PCs obviously used to be very slow to restart. And the thing is, that the restart would never be necessarily reliable. You might have to give it a couple of restarts.
The cameras, the continuity is ruined.
What do you mean?
Look. He should be going into the one immediately to the
I
left.
see you're saying that the order of the cameras isn't the same order they are in the room.
He went from crystallized to immersion.
I see Mag there watching on, channeling his thoughts to his players.
God. I mean, what a perfect depiction of coach life. You know what I mean? Players sitting in chairs, focused, uniforms on, expressions serious. Mag, pretty much, he probably was out by the jacuzzi, came back, threw on some flip-flops. Hey, guys, can we win? Let's not blink into the enemy team if we could. Big shout-out to Mag, though. I'm a big fan of his. He's done a lot of good work with Na'Vi. Ultimately, you cannot control certain factors. If we take a look at the items, both carries. Midas, no huge differences just yet. We're at that phase of the game where things start to happen.
Oh, time is ticking, Blizzy. Where is he? Don't want the squad to get in trouble. I don't know what the rules are regarding pauses, but this is definitely reaching one of the longer pauses. How long do you get? Do you know have you read your rule book?
Of course. I think we're approaching the 7-minute to 26 mark on this pause. I know every tournament's got a minimum of like 10 minutes of pause
10
time.
minutes, okay.
I don't know what will happen if it continues longer than that, but it is also playoffs. It's an elimination series, and Na'Vi, some stand-up gentlemen, I'm sure they wouldn't mind to wait. Although, I will say it's a big pet peeve of mine is to be in any sort of situation where rules are up to the teams to enforce.
Well, you were just encouraging that. I was going to say that.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if
You were
that's
just
something
like,
that should happen. Like, it should never be on the team to say, hey, we can stay paused.
A good admin doesn't give those options. But we won't need to give those options today, as the pause will come to an end. The game will return. Blizzy's back in. Cyber Legacy. And I'll take the tier 1 tower top.
Dire's top tower.
Didn't
Nice
lose
trouble there.
For a very even game. I think Sanjay will be what's going for Kuman. That's kind of expected. Team fights are going to be what this game's going to come down to, specifically around objectives. Both carries just farming up as fast as they can. Quelling Blade and Iron Talon on Crystallize the value. Better stack those Ancients, though.
Oh. He's got it. He's got it. Yeah. Easy stack. So some very good farm going to start coming out from the Deucer. Same to be said with the Sven. They're going to be keeping pretty even.
Yeah, he went for the max farm skill build as well. 4-4-1-0 with the damage talent. It's very greedy, occasionally risky, but in this case, it's going to work out just fine because your enemy carry is doing the same. It's like watching a match of StarCraft when everybody fast expands. It's like, okay, it's greedy, but you know what? Nothing will happen of it. But we should have a rapidly increasing economy, so we can expect larger team fights with more items faster in the game, which I think after your 100-minute experience, someone you're not going to mind. Oh, Kuman, he's fine.
He's fine. He's away. Young G won't be able to find a Doom on him. Won't want to either. Kuman even throwing Young G the tip on his way out. It's bottom lane. They've got the 3 of them hunting for Pasha. Pasha is going to get caught out by the silence. He's still pretty tanky. Will turn and try and push them back with the spear. The pit's out. Blizzy joining forces as well with the rest of them as the 4 of them appear on bomb. Get the kill. And full hood will be done as well for Blizzy. So really starting to beef up to the point that only the Deucer is going to have that physical damage really that threatens the Underlord in this game.
Veil already picked up on the Willow. I'm glad to see more teams putting an emphasis on grabbing this item early. I think it took a little bit, again, Secret kind of showing the way. It's not magic damage. It's spell damage amplification. It's just 18% more damage. It's just so good. Somebody should pick this item up. I'd say even a higher priority than Drums or Medallion. Oh, Relo? It's top?
Oh, they're going in on the Willow. And they should find him. Immersion always going to go for this. Have they got anything to cancel through it? They don't. So a bit of a wasted relocate there. This won't actually get them anything. And now the IO, he's actually in trouble on his way back. Maybe Bignum. Okay, he's got the tether and the TP. Will manage to get out of there. Na'Vi were prepared for him on his return. Will play his way out of there.
It's still just a 1k gold lead for Cyber Legacy, but I would say in a slow-paced game like this, I tend to favor the squad that won the previous game because you're just going to be naturally a lot more relaxed. You have no pressure on you. You've got a game. Even if you were to lose, it's no big deal. Na'Vi are attempting to play mistake-free Dota, and that's the concern. There's a difference between calm and relaxed play and nervous play. And in this case, Na'Vi don't really have the option of making moves, right? It's Doom, Medusa, Mars as their cores. They're all about big team fights and taking out key kills around objectives, and it's just not a time yet for them to look to make any moves. Fire still nice. I want to see Young G pick up a Wolf Creep ASAP. It's effectively free Venjora for Medusa, and he's, again, spread damage carry, so super effective.
3 for 3 here, 15 minutes in. Once we got coming up the mech, the money's pretty much there for Bignum. So the scan comes out from Na'Vi. They are going to start heading up this way. They do have the Doom, wanting to try and do something. Pasha is going to be seen here though, so Bignum's going to start to back off. He's got relocate too, so very hard really for Na'Vi to catch one of the 2 of them here. Splitting up a little bit as Magical's just going to head into the trees, TP up top. They're just going to let Bignum go down by the looks of it. TPs are coming across, trying to give him a tether target, but Na'Vi's got more than enough burst to take him out.
And Magical going for the same style here, just saving his gold. Not sure if he wants the Yules or the BKB, so he's damaging his own item progression, But if he were to get a BKB early, which I don't know...
Would you like it this game or not as much as when it did come out to great effect early in the first game?
It's hard to say. You know, you can escape the Mars ulti, which is nice, but if you get doomed, even while BKB'd, can you really commit? Like, it's just tough because you have to get your spells off pre-doom. So that means ult and drain. He'll do it again, though. It's never a bad decision to buy BKB, but it can be suboptimal if the game goes on longer than you want it to, or if you are, you know, responsible for damage output for your team. Of all heroes, Death Prophet's probably the one that can get away with it the best, just because you literally don't care about gold in terms of how it affects your damage output. It's just XP.
Yeah. And when you do see that BKB come out like that, does it sort of say to you that Cyber Legacy do want to try and end it? They don't want to take this late. Like you are doing this because you want to try and finish it early. As we'll see here around the pit. RV trying to set up some, but Cyber Legacy are smoked themselves. Not nearby though. Kuman is pretty alone. As he'll try and continue to farm in this area. Na'Vi's still not going to run straight up into them. And in fact, Crystallize, they found him on his own. Have they got any catch though? No, TP's instantly coming in. They can't get a grab onto Crystallize. Now they've got to start being careful. Youngji is able to get him with the stun onto Slayer. Slayer will be left behind here by the rest of Cyber Legacy. Is also Magical. He's been found. Pash is able to get the setup with the arena. Bignism's going to come in with the save though. Relocate takes him out to the side. And the question is if Cyber Legacy wanted to continue to try and fight here, as one of them is going to have to go back. Bignum at least. Do they want to do it, or are they just going to let the IO go? They're just going to let the IO go. They don't want to try and tackle the fight whilst they're down a man.
2k gold lead for Na'Vi now. Their team fight is just too good at the moment. Underlord effectively just pushing top. Sven not ready to get into these fights, and if Magical is the one targeted on, you have defensive reload. You just cannot re-engage. He has BKB very shortly, plus ult ready, so soon Cyber Legacy will want to fight, but Crystallize has the Manta. Scotty next, just want to help kite the Sven, lower the healing. I wonder when CL is going to look to make something happen, though. It's hard to say. I don't really know when. Their draft is, once again, very reactive. And I think Na'Vi may have learned a bit from that previous game. Let's be a little more controlled. And I love that. Ilias taking a wolf creep and putting it on follow for the Dusa. Effectively a revenge.
Yeah. No, I mean, that does just give him a huge boost to the speed he's going to be farming at. That's Magical. Try and find his level 12. That'll be the next big power spike for him when he gets to 12 of the BKB. Kuman, SMY looking for the BKB himself. As Youngji also trying to get a BKB over on the side of Na'Vi. So just trying to make sure that in these fights, either core is able to just get their spells off without the threat of being stunned, silenced. Of course, if you are Youngji in these altercations, it's a lot of disable from Cyber Legacy.
Pipe finished on Blizzy just for further damage reduction. Seems to be the name of the game so far for Cyber Legacy. But this is the trouble, and this is the danger of playing with the Wisp, is that you need to check so many boxes. Wisp gives you unique mechanics that are not replicable, but a lack of pick-off potential means that this relocate is just not possible to be used offensively. So this is the kind of plays you're going to look to make instead. They're baiting Na'Vi into this fight as they force the Roshan. Ult's popped.
See what Na'Vi can do to push him away. They've got to get in soon. They're playing around with the fear. As Immersion will have that to throw down, but they're kind of taking a little too long to get in on this. Pasha's going to jump and drop the arena, but Roche is already down. Aegis has been picked up by the Sven. They're moving in with the Stone Gaze. Crystallize trying to do the damage, but Magical, his BKB is already off. He's going to turn. There's going to be the Stolen Doom. Slayer dropping the Stolen Doom down onto the Medusa. He's in trouble. This Deuce is going to go down. Kuman gets the double kill. Youngji will find at least the Underlord. But as you said, yeah, even that was denied away from them. Na'Vi get nothing. They get absolutely nothing.
Did he doom the Underlord? Wow. I mean, well played, Cyber Legacy. You pop big spells, you go for the play, and
yeah, it was. So the Underlord did get doomed. He was the doom target.
But then you gave it away. I mean, Na'Vi, that fight worked. You need to use your ultimates in conjunction. If you arena, You saw both cores just face away from the Deuce ult, so 2 ults wasted. Now it's just a Willow trying to throw out a naked disengage. It's not going to work. Doom stolen. Arguably, though, like you took that fight after Aegis is picked up again into the ultimates. Into the ultimates, Owen. They're still running.
And that was a painful set of events for Na'Vi. As Kuman next fight comes around, his BKB is going to be done.
Oh my god, I still 2k goldie for Na'Vi, but that is a huge fight loss because they lose the Medusa. He takes over first place net worth on the Sven and BKB Magical. I mean, it just feels like a repeat of the last game where Cyber Legacy, in the event, you give them a 5-on-5 fight and you charge at them with their ults running, yes, they will win the engagement. You just have to be more disciplined if you're Na'Vi. And it's just so dangerous also fighting into choke points against this Underlord. You saw the pit come down right at the entrance to the pit. Pasha wants to engage, but he doesn't feel like he can because he's forced to walk through it. And you have Blink on Pasha and Blink on Doom, so it's quite necessary if Na'Vi are going to win fights to get the engage. They're the ones that have to jump, hopefully find a pick-off initially, and yeah, love it. Blizzy, Halberd straight away, just run at the Dusa, reduce his damage, disarm him, do whatever you can, because if you look at Na'Vi's lineup, he is really their only source of sustained DPS in fights.
Yeah, they've got to keep their Dusa alive and able to hit. Well, that Dusa, the fights just fall apart with time being given for Kuman to go target to target. That's the Ag's done. So
22-30.
Yeah, this Sven's going to be in the faces of the whole team and Na'Vi.
It's such a good item. And as Brian mentioned yesterday, it also doubles the cast range of your stun.
Oh yeah, so, you're coming in from a mile off.
Oh yeah, if Dusa can attack Sven, Sven can jump on top of Dusa, and they're just going straight for it. I love it. Get aggro. You're so powerful right now. You've got the Aegis, you've got ults ready. Doom's still available for Slayer for just a few more moments. He wants to find somebody. Looks like he's going to lose it.
Ooh. Magical does show, so unlikely to step out of the base Na'Vi, and yet Cyber Legacy, no, they're just going to reveal themselves. Keep the pressure on with the creeps pushing in mid. Also bringing the creep wave around down bottom. They can look to try for the tier 1.
6-6, 23 minutes in. You can feel the tension in the air. Neither one of these sides really looking to make any super risky maneuvers, but it's CL, it feels like. They're the ones making the plays, right? They took the Roche fight. They made the smoke move aggressive into enemy jungle. I have yet to see Na'Vi take the initiative, and in order to win the game, with the way that they've itemized, it feels like that's what they're going to have to do. Maybe delay, you're playing into BKB Death Prophet, you have an Aegis on Kuman. It's not the right time, but when will the right time be? That is going to be the question. Butterfly soon to be completed on Crystallize, that's nice. No MKB anytime soon for the Sven, so Crystal should have a pretty sizable advantage. But remember, Butterfly against Death Prophet, not ideal. The ghosts don't miss.
And so these passive moments, Na'Vi is farming it as a whole a little bit better. Young G just having that buff as the Doom. It's allowing him to stay ahead of the farm of Magical. His BKB is now done. He's got to find those targets. I mean, if you are the Doom, like, who is it you're just trying to jump on in these fights? You're just trying to get the DP before anything goes off? I mean, who's sort of the dream target for Young G?
One of the big cores before they cast a spell. I think in this case, because Sven has the Aegis, in a perfect world, he pops ulti, then you kill him, or you just doom him, take him out of the fight before the ulti, and go for the Death Prophet. But that's easier said than done, and wow. The Aegis fades. We have literally not seen action for 5 minutes, but it feels like that was like a really fast respawn, wow.
Yeah, it's just 6 for 6 at 25 minutes in. Yeah, this is definitely one of the lowest action games we've had at this point. 6 for 6.
Compared to the previous. This is a bloodbath. Hang on, we might have the fight now. Magical's in a little bit of trouble. And Ilias is going to break this. Okay. I'd prefer if one of my Blink Initiators was the one diving headlong, but...
Yeah, I've got 2 of them. Young G and Pasha.
Halberd on the Underlord. That's key. And you're going to have a Glimmer on Slayer coming up shortly, too. It's going to be a nice item here. Na'Vi, you're going to need to be careful about having detection on one of their 2 melee initiators. And, yeah, I'm a little concerned for Crystallize. This Butterfly, it's nice. It gives you a ton of base armor and optimum damage output. But Scotty is really nice to kite these melee cores. However, you might just think that that's a worthless endeavor when you consider Sven already with an Axe. He's just going to hop on him regardless. And the push coming out from Cyber Legacy. Tier 2 bottom already dead.
Here we go. This top tower. Na'Vi able to push in. Claim an objective without any sort of fight kicking off. Cyber Legacy still avoiding. Lotus done on DP. And BKB, it's going to be there. Yep. BKB for Kuman on its way out.
And you do not have a method of kiting him. Once he picks that up, it's very dangerous for Na'Vi. You know, there is a downside to the Death Prophet Sven. If your ults aren't active, neither core can really deal damage. We saw that as, you know, part of the reason that game yesterday took so damn long. However, if you're the ones and you're playing a slow game like this, it's definitely a benefit because you can wait for these key items, you can wait for your timing, and then go make a move. Lotus Orb, as you said, and an Essence Ring on the Death Prophet, arguably the best neutral to pick up tier 2 for the hero. And Kuman is still fat. Crystallize, literally spitting distance, just 12 gold separating these 2 players. And they look, yeah, the Doom factor, you can see his net worth in comparison to Magical. That's just Devour gold.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the Doom, yeah.
So the 3k gold for Na'Vi is just kind of the nature of the heroes, but still as close to even as you can get. Anybody's game, it's nearly 30 minutes and it's 6-6. That is crazy. When will these teams fight? Cyber Legacy right now. Love the timing.
There we go, Kuman. How's he going to start things? Always popping the God's Strength, looking for a target. They found the Deucer. They found the Deucer on the front. The Doom's come out, but the God's Strength's already there, so this Sven's still happy to fight. Deucer will run. They turn over towards Pasha. Pasha goes down the field, will push them back. This Sven, he could continue to try and chase Youngji if he wants. Youngji, he's able to get up to the high ground. There's going to be a buyback from Pasha. The Doom has come to an end, so this Sven, he's ready to go back in. The Deucer's still there on the front line. Kuman's able to go straight in onto Crystallize. Crystallize goes down. Youngji, he came back in the fight, but his BKB's already been used. The Doom is dead. Pasha will also fall. That's a dieback on him. I mean, all 3 cores, they're dead for a minute. None of them have buyback.
They're going for Ilias now, too. They reload down bottom to find him, but I think he glimmered and got out. What the decision making, Owen? I just don't get it. You can see there the downside. You're turning to fight his Crystallize into melee range Death Prophet. Ghosts don't miss. You're just tanking the drain. You don't do enough damage. They doom the Sven after BKB and ultimate. They're just gonna push.
I mean, they are. There's no buybacks. You're out. Your Medusa and your Mars for 40 seconds. That's long enough for damage to be done here. 29 minutes. Cyber Legacy just coming in with that one move. Opens up the game for them to take a set of racks here, pre-30 minutes. They're actually turning for more, even maybe in... They're looking over towards the Dark Willow. Silence comes out. Kuman. He's not going to dive with the stun. They're just going to stay to the objectives. See if they want to try and stick it through the fortification. 10 seconds until backup's in. They're pushing on. They'll put the war cry. I mean, Kuman's got BKB. He's got God's Strength ready to go again in 10 seconds. He could fight again. They'll play it safe, though. They're just going to get everybody out of there.
Love it.
And they're out. They're out and away. Good damage has been done to the tier 3, and they got the melee racks mid.
Straight up, Cyber Legacy is just playing better. I'd love to see a replay if we've got one of just how Crystallize found himself in that position, because ultimately, Na'Vi were forced to fight. Yeah. But not the second time,
no, he
but
came
the first time. He walked up the hill, and he just got immediately blasted by the Sven. We were like, oh, this is a good fight for Na'Vi. They just got away. The ult was popped by Kuman, but they take it anyway. They even force the buyback, and Pasha ends up going down twice. Suddenly, full control of this game in the hands of Cyber Legacy. There's the MK. Oh, no, not quite. Soon. 500 gold away from the MKB on the Sven. And then that Butterfly on Dusa is thoroughly useless, as it will have no effect whatsoever on both enemy cores. And Pasha, I just don't know how you make plays at the moment. Everybody on the side of Cyber Legacy very tanky, and they're just playing better. Their movements are in rhythm. They have Arax. You just wait for next ultis. You know, if Na'Vi were to make a play, it'd be now with no DP ultimate, but it's not something they're comfortable doing.
Na'Vi I mean, their next move, what is it to be? I mean, can they themselves smoke out and try and get active with the Doom at the front? Or is this actually going to be a game where if they do sit back and wait and give Cyber Legacy all the chance to make the moves, that they are going to fall behind? Or can they try and sit back on this? Just, we'll see this again.
Yeah.
So this was the start of it all. You get the Doom onto the Sven, but he did already get the BKB and the God Strength out, so as you see.
What? Crystallize runs back in. You're
Crystallize
gone.
is right out. He's back
You're
by
gone.
the tier 2. Now he's coming back in.
And they run back in. They buy back on Pasha. No Mars ult. No Doom. No Medusa ults.
He's just right in. He's just ended up right back in front of the whole squad.
They were out. Like, you got the spells.
He was further out than any of the other members of Na'Vi at the start of that. He was away, crystallized, but the call was made from Na'Vi to get back in and fight, and it did not pay off at all.
Roshan up, ult's ready. Don't do it again.
I mean, Na'Vi,
don't do it again.
Let this go. You can't contest Rosh here. It's pretty much impossible. There's God Strength and a BKB on Kuman.
Don't do it, Na'Vi. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
They're gonna do it.
No, they're not doing it. They're not
gonna do it.
It's far too late. Nah, definitely don't do it now. As Roshan has gone.
They're doing it.
Pasha's been caught. You got the Sven going in. Na'Vi's still playing around. I mean, you gotta run. You run. Run. Get out of it.
Oh my God, crystallize. Oh my God.
Well, Pasha should be fine here. No other stuns. Oh, but, definitely living on the edge there, Na'Vi.
There's no decisiveness. There is no thing worse in Dota than to have two plans. Better to have everybody follow a shitty plan than to have two great plans and choose neither. You cannot keep getting caught being indecisive. Na'Vi are playing not just reactive, it's frenetic, whereas Cyber Legacy, they're following the script.
Oh, Chungji. Gonna go in on this.
Nice
and Blizzy, he's just gonna go out. Take Slayer back with him. Get everybody out of there. No point in Cyber Legacy taking a bad fight there. They'll reset, make sure they can get good use out of the Aegis and the cheese.
You always feel good as a Sven if you're comfortable backpacking your BKB for better Midas timings. Satanic the next up.
Kuman just remaining enormous here.
Yeah. I love this from Magical. Max efficiency. You have the Essence Ring, and then you swap it in for the Paladin Sword after you use it for optimum lifesteal with your drains. And the cheese that he also has picked up. Na'Vi, you still have tools to win the game. You just got to Doom Death Prophet pre-ultimate. That's how you win a fight. Everything else, kite the Sven, but that's a lot easier said than done when you consider he's got both Ags and a Wisp tethered to him. Shout out to whoever made that cute fan art top of Reddit right now. I think it was tethered to an Ursa, but I'm going to pretend it was this thing.
Cyber Legacy, they're smoking up. They want to try and do something with the Aegis cheese. 10 seconds till Exorcism.
Dire's top tower has
It's top lane. I mean, whilst they're sort of looking for spokes mid, they're also getting towers top. A tier 2 goes down. BKB is done for Pasha, so he'll have a little bit of a better time when he looks to jump in and start things off with the arena. Shiva's Guard also coming to a completion for Young G. Crystallize. Where's the back? He needs help. He needs backup.
What? No.
He needs backup. The team's got to get over here. It's not going to get over. He's dead. He's not got buyback. He is out of the game. He's not got the money, and also didn't get to use his Midas. I think his Midas literally was off cooldown as well. So a lot of bad things happening there for Crystallize. Very, very bad things. He's gone. They haven't got a carry for a minute, and Cyber Legacy, they've got everything. They've got God Strength. They're into the base.
They took the fight close enough that they can still use their ults and push. Like, what? I'm not even going to comment. Let's move on. Courier's killed by Pasha.
They got the moonshot.
But... Oh, the War Stomp steal is actually so sick, but they're just pushing base. They don't care.
Taking a second set of racks here. No buyback on the Medusa. Oh, that's a dead edge. Okay. Or maybe not. Yes, it is. Arena's out. They dropped the Doom on the Underlord. Underlord has been doomed.
Not calling an Uber now.
Kuman is going to charge across, looking towards the Doom himself. A spear will push back the Sven. They've lost Immersion. Immersion will buy back. Ready to lead in again. Cyber Legacy still trying to finish off these racks. They've got 20 seconds still to do it. And they'll get them. Melee racks are gone. Cyber Legacy got what they came for. Also getting 2 buybacks out of Na'Vi. They can just reset, take it easy, wait for the ults to come back again. do the same thing down bottom. Oh, they actually caught. Whoa, wow. I mean,
Oh, this is...
I mean, yeah, you could kind of sense that things were going very, very badly in there, in sort of the camp of Na'Vi there, in that end of that second game. I mean, you could, I don't know how, that sort of seems like a team on breaking point.
I don't blame them for GGing out. It's just such a sad way for their run. You know, it looked so promising for them. They start Immortal bracket. They take that awesome series against EG. It feels like they're on the rise. This is a sad way to go out for such a storied organization. I hope that they learn from this. You know, 6-6, game ends 14-6. They don't get a kill for the last 20 minutes of the game. It's just very unfortunate end here for Na'Vi.
And Cyber Legacy, I mean, you know, hats off to them. They really did crush it. They came in, the first game sure was very much back and forth. Maybe you could argue it's more Na'Vi's mistakes than Cyber Legacy's own plays. But this game too, definitely Cyber Legacy making the calls, going for Roche as such, and Na'Vi just never being able to do anything. And again, just it really feels that Crystallizes just hasn't been in the zone recently.
No,
second game where where was the carry?
On the other team. You know, shout out to Blizzy Magical. I'm sure this one means a lot to them.
Yeah, for sure.
Playing with Na'Vi for a
the
year and a half.
Na'Vi coming out and
in a pretty decisive
yeah, exactly.
fashion.
You're looking at these two teams, and in this series, it's very clear which one feels just way more solid and just unified in the way that they're playing.
Yeah, I have really nothing more to add. You know, great game, 2-0. Let's hear what the real intellectual masterminds have to say about it.
Yeah, well, we'll pass it back to the panel. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Cyber Legacy to take out Na'Vi here 2-0 and with a pretty dominating game 2 at the end of that.
Ah, yes, Kyle is right. It's time to listen to what the true intellectual mastermind has to say about that. That's Lizard. And my name's Rich. I'm joined with Slacks. We're not that.
Slizzard.
That's Slizzard.
That will be Slizzard to you.
Excuse me, sir.
Let's talk about what did happen in that matchup. Cyber Legacy able to take it out 2-0. And I think a lot of the things that we actually did hear from the casters was what went wrong on the side of Na'Vi. But I do want to talk a little bit about what went right on the side of Cyber Legacy, what we can expect from this team as they move forward in the tournament now.
I just hope games like yesterday, not like this one, in the future. 6-6, 25 minutes in, 30 minutes in, 12 kills. What's happening here? I fell asleep watching this.
Take it easy, Lizard.
No, I'm kidding.
It's more of attrition.
Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. It's interesting that the Dead Prophet plays versus Doom. Na'Vi plays really well around that Doom. They even get a kill on her early on after the laning stage because his laning stage wasn't going that well. They find the right tools to enable this Medusa, but eventually they just crumble under the pressure of Wisp and Sven. And this sick combo that they had with Dark Willow and... man.
Yeah?
Nah, it was just a sick game. This was just a sick game.
I think a big part about executing this draft right is picking your targets. And in these fights, you'll see Sven trying to go for Dusa when he can, but really just taking whoever he can on the outside. That's the big strength of Dusa. She's not your main target, and she's able to sustain in those team fights. And as you can see from the Sven-Wisp combo, they really do try to get her attention and then focus on everybody else. In the big fight that you'll probably see in the last of the clips, of course, they catch her out and kill her first, and in that kind of scenario, it's just super game over.
Like this fight Fogg was saying as well, that Prophet just stays on top of the Dusa while Wisp and Sven they take care of everyone else, or wait out that Doom to pass and then do exactly that. It feels like, you know, I just wanted to say that Cyber Legacy looks looks like a better team in out of these two. It just looks better because if you consider you consider the first game, they had the Medusa. They made it work, even though they were playing versus an extremely tempo kind of a lineup on the side of Na'Vi, that Alchemist that comes online like 15 minutes in. And this second game, they picked the tempo lineup with the Wisp and Sven, and they beat the
Well, yeah, so they show that they're not a one-dimensional team, right? They're able to make a few different strategies work here, but I do want to ask Slacks, it's pretty easy to look like a good team if you're Cyber Legacy when you just kick down a 2-0.
Yeah.
That doesn't take into account who you did play against. Do you think that this was slightly a crumbling of Na'Vi in these two games, or do you think that you're going to give much more of the credit to the good play of Cyber Legacy, because I feel like that's the important thing to try to assess from this matchup.
Sure.
We obviously just sent Na'Vi home, but we're trying to figure out what Cyber Legacy going to be able to do in the rest of the bracket.
I mean, I wish I could say that Cyber Legacy was this incredible team and they went against the odds, but honestly, Na'Vi kind of dropped the ball on this one. I mean, as you saw from those clips there, Mars not really getting exactly what he needed out of that, whiffing some giant ults. By the time BKBs were out, Mars is worthless.
Dying alone to Rubik as well, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, Cyber Legacy, they played great. Glad that they, well, not glad, but I mean, it makes sense that they didn't lose, but Na'Vi, we got some work to do, and they did their best in the tournament, of course, but I wouldn't be surprised if they really buckled down, saw these replays, and said, boys, we need to rethink how we do it.
This is a team that's formed around Pasha. Literally, after they changed a couple of players recently, they sat him down and they told him, okay, who do we want to play with? What is your plan for this team? Which players that are free agents do you want to see in the team that you can make this team work with, right? And the thing is, if he's like that, and if he's also the in-game leader, you have to think about those Virtus Pro days. It's not like he was the most vocal one in the team.
Yep.
Now you have him leading the strings here, and it's, at least in this series, it didn't look that great because they were all over the place. In the first game as well, if you remember, Alchemist blinking in behind enemy lines, meanwhile his whole team retreating, and Alchemist is just 1v5ing, like multiple times in a row. And in this game as well, same happens with Medusa. Like you get yourself in this awkward position, and then you decide to fall back. Or they're taking Rosh, you kind of crawl around it with smoke, but you never really go in, you never commit.
Right.
Decisiveness.
His leadership.
Yeah, I want to put the pressure, or actually put the focus right now on Cyber Legacy. We have Bignum standing by on the line. Bignum, congratulations on the victory in this series. Congratulations on staying in the tournament. I do want to ask, obviously, you guys have a little bit of a history with Na'Vi. What did it mean to be able to take them down in this series?
I mean, for me, it doesn't mean anything, just a game. Maybe for Magical and Blizzy it means something, but yeah. It was great anyway.
Yeah, I think that is the thing, right? Obviously, some of the players on the team might care about the matchup a little bit more. For you, it's just another matchup. A little bit of pressure as well, though, when you are facing elimination. Do you feel like this was one of the easier matchups for you guys, or do you think that this is about par for the course with what you're expecting in the lower side of the bracket?
I think that was kind of easy because we prepared well with drafts, and they didn't change anything constantly from games they played. They just picked whatever we expected them to pick.
Like the Alchemist, right? That's what they picked. Congratulations on the victory. I just want to ask a draft-related question as well. Like, do you think that Medusa is one of the stronger heroes right now? Because in the last couple of days, she's constantly picked the vengeful combos and whatnot. Do you think that's the way the meta is going to revolve around?
I think it's pretty much about Duza and Venge together. I think Duza without Venge is kind of weaker, but it's still fine. That's why we banned Venge game 2, so the first stage, so they didn't have it with Medusa, and we were ready for that pick.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm interested in you guys, how you see the other teams in your bracket right now. Are you confident against all of them? Is there anyone out there in particular that you think these guys are super strong, scared to face them? What do you think about all the other teams? All of them.
5 men is the best team over there.
Yeah, 5 men.
We're gonna play NAP tomorrow. We want to get our revenge. I don't remember. Fly to Moon are good as well. So basically every team that stays is kind of good.
Yep. Are you guys as prepared as you were for Na'Vi? Because that answer to the second pick, Alk, was pretty immediate.
We're gonna prepare for tomorrow for sure. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well, best of luck with your preparations. Once again, congratulations on staying in this elimination bracket. We're excited to see what you can do tomorrow.
Thank you for having me. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely going to need good luck on a panel with Slizzard.
Slizzard. That's the best question.
Yeah, I think that one of the really cool things to hear in that is just how well prepared they actually were for the team that they were going up against. Now they have a little bit of time to prepare for who they're going to be playing against tomorrow.
But again, that's kind of on Na'Vi. And Na'Vi, we have seen the same drafts over and over and over again. A top team, you need to be able to have variety or they'll be completely ready.
What's really cool is how he answered the Medusa question as well. There's a reason why I put vengeful in that question too, because sometimes the hero itself is broken only when enabled by something different, like a vengeful Dusa combo, right? And the Alchemist as well that he mentioned, Na'Vi, they just pick it all the time. So you just pick what you think is good against it and you play the game and you win.
And I think right now, one of the important things that we're going to do is we're actually going to take a page out of Cyber Legacy's book. I heard them say that it's all about preparation. We're going to take a quick break and get prepared for the next matchup.
By all means, get on your farming hero. If you find a good support, you'll be happy. If not, you'll become an offlaner. And if everything fails, there's always jungle.
You think you're the best support ever, and then you see Puppy plate shit.
It's in the bag.
That has gotta be the biggest fail left.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Gracious audience, welcome back to the top of the Mount Olympus for the greatest panel you've ever seen. Here at the tippity top of the upper bracket of the Divine, not region, what's the other word?
Relegation?
No.
Bracket.
Bracket. No, not region.
Season.
Not
Bracket.
season. Not bracket.
League.
League.
Sure it's not bracket?
The Divine League. No, not league.
Omega League.
Whatever.
The Omega League Divine Division.
The Divine Division!
Oh!
Thank you so much. That is why my panel is here. We have Kyle and Jankies, two of the strongest panelists at the event. So good to hear from you for this exciting game. Now, we've seen Divine Division. So much pain, so much drama, so much murder. And who has been behind most of that?
Who?
Fly to Moon.
That's true.
Very strong stack here. But now they're up against 5 men who are nobody to scoff at. Gentlemen, first impressions.
Both these teams came from Immortal. No surprise, they find themselves once again on top. of the Divine League. 5Men, of course, playing most of the teams in these playoffs to win the qualifier. I'd have to give them a slight edge. You know, they looked, I think, a little stronger. Fly to Moon to make it here basically just had to beat NIP, and then beat NIP again, and
then again.
Again, yes.
Yeah.
There's a third time there.
That's very intense for NIP. How do you think they'll fare against non-NIP teams?
You know, I think you're right in the sense that 5Men is definitely they're the slightly lower, but it's really close. It's seriously really close. 5Men, we saw them come into the tournament through the opens, I believe, and they completely crushed their way through the qualifier into the Immortal bracket. They played against some solid teams. They won. They beat Alliance. They beat Na'Vi, who was also in the Immortal bracket. They took a game off of Nigma. Like this team is extremely good.
Yeah.
They have a lot of potential, but they're a brand new roster. Obviously, a lot of them they have experience, but you know they've got to work on their drafts, their synergy, like anything. Like this is always going to happen with the new stack, right?
Always.
Wonderful. Wonderful analysis, gentlemen. Thank you. So, how did you get so good at analysis?
Just make shit up.
That's a big part of the job. For me, it was just, not going to college when I was 18.
Didn't go to college. I did not know
Instead,
that.
I started playing video games. Now it's 11 years later.
Wow.
So if I can't talk about video games, literally out of marketable skills.
Well, that's not true. You make comments all the time about politics and all sorts of shit you have no idea about. Jenkins.
That's the job.
Did you go to schooling yourself?
I did. Yes.
Don't you have an advanced? Don't you have a PhD?
Yeah, aren't you a genius?
I do have a PhD in ancient history for women's studies, so it studies basically the.
Wait, you're lying now?
No,
no. It's the education of how they educated people to know about the past history of women's studies, but historically.
Yes.
Speaking.
Historical women's
So it's like
studies.
a very specific history sort of degree. With ancient civilizations, Sumeria.
Sumeria.
Sumeria
and Somalia.
Somali.
That's incredible. Tamale.
Yeah.
The most ancient civilization of all.
It's from
Tamale.
Mesopotamia.
He had named another one.
Crucible of
Yeah,
civilization.
so definitely a no then. Brian's actually an electrical engineer.
Brian is an electrical engineer?
No, he's a mechanical engineer. He left it all
thing.
behind.
Doesn't matter.
We have a few engineers, actually. Gov is also an engineer.
What a surprise. Engineers like the video games. Very interesting,
It's an
gentlemen.
interesting juxtaposition of like the Dota 2 world and really just most esports.
Silence! I cannot take this anymore. We are ready for the game. I have had enough of this talk. Send me to people that did not make up their degrees immediately. The game begins now. To the temple. The Pantheon. Bring us to the Pantheon!
Folks, we are ready to jump straight in to this draft already. Already quite a few folks have been locked in. We're going to see Avenge already, 2 on the side of 5Men. Do you think we're potentially setting up for a Deuce here?
Deuce, Arc Warden.
Deuce Arc, yeah. That's 2 big ones.
Terrorblade.
Yep. Ace heroes, good heroes. Definitely possibilities for sure.
How do you feel about this opening altogether? We're seeing a Mars, which we also saw at the beginning of the day. Somebody who's not been quite as popular, not the most picked bell at the ball, but finally wiggling his way back in on this day.
I thought Mars was super strong the minute the patch came out. I've played a decent amount of Mars myself, and you just hate not having mana to cast your actual spells. It's just so annoying. So they gave him some base int, some int growth, and then they gave him some base mana regen. It just allows you to go items that don't supplement your mana problems and more so are addressing the game at hand. And so he's just a hero that I think used to always have to go blink. And now you can go blink, but you don't absolutely have to go blink. You can go the pipes, the greaves, the Vlads, any items like these, which just makes him overall, I think his kit's always been good.
Yeah.
And he goes really well with Phoenix. The Bulwark active is super powerful against ranged heroes because you can't hit the egg. The Bulwark soaks all the hits, and Venge is almost always setting up for a ranged hero. Kind of makes sense.
We have Arc, Deuce, NTB all banned out. What do you try to get on the side of 5Men now?
Drow's still there. They
Not
disbanded.
anymore.
Yeah, I was about to say Drow's the other one. They banned that out.
It's limited on ranged carries for sure.
Morphling's a consideration. You
Morphling
don't
can definitely
have
work.
to go morph. Just don't go jug.
Don't go Chug.
We saw Venge jug yesterday. That did not look very good.
No, that lane looked terrible actually.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, they were up against like Bloodseeker, Rubik. They got
Venge straight up has to
foolish.
enable whatever carry she has in her lane. Usually a carry that's going to right-click them a lot because Venge's laning presence is pretty much a wave of terror.
Dude, the trio. Holy shit, they're really covering the egg. This is really good combo. Spells to great team fight. I'm a fan of this hero. I just think it's a tough one to make work all the time. The Willow in particular. I think there's a lot of reasons that people stray away from it, but hey, if you can land the combos, it's very strong in combination with Mars in lane and throughout the majority of the game.
Yeah, I think that was something that we even saw in the last game, though. You know, you have the Mars, you have the Willow. In theory, it's fantastic. Can you actually pull it off?
Yep.
The thing about Willow, I think her laning stage is what's super awkward.
Yeah.
Mars supplements it pretty well, just because you set up for her Bramble Maze with your slow as well as your spear, but I think you'd compare her to a lot of other ranged fours, and she just can't secure range creeps. I think that's the biggest deal, and why we don't see her very often. Seems like such a small thing, but that's the nice part about Mars, is he's probably the best offlaner in the game for securing range creeps, so he alleviates a lot of her weaknesses super early on.
Yeah, and her spells, like you said, like that's the reason why Mars is like decent, because you set it up. A lot of times for Willows, it's like you just kind of have to throw your spells out if you don't have a decent setup in lane. It's really awkward.
You have to like predict the guy's running away and hit him with it on the way
going
up.
for a last hit. You bramble on like when he's moving up to walk for it. You know, that's usually the way that I do it when I'm playing the hero, but it can definitely be tough. Puck into the Willow. Interesting.
What's bad about Puck against Willow?
Well, now you can play around it, of course, because you can play easier into the roots because they swap the way that the abilities work, right? You used to not be able to phase, but now you can at least phase shift during the roots. It used to be a huge problem because you'd orb in, and then you'd orb into a bramble, and you're just like, but now you can phase shift. So, wow.
PL into Puck, not a huge fan here. I think they're preparing for like Morphling. I think that's what they're doing. They're preparing for all these other heroes that are good with Venge, but at this point, I think you just accept you have a Venge and they've banned everything out. That maybe that's bad. You know, maybe Venge is super underwhelming. They were talking about how Dusa looked broken with the Venge. Maybe Venge looks really bad without a hero that she's enabling. But PL against Puck, not a fan.
PL
they can just
general.
Sven, can't they? Also,
is Sven in the pool?
Yeah,
it's not the
Sven's
best versus Phoenix, but it's nice versus all the other stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty strong versus the other three.
Just feel like we haven't seen the best performance from PL throughout the entirety of this tournament, even in games where PL seemed to make sense. He's had worse performances as a cat humanoid than I've ever seen, and I've watched the whole Cats movie 6 times.
I think there's just a lot of heroes that just break him, and I think there's one big one that got buffed that people did draft yesterday is a Leshrac. Liquid picked it. I think that's a hero that just the game is over for PL pretty much at every stage. You can't really itemize to deal with it. Also owns Willow. I actually think it's a great option for 5-man if they can actually put it in their lineup.
The Lesh.
The Lesh, yeah. I know they're probably going to put Puck as Chessie because Chessie always plays the Puck and he does this like triple orb thing to mid. He puts his ward down. He gets himself his lane set up. But I do think that they can vary their draft a bit here and just count it as PL now because they see it. They see the core and you know that that's going to be V2 and you know that's going to be the big carry. Just your next 2 picks should definitely address it.
So are you still thinking Sven as well?
I mean, I think it could work. It's a little weak versus the Phoenix. They might have some egg problems.
I don't want to just like tunnel vision on this 1-to-1 matchup.
Yeah.
Puck's actually pretty decent against PL, so I wanted the hero they picked to be good against PL, but it doesn't have to be some hard counter.
So you're not as much in the camp of a Lesh or something like that?
No, I'm saying Lesh is fine, but like and Sven is fine, but
don't double down.
You don't have to just focus on the other parts of the draft. Give yourself some good team fight synergy. Alk is incredibly good against PL.
Yep.
It's not the best in lane though here. I think Mars is gonna like absolutely free farm top.
Yeah.
And potentially the problem with this Alk is their only save is Venge, and he dies to Arena early on. And I think the Mars is gonna spend his time just following him around. But it is very good against PL, and they should be able to get stacks going with heroes like Venge being able to reliably stack from long range.
Really, really weak lane though.
Yeah, that's about as bad as it gets.
I'm pretty concerned for that one just because I think like, depending on how they set up their lanes too for Flight of Moon, like if it's either Mars Phoenix or if it's Mars Willow, like they can punish this Alchemist super hard. They can play as aggro as they want because
they may need to
Venge
do like an aggro tri lane with the Alk.
Or just have Misery stay top at the start, right? Start as a tri lane and
the
leave.
The problem is you're like helping an Alk, right? Compare him to like a Sven, a Jug. Those heroes, if you toss somebody into them, they can capitalize. You're just babysitting an Alk who's going to right-click for 50 damage, right?
Definitely
I
awkward.
think the aggro tri-lane approach might be better because you're not doing it to get kills. You're not doing it to shut down the PL. You're literally doing it so you don't have a weak 2v2 bottom and a weak 2v2 top, right? You're doing it where you maybe pick a strong solo laner, and then I'm not saying they have to do that, but picking this
like
out,
the idea
it
of
looks good in game, but early game, I'm super concerned.
Same.
So overall, 5 men, though, looking like they're going to have decent game once they manage to make it to the late game, but concerned about the landing phase. Is there any way that we could see Fly to Moon push that even further and put themselves in even better position early on?
I think they have to see where this puck's going, and then DK looks really good for them for me. Timbersaw looks fine.
If they get a Timber mid, right? I think that kind of owns the whole draft, right?
It depends on what this last pick is
for 5 men, but Timbersaw is a great option. I actually like Darkseer a lot against PL. The Ion Shell damage in the early to mid game, even late game, can be super annoying. The laning stage, you don't love playing against it either, but every hero farms pretty well against Darkseer. I like what 5 men are doing, but if this is like a DK or a Timber, I'm a bit scared because they're going to be countered in like all 3 lanes. Well, they're going to be countered in 2 out of 3 lanes, and then the PL is going to farm fine. This last pick will say it all. I think there's too many good options, though. I feel like the second I see this pick, I'm not going to like 5 men's draft anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little weirded by their draft too. I feel like I think it's good versus the PL, and PL is definitely a bit of a question mark for me. But I don't know. There's something about 5 men's draft that looks a little weird.
I know what you mean.
All right. Well, we're going to have to see what that last pick is going to be already. Both of you have just put together so many different solutions that could shut down this draft. Is there anything that you're concerned about on the side of Fly to Moon? Because I feel like the 5 men draft, 5 men's made you feel uneasy. Kunkka going to be the last pick for Fly to Moon.
They're like tripling down on their team fight. It gives them some nice catch against the surge from Darkseer. All of 5 men's heroes except for the Puck are completely reliant on walking around, which X is super good against, and also good against the Venge save. It's a pseudo counter in the sense that if you X the Alk while he's in the middle of the Mars ulti, he's coming right back if you try to swap him out.
Yeah, I mean, look at the odds, too, on EGB.com. 1.69 on the side of Fly to Moon. Those are some nice odds. Yeah. Very nice indeed. But the question is, do you sit with the odds this time, Fogged, or do you think that we will be able to see 5 to men make this odd draft come together?
I think this Alchemist, when he does have BKB, he reigns supreme in this game pretty hard. If he's able to get away with the laning phase, gets his Radiance, gets his BKB online, I think it's super good versus Fly to Moon. But I think Fly to Moon, they can play really aggressive in their laning phase and try to shut that down. I don't know, this Kunkka pick looks a little bit strange to me, too.
This may be a cop-out, but if 5 men are allowed to play Dota this game, meaning the game is not just so out of hand in 5 minutes it's over, I 100% favor their draft, but I don't think that's going to happen, so...
Okay, well, we're going to find out right now. They are going to be permitted to play Donut. Let's play some donuts. No, they're going to be permitted to play some Dota, but let's see if they're able to hold on in the early game on the side of 5 men or if they're going to be overwhelmed.
Fly to Moon. Five men. Fight!
Well, it seems like Rich has food on the brain, but we've got food for your mind here with Lacoste. What do you think about that draft? Who do you feel like got the advantage there?
I'd go with Fly to Moon. I'm just not a big fan of the Alchemist, and throughout the history, I always had the bad read on Alchemist, how strong he is.
Yeah.
I just don't... that's the worst hero for me in terms of like trying to understand when is a good Alchemist game or when it's not. I mean, we can quote Syndran. When it's Alchemist game, it's an Alchemist game, but you know, it's just a stupid quote at the end of the day, and still don't understand it. But yeah, I feel like Alchemist is going to have a rough time in the laning stage. Seems like they're just going to be running a tri-lane to try to secure it. Otherwise, they would have 2-1-2 lanes, and they would have 2 very weak lanes. So Chessy.
They're going to be having Zibe going mid. That's pretty cool. I was a big concern, Lacoste, when I saw the start of this draft. I saw Vengeful Spirit, and I was like, oh, God.
Another Medusa.
For the rest of the day, I'm going to be watching TB, Void, and Medusa every single game. But we got some fresh new carries on our hands. Hell, we haven't seen a whole lot of Phantom Lancer at all.
I think there's a good reason why. I just don't feel like, this hero is extremely strong right now. You get a Diffusal Blade, and then what? Like, you feel strong, right?
Yeah.
But you're also very vulnerable to any kind of burst. I just don't feel like the hero, has his timings. He's super good in the late game, but there's other carries that just comes online much, much faster than PL.
Yeah, it definitely feels like in a current meta where there is just a bunch of AoE team fight that's flying around, Phantom Lancer, is a bit exposed. Speaking of all that AoE big team fight, Flight of Moon certainly have a healthy amount of it there.
Okay, so they start with the 2-1-2 lanes. I don't think top lane's going to be any good for 5 men. I think they're just going to get dumpstered in this lane. Against Mars and Dark Willow, Vengeful Spirit is not a hero that provides, any kind of pressure in the lane. What is your Alchemist going to do? Right-click, that's it. I mean, you have a lot of minus armor, but I don't think you're getting a kill on any of these heroes.
I like the fact that Flight of Moon is going to try and take advantage of this as much as possible and picked up the Orb of Venom really early for the Mars. So they're just going to be full-on aggro here. Pylai die. Pops his healing salve. Nice deny there from General.
Ace is not getting CS. He's
at 4. Not.
And once they get level 2, I mean, they just become much, much stronger than what 5 men have. Also, I don't think the bottom lane is very strong. So yeah, Pylai
That's gonna be a dead Pylai die.
Go down.
That's a Vengeful Spirit in laning phase for you right there. Just does not accomplish a whole lot.
Mid lane also doing very well for Kunkka. They try to adjust the lanes, but I don't think this is what they needed to do. Like, they're just gonna lose all 3 lanes from what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah.
It could be one of those games where, Alchemist is not getting farm. It feels like the game just ends 15 minutes in if he's not having Radiance. The good thing about the lineup is, some certain matchups, Puck is a very good hero against the Phantom Lancer. In Vengeful Spirit is a great hero to stack the camps for Alk. But then again, you need to leave Alk solo, which means that he's just gonna die there.
Is the Kunkka versus Alchemist matchup that bad?
I'd still prefer if they just put Alchemist, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, like, the faster you get level 6, the faster you're able to just jungle and, maybe your game's fine from there. Ace trying to intercept here, help Pylai die out as much as possible, but he's still going to be pinned to the trees here. Ace does get some good damage on General, but nice body blocking from Roger. And General, with an early bottle pickup and a healing salve, he's going to be able to heal up to full. You could see just early Orb of Venom and then just a ton of regen. General has a game plan in mind, and that is attack, 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 and never stop.
This is something that he did already on a couple of the heroes from the games we've seen in the past few days. Just rush the bottle, keep the sustain going. He gives the bottle to his position 4 to secure the 4-minute rune if it's empty, and then gets the 5-minute rune as well. Phoenix in a bit of trouble.
Sounds up a bit. Always want to fly. He wants to try and get the kill on a Chessie, and Chessie will die here. Very nicely done by the fine position of Flight of Moon, and things just continue to go well for the CIS team as Misery looks to be able to finish off this Phoenix, but he's actually going to die first, so Always Want to Fly stacks up 2 kills in this lane for the boys of Flight of Moon.
This is already looking like a disaster. I mean, I've said it. It just hit 2k gold lead for Flight of Moon. I mean, he wanted to get a deny. I think it was fine if he also just died before the kill, and PL gets the all the XP on the bottom. I also think PL could just get a hood this game. I think it's a very good build on PL against the Puck, against the Tiny. You do not want to get bursted.
Gotta watch out for that minus armor combo of Wave of Terror mixed with the acid spray. But other than that, as long as he's around General, they can keep fighting. 30-10, 27-10, 26-6. CS on the cores of Fly to Moon is just looking ridiculously good. And as a result, they're up by 1,000 gold, and I bet they're up by a hefty amount of experience as well. As Always Wanna Fly has his level 2 Fire Spirits, which is where you're going to start feeling really strong as this Phoenix looking to protect this Bounty Rune. And Misery does manage to snatch it away from him. Misery will take some damage here and may actually die with the Icarus dive forward. He's going to toss him up in the air. Misery's going to go for that Bounty Rune and does grab it, but the last Fire Spirits will ensure the kill.
So that's some solo XP for your position 5 Phoenix, exactly what you need. You know, and PL is getting solo XP on the bottom while you're doing this stuff. Can we just check the items on PL? A casual cloak, okay, I'm fine with that. Also double Ring of Regen in the laning stage. That's the same throughout the harassment.
So we sometimes see those like full-out Hooded Defiances on Phantom Lancers when they're dealing with magic damage. Do you think this is not a game warranted? Just a casual cloak's good enough? Is Zibe? Okay. Might have just been saved there by Misery and a little bit of toss back. You gotta be careful though.
Yeah, I'd still prefer if he gets the full hood. Against the Tiny, against Puck, Iron Shell, everything they have is magical damage. You know, Alchemist at one point is gonna get the Radiance.
Sure. Double damage top lane. They're going on to the Alchemist here. Push him back into another round of Brambles. No, it's actually taken over by the Siege Wagon. If he had gotten that, that's what General is aiming for.
Double Orb of Venom. Wait, what?
What? Does that work?
Am I missing something? I mean, even if it works, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, that can't be worth. What?
First time seeing this. Still has Fairy Fire to work with. Always want to fly. Yeah, this is a tough one to get.
Yeah.
Back to Orb of Venom talk.
Okay. Well, what's better than one orb? 2.
He sold one.
Yeah. Maybe he meant to grab the minus armor orb. I could see that, you know.
I still prefer 2 Orbs of Venom over that build.
Jesse. Oh, the last Fire Spirit hit him. Always Want to Fly. He's a monster right now. Don't give this guy bird heroes, man. He's a beast. You give him Wyvern, you give him Phoenix. It's in the name. He just owns.
Drakiro, he also, you know, killed that Tiny, even though Tiny tossed him into the air.
Yeah, that not very effective right there. Kill on a courier. General, nice spy out there. Your Ace. Now being forced to jungle before he's even level 6. This is not a good start for an Alchemist whatsoever. And he's going to be found by Iceberg. They know that he's there.
Kill.
Pull him back in, and he explodes.
Every single time you kill Alchemist, especially at this time of the game where, you know, he wants to keep farming, getting the stacks going on, he suffers so much compared to the other heroes.
And it's not like Iceberg's gonna lose any farm whatsoever since he's stealing stacks while killing an Alchemist. And in the meantime, Always Want to Fly is given a free lane middle, which he's gonna have his level 6 without the tome. 10 minutes.
That's insane. Every single time you see a position 5 hero that is level 6 before 10-minute mark, you know he played the game well.
Yeah.
Or your mid did not play well and then he went to jungle and someone soaked the XP. Like, I cannot lane here. Okay, I'm just gonna be here taking out the XP. No boat, but yeah, this should be more than enough to bring him down.
Yeah, I would think so. If Iceberg can hit him with this cleave, it'll be a pretty good kill. Yep, he does hit it. And meanwhile, Misery does manage to kill V2, so the Phantom Lancer does go down. A small win here for 5 men. A win that they desperately needed here in this very rough laning phase.
That's why I wanted to see Hood of Defiance as a first item on PL. Like, you have heroes that can just keep putting the pressure on Alchemist with just other 4. You're extremely strong, your team fight is there, you don't necessarily need to join a fight and have that timing on the Diffusal Blade. Alright, that's another big kill.
Nice combo there, using the vacuum for that last half second that Always Want to Fly. Could have gotten off with a Supernova.
When you have Tiny in the team, Tiny is one of the strongest heroes and one of my favorites right now. Because what he can do at every single stage of the game, you have a toss, so when you're defending a tier 3 towers, can easily, you know, just change the whole game with it. And you have someone who enables you. If you're not having a good early game, there's Surge, so you kind of don't need the Blink Dagger that early on.
Yeah, I am honestly surprised every single time I see Tiny is not banned. I mean, 80% contest rate, over 60% win rate. Like, come on. That's some absurd numbers he's pulling up.
They nerfed him though. Some big numbers in the previous patch. Move speed reduced by 5. Unplayable.
Got him good. I mean, it just looks bad. You look at the Tiny right now, 345 movement speed instead of that clean 350. You know, you want those round numbers.
Yeah. Agree. What is Kanka doing? I see Broadsword.
Yeah, Roger's coming in, hits the Brambles. They're really trying for this Darkseer kill, but he's just going to run away.
Yeah, something we did not discuss. 5-man lineup is extremely bad at hitting the egg if Alchemist is not the one hitting it.
Yeah.
No one has enough attack speed.
All right, Flight of Moon. They expended a lot here, hoping to get a kill and take this mid tower. Without getting the kill, this tower seems like an objective that might be a little too difficult to take right now. We'll see.
How's Alk doing? 4,000 net worth at the moment.
Are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, he's gonna be so far away from that Radiance, especially if they can try to kill him one more time. He only managed to die once, and there's the invis play.
Here it comes, General. He spots them, moving forward, ready to go. He's like, oh, come on. Okay, we'll take this stack instead. Zibe's going to come in, try and fight this. He throws out the wall. They do manage to get the combo onto Always Want to Fly. He dives away, though. He is able to get out thanks to the arena. Now they're going to be able to get a 3-man fear into the wall. Bump, bump, bump. A door and a 3-man torn. A boat on top of it. And Flight of Moon looking hot, hot, hot. That was some pretty action right there. Roger still goes down, and Ace working with that Chemical Rage is going to be good to go. Pylai die. He's going to be pinned up. Okay, General might be able to get that kill. Needs a couple hits, and there it is. The God's Rebuke to finish him off. Ace may survive, but he watches everybody around him die.
This is one of the best spellcasting I've seen, in quite some time. I saw Hertz Pro yesterday with the vacuum into Echo Slam. That was pretty sick, but this one, let's see this one again. Always On a Fly still manages to get out Sick Arena, and Roger gets a 3-man terrorize into Torrent Boat. Wow.
Just incredible. If they had managed to finish off Ace from that final blow, would have been that much sicker. Still trying to finish off that mid tower, though. 5 men, not dead for long. Though Misery just got caught again, it seems like. Iceberg pushing forward with his early Shadow Blade. Torrent, Blind Torrent looking for it. Pylai Die managed to juke that much at least, but Iceberg is dropping a little low here. Has some wand charges, so the puck does not commit.
And VTune decided to go for that Hood, and now is getting Diffusal Blade. He can still join team fights with the Hood. He's, doesn't deal that much damage. You don't get too much out of the PL without a Diffusal Blade, but still, he can join the team fights and pressure the tower.
Yeah, especially when you go this more farming build, right, with the 1-4-4. You don't even have that heavy nuke of the Spirit Lance to contribute. I definitely want. I think if I'm on this team, I want V2 just all right, just focus on your farm, dog. Yeah. We're winning this game pretty hard. As long as you stay ahead of the Alk, everything will be just fine.
Kanka decided to go for this assassin type of a build, double bracer into Shadow Blade, so he can be the one just trying to find Alchemist and kill him. Drums. Okay, I would prefer maybe to get a Blink Dagger on a Mars so he can set things up. They have X-Mark, but such a sick combo with the Phoenix and Terrorize from Dark Willow. So if you set it up correctly, don't get me wrong, Drums is still one of the best items you can get in the game.
Oh, where's the spear? Oh, General, you had it.
Trust your instincts.
Yeah. He's too busy thinking about spamming that taunt some more. They're gonna move to the other side. Look at this Kunkka. Assassin indeed. He moves between the tier 2 and tier 3, trying to catch the Alchemist somewhere in the safe lane jungle. He's not there though. He's on the other side of the map. He'll show himself now, General. Tries, but Jesse has already made his way out.
He does not have enough space even for the second Orb of Venom now in his inventory. That's a lot of gold wasted, actually. He spent almost 600 getting the half back.
Trying to bait out a phase shift here. Up. hits him with the spear, but it doesn't connect to a tree. And with that, Jesse will TP out. But, you know, Jesse's not farming. And they still are looking for pickoffs, and it's going to be on Zibe trying to go for the vacuum to deny the X marks the spot, pull back into the boat. Doesn't make it, though. And as a result, Iceberg now is the proud owner of a mega kill streak.
Omega kill streak.
Omega kill.
That's what we call it in this league. So Alchemist still far away from the Radiance. If they manage to kill him once, recipe away. Roger gets a kill on Pylai. Like, Pylai understands they don't get too much value out of the aura, so he does not even get it. I saw 2-3-1 build.
Early BKB for the Kunkka. I thought maybe he would go for like a Heaven's Halberd. Just like tank up some more and then have a disarm against the Alk. But at this point, it's only magic damage that's really threatening this team. They're going to try and catch Jesse here. Hit him with the X, pull him back into the Torrent. Big swing, a cleave hit, and that'll be Jesse down. Oh, there's the pickoff. When you're on a winning game in Dark Willow, man, it feels so good just to run around fiercely. Try and find some supports because you know you've got the firepower to bring them down.
Oh, for sure. I still feel like we need to see more of Dark Willow. The hero is underused. I don't know how you feel about her.
Yeah, I think so too. I've been, like every single time I play it, it feels good anyway. There's the combo we're talking about, the Arena into the Supernova, which is very pretty. Prevents them from being able to escape. They're guaranteed hit by the stun. And, okay, Always On a Fly does die on his second life here, so 1 for 2 trade-off. But this is a tier 2 in the mid lane that's very low. And we still have another 3.5 minutes until that second round of experience.
This reminds me of the game where Na'Vi played Alchemist and had 20-minute Radiance.
Oh no, he tossed up Jesse. That wasn't what he wanted. Now the Fear's going to go onto the Tiny. He's going to be pushed back into the Brambles. Speaking of Brambles, Ace actually catches one as he quickly realizes he should not be here. He needs to focus on farming. He needs his Radiance.
There's still tier 1 towers standing on the bottom lane, so a lot to gain from the map in terms of gold for Fly the Moon. They're just going to finish off the tier 2 tower on the mid first with the Phantom Lancer. He doesn't need to care too much about the damage since he went for that hood. Well, saying 20-minute Radiance, I might be generous, you know, if they manage to kill him one more time.
Yeah, this is looking real questionable. I mean, we started off today watching an Alchemist get a huge lead and still losing the game. And this is literally the exact opposite. An Alchemist that is tremendously far behind, and I can't imagine the outcome's going to be any different as we're going to watch Ace die before he can farm up his Radiance again. 9,000 net worth lead for Fly to Moon. And if you're 5 men, how much more are you going to take of this?
I think they understand that they're in a very bad spot right now, and I would not be surprised if they call out GG after 1 or 2 more team fights. Like, this is the lineup that you need to snowball with the Alchemist in team. Oh, he catches him.
Zibe trying to outrun the Bedlam damage, but the Curse Crown is there to stun him up, leading into the Torrent. Goodbye, Zibe. And hello, Chessie. Looks like he's going to be trying to cut some creep waves because they can't farm in traditional ways. That's why they're farming inside the enemy jungle right now, because their own jungle is completely invaded, usually warded. Oh, got a courier. Get it.
Get whatever you can at this point. Give your Alchemist any kind of
There's another
gold.
one. There's another one. Look at him, Chessie's on the hunt, and he's got the orb for the vision. Oh, he throws it the wrong way. It's gonna fly right over him though. He sees it for a moment. 1, blink, 2 couriers. Chessie, what a beast, what a boy. He's still gonna lose the game though. Maybe, we'll see.
Big dive.
See if 5 men can hold out here on the high ground.
Mac. Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, 1 more tick and that Fire Spirit certainly would have killed him.
As I said, still tier 1 tower and tier 2 on the bottom lane. This is the area that they need to control. Look at the vision that 5 men have right now, it's one observer board at the top part of the map. They don't know where Fly the Moon is. And, you know, you can always just go into the Roche pit. I don't think they can be contested inside the Roche pit considering the heroes they have. Smoke.
They're going to break the smoke. They have this fresh Radiance onto the Alchemist. The Arena actually cutting the team in half here. The two supports are stuck inside the Arena. The Supernova is on the outside here. Do they have it terrorized? It's coming in. It saves it. The Supernova egg will successfully explode, and here comes the Sunray damage. Vacuum pull back into the wall, though, but they don't have anything left in the tank for anybody on the side of Fly to Moon. They will all seemingly survive here, as Roger still slowed down, trying to limp out. Misery does manage to get away with his Blink Dagger. Dodges the X-Torrent pretty nicely there, but another terrible fight for 5 men, as it seems like this game 1 is just written with doom.
Great positioning there from General, breaking the smoke, using Arena on 2 of the heroes, and once again, another great Terrorize coming on top of the Phoenix. Like, they have such great heroes of defending the egg, with the Torrent, with the boat, you name it.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like there's a big reason why we're seeing 3 and 4 position Phoenix, and like the time of 5 position Phoenix. There aren't very many players who still like to do that. You really want the levels, and it's nice to be able to have a little bit of farm, but when you've got this kind of teamwork and this kind of protection, a 5 Phoenix looks perfectly fine to me.
For sure, yeah. Sometimes it just doesn't feel like that great of a Phoenix game, especially if you pick it early on and the enemy team is just like, yeah, we need to have heroes to kill the egg. We need to have Ogre, Mirana, you name it.
As is BKB, another 2,600 in the bank for Iceberg, so he's going to be approaching another item soon, as is our Phantom Lancer, who's looking to complete a Manta.
Dire structures are fortified.
And they are both 3,000 net worth plus ahead of the Alchemist. Situation that should be reversed. Roger trying to go for a Znai.
He buys back instantly.
Yeah.
All right, they did not use any of the long cooldowns. Not sure that was necessary. Also, top lane's being pushed in, so someone needs to get that farm. Also, 2 bounty runes still standing there. What they can do is just X-mark someone, clears the wave, and come back.
Very curious. Maybe Roger was just bored. He's like, ah.
Possibly, considering how this game is going. You know,
it's like, this game's boring enough when I'm actually playing. When I'm dead, it's even worse. Okay, playing some triangle. I mean, Roshan is available for Fly to Moon. They just don't have the absolute best team to do it. But seeing as they're far enough ahead, they'll start putting it to work here. They have no minus armor, right? Yeah.
Nope. So
it'll take a minute.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while until they kill this Roche. Not the best Roche taking lineup.
5 men is on the way. Can they get here in time? The scan's gonna go off, so they know 5 men's coming. Damage is still flowing in. The Phantom Lance is looking to finish it off. Chessie's going to jump inside the pit, while General, he's going to make sure to connect with the Alchemist. It's going to be all up to Chessie to try and seal with his Aegis, but he can't get it. The Terrorize on top, bumping him into the wall, chasing him away. They do have the Curse Crown on a Zibe here. He's going to be stunned up. The Sunray, he does manage to get the wall. Misery toss back there, but it lines up into the God's Rebuke from General, who pins in the Vengeful Spirit. A dive over 2 from Always Wanna Fly, just looking to be able to slow down these heroes and catch as many as possible. Ace weaves his way back and through the brambles and does manage to get back to the safety of his base. But it won't be safe for long, as the rest of Fly to Moon with this Aegis looks very strong, very fierce, and probably ready to test their mettle on high ground.
General will have another arena because he had Arcane Rune before that fight. Alchemist, he's just gone.
Yep, the swap comes in. He swaps in a dead body. Oh no, they couldn't even catch Always Wanna Fly. Misery tried with the Ion Shell, but there it is. You called it Lacoste. You said this team knows how far behind they are. They go for last-ditch Roshan interruption there, but Fly to Moon, just all around clean play by them.
Yeah, they had much stronger lanes. I think this one comes down to a draft, having Alchemist and Venge as your safe lane against 2 very aggressive heroes in terms of Mars, double Orb of Venom this game, for whatever reason, and the Dark Willow. It was just hard for them, you know? And if Venge leaves, tries to get some stacks going on, Alchemist is going to be solo and he's going to die. Also mid lane, Kanka, you really don't pressure the hero.
So we need to make sure an Alchemist actually has a proper laning phase. Right?
Yeah,
that was your biggest problem when you saw the draft. You're just like, I don't like this at all.
No, I just predicted it. I said that they're going to lose 3 lanes after I saw them setting it up, and it's exactly what happened. I think you need to have better heroes to protect the Alchemist. I think you need to have a mid hero that does stuff that keeps them busy. Well, what is Darkseer gonna do? Like 7-8 minutes in, when Alchemist just wants to farm the jungle, like he cannot kill people.
Yeah, Lacoste, he called it from the very start. He knew what was going to happen. Does he know what's going to happen in Game 2? We'll get back to that. We have to go see the panel, and then Lacoste will give you his predictions.
Thank you so much, Dota Capitalist and Lacoste Dota, for your incredible casting and analysis of that game. Welcome back to the panel with Jenkins and Mr. Freeman himself, the Kylester. Gentlemen, quite the game that we saw there. How's Alchemist looking? Pretty poo-poo?
I wanted to point that out, actually. I wanted to talk about that with you guys. So, at the start of the tournament, serious question, not memeing.
Yes.
Alchemist was getting picked, looked pretty good. Viking picked it. There was some surprise element to it, but I think also... okay, here's my theory. I basically think that about halfway through this tournament, people started moving into the triangle super early, literally ignoring the enemy jungle. It's riskier, it's more aggressive, but there's like these late game heroes, so it's almost a response to these Spectres and TBs and stuff. And I feel like Alchemist doesn't want to be farming his jungle while the triangle is being taken over because it's so risky for him, right? And if he dies, the game is just over. And we saw that happen in this game.
Yes. Kyle?
Yeah, everything Jenkins said is accurate. I personally just not buying like the safe lane Alch if you're not guaranteeing it free farm. And to your point, if you can't control the triangle, then the stacks also fall out of favor. Like even the game Na'Vi lost, they at least had their Alch online. It was just a matter of execution.
Hold on. This is the moment right here.
This was the best.
Oh, baby.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
yes.
we've been waiting.
Oh, my God. That is what dreams are made of.
That's why we're not casting anymore.
My dream as a Kunkka mid player, and yes, thank God for that. Yes, if you are a stream viewer, you will not have Slacks cast. Although I do think you had requests to have you cast the Divine Finals, but we'll have Twitch chat vote on that later. How do you put Darkseer mid? Like, I would rather put my Darkseer in the jungle than mid. Especially against a hero like Kunkka. Iceberg is going to get every last hit.
Here's the wave.
Yeah, you're just giving a free game to Iceberg. And what does a Darkseer do? Like, Darkseer he can't gank. He's not going to control runes and do something with them. He just farms and spams more shells. Kunkka just goes and kills things.
Yeah, he definitely can't pop off like you'd like a last pick hero to pop off. Especially against a Kunkka, man. He picks some sort of Necrophos or whatever. Like, at least you can lane counter it, but it's... Yeah, I definitely think... I think Fogg was saying backstage, he's like, you gotta flame this last pick Darkseer, man. You gotta call them out for this.
And he's the expert, so you keep it up.
Yeah. It didn't look great.
Oh, boy. Well, so what do you think? Draft mis-execution there? Play mis-execution? Who's to blame?
I don't like blaming the draft, generally speaking. I feel like the draft... if you run the Darkseer offlane or something...
Wait, was he lying to me? Did Darkseer really go mid?
Yeah. Oh, no, it went mid. It was Zebe. It was Zebe playing Darkseer mid.
That
so they
really
sent
happened.
the mid laner off with the puck.
I'm sorry. I was like, wait, did I actually see that happen? I was checking myself. That really happened.
It happened. It really happened. Yep.
Yeah. Go
Does
figure.
anything really happen in the simulation?
That's a good question, actually.
We'll get to that later, but finish up your thoughts on the game.
I think itemization from Vitamin was excellent. General, no blink, just drums, pipe, tons of magic damage pressure. It's always going to be effective. You have a hood into the fighting build on the PL.
I love that.
Yeah, but the key is, to your point, I've seen this casual hood, and then the PL farms his own side of the map for 20 minutes, and you're just like, well, this was really dumb.
Yep.
When you buy this hood and you just run at the enemy all game with a Kunkka behind you, it looks great.
Sure.
There's an Alchemist Darkseer. You just kill them over and over. Ace...
I feel like V-Tune, this guy is literally the player for that aggressive playstyle.
Yeah.
He has been the standout carry for me in this tournament that has been really successful at playing incredibly fast, where I look at the draft and this is reminiscent to me of this Lifestealer versus Spectre game that he played. They played versus NIP, and I was thinking, like, how do they go late game against a Spectre? No counter whatsoever. And he's just on Lifestealer, diving behind towers, went for the armlet, Deso build. The guy's literally at their tier 3s when there's a tier 1 up. Like, he's so incredibly aggressive as a carry. A lot of carries can't do that right now.
You might say he plays a lot like Aggressive.
You might say that.
From TI5 C
Yes.
deck, who is a very similar, in fact, you could argue was like the innovator of this playstyle with the gyro and the PL, specifically when it came to his rotations. I mean, we don't see it as much now, but like,
it's not a thing
he'd
these
hit
days.
6, TP top, smoke around, get the kill, get the tower, just kill enemy carry. Now I think people are smart enough, like you'll see at a point both carries sort of...
The swap.
Yeah, they just ditch the lane before you can come gank them. But yeah, just well played. 5 men, I don't think that this is your strength. When this team's looked best, Ace is playing Arc Warden, or they have somebody on Furion, like they can all play it. And Misery is on a Playmaker. I'm not a fan of this style for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, though, it's like it's a very stylized draft, if you want to call it that, where if they did pick something totally different, I would be completely open to... I don't think they're just going to get stomped in game 2. Because this is so specific. Like, the Alk pick is so specific, where it's a totally different strategy from the other ones.
It goes back to, I think you were saying it upstairs, like this Ven, like certain heroes become broken because of what you can place with them, and the combined power level is just too strong, you know? It's like Exodia, you just can't do anything about it.
Well.
Venge and Alchemist doesn't make nearly as much sense as Venge plus range carry, or, you know, Dusa, Drow, Arc Warden. That's when this looks insane, because you have this range carry just doing massive damage, and you get jumped on, quick swap, boom, you're fine. Where's the synergy with an Alk?
Right. I saw the synergy that they were going for, like it's like the stacking and the minus armor. It's like partly there, but I think it's, like you said, it's missing the ranged element, which a lot of other teams clearly think is very important right now, because it's Drow Venge, it's Drow...
Well, there's no physical damage. Alk is not even a physical damage carry up to like 30 plus minutes of the game. Then you have Darkseer Puck. There's no right-clicking. So what's the usage of this Venge? In addition, Alk can't really take Ancient stacks super effective, and if you have a hard landing phase like this or you get invaded, it just feels weird.
Yeah, you need to be like mega over level to take ancient stacks, but you can see where they were going with it, though. It's like they thought, okay, these are the synergies that are important with this Venge pick, so we're going to try it. And then after this, they might just be like, okay, we need a range carry with this. Like, we need an Arc Warden, we need a Medusa, probably a Drow to make this work.
So this seems like an easy problem to fix, though. You just get rid of the Alchemist, you know?
Yes, I'd say that's a good start.
I think so, yeah.
Right, yeah,
I seriously think that Game 2 can look totally different.
I just, the confidence to watch the last series and say, you know what we need? We need more of that.
I want that. That's good for me.
Good.
I like. That's a good job. No, that's strange. But at the same time, you know, they had their own plans, which maybe we'll be able to ask them in the interview, should it be a big-ass turnaround. But, I don't know, looking pretty rough. Do you guys think that we will go to a Game 3 in this series?
You know what? I think so. Like, the game looked the same in the Liquid VP series yesterday, where VP totally crushed the first game. Looks like a total stomp. Liquid completely changes up the draft. They stomp, and then crazy third game, and they eventually win. So I think it's a similar situation where 5 men, they just have this very specific draft, like you were pointing out. And if they change it, it'll look different, and they could maybe 50-50. But if it's the same, they're going to get stomped again.
Totally agree. If they change it, it will be different.
Okay,
yes,
it's going to look different. It's going to look different because it's not like a skill difference.
Kyle, I believe I heard you in your cast say, if you jump Avenge, she can die. And then you stopped your thought process.
Thank you, Slacks.
Which
Thank
was
you.
an incredible feat of... I know you had more to say, but you literally did not speak for 3 seconds afterwards, and then...
I was befuddled thoroughly by the events that had preceded that one.
If you jump Avenge, she
the
can
idea
die.
is you're swapping in people, and the Venge usually sacrifices her life.
know, yeah.
Instead, you don't have to swap. You can just die, and then it's fine.
Yeah, did you guys know if you pick Alchemist, it's an Alk game?
Oh my god, I've heard that's the number of times this has been said throughout the tournament is rapidly extrapolating. It's a very
well,
big
hopefully
problem.
we won't see it again for Game 2. We hopefully will not see another, quote, Alk game. We haven't really talked that much about Fly to Moon. We talked a lot about the draft from the men. But anything out there that stuck to you besides the PL? We spent a lot of time on that. I want to talk about the combo. I mean, that beautiful combo.
Yes.
We've been dreaming of seeing this Mars into Willow, into more. It reminded me back of, like, you know, the TI1, TI2 days of those Wombos. How come we don't see that more often?
It's hard to execute. I think this was like kind of the perfect game for it because you had all this, and ultimately 5 men just had weaker, harder to execute team fight and no real skirmish potential. So all the engagements, Fly to Moon, are just kind of freely casting their spells. The arena goes down. This, that, the other thing, and you have free catch with.
Yes, that's the other thing. Absolutely.
Kunkka, I think for Iceberg, synergizes really well with V-Tune on PL because it's like the dream mid to play aggressive, especially when you get a free lane against the Darkseer. He's just running around the map. You find somebody, X them, they're going to get jumped, and if you want to counter-engage somehow as 5 men, Fly to Moon has like 7 other huge AoE ultimates to throw at you. So, well, maybe not 7, but 3.
Kunkka plus a Mars are also basically like the 2 ideal sort of mid and off lane to have against an Alchemist because you have this timing, like 8 to 15 minutes or whatever, where Alk is going to be farming these big stacks in the jungle. And you don't want to have to wait for some sort of Blink Dagger initiation to contest that, because what if your offlaner has a bad game and you don't get a Blink, right? And then Alk just farms those stacks. By the time you get the Blink, Alk has a BKB. Like, you're done. The game is over.
Yeah.
But with the Mars, you don't need, especially with the combo, you don't need a Blink Dagger. You just run and press ult. With the Kunkka, you've got this long-range X. You don't need a Blink Dagger, not like a DK. Then again, a mid laner could probably farm it. It depends on how the game is going, but it's still really nice to have these incredibly active cores that don't really need items. Like you mentioned, he built the pipe first, right? So not only can he run in and contest the Alk, he's also incredibly tanky, so he plays as like the frontliner as well.
Yeah, and the other issue is that if the Alk isn't doing damage, if you look at the rest of the draft of 5 men, they just don't have any to compensate. It's a Darkseer, Puck, Venge, and I don't remember the other support because it's kind of a non-vector.
Tiny.
Burst magic damage by pipe. What do?
What do indeed. Well, gentlemen, we are waiting for our teams to get back into it. So, a question for you.
Oh, God.
Philosophical question. Back in my days in school, I knew a man who had an argument that every night we die. And check this out. The brain in your memory storage, in fact, does completely shut off in a time of your sleep patterns, and then it starts itself. And his theory is that for that moment, that tiny moment, it's much like shutting off a computer completely and rebooting it. And his argument was, how do you know your rebooted was anything before that was real? Could it have been implanted memories? Could it have been anything? Every time that you go to sleep, when you wake up, are you technically just new? Are you a new person? Did the old you die?
I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
Like, define you, right? What? So, am I the physical brain? Am I a combination of the memories and the personality, the neural pathways? Like, what is it that defines me? Because if I shut off...
Interesting. I had a conversation with an ESL executive at ESL Hamburg about this. There's a theory that humans are actually consciousness first. The idea being that you are actually like... Basically, there's an idea that like you are your brain, but his concept was no. You're like, your consciousness is separate from your body. Your body is just like where your consciousness is right now. So after you die, it'll just float off until it finds something else to reside in.
So like,
and or just, I don't know.
So physically, the consciousness is something is something else, or there's another. It's an immaterial.
I don't know,
plane.
but I've noticed a correlation between people's like age, or rather, is wealthy people.
What?
We believe some weird stuff.
We?
What? Wealthy.
Yes. You said wealthy people we believe.
No. Wealthy people believe some weird
stuff.
Okay.
You said we.
We'll just move.
It's fine. Go
ahead.
Just
move past that.
No
Definitely
problem.
not we. Maybe the, but not here.
No.
No.
I fight with hobos
Quite the
over
opposite.
pizza crusts.
Yes, it's true. I've seen the stream.
It's really vicious out there.
I'm in horrific debt.
I don't remember where I was going
with
this.
Well, you were saying we, the wealthy people, believe some weird stuff.
Well, yeah, it's just like all these, like it just, if you like have to work for a living, you don't have time to think about like weird what ifs, like, oh, what if we're in a simulation and like talk about it for 17,000 hours and read books about the subject. I think a lot of this is just people like read sci-fi and then they're like, what if that was real? And then,
Yes, truly the poor do not think of anything besides their station.
They don't think.
Truly. That's why they're so good at doing menial labor, because they lack the ability to think of higher cognition. They're not like us.
It's such a plight to
the rich.
It's such a plight.
Oh, so much time to think. It's such a curse. Only,
the curse of intelligence and wealth.
If only I was like the poor, right, Kyle? you fucking scum. You disgusting scum.
I can't believe you went there.
Sweet Jesus, may you be cast down. Bernie Sanders, help! No,
Stop, please.
Stop! No, it's all good. But Kyle actually does make a point. Somewhere, I'm not. He has
I
made
made more
one.
of a point than you. What was that?
What? My point was that it doesn't matter how much you make, you're allowed to imagine, Kyle.
Sure.
Would you like to
I think
disagree?
imagination is point. That's the one thing I hope that our generation's having a hard time with right now is hope. You know? Hope. The idea that tomorrow will be better than today.
Yeah, not a lot of that in 2020. Quite the opposite.
Not quite. I think I will say I would highly recommend that. I mean, pretty much everybody watching, and us included, are all on the internet, social media, almost all times. Take an effort to curate what you're exposing yourself to every day. Remove something, add something, because the internet's full of awesome, like really dope shit. There's tons of incredible creative people just making things, doing stuff.
Videos, Bob and O's, and
yeah, or you could just go on TikTok like Jenkins. Look, guys, it's a dance video.
Animal Planet.
Animal Planet.
YouTube.com/C/Animal Planet 69.
That was the most inebriated thing I've ever seen. You literally were screaming, you go, Animal Planet.
I was excited.
that was excitement.
It was an exciting thing for me to say and expose my friends to.
Oh,
and now you're
Animal
laughing
Planet.
in
I'm
the
not
face.
laughing. I gave up on Animal Planet and Planet Earth, not just the planet itself, but the show, because of unrealistic things.
They literally were using CGI. I couldn't
No,
believe
they
it.
weren't.
Yeah, they were.
Don't say that.
A lot of stuff in Planet Earth was CGI.
There was an episode called Caves, and it ruined the immersion.
So,
who would go into a fucking cave? Not me. Not anyone saying.
Wait, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just the camera. I swore.
Caves.
One of the things, all I remember was we were watching
we
a
must go.
documentary.
Our time is up. Thankfully,
Oh.
the draft panel is ready and our teams have begun. Will they have time to think about their drafts? Or are they simply too poor? We'll find out soon.
Look at those beautiful stones stacked
Yes.
up to make this pantheon. This pantheon made out of 100% raw, pure shungite. But you did hear from, well, we got to keep out the negative frequencies, my man.
That's true.
That's why we stack this shit up all around to build our little pantheon. But the
Shungite
thing
tea.
that Slacks was talking about, every single time a human goes to sleep and then wakes up, is it the same person? Or do we die every night in our sleep and woken up anew as a new person? Hopefully, for these teams right now, mostly the side of 5 men, their draft has just gone to sleep and waken up as a new person because they had a rough one last time and we want to see it dead.
Yes, indeed.
My approach to drafting has changed a lot throughout the course of this last month or so. I think what I'm watching these teams do that are losing the drafts is that the opponent is threatening something, your lineup is weak in some capacity, and your last 1 or 2 picks share the same weakness. So in this case, or like I'll use an example from another series, Liquid. They were against VP where VP was threatening a lot of push early in their draft, and their last 2 picks were Storm, Void, which just don't deter push at all. And they ended up getting just last pick Beastmastered because they're going to now double down on their plan, and you just get dumpstered. In the last game, I was seeing a weakness of lanes, right? That's what I was seeing from 5 men. You saw it too. We were like, they're going to get to play Dota this game, and they last pick Alk Darkseer, right? And then they just lose all the lanes.
Yeah, lose all 3 lanes, can't play Dota.
It's something where I think teams need to try to be more conscious of the free-flowing drafting state. You know, what is the state of the draft every single pick? Because this isn't something that happens in 1 pick. You know, by the time they've realized it, maybe even by the end of that Alk pick, it's already too late. I don't think the Darkseer could have been anything else to salvage that. I don't know how you feel, but I think at that point, their lanes were lost.
They like picked themselves to lose lanes and they didn't address what they were playing against either. I mean, that one, it was definitely just bizarre for sure.
I don't even care if they address what they're playing against in that game because their lanes were so bad that it doesn't matter if you have the counters.
Kind of beat yourself.
Yeah.
It's definitely important to think about. And the other thing that you do want to keep your mind on is how high the stakes really are. If 5 men do lose this game, they are going to be dropping down into the lower side of the bracket where they're going to be playing a very tough opponent, Cyber Legacy, and a lot of great players on that team that could just easily be all over 5 men inside of that series. Kuman could be all over 5 men. Who knows? It could be a very tough matchup, but let's see if 5 men are able to get a better draft together here.
Are you trying to say anything of substance right now, or
what?
I was just curious if you're trying to.
Just letting people know the brackets.
I was letting people know exactly where they're at. It's my job as the host to set the pace of the matchup.
I was wondering if that was saying anything of substance or anything about substances specifically.
Brian, I don't know what you're thinking about right now, but you need to turn those pretty little eyes onto the picks.
True. We have Grimstroke Tiny is a very standard combo.
Okay, wait. So all of the folks at home are going to be curious. I'm curious as well. I've completely missed this inside joke. I believe that it has something to do with the two of you, Lacoste and potentially Tsunami.
It's mainly Lacoste.
It's mainly me and Lacoste, I think.
But everyone who party queues with them, it's now branched out.
Why do you keep going at random times going,
Why not, Rich?
Okay, this is a saucy inside joke that they're not going to share with any of us. Chat, I'm right with you, being completely lost. But
okay.
The question is, will 5 men be lost in this draft again? Because it did really feel like they were in game number 1, which is not something that I think we've seen with 5 men at all. I think a lot of people saying that 5 men are potentially the strongest, if not one of the strongest teams that is left in this Divine bracket.
For sure.
Fly to Moon also, though, is going to be among these ranks. This is a very important matchup in Divine. What do you think did happen with 5 men where they kind of did get caught up with what they were doing in the draft?
I think this whole tournament, they've been all over the place with the strength of their drafts. Like, some of their drafts, I think they're kind of just throwing wet noodles against the wall and seeing if they stick or not, because sometimes they hit the nail on the head, and sometimes it looks like last game. I think I've really never seen anywhere in between for them.
That's a really good point. Yeah, five men with wet noodles, but they're also going to have this Mag and this Rubik. How do you feel about this opening?
Pretty standard so far.
it's good.
This is normal by their book, I would say.
Looks already like infinitely better. Like we said, like I was the whole time they were drafting that last game. I was like, something's not sitting right. It just feels bizarre. It feels weird. Something's not cool. This already, right off the back, the first two, I can tell that they can build a better draft off of this instead of having this like Venge Puck kind of style that just it can work. But with the what was the third hero that they had in between there? It was Venge Puck and
it was Alchemist.
No, there was another one before that.
Tiny?
Yeah, and Tiny. Yeah, it just like looked weird. And then when they picked the Alk, it looked really weird because they just can't really do anything like that. These two, I feel like, have a lot more diversity with their lanes and their setups.
I feel like the Venge was when it started to get weird, right? Because they third picked Venge, and then everything's single
banned.
thing. Yeah, everything was banned that you'd want to see with it. It was like you were talking about the Arc banned. Every single thing that you mentioned, Dusa banned. Everything that seemed like it would have gone well with the Venge just instantly got banned out. And I think that kind of shows some of the weaknesses of some of the things like Dusa that we have seen as well.
I think if you're gonna pick the Venge, you open with the pairing, or you wait till your third, fourth picks, right? Otherwise, you're at risk of just having all these options that you want be banned out, which is exactly like they banned out literally everything.
You have to either open with the pairing, or you have to know, even if they ban the worst 3 heroes that we wouldn't want them to ban, that we're still going to get what we want based on our bans. Like, we have to have that security plan, because I think with my initial patch impressions, I thought Drow was broken, right? And I realized in my pubs that I played against Venge Drow every game. Like, it was always Venge Drow. And I was like, this shit's busted. Like, I can't believe it. And then I watched Venge and Drow without each other. It doesn't look nearly as impressive. Yes, I think Drow, like, self-sufficiently is a better hero, but Venge, if she's not enabling somebody, her laning stage is just so bad.
Especially with Drow. I mean, Venge just breaks Drow because the way multi-shot works with doubling range, and you get agi bonuses and all this cool stuff, so... Definitely seems like one of those very OP kind of combos if you do get it a lot of the times, especially in pubs.
Yeah, just Venge's only strength in lane is that she gives minus armor in a range to somebody on the opponent team, and her core then has to hit that guy a lot. If that's not happening, then Venge in lane. Like, last game we saw Venge Alk. Alk's the complete opposite of that description, and then you just see the lane get completely dumpstered. So for people at home that are trying to learn
lane duos and synergies and what makes a support get enabled if you're trying to pick carry and your support's already picked Venge. This kind of stuff's really important to take note of.
Yeah, like even like last night too, we saw Venge Jug.
It looked terrible.
It looked abysmal. They
Jug
literally
early
couldn't do
game's a
anything.
spin, right?
Yeah.
He's not right-clicking people. It's just it's pretty crazy how Dota works because it mainly gets punished in professional Dota because if your heroes don't have that synergy, oftentimes the opponent is even more likely to have it, compared to pubs and whatnot. So you get punished for having that lack of synergy. As we see in Enchantress, really
So
nice
nice.
against the Grimstroke
Yeah.
early, right? Because you purge the Inkswell potentially in lane, but it's also just a really nice 5 to guarantee their laning stage that they also struggled in last game.
Yeah, no one deals with Enchantress in lane. No one can deal with the creep. You have to try to block the creep camp, especially too. So you have to waste some money or waste some time constantly addressing the camp while also dealing with the lane that she also bullies in as well, even without the creep.
Batrider is banned. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bat. It's definitely
Bat's
taken out.
Bat's by far the best offlaner, I think. If we're dealing with Enchantress, she doesn't like getting sticky like 5-man.
Yep. And also with like the Grimstroke carry, I think you always are gonna see those like Dooms, those Bat Riders taken out. Shadow Fiend. You guys can see the little bro pound there on the mirror up above the heroes there. Okay, but I mean that's an early pick for the Shadow Fiend for Iceberg here.
It's really nice against Enchantress, but I think
For
that's
sure.
a bit of an overreaction.
Yeah, it's like got him, got that 5 Enchantress, you know.
Well, is it that ludicrous that this could be a 3 Shadow Fiend?
I've been contemplating people doing it, but yeah, it's pretty ludicrous.
Okay, just curious, because like the only reason I theorycraft that is just because they did pick it in response to the Enchantress, and it would be
Yeah.
weird to pick your mid this early as a response to the 5.
Yeah, I agree. And it's the thing is also you just picked it into Rubik and Magnus. Magnus BKB piercing disable. If you do want to get Requiem off Rubik, you always steal Requiem. So
They're leaving their carry till last, which is kind of interesting to me on the side of 5-men, because usually with this mag, you can flex it mid or off lane depending on the matchups. And they look like they've just, because they see the Shadow Fiend, they want to commit the mag to most likely off lane? I actually don't know. Maybe they're wamboozling me as well as Fly to Moon.
Wamboozling.
Wamboozling. Look at that.
Never
Okay.
heard of that, but have definitely heard of Venomancer. We're going to manage to see him again. How do you like this next to a pick that we haven't seen all too
Can I
often?
ask a
in this
question,
tournament?
though?
Can you
So
deny
you
Venom
said-
words?
Oh, no, real quick. No,
Say the
serious
Venom word
question.
thing.
This is a serious question. So you say you've never heard wamboozling, though, right? But do you understand what I mean when I say it?
Wamboozle?
Yeah.
Wham bam and bamboozle?
No, I'm saying, though, like, if I say, are they wamboozling?
It's
Fly
because
to
it's
Moon
an
too?
onomatopoeia in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, if this was a comic book, if this was a Dota comic book, which I feel like Slacks reads, it would come up and be like, Wamboozle, like in the draft, like in a chat
But
bubble.
would you know what that means, though, right? Like in the general connotation of what I'm going for, or does it just make no sense? that
No,
I say it?
I think it does make sense inherently. I think it probably transcends language as well.
It's just interesting because I hear that kind of stuff and I'm like, okay, so I know maybe they don't know what that word means, but did I get the point across?
Yeah, like if I went, man, this pick right here is an absolute bazinga. I feel like everybody's gonna understand. I don't know
what
what
you
it
mean.
means. I have no idea.
I
what
would
that
have to see the pick, but then
Is
I
Bazinga
think
good or bad? I can't tell.
I think if I saw the pick, I would be able to tell what he's going for.
I don't know if I would be.
I think so.
I
I
don't
think
know, Bazinga
I
seems like
know
a
what
little
he's
bit of a
getting at.
bizarre
I know what he's getting at. Venomancer, super annoying for Enchantress. Super annoying for Mag.
Absolute bazinga of a pick.
Absolute wham bam boozlings bazinging of a pick. I think what I like about Veno in this draft is that it gives them the aura builder that they desperately needed because they have a ton of damage. Their first 3 heroes are all damage, and yeah, you can say Veno piles on that damage, but I think it's more so about having a hero that takes a certain part of the map, claims it as his own, and then buys items that enable his team to do their jobs better, and also effectively disabling the opponent team from doing their jobs, as we see in Ember.
Like their draft. It looks very aggressive.
It's probably a Jug, and I'm going to hate it when I see it.
You think it's Jug? I think it's, yeah, I mean, Jug, I think it's going to be Troll if it's not
Against
Jug.
Veno Ember, huh?
I just think I don't know if they've got like really great options. I see the Sven ban, and that's the ones that at least stand out to me. And, okay, Jug.
It's the only hero that makes sense. It's really good against Ember. It's really good against Veno, but it's like...
I hate playing it versus Veno. He just kills your healing ward in every fight. There's a Veno ward that just snipes your healing ward every
Hey,
single
man,
time.
I'm used to playing against pub Venos. They don't kill your healing ward. I could see how that would be applicable in Pro Dota, and that's why it's
very
important
annoying.
not to draw, direct parallels between pubs and pro, and make sure you distinguish the two.
But you can threaten kills constantly onto that Veno in lane. But Poison
With the
Sting's
Enchantress, yeah.
Poison Sting's just annoying to play versus a lot of times.
The odds are pretty heavily in favor of Fly to Moon here. After watching that last game, there's not too much of a surprise around that, but there was definitely a clear amount of dissonance created in that last draft. It looked like there was a pretty big break, and it seemed like 5 men, if they didn't come out swinging in the early game, there was no chance that they were going to be able to bounce back. And now the question I do have for you guys now, a very different draft on the side of 5 men. What is their route to victory?
I think it's way more reliable this game than it was last game. Jug is the be-all, end-all critical threshold. If he hits 3 or 4 items, I think he is not going to have damage issues this game. That is a typical issue we see Jug run into. He ran into Alliance yesterday. We saw it against Timbersaw and a Void with SNY's Scotty, right? And that just made it so eventually, even with a mag and power, he just doesn't threaten anybody. But I think if he gets 3 or 4 items, that he will carry this game. So if they can get past the early to mid game, way too much damage coming out from Fly to Moon. So it's like weather the storm for the first 15-20.
I think Fly to Moon are the ones who are going to be, being the dictators of the pace. I think I look at their draft and I'm like, damn, they have a lot of enablers with that Grimstroke, with the Ember, with the Tiny. They can constantly make moves around, and they have good team fight. They just have a synergized draft together. But I do think 5 men, if they can actually get to play, if the Magnus can actually keep this Jug farmed, Jug can actually carry the game. But I do think it can be tough. There's a lot of different ways that Fly to Moon can just play aggressively.
I'm going 5 men this game, though.
Okay, a little bit of a bazinga to round out this panel, but Fly to Moon, they're going to set the tempo. We already set the stage. Let's jump into game number 2.
Yes, time to see if that last pick from 5 men, the bazinga that came in, will bamboozle the opposing team. I don't know what they were talking about in the draft, honestly, but I did hear one thing, Lacoste, which was that if 5 men get to play a game, well, they certainly didn't get to play the game last time.
Oh, they for sure didn't, but they have a better draft than in the last game. I'm still not convinced. Like, seeing these 3 squishy heroes, Enchantress, I forgot the other 2, Windranger, and I believe there's one more squishy hero, but we cannot see it right now, and my brain is not working that way. And so that means that it's a great Tiny game. He has he has someone to enable him. It's not a Darkseer this time, but it's a Grimstroke, so kind of a same thing. He goes in. Once he gets a Blink Dagger, I think there's so much pressure on 5 men early on. Once again, and this is an Fly to Moon Iceberg Classic Shadowfin. I just enjoy watching this dude play this hero.
Yeah, if he actually manages to get into... Do you think he's going to go the Yule's route and try and blow people up? Because you said you like the Tiny for that exact reason, right?
They have Ember Spirit. One of them needs to get damage, so they need to talk to each other. Like, if this game goes post 40-minute mark, they might run into some issues. What are they doing?
What's happening? What is this?
They're asserting dominance. That's it. Oh, yeah. Spray on them.
He put his courier in the tower, you goober!
First time I see
They
it.
brought all their couriers out too? What a fucking boss move.
They're such a baller team.
I almost feel bad.
I would GG out right now if I was 5 men, honestly. They got us.
This will do just fine.
And they even show the items, so they know that Tiny has Boots of Speed, Venomancer adjusted his item builds. Since he's like playing against the Juggernaut and Eng, needs to have extra movement speed just to run away from Blade Fury. Venomancer, 43 damage, no stats.
Yeah, that's I always feel like I need to get as many stat items as humanly possible. Maybe that's because I'm bad and I suck at CSing, but I hate having to CS on Venomancer in the first 2 levels, man. I cannot get those Wraith Bands fast enough.
What do you get, 4 slippers?
No, not quite. I do ask for some regen, but probably at least a slipper and a circlet. Maybe 2 branches or something. Meanwhile, on the other side, the off lane for 5 men is going to be the Rubik Magnus combination, which I feel like should be able to do pretty well in the first 2 or 3 levels against this.
Yeah, Shockwave. I love that build on Mag. Gives you much more kill potential, especially with the Rubik. You get Skewer on level 2 instead of getting Empower and just trying to get the last hits. You're going to get them eventually. Mag has insanely good attack animation. And they're running low in region. Like Always Wanna Fly already used 2 tangos and a healing salve. And V-Tune's playing on half HP at the moment. Still CSing very nicely underneath the tower.
Yeah, I don't think they're really going to be able to do a whole lot until like they're level 4 on V-Tune or something. Like once he's got level 2 Flame Guard might be enough for you to be able to get aggressive and like shackle up somebody, but it feels like for the most part they're just going to get pounded by a bunch of magic damage, maybe even some few cleave hits from the Magnus. We'll see what kind of build he goes for after this Shockwave.
I still think you put a point in Skewer.
Yeah, for sure. You got the Telekinesis Skewer combo, right? There's this Inkswell combination that V-Tune does have available to him, but I don't think he can
He's level 2
feel...
right now. I think V-Tune's just straight up dead.
Yeah, they're going to try and burst down Zibe first, though. They do manage to get the first blood. That is great for V-Tune, because we said he was suffering on the regen department, so they just commit. They go for a kill. They manage to get the first blood, and he'll return back with a bunch of regen now.
Yeah, he got 300 gold from that kill, and he was already dead, so pretty good deal for Ember Spirit. Was out of mana, out of HP. How's mid lane doing? 12-2 against 9 and 1. The problem is, when Wind Ranger hits level 6, this is where she has a much greater kill potential, unless Iceberg is keeping her low.
Iceberg doing a good job of landing those raids. Goes for the close range one. Chessie quickly backs out.
He's in range of the long one.
Yeah, he's just going to chase him down until it's up. He's got 305. He's got 15 more movement speed, but the last one, the stacks ran out on the raises.
That's why, yep.
Otherwise, it certainly would have been a kill. Still, though, I mean, Chessie's still in a terrible position. He's going to have to immediately consume all the regen he can just to be able to have a presence back in lane.
And Shadowfin already has a bottle, so I want to see at least one hero from Fly to Moon just securing the bottle refill for that SF. Knowing how Always Wanna Fly plays, he's not afraid to die just to refill the bottle.
Yeah. Well, the Venomancer's doing pretty well for himself, 18 and 3. So General doesn't have the same issues I have when it comes to CSing on that hero, apparently. Ace, he's dealing fine with the harassment. He does have his own options. He can spin off the Gale, and he's got Healing Ward that he can lay down. As Fog talked about, it's a hiding game. When you play this matchup, you have to be able to put your Healing Ward out and hide it away from the Veno wards that are going to come out and try and snipe it away. Venomancer
is just so annoying to play into. Runes are spawning, 5 seconds. Shadowfin just pushing out Chessie out of the lane. There's Misery on the bottom. Alright, that would be pretty hype if somehow Shadowfin managed to get it, but he calls for help on the mid lane, like, guys, I'm not doing well.
No, Misery's gonna cut in from the other side. Nice gang.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's exactly what they need. They stole the rune from Shadowfin, they managed to kill him, and I don't think they can make any kind of aggressive rotations on the bottom. Like, it's a Mag can easily just skewer back, especially if he's standing closer to the tower. Roger, 2 observer wards in his backpack at the moment, inventory. So he's just waiting for Shadowfin to heal him up with the bottle.
Yeah, I imagine he'll start getting some river wards. Iceberg was doing quite fine in this lane before. He does not want to get ganked up like that again. So maybe we'll see some of that vision laid out somewhere. Maybe not. He just walks away. He's like, nah, you're good. No river ward for you. Okay, he puts one right there next to the Roshan pit. General is going to be forced to TP away. Ace doesn't bother with the spin.
Still very low on Juggernaut, and as you said, like, they can easily kill the healing ward.
Zibe, he does have his support showing up. They thought they could go on to Zibe here, but Zibe turns around and just goes for the kill on a V-Tune, trying to finish him up. Misery's close, but the healing salve comes through, and Misery will not manage to get that kill, nor will Always Wanna Fly. Almost finished off Zibe at the same time. The Shockwave pulling him back in, but they know Zibe's still in the trees, and he's low, and they finish him off with a slight. Always Wanna Fly with a Fairy Fire will live for now. They'll both live, but on pretty much no health.
V-Tune did not need to use Healing Salve. Like, Rubik does not hit that hard.
Yeah.
And he would not die. It had extra regen and the armor underneath the tower. Also, Mag does not have Skewer. He has 2-2-0 build, which is questionable for me.
Yeah, again, we said we have this really nice combo of the telekinesis into skewer, but maybe he just feels a little bit focused on just the harassment and farming aspect that Empower gives you. You know, Zibe may have died and everything, but V-Tune lost his healing salve. Always Want to Fly didn't have any regen on him, so it's not like they're doing anything while Zibe was dead.
2 couriers flying up with some extra regen on the bottom. Sometimes it's really better to die.
Yeah.
Especially, okay, so he brought a bottle. 2 bottles, that's what we've seen from Flight of Moon in the previous one when they had Mars who picked it up early on after Orb of Venom. Even Zibe has a bottle. Like, they understand that it's very important to bring any regeneration, and whoever wins the trade war of regen kind of wins the lane. Ember Spirit a bit underleveled for this time. You know, they've been sharing a lot of XP. You want your Grimstroke to die before you get a kill.
Yeah.
The dream.
You want all that solo experience, but sadly he's not getting that, and he's also not getting a ton of CS either, especially compared to the Juggernaut, who I believe was top CS. You can see Netwar's a little different just because the Juggernaut probably has to spend so much on regen. Always Want to Fly, caught out just a bit out of position here. But I'm sure he'll be bringing some extra items for the Ember Spirit. He'll come TP in and refill the bottle as well.
So I see SF with Power Treads. That means that he's going to go for more of a right-click build. If you're getting Eul Scepter, you don't get Power Treads. You just want to get Eul Scepter as fast as possible.
Right.
But you know, looking at the heroes that they have against the Juggernaut, Eul Scepter seems perfectly fine dispelling Vendron, but they definitely need someone to actually deal right-click damage if this game goes late.
Dude, 5 man is botting them in this bottom lane, man. They gotta find some options. This is getting a little ridiculous.
I think you can leave Venomancer on top and just rotate the Tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, Venomancer he's getting into that territory where he just spams out wards and it becomes very difficult to fight into him.
Wow, look at that ward. He cannot find it.
Yeah, that's the hiding game that we're talking about.
It's still one of the best items, tier 1 items you can get on Shadow Fiend. Faded Brooch, extra movement speed, mana pull.
His tower is under assault right now, but this damn Hellbear, he didn't really want to take any damage. Man's up now and brings down the creep wave. While 5 men still hovering around this territory here. Searching for observer wards. The truth is, it's just Always Want to Fly sitting there on the high ground watching them all.
Haven't seen much of a Roger. 0-0-0 on Tiny. I mean, he can't really gank mid lane. It's very hard to gank a Wind Ranger. She's just gonna outrun you, have that 1 point in Wind Run. But the bottom lane, like, he could have left Venomancer solo on the top lane a bit earlier. Boots of Travel Venomancer, that's an investment.
Yeah, and it also leaves him very, very squishy. And again, this Juggernaut has Omni Slash and Spin, so if they do manage to get past the wall of wards and get on top of this Venomancer, he's going to get popped pretty quickly. And all of that successful farming he's doing in the top lane may be for naught. Bottom lane, do manage to finally get a kill here on Zibe. Double damage Iceberg with Roger. They're going to close in on the triangle here. Enchant is going to dispel that double damage, but they're going to toss him over. And 1 race into 2 race. That'll be the kill on a Pylite die. Securing the bounty rune. And the supports of 5 men chased away. Always Want to Fly finds a haste rune. Perfectly timed.
I'm not sure about this Boots of Travel Veno. It just feels like you spent 2,000 gold on nothing. Like, okay, you're gonna save some because you're not gonna be using any money to buy TP throughout the whole game. But still, what is the timing you're looking for?
It's very different than a Bat Rider, right? The Bat Rider uses this Boots of Travel to be able to aggressively move around the map. His excess movement speed allows him to close in on enemies and get the lasso. Like, what the Venomancer is like, you kind of just hole out in a lane And maybe you're going to TP to like defend against a tower push or something, but I don't.
You can still do that with a TP.
Yeah, you could just use TP scrolls. You don't need a full boots of travel to do that.
Well,
I don't know, man. Roger, he's going to be maybe gifted a kill on a Misery, or maybe not. Didn't do quite enough damage as he's on the level 6. And, well, that focus fire. It's a menace. Shackle shot will make sure that Iceberg doesn't get too much there.
Oh, bottom lane, they managed to kill Pylite Die with the Grimstroke ulti. Usually you don't see Grimstroke getting an early point in Blaze.
RP'd underneath the tower, but V-Tune, he's fine. He's going to be able to take that damage up. Ooh.
Nice Shackle. Has 15 sticks, they see it, they don't want to go for it. Plus a Fairy Fire. Well, maybe Venomancer, you know, with all the travel restrictions, the man just want to travel.
Well, here he is, all the way from top to bottom. And his top lane is under assault. Roger's here to try and...
Go for that healing ward.
Go for a hit! Yeah! Tosses him up. Ace takes the full combo damage here, and is just going to TP out, scared of V-Tune and that aggression that was coming towards him.
Are fortified.
So Jesse, just a casual Javelin going straight into BKB. There's a ton of magical damage on their side. Everything they have pretty much is magical, so
yeah,
like you need to itemize properly.
And then it'll be a combo that he can just man up on the SF every single time. If you ever get on top of him, just focus, fire, pop, BKB, win, run. What can SF do to you? Not a whole lot. Well, he can go invisible. That's what he can do, because he went for Shadow Blade. So still going to have some of that potential to surprise people, move around, gank, and blow them up. But, as you said, very much a right-click build that he is pushing into. Smoke gank here. Pylite Die. Going to join Chessie in the mid lane. Smoke and rotate to bottom, where currently we have the Rubik trying to push that in.
Oh,
they
nice
do have
combo.
that
Where's
first
the
Shadow
toss?
Blade. Nicely done.
Doesn't even need to use it. He was waiting for it. That's the Shadow Blade reveal. And they're going to put pressure on both top and mid tower at the same time. Where's that Venomancer? I want to see him travel back to the bottom lane, defend the tower. Right now, he's just sitting in a triangle. They have a ton of magical damage. He's just going for Veil this game. You know, this is his area. It's like watching Jack Chen, aka KBBQ, playing Venomancer.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I remember when Jack got up to like 5K or something like that. Closing in on 6K just because the Venomancer spamming. And a Midas for the Juggernaut. All right. He already had the Magnus, so I wasn't sure if he was actually going to get that farm accelerator, but apparently he feels it's necessary.
What if he gets a Battle Fury after Hand of Midas? Then the game just explodes.
Double damage.
1300 GPM Juggernaut. Never happened before.
He'll be the least impactful 15-minute Juggernaut and the most farmed 50-minute Juggernaut.
Camp stacked. We see 5 on Fly the Moon, 3, 7 on 5 men. So pretty even. This is not Team Liquid, where one team has 3 and the Team Liquid on the other side has like a 17. Anything you steal from Grimstroke as Rubik feels good. It's one of the matchups that you kind of want to play into.
Yeah. V-Tune pulling the creep wave over to the side here, while the Venomancer continues to chip away at that mid tower. It's up to 5 men to put together some sort of response here. They need to be able to find an initiation. They're going to first go for the bounty runes here, trying to dodge Shackle Shot. Holds up, it doesn't actually launch to the trees. V2 gets the bounty rune and looks to get out. Ace is on the other side of things. He's going to jump away to his remnant before a stun could catch him.
So they just saw 5 members of 5 men. Tiny gets a Blink Dagger. They're farming mid lane, bot, and top at the same time. So this is where this whole difference comes from. I think right now Fly the Moon is just outplaying them. Also, this boosted travel, you know, I'm not a big fan of it, but there's also some couple of good sides to it. You know, he can be at anywhere on the map. One thing I'm worried about is they don't have any abilities that go through magic immunity, so this is something that they're going to struggle against on side of Fly the Moon. He kills the sentry ward.
Never refuse gold given.
They try to block the camps.
Where are you going?
Smoke it over, running into Pylai Die with the enchant. Well, he shouldn't live because Roger should be able to finish off the kill, but I think they really want this Magnus. That's what Roger's heading for. And they might just be able to get him put on the Inkswell. Roger catches him inside the Avalanche. A nice chain stun combination. Zibe. That was quite greedy, and he does pay the price.
So they are itemizing for what I mentioned that they lack. Straight up physical damage. Ember drums into Desolator, and Shadowfin also going for right-click build, so there's going to be a lot of minus armor coming on from Shadowfin's Aura, Deso, and they also need some tower damage, so one of the reasons why they're going for it. Every single time I see Ember Spirit on one side, the first thing that comes to my mind, you need to have a hero that deals tower damage.
Right. Mid-tower deny range, so fly to move.
Midas.
They're all running over here.
They got the deny.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Gets the deny, now go use that Midas.
Iceberg going all in on the damage. I believe that's MKB queued up. Just needs the Demon Edge to finish it off.
Okay, you're dead. Roger, don't get too close or you'll be dead too. Always want to fly. That's just one of those, you know, 5-position deaths. You kind of have to run around in the enemy jungle sometime. Oh, shackle shot. Was that an invisible chassis catching this V-Tune? And that was a really big kill.
Good spell casting, everything on point. Just stun locked him. And Misery Steel Slight, not the best spell, but something they needed just to finish him off. Roger hunting. Mana Ward.
Oh, get it, Roger! The Ward picked it up. Pylai Die dies to that instead.
Imagine Tiny with the Craggy coat. Level 18 trying to hit.
Did you see that? That was actually a clip that was on Reddit at some point. It was really funny.
Top tower has fallen.
Roger finds another ward. This is 5 men. The map's getting a little closed off here. The only saving grace is that they did manage to take this top tower, but it's not the easiest area to really push in and feel good about.
So Windranger is ready to go. BKB, Javelin, Grow Bow, extra magic damage. I think they need to smoke and try to make stuff happen now.
Yeah, he's 3,000 net worth behind this Shadow Fiend, so Windranger ultimately, she's a killer, not a farmer. So she's got to go out there, shut down this SF.
I would like if Jesse just picks up Dust for himself. He's the one who can kill the Shadow Fiend, and he just brings it. Yeah, I'm loving it. Because he understands, like, there's no other hero that can just come into the back line where Shadow Fiend's going to be standing and go full force or just use a Dust. Like, they don't have that gap closer yet. Magnus not going for a Blink Dagger from what I saw. I mean, you're playing into Venomancer, just tanking up, getting Hood, getting that mech.
Invading the triangle. He's on top of the illusions right now, so they have the vision. They looking to be able to blow up Zibe right away, and it looks like they got him. Roger, he's going to be the turnaround kill here as the Soul Bind keeping Chessie and Ace together, focused on the same target. V-Tune going to be slowed down by the Enchant. He's playing the outside edges of this fight. Oh no, the Omni Slash! It bounced over the Ancient! Oh, Iceberg! He's still in trouble though. He's trying to get off the ultimate, but the spin is there from Ace. He will manage to finish him off. That AoE damage and the fear pushes back some of these heroes, but 5 men were more than capable of fighting through all of this, thanks in big part to Chessie and that great Shackles. Now V-Tune's got to get out of here. He should be fine.
They need Shadow Fiend to have good vision where he's fighting. They need to bring a sentry so he can get a good ulti off. Otherwise, you know, Ace is just gonna get on top of him, especially if he's standing in the front lines. I think Shadow Fiend needs to be more careful about it. They took the right target, they took the mag out first, but Tiny, he needs a defensive item. Like, they need to take care of him because he's gonna get only one combo off, and you wanna save the Tiny so he goes in and out multiple times in a team fight. That's a full Deso and Ember Spirit right now, so that's gonna help out with some right-click issues that they are having right now.
Yeah, we saw the This Juggernaut, as soon as he spins, nobody can touch him on the side of Fly to Moon. So, physical damage upgrade will help. Will it be enough, though? Roger gets in, stays in front of Zippe. I don't think you wanted to do that, though, Roger. You just lost a fight on the triangle area, and 5 men, they've shown that they are more than willing to take any engagement around that. Do manage to pick up the Desolator just before the Courier died, at least.
Philosopher's Stone was picked up by Fly to Moon. I just want to see who's holding it. Like, if it's a Grimstroke. Yeah, it's Grimstroke. One of the items that you can go for in the Ford when you're playing position 5 Grimstroke with the Fillet is Aghanim Scepter, especially when there's like this hard right clicker on the enemy team, like a Jug.
Yeah.
I don't think you need a Glimmer Cape. You already have Shadowfiend with the Invis, full MKB on him. He's very squishy. He deals ton of damage, but you know, he goes down quickly. One Jug ulti, he's done. One Wind Ranger ulti with a BKB and Dust, he's gone.
Hey, doing Roshan's a good way to solve your squishiness, but that's only if you can actually get it here. The rest of 5 men, they knew they were in the Roshan pit, and I thought they were actually going to make a move over, but no, they just let them have it. They had a successful scan inside the pit, but opt to farm instead. Yeah, do manage to take mid-tower during that time. The Enchantress creep got the last hit.
This is something that I like to see whenever I have Vampire Fangs on team or myself. You just keep it in the backpack. I really dislike the item to just, you know, have it on a hero. It's very specific. But if you're farming your half HP, you just put it in, heal up.
RP'd as V-Tune tries to get in there, and as soon as he's silenced, they manage to get the Soulbind silence there for the physical damage from this Juggernaut. It's so much. V-Tune finally does get on the slash, though. Heavy commitment to be able to bring down one hero, but it looks like commitment on the other side. They actually managed to bring down Iceberg's Aegis in exchange for Chessie's life. But now Roger's going to be able to come in. He has to spin back up on Ace, and that extra movement speed talent means he is cruising.
They cannot catch him. They have no lockdown that goes through Magic Immunity. And this was a fast Aegis that's gone on Fly to Moon. Still, they got Chessie. Alright, so big target. Didn't even pop SF ulti. I want to see what's Shadowfiend's next item going to be. I mean, he can get something like SNY or just go full Satanic.
Sure. Yeah, something to tank up a little bit more, right?
Use up Satanic.
What would you think about like a Scotty?
Sure, as the item after this, I'm down for it.
Yeah, just another big stat item. See, Iceberg doesn't feel super comfortable going into any high grounds, doesn't want to stumble into a Ward Sentry combination. He is the hard carry after all in this setup, especially with V-Tune being the most underfarmed core on their side. Is right between the Magnus and Wind Ranger in net worth, which is not the greatest place to be.
This is the problem with the Tiny. Like, he gets a Blink Dagger, and if he's dying every single time, he's not gonna get his second item.
Oh, he's on Fly. Is quickly gonna die here. I have watched them play this same area and die.
A couple of times, yep.
Yeah, a number of times now. They seem really anxious to control that triangle, which I imagine has to do with the fact that they're facing up against Juggernaut with a Magnus. They want to take away those Ancients, but I feel like they're giving away more farm than they're taking, Lacoste.
Oh, for sure. I think this is the mistake that they've done already 3 times. Also, Philosopher's Stone, if your Tiny is not having a good time, you can share it until he gets his second item, and then he gives it back to you. But I saw Fly, always want to Fly, queuing up Aghanim Scepter, so I love it.
Speaking of Scotties, Ace is going to be building a Scotty here. Always good. Melee versus ranged cores to be able to have something like that stick on top of people. Iceberg putting in some serious damage to this tier 2 top lane. Another 5 minutes until we have that 30-minute outpost experience time, so as Flight and Moon are the ones who have been trying to control this game a little bit more. It would be nice to take that, but much of their advantage has sort of bled away. 5 men are only down by 1,000 net worth now. And Chessie's closing in on an MKB of his own.
No next Roche for at least 4 minutes because they lost that Aegis so quickly. Venomancer, you know, he's the guy that builds any kind of item you want. It always feels good. Oh, you're getting mech, nice. It's good for the team. You're getting Veil, you're getting a Force Staff, Solar Crest, Lotus Orb, you name it. Anything you buy on this hero just feels good. I don't think there's a hero, anything similar to Venomancer that can do the same thing with the items. Like, you do not report Venomancer for not going for the correct item ever.
Right. Like, even Force Staff feels good on him because you can build it into a Hurricane Pike if you want.
Veil ulti. Veil.
Yeah,
Veil.
He needs to get off the Veil because he's dead anyway, so you might as well do as much damage as possible. The rest of the team is coming in. They have a double damage on Iceberg here. Getting into position, trying to 3-shot Chessie. Only gets 2 shots though, and now he's taking up the Omni Slash. Roger blinking in and taking away from Iceberg. Very kind of him, but Iceberg is still struggling to be able to get the last hits on these kills. Zibe had 1 hit left. TP'd out. A buyback being expended here by Roger, and it feels like Flight and Moon, they're like, we gotta go. But
what's the go?
Yeah.
What are they doing? That's the question. I feel like Roger switched the hotkey on the buyback. He used it in the previous game of Dark Willow for no reason. Like, they're not getting anything out of this.
Well, there may be...
there it is. That's
Shockwave.
it.
It's going to be back down. Roger's in trouble. This could be a dieback for him, fortunately. Okay, there's the Soulbind actually catching the 2 of them. Chained up as well. Double silence. But there's the RP from Zibe. Do they have the damage to follow through with the skewer back in towards Ace? Ace wants to stay away from Iceberg here. Iceberg letting loose that ultimate. Very low, but gets the Satanic off, and all of a sudden he's full health. That is why Ace was scared of that guy's Shackle Shot. Nicely done by Chessie. But I'm not sure if he can commit. Misery's going to try and help out. There goes the ultimate. Stolen away by Misery. Used to help bring down Iceberg. And now they're going to catch General as well. Ace sticking on him. Oh, Shackle Shot doesn't quite latch there on a General, but it doesn't really matter. Because how could General possibly get out of this situation? He's doing what he can. But counter ward blocked by Misery, who continues to show some pretty good work on this Rubik.
That was a blink reveal for Mag. He had a hood, had a mech, so you do not have a good read whether he's going for full Guardian Greaves. He was staying off the map and just farming up. And eventually, even though you're playing against the Venomancer, you need to get the Blink Dagger. Once he gets it, like, you see the power of the hero. Full Scotty completed on Juggernaut. This Juggernaut is a huge problem. Like, we can see he did not die a single time because they have no abilities that pierce through magic immunity, so he can just spin off.
Yeah. Especially with that extra 100 movement speed when you spin. He's just so easily able to get out. Yeah, this is certainly beginning to be really problematic for Fly to Moon. It feels like Ace is just going to single-handedly carry some of the late game for them with this Empower. And Fly to Moon, they've been scrambling to take control of this mid-game, but just hasn't been working. They keep on... Kills will slip through their hands. They lose some team fights as they continue to try and fight into some awkward areas. V2 going to be caught by the telekinesis. They have the follow-up. Misery. Roger with the big save. Toss away during the telekinesis.
This is why Tiny is one of the best heroes at the moment. You can always do stuff with the Tiny. Surprisingly, Iceberg's keeping up with this empowered Hand of Midas Juggernaut. Just 1,000 gold difference. But, you know, when you compare these 2 heroes, what they're doing in the game right now, I think everyone would just choose Juggernaut over SF.
Yeah. Iceberg is going to be working towards a Daedalus. Again, just trying to max out his physical damage, but he just won't. I don't think he'll ever be able to catch that Juggernaut again when it comes to net worth.
You're playing into Jug and Mag, but I still feel like you need to have a BKB here. You have some status resistance coming up from Satanic, but 1 Shackle, you're dead. 1 Rubik's Lift after you used your ulti, used your Invis.
Invisibility.
Well, I was going to say the next Roshan fight will probably be what determines the game here, but maybe not, as 5 men. They're looking for a team fight anywhere they can find it, it seems like, as they were just playing on the high ground enemy triangle. Now Ace is even manning up on the tier 2. He apparently feels invincible, and I don't think his read on the game is wrong.
Radiant structures are
He is very tough to bring down. They're trying to pull the creep wave to prevent him from taking that tower, and backdoor protection does go up, surprisingly.
This is the big item. If Flight of Moon can farm it on Venomancer, Lotus Orb, used correctly, can just completely negate ulti from the Juggernaut. Great against Shackle, great against Rubik's Lift, Fate Bolt. Like, this might be the item that changes things. Always on a fly. 3,000 gold away from Aghanim Scepter. You know, when you say it that way, it feels like you're close, but you're actually not.
No, you're pretty far away. There's less and less farm on the map as all 5 men take the mid tier 2, now the top one. They're just kind of sweeping around. 5,000 net worth lead for them. They now have a Basher. Do you really need Paladin Sword and Vampire Fangs in there, Ace?
I was about to say it. Get rid of the Vampire Fangs. Even Roche not dealing damage to you, considering how high your armor is at the moment.
Roshan is up in 50 seconds. Both teams playing around the area. 5 men are the ones who feel more confident. So that's why they're just kind of standing in the enemy triangle. Fly to Moon. They were going to reciprocate and play in the enemy jungle, but instead they're going to sweep in here. But they're going to sweep in.
But they see Venomancer. Venomancer broke the smoke. He used the Veno ward.
Oh, Iceberg. Somebody's smoke is going to break soon, and this ward may be spotted. They do have the Enchantress that is going down quickly. Manages to kill him. 670 damage from that crit from Iceberg. It's a pickoff.
They know exactly where 5 men are standing. 4 men right now because they took out Bylai Dai. Still, it's very scary to just climb uphill. They don't have anything besides a ward from Venomancer to scout things out.
That's why the Ember Spirit's going to lead the way here and make sure they're not too grouped up. If they get RP'd into an Omni Slash, they would certainly all die. So V-Tune scouts it out, nobody nearby. Okay, let's try and do this Roshan. Let's put all this minus armor to work.
They have a ton of minus armor. Full AC on Ember Spirit, Solar Crest, Shadowfiend, Aura. Like, this goes down quickly. I don't think they're going to get there in time. Shadowfiend, 3 more crits, and that will do it.
They're around the area, but it looks like they're just going to be a bit too far. Roshan down. Iceberg takes the Aegis, and she's given over to V-Tune. A second time where 5 men, it felt like they were playing very cautious into the Roshan. Yeah. Like, it almost seemed like they felt it was more important not to lose a fight around the Roshan pit in exchange for kind of like just letting Flight of Moon control the area or take that Roche.
If they wanted to take that fight, they had no Enchantress, but at this point, Enchantress is really not crucial to winning a team fight. What is she doing at the moment? Dispelling Grimstroke, dispelling possibly Ember Spirit Shield, and you know, some of the impetus damage. That's pretty much it. If they wanted to go in 4 versus 5, they would have done it.
475 health on the Juggernaut. That's the talent he chose rather than the extra second of Omni Slash. Daedalus is almost done for Iceberg, so he's going to be hitting really hard.
A lot of question marks here.
A lot of question marks on what's going to be happening in this next team fight, because despite the fact that, you know, it feels like every fight that we've watched lately has been 5 men absolutely dominating it, they seem a bit skittish, and it's Flight of Moon who look pretty confident here with this Aegis that they have, and Cheese as well. Abyssa played on Ace would make things a lot
He
quicker.
just got it, yeah. Completed, no buyback, can keep doing this. They still have no Basher or anything that stops Jug from just spinning and TPing out. Lotus Orb completed on Venomancer, that's the big one. That's the one that I mentioned against Juggernaut ulti, against the Shackle. If somehow they manage to use it and Jug uses ulti on a target, I think that's game winning.
V-Tune sticking on a Zibe here. Going for the ZP out, but the chains was back up. Oh dear.
Oh, quickening charm, that's why.
Yeah.
Zibed did not add that to the mat.
Looks like they're going to try and take away the Aegis here from Iceberg, but the Soulbind is going to be able to catch Misery and Chessie together, and the second life of the SF is coming back up. But Ace, he still has his Omni Slash, so they have the vision to be able to see him. Iceberg retreating now. The spin is about to wear out. They're looking for the chains. Don't hit it on Ace, just on the Misery. The Rubik stuck in place for a time being, but everyone is terrified of this Omni Slash, so nobody's really committing. Nobody's going in.
Tiny has a Ghost Scepter. It's very hard for them to itemize. Like, they don't have the heroes that, naturally buy into anything that stops Jug from just ulting. And this is the problem. Every single time I see no BKB piercing abilities when you play against Jug, when you play against Enigma, it feels like these heroes are the strongest one in the game. And he, in this one, he has Empower to just scale indefinitely. I'm really surprised how good Iceberg is playing. I mean, he's still playing Shadowfiend into this tough matchup that he has, and only 2k gold behind.
Yeah. As he said, he's just kind of keeping pace with the Juggernaut. Been doing a good job of not falling too out of favor against a hero that should have. I mean, you've got the Midas, you've got the Empower, you have more options. A toss catches him out. He takes a lot of damage, but the Shackle Shot stopped the rest of it. Chance has got to move back because Ace still needs to be able to retreat. A two-man, okay, the Skewer back into right in front of these tier 3s, but V-Tune, they're happy to disables to be able to catch him out. They don't, so it's just going to have to be always want to fly. He gets Abyssal Plated. Iceberg daring anybody to fight him with this double damage.
It's gonna get the spell by Enchantress.
Yeah, as soon as it does, he's gonna be skewered back on the slash, and they have no protection for him.
Gets the tip. Man, Zibed has some nice RPs, and skewering them back. This game's just falling apart for Fly to Moon.
Okay,
still trying to go in.
Still trying to get the kill out of Chessie, but he missed the toss. Chessie juked back, and I guess he was out of range or something. Misery holding on to Pylai Die, please.
And this is
don't let him take me.
This is something you do when you're playing against the Invoker. You want to share the Sunstrike damage, so V-Tune will just kill the creep wave. They still have a couple of creeps here. He's the only one who's alive for his team.
I can't help but thinking like Fly to Moon. Like Iceberg was all alone. You know, they weren't really playing around him. He needs everybody else to be forward.
How are they going to save him? They even used Lotus Orb on Tiny in that fight. The Shackle connected on 2 of the heroes. Great setup for the RP. And they try to go on Juggernaut. I don't think you can just straight up kill him.
No.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
No, that's been made very apparent in this game. By the way, Misery, 2-0-20, 8-0-7 on the Juggernaut.
Top tower has fallen.
A pretty clear problem when you just cannot seem to kill some of the heroes on the enemy team.
There's some nice spells to steal in this game, whether you're playing against a Tiny, he stole a good Requiem once. Anything from Grimstroke is also cool. Venomancer, you name it. Like, it's just a Dream Ruby game, and Misery shows why.
Yeah, hell, even Chessie's only died once. Yeah, 5 men. Now we have the Aghanim Scepter on the Juggernaut, so he's even that Omni Slash. He still has some other options with the Swift Slash, or whatever it's called.
Quickie.
Quick Slash. And at this point, it's looking like they're going to be able to have a chance to even up this series. Push to a Game 3.
They even get the Princess Knife on Wind Ranger, so some cool tier 4 items.
Okay. Let's see. They're gonna smoke up.
Jesse, you already have Boots of Travel, you don't need another one.
Invisibility.
The BKB for the Ember Spirits. See if that'll make the difference, though I am doubtful. I think it's just gotta entirely come down to play. They have to be able to Lotus Orb back the Omni Slash. I think that there's the only hope. Lead off with the Princess Knife onto V-Tune, follow up Abyssal Blade. There's the power of the tier 4 items right there. A disable that you didn't quite expect Zibe so close to catching. We always want to fly Grimstroke, but no.
I believe, Cap, this game ends right here, right now. One more fight for Fly the Moon. No buyback on Ember Spirit. He just bought a full BKB. That's not the one that's going to make a difference, even though he's playing into a lot of disables. They still have Omni Slash, Quick Slash, Abyssal Blade, RP, Divine Rapier queued up on Shadow Fiend. All right. All in on damage.
Reminder that the winner of this series heads to the grand finals of the Divine Division playoffs. And if 5 men do manage to finish up these tier 4s, take the Ancient. It's the name of the game, Fly to Moon. Gotta defend that Ancient, but it feels like they just can't. The damage that Iceberg puts out sometimes can be impressive, but he can't do it for very long because there's no disables to stop Ace. He just every single time is able to reset, spin back, and wait for his allies to find an opportunity.
I think now
to
it's
clean
time.
engagement.
No healing ward, he's on half HP. Yeah, but the Greaves and heal is gonna get him back to full. All right, what do you do if you're Shadowfiend right now? Do you sell the cheese? I mean, he's getting close.
That's not a bad idea.
There's not enough time to farm this Divine Rapier.
Yeah.
Sell bottle, sell cheese. He should have enough if he doesn't.
I also need General out in front. I need General to get a really good Poison Nova at the very start.
They saw Shadowfiend Sentry and Observer
Oh my
Ward.
goodness, they're coming for him. They're not going to find the SF, but they will catch. Always want to fly instead, and maybe they've cut. Yeah, they did. They got Roger as well. So both the supports. Roger does
Tiny
have
has buyback. Okay, so it's time for SF to send the courier on the enemy side shop, secret shop, and try to buy. There's no side shop anymore. What am I talking about? I'm just having, you know, memories, flashbacks of the good old times. Quickie.
A little quickie just to finish up General. He buys back. Second chance to be able to get off the Poison Nova. Finally, they have the Divine Rapier. Iceberg
Naked Throne
has it on the courier, I should say.
Yep, it's coming back.
Way. Is he going to be able to break the wall? Oh no, look at Rubik. Misery's trying to chase it down. It cuts down into the trees.
They're trying to find it. Look at the courier.
Yeah.
With the power shot. Just trying to give vision to Misery to actually kill Divine Rapier.
That would have been so clutch if they pulled that off. Okay, Divine Rapier time.
And Aghanims on Grimstroke. All right, this is it. Do or die. He sold everything. Show Grimstroke, please. I think he sold all of his items, yeah?
Green
That's the play.
boots and a scepter. It's all a wizard needs. He's going to do his best Gandalf impression here. Tell 5 men they shall not pass. That there will be no game 3. But right now, 5 men, they're currently dealing with a Balrog in the pit, and they're going to be able to take it down before the rest of Fly to Moon gets here. Aegis Cheese. Don't know what the other one is.
Still on the ground.
Yeah. Zippe. He's away. So what did they get? Was it Refresher Shard or...
I did not see.
Or the Aghanims.
That's why I thought Grimstroke is just going to go straight into Ags.
Refresher Shard for Chessie.
Instead of getting the Ether Lens. When you get the Fillet, you have enough gold to get that Aghanim Scepter. Level 25 Wind Ranger. This was the first death of Misery. 45 minutes in. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, very impressive by 5 men as a whole. Seeing as we can now see the strength of this team up against Fly to Moon compared to game 1 where they didn't get to play. They lost the lane so hard that nothing really mattered.
It really did not feel like they were playing Dota with that kind of a lineup. So full Satanic on Juggernaut, Aegis. Holding on to Illusion Escape for now. You can't put it in the backpack anymore, but you can have it as your main item, and when the illusion dies, you just swap in another item.
Yeah, sure. How close is Iceberg to buyback? I imagine it's like 500, 600 gold or something. 1,200, never mind. He's level 25. Not that it would matter a whole lot unless he could actually, unless they're fighting like around their ancient and he could pick up the Divine Rapier again.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This is the last set of Raxes for Flight of Moon. They don't even have tier 4 towers anymore. Smoke from 5 men.
Yeah, giving themselves every possible advantage they could ask for as they go for this assault.
These are 2 catapults timing, so they want to go in.
Iceberg. Let's see what that damage looks like against the Juggernaut. He doesn't pop out just yet. Those Veno wards stolen by the Rubik are going to get real annoying as they give some vision inside the base.
Grimstroke, he has buyback. That's also the item that they need. He used
they
the
tried to
illusion.
jump at the same time as they got the illusion out, but instead the spin goes off from Ace as he connects the toss onto the illusion itself. The Abyssal Blade looking to finish him off. Roger getting away, but no, a power shot snipes him down, and they have to deal with this gigantic creep wave that's coming into them. They were going to lose their throne if they did not take their eyes off of bottom lane for a second. Now Always Want to Fly. He's going to go down. He does have that buyback, though, as you mentioned. Tier 3 gone. Megas.
Let's see the damage of SF. It's not very impressive on Jog.
It's going to take a lot of hits, and Ace will not stick around long enough for that to happen. Meanwhile, the wards are building and building the soul bind onto the tube, but the shackle preventing Iceberg from getting any damage out during that time. He got the illusion of both the Juggernaut as well as this Wind Ranger. The Inkswell stun does quite a bit, but Flight of Moon, they're so scared of going outside of their base.
And Magnus, he has enough mana to use 2 RPs with the refresher.
Omni Slash, that's bounce back, or quick slash rather. That's the, still has the Omni though. Now he's gonna go for it, I think, with the RP. There he goes. Oh, he actually jumped over the creep wave, but it doesn't matter. They've got the control onto the SF. That's it. GG.
Yeah, the problem was they did not have anything that pierces magic immunity, so Juggernaut had a complete free farm in this game. He was never threatened. They almost killed him once. That was pretty much it.
All right. A very fast one-sided game 1. A much slower, but still equally one-sided game 2. Last time this happened, we had a nice epic game 3, and that's what I'm hoping for anyway between 5-Man and Flight of Moon. But judging this, Lacoste, seeing that game 1 and game 2, where would you judge the strength of these two teams?
Looking at Flight of Moon, I think they just completely outdrafted them in game number 1 and outplayed. It was not really, hard for them to play this kind of Dota since they had a much better lineup and they had a clear goal what they need to do. With this kind of a lineup, I think the Juggernaut last pick just messes up with everything they wanted to do.
Okay, so both games in a way came down to an advantage that the winning team got themselves in the draft, which is where it's all important to discuss how that draft breaks down and where do we go from here into game 3. Well, where we go is the panel. It's right over there.
Thank you so much, Cap. Cap and Lackey, Cap and Lacoste. That's a fun cartoon. Cack. Thank you, Cack, for your wonderful, wonderful game. So good to have you casting that wonderful game. Gentlemen, a bounce back. Beat down in game 1, beat down in game 2, but switch around, switcheroo.
Yeah. I think the big difference here is instead of the Alchemist, they pick one of the more underrated heroes in Dota 2, the Wind Ranger. I know.
Very good, very good. Can't say it wasn't an incredible game by Misery on that, but more importantly, let's talk.
Chessie played Wind Ranger.
Well, very good. I get blind when I see it. The blood starts boiling. I can't read names. Anyway, let's talk more about Juggernaut. I found that to be a very interesting one. And most of these series we've been seeing, the Dusa picked up, let's wait for late game. An Alchemist picked up, let's wait for late game. This one, very mid-centric. How did that feel to watch?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the conversation about Venge plus range carry, right? Traditionally, Mag, you need a good empower target. Jug, throughout history, has always been the best.
Yep. It was a good Jug game in the sense that you have the healing ward versus the Veno, which I know there's the Plague ward counter. You can hit the healing ward, but if you just use the spin to disengage, and then you can just healing ward the entire Veno ult, and your team is fine. Like, you just disengage, re-engage once the Veno ult is down. So that's really nice. And then the targets, if they did get RP'd, like, Jug will completely melt them.
Yeah.
The Ember Spirit can't do anything against this. And the SF, the physical damage, it's too much for these two heroes.
Yeah, the casters did indeed talk about not having any BKB piercing stuns, allowing him pretty much free reign.
Yeah.
Shadow Fiend was a very interesting choice in this one.
The build to me was the strangest part. I'm a huge proponent of getting MKB early, but on an SF, it is a bit weird, especially when your initial item is a Shadow Blade. I really think a BKB is almost always necessary, but the problem is you're playing against 3 cores that don't give a damn about BKB. Wind Ranger's just going to ult you, Mag will ult you, they'll all ult you. You just die anyway.
Yeah.
But I would have figured he would have rushed maybe an AC, as an example, not just to keep himself alive, but also better building damage, and it's more synergy with the Ember Spirit, who went for that quick Deso.
Yeah, the Ember actually ended up building the AC. He went Deso into
that's
AC
just
there.
weird. You don't want Ember with AC.
Yeah. Not really, no.
Yeah. Doesn't really benefit from that attack speed, even remotely, honestly. Yeah. It's literally just the minus armor and armor on him.
Yeah.
Seems like they could have kind of switched up the items on the heroes.
I don't know if that makes a huge difference. I also think that 5 men played really well. Misery has impressed me. He's a good friend of mine, so I can say that, he's like an old vet, savvy, but hadn't been playing the best. This tournament, I think he showed up. A big part of that is maybe that he left the farm and went back inside, started playing some Dota 2 all day, every day, and I think it shows. He's still one of the better supports in Dota, and he's been a Tier 1 captain for a long time.
A big thing for me in this game, and I know I keep saying this, I'm a big fan of this Mag hero in the offlane. I know a lot of people are like, oh, this has got to be a core hero, right? You have this farming potential. You want to go for the Echo Saber build. I actually disagree in the current patch, and the reason for that is because Shockwave and Skewer are such powerful utility abilities that while I do agree that the Empower, like hard farming carry mag is quite good, I think that these two abilities, I don't want to say they make the hero, because the Empower is always a thing. This is always what we talk about with Mag. The Ultimate is always what we talk about. But now Shockwave and Skewer aren't just these useless abilities. They're not just nukes. Like, the repositioning from Skewer, it's so easy to hit somebody that's behind you with Skewer because of that radius. Like, you're anywhere near them, and you're skewering like 2-3 people in a fight. You don't even need the RP to fight with. And then the Shockwave, it sets up now because of the 75% slow. Like, that's a Venomous Gale. Like, this is one of the slowest slows in the game. 50% slow. 75% on Shockwave. Like, for a second, an entire second. And it repositions. It's like a mini vacuum.
And that second's going to feel a lot longer because you're moving so slow.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kyle. As we go back and take a look at these comparisons here. What happened? They were so confident up there.
Yeah.
I remember the banana and the walk up in that first one. Are we going to give them a little shit for that overconfidence, boys?
You know what? Yeah, I think they were overplaying. I think they were very cocky for the first half of the game, and then you saw that they were like, we're losing.
Oh, no.
We
sell everything, Grimstroke.
I will say Iceberg's items were very much in the realm of, I'm just better than you. Like, let's go. Because that was... it's not disrespectful or anything like that, but it's very much like, I'm going to kill Chessie. That's the itemization
That is exactly
concept.
And he did a couple of times.
Once.
Just once?
Literally once.
Okay. Well,
Well.
that's enough.
A couple times.
Before the MKB, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Chessie did end the game.
When he got the MKB, he killed him.
Okay. Well, there you go. It worked once. Unfortunately, just not the second, third, or fourth time. If you look at the items, I actually think that Ember and SF could have completely swapped itemizations to better results. You see the Ember going Drums, Deso, AC, and then the SF has MKB, Daedalus. Yeah, I'm just thinking, wait, is that how it's supposed to be? Go figure. And not the Daedalus, but you get what I'm going with. Like, it's just weird. I think that if they had a better item synergy, they also didn't go for a mech on their Venomancer and then Greaves, which I thought would have been very, very good.
He went very greedy.
Against all physical damage on the enemy cores. Like, you just need survivability mechanics. Like, it just felt like it was a little... not selfish with the itemization, but I think Fly to Moon just kind of lost track of not what's like best for my game, but rather like how do we complement each other and ensure that when we hit this 30-minute mark, our team is as strong as possible.
You think they weren't thinking like that? In that
Correct.
Game? Okay. Yeah, I totally agree. And you
Did I
can
say
see
the opposite?
I don't know.
I literally wasn't listening.
But
Continue, Jenkins.
You could see that in their play. Like, I totally agree that would have been what they should have done with how they were playing, because they were trying to enter into that triangle, and where that was so successful in the last game because they did build these items. They built the pipe first, as you mentioned in the other game. They tried to do that, but you have like Bot's Veil on your Veno. You just feed. You walk up, you die. you've got Shadow Blade, Monkey King Bar, and your SF. He does a lot of damage, but if he gets RP'd, you literally press Omni, he dies full to 0. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop that.
Yeah.
So if I do totally agree. If you have these items and you're snowballing and you go into the triangle, just like they did, I think they win. Like, I think they played pretty damn cocky. And I also think that 5 men, they did a good job at holding their triangle in that game. Like, the Magnus in particular, he was doing a really good job with the
They're all about
skewers.
these NA players are really focused on the triangle. I think Moo played as Triangle Gamer for like 7 months. Another long-haired North American offlaner. Interesting.
I often wonder if you are the same person.
That's exactly where I was going, Jake.
Yes.
It's interesting that you see the same thing I do.
Whatever happened to Moo? When's the last
Haven't seen him
time
in a while.
we saw him?
Oh, man. He's, off somewhere having a great time. And
Chat, if you could Photoshop Moo's beard and mustache onto Jenkins and tweet it at us, we would appreciate a comparison
Agreed.
photo.
do it.
In addition, keep
Do
in
it.
mind that if you tweet stuff with the hashtag Omega League, we can pull it up on the screen.
That's right. We are not able to pull up anything else.
Put
It must be on the Twitter.
Photoshop Slacks as SpongeBob.
Unrelated.
And then this
Wait.
guy here,
No.
Zach,
What happened to our dolphin
as
facts?
I
I haven't seen
Squidward.
a dolphin fact in like 3 days.
Wow. It has been our daily Dolphin Facts, I believe. We were only for Immortal series. Kyle, you might not have noticed this, but we have put you in the Divine bracket
Yes.
for quite some time.
Slacks,
Yes.
you may not have noticed this.
Yes.
You are currently hosting the Divine bracket. And
Indeed.
you'll be doing so again tomorrow.
Absolutely.
no.
Every
Oh, why am I here?
series. Oh no! Oh no! At Jenkins, as he realizes the horror. I love Divine. I would rather be in Divine than Immortal for sure. Those Immortals are too boring for me.
I think a lot of our fans would agree. Did get some early poll results back. Of course, not conclusive until we conduct everything in depth on Saturday. But
Yep.
84% of our viewers think that Sir Action Slacks should be the play-by-play caster for the Divine Finals.
That's insane. If you would like to vote on literally firing Kyle, we will literally walk out the producer and fire him. Go ahead and press 1 in the chat right now.
Hashtag fire
What's the
Kyle.
other option?
There is no other option. Press 1 in the chat
fire
right
or
now,
not to
and I
fire?
will literally fire him immediately.
You have that power?
Absolutely. I have just heard in my ear that I now own the WePlay. Thank you. Yes, wonderful. I have been confirmed. Suffice it to say, gentlemen, hell of a series that we've seen so far, but I'm a little concerned. Fly the Moon was having fun. They walked out there, they did their last man standing spray when they went in. They bought greedy items, completely psychotic builds. Now, of course, they're going to get serious. Does 5 men actually have a chance at Fly to the Moon when they're doing well? Are we going to see a repeat of Game 1?
Tell me if you agree with this. The thing is, 5 men had a much easier to execute draft in this game. It is very comfort zone for all the players. I've seen Chessie's playing Wind Ranger against an SF. It's a favorable matchup, and then later on, you hit a shackle, you yelled people. Mag and Jug, it's just a combination we've seen forever. Whereas the lineup from Fly to Moon requires just kind of outplaying your enemy in literally every fight. Like you need to execute moves.
Pub lineup.
Yeah, it's not that it's like a bad lineup, but it's a pub lineup.
Everybody,
There's no natural
everybody wants to
synergies.
solo carry the game. Like SF is gonna pop off or Ember's gonna pop off, and if one of them doesn't, they just kind of lose.
Yeah,
basically.
Sure. They did a little bit of popping off, but just not enough. They didn't get fully out of the chair.
Yeah, I mean, I think 5 men can do it. I think.
Well, I'd say, of course, but we have 5 men playing for both sides.
Good Lord. Oh, what is this? Oh, our vote results are in. Kyle, unanimously, you actually have been fired. So if you'd like to put your hand inside of the firing stones here.
There's nothing.
If you'd like to put your hands inside of the firing stones and scold them. There you go. In there.
Hey, put your hand back in there. You're in the immersion.
I don't want to.
What the hell are you doing? Everyone's done it. But yeah, it's fantastic. And gentlemen, our next topic, as we wait for Game 3.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the greatest comeback you have ever seen in Dota?
Going to my mind palace.
Mind palace. God damn it. I'm doing that every time I'm on a panel from now on. Anytime a host asks me anything, into the mind. Here I go.
I don't know if you realize that's from Silence of the Lambs, right? I don't.
Oh no, I thought it was from Sherlock.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's used in many mediums. The Mind Palace is an abstract idea proposed in an ancient literature.
It's an abstract idea.
I've tried it. It doesn't work.
The Mind Palace?
The idea you can build, like, it's not really a palace. It's supposed to just be a familiar setting.
Well, yours would be a mind shack.
I have
with a intoxicated person.
For me, I go into a bathroom. There's a bidet. There's actually 2 toilets, so one spare just in case there's some sort of a clog issue. Bathroom, full bath with a jacuzzi, and just bathe in flowers, darkness.
My Mind Palace is a long, never-ending hallway. In one door, my father comes out wearing whitey tighties, and he chases me screaming.
Whitey tighties?
He chases me screaming.
To the question, I don't think we've... I just...
Dolphin fact of the day. The Amazon River is home to 4 species of dolphin that are found nowhere else on Earth. I would actually believe that.
Yeah. Amazon's...
Do you remember those?
Well, yeah.
The very, very tight underwear. It's like a very boomer thing, but my parents used to walk around in just the most tight, white, constricting thing. Boxers, briefs, those are new age, man.
Pretty sure my dad just walked around naked all the time, so... Yeah.
It's more frightening with the white tighties. They hold in the,
think so.
They hold in the stains.
Cut this subject right now. Let's cut this subject. I can't handle this. I can't handle this.
So I was trying to think of personal experience, but like we really didn't have too many comebacks. Unfortunately, there was a stat I remember.
Shit. That's why
around TI6, TI7, we were looking at it, and there had been something like 13 or 14 Mega Creep comebacks in like the history of Dota.
I remember mine.
4 of them were against my Complexity Gaming.
Oh.
One of which I'll never forget. We got Megas, and I started yelling on mic, okay, guys, just don't fucking die. Just don't die. We win the game. They have Tinker. They can defend. Don't die.
Yeah.
I was dead at the time.
Typical.
What hero were you playing?
I don't remember.
Sniper, Leshrac. That's it.
Watch yourself.
Okay. Continue.
Carson Dota.
Yeah.
And for some reason, we had this guy playing.
I know Carson.
All of like 2 days. This was in the dark times. He's playing Lycan. Pops ult. Tries to dive the Tinker under tier 4s. Guess what he does?
Dies?
Guess what he doesn't have?
Anything? Buyback?
Correct.
Wow.
The Slark has 40 stacks of agility. Tinker stays in base defending throne. The Slark runs down mid. We get throned. We lose.
Wow.
I played with Carson too. We actually kicked him mid-series because he called one of our teammates profanity.
My
that
goodness.
NA Dota is a very interesting place. I am not surprised that the game isn't. Never mind. We're gonna move on.
All right.
The trouble with that was I just remember this moment because at the time I was sharing a room with my brother because we hadn't really made it in Dota yet. So all I could do was like leave my computer and we had like tiny twin beds in the room and we both were playing and just like walk around the house just thinking what have I done with my life? What decisions brought me to this place?
Yeah, I'm thinking that right now, in fact. And I know that my next decision is to make this stop as soon as humanly possible. So let's go ahead and go into the game while I reflect on what horrible roots have brought me here.
We're about to jump into game number 3, and I think one of the things I'm most curious about is how we'll actually see them play based off the start of game number 2. Where do you think that confidence came from, Brian?
Better draft?
Well, we saw where that got them, so we'll have to see what happens this time around.
I'm a draft analyst, gotta...
Draft analyzer.
Yeah, analyzer.
Nice. Let's take a look at this Tiny. Reminds me of you, Brian. Now that we get that locked in.
You mean he's rock hard or what?
Do you like the Tiny?
Yeah, it's a good pick. Good hero.
not necessarily a fan of Rogers' tiny pick last game or tiny
No,
play last game.
He did not. He just died, actually. He was 0-7. I didn't think he was like complimenting his teammates really at all. I felt like he was playing like this kind of solo game rather than jumping in with his team. I felt like they had a good shot at winning the game overall, but I did feel like 5 men, they just played better. They just played around their draft a lot stronger than Flight of Moon did. Flight of Moon did some like, I mean, maybe just because from the beginning of the game, them taunting up on the, I can't look at Brian with this eyeshadow. I just can't do it right now. The eyeliner's killing me.
He says.
I think maybe they got like a little overconfident. Of course, like you saw the beginning of the game, they walked up and did the taunt. They put the loser spray, and then they went such aggressive item builds like Deso, AC, Ember, and then I can't even think. Shadow Fiend went like MKB, Satanic, this like full right-clicking build, very risky, kind of like high risk, high reward. So it's cool.
My issue with Jug as a hero that scales in the late game, we saw it yesterday, I'll compare it again, is that you want to be able to just push Omni Slash and have it be just wreaking havoc upon the opponent team. There can't be a single hero on the opponent team that you see in front of you and you can't Omni Slash them. Yesterday we saw it against Void Timbersaw. Today,
Sorry to cut you off. I don't know if at home they realize how ridiculous Brian looks in real life.
I can't stop laughing from looking at him, so I have to do this for a moment.
He looks like the bad guy in the movie.
Or
like the lead singer of a band you would have listened to in the early 2000s.
I like Brian's point, though, that he was getting to, even though we're getting distracted by his makeup. It's just like, when you can just straight up target someone and just, they're dead from Omni Slash, it makes a big difference. These fragile kind of heroes, this, even like Ember in some situations, sure, he has like the remnant he can play around a lot of situations.
But if he's stunned, he's going to die at Omni
If he's stunned,
Slash.
he'll
That's
die
the
in it,
thing.
yeah.
Yesterday was the Void plus Timbersaw, and it's just too hard to play Jug that way because he's not a strong enough hero to have any part of his kit be underwhelming. So right now, that last pick by 5 men, even though you were talking about a bit of bad play from Fly to Moon potentially, I do think their draft, the last pick Jug was way better than I've seen in the past.
For sure.
And Ember going for that physical damage build, it's not a terrible build for Ember, but he kind of has to go it in order to threaten the Jug because none of their heroes innately threaten Jug. I don't think SF's really enough damage. Once Jug gets to that Abyssal point or the Scotty point, SF just doesn't win that fight.
Yeah.
And so it just kind of shows when you have to go those type of items that the draft strategy overall game plan was not up to snuff.
I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, SF's always one of those. I just feel like SF's always he's a wild card, super risky hero.
Very
to
weird
run.
pick.
Just always weird, and I feel like they forced it a bit there. Iceberg was just like, I'm a master tier Shadow Fiend.
I own Enchantress.
I'm gonna own 5 men and this Enchantress. So yeah. So we see the Spectre this time around, and a bit of a change up too on Flight of Moon. They go for the Oracle. Okay, so maybe they're setting themselves up to have that super carry instead of going for this dual carry kind of style. The Ember plus the Shadow Fiend. I think now they're going to set up just like an Oracle plus like a TV.
That's just not
or
the
an
meta
Oracle
right now,
plus
right?
one.
That was kind
It's
of a
not.
bit
That's
strange. That's why SF isn't a hero.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I don't think the hero itself in lane or anything like that is particularly bad. It just doesn't enable other carries like you seem to want in this meta.
That's why I feel like, especially when you're feeling forced to go for the right-click build on Shadow Fiend, it's even weirder. That's why when I do see the Shadow Fiend, he's like this supporty kind of style. Blink, Yules, he goes for like bots, Hex, some kind of style like that. Yeah, when he has to go for right-click, it feels weird in this meta.
What type of carry do you think that they're actually going to be looking at for here, though, on the side of Fly to Moon? You already got Dusa, Arc Warden, and the TB banned out. Is there anything in particular that you're thinking they might be setting up for?
Just I think they can run like an earlier pace one here. Someone just pairs with Oracle really well.
Okay.
Thinking about what I'd want against Spectre. Could just go Faces Void. They have Tiny.
Yeah, that works too.
It's a decent matchup against Spectre. Good hero in the patch.
Have to feel it's gonna get banned though, right?
You think this is gonna be the Faces Void ban?
Because what would you like the best options, right? The Void is like the top one, right? Second options would probably be your trolls or something.
Like how crazy
lines,
is it if they just go like Void Viper? Like 2 in a row.
I actually want them to go for the Viper. That's actually a good call. I think the 5 men might actually just have to ban it.
It's not ideal against Rubik,
Sure.
but Anti-Mage also a good candidate for countering the Spectre. But I just think from the Spectre games I've seen, she just struggles if she's not the be-all end-all carry. If she feels like she has to set the pace of the game, she has to be on a timer, sense of urgency. You want to just sit back and say, the second hot's up, I kill you. And when it's not, we just have to not lose the game. So if you really put the onus on Spectre to make stuff happen, that's not where she wants to be. And that's why Viper particularly, it's kind of like Slardar, right? You said people were talking about earlier on in the
in the tournament that Slardar just makes you win the carry matchup. Against Spectre specifically, you win the carry matchup because you have a Viper. They go for the Witch Doctor.
Okay. Just
who has better eye makeup,
kind of
me or
later.
him?
The Doctor. The Doctor's the king.
I see how it is.
I love the Doctor. I love it. I love that hero with Spectre too. I just think it's so nice. The lane is so easy. You're just like, all right, I click my heal. Spectre farms and has high regen. They go aggressive. You can get turn. Yeah, you can turn with Cask because these two heroes are very good when teams get over aggressive. Good versus the Oracle too because you're that straight physical damage. When you do get your ult online early on, you can definitely set up for some easy kills. Even if people get false promised, you can't block the damage from the Death Ward.
I'm a bit concerned about the Witch Doctor because of what I said Flight of Moon might do to the Spectre. And Witch Doctor does not protect the Spectre at all. There's no save mechanic. I really think Void can almost just be locked in right now.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually.
You've picked your 2 supports. What off lane solves the problem? What is in the pool? We have... You don't want to go like the Venomancers, all these heroes that are normally decent against Faceless Void are kind of countered by Oracle.
Will we see the Faceless Void? It seems like...
I mean, it looks really good with their draft. It looks like it fits. Like you said, no saves. Nothing he has to worry about.
Oh,
but
they
just force. I guess they just like picking Iceberg's hero third.
Yeah, something's gone on in the draft room talking about giving the other 2 cores later picks in the draft.
Yeah.
I think Void is just... With
Void,
you
can probably get it though, right? They're probably thinking like they still get it. Yeah, they still can get it. So it's like they probably just rated this a little bit higher to have with the Void.
Yeah, maybe Iceberg like doesn't play Viper, but I feel like if you third pick Void and you're planning on picking Void at all, then you then see this 4th pick and say, okay, we had Invoker and Viper as options. Which one looks better now? Because Invoker's game can be drastically better or worse based on 1 pick. And now they've given 5 men that information. So if they were to pick Void 4th on Flight of Moon, I would still flame the order of picks, even if I like the combo itself.
For sure. Definitely a reasonable thing. Now, you talk about making Invoker's game a little bit harder. What in particular are you going to look for 5 men to do to accomplish that task?
Just put Chessie on some hero that crushes him. That can be
Is that a good matchup in the mid lane?
Good.
Right now, they don't have too much wave clear on the side of Flight of Moon. So they elect to go for the Batrider, which is super good against Nature's Prophet in game. And then it's not going to be landing against it. And it's just fine against Spectre, Witch Doctor. I think as an off laner, even a mid laner, Batrider's not known for his lane dominance anymore. His Sticky Napalm just got nerfed so significantly. The math on it's pretty simple. It used to slow you by 70%, now it slows you by 40%. You used to have 30% turn rate, now you have 60%. They literally doubled the turn rate that you get from Sticky Napalm. You just don't win your lane anymore. So you need it to be a hero that can run around in the middle of the game in Firefly and be invincible, which so far he is.
Yep.
And you also want his lasso to be a reliable initiation, which so far it is. They go for the Broodmother for the lane cheese, and then the Omni Knight to remove the lasso. And maybe that's even more so setting up the Void pick. Omni Knight's been picked up against Void a bit. I would just be so shocked if they don't pick or ban Void here. Is there just no respect for this hero? I'm confused. I haven't seen it lose. Like, it's not like the nerf has noticeably affected success in Dota right now.
Nope. Looks really good when there's playing versus literally 0 saves and very limited disables. It's just a lift he has to worry about, right? So it definitely does look good. I have to imagine they go for the ban on it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has been something that you guys have been crying out for what?
Please.
There
so many
it
picks
is.
out. Yeah, finally it does get banned. This has put Fly to the Moon in an awkward position here. Is there anything else that they could lock in?
Sven is the other one.
Sven's the big
I don't
one.
think it's as good, but it's a good hero. And what the hell?
Hell yes. I've been wanting to see this hero.
Against...
They don't have ways to kill the CK illusions like at all with their draft right now.
I mean...
Right? I mean, these heroes do not kill Phantasm. They don't have AoE damage pretty much at all in their
Probably
draft
going to be
here.
Legion, right? Is their last pick?
Save for the bat, good
Save
versus
for the bat,
clear.
decent versus... They're decent for clearing.
Yep.
It's not the best because they have Oracle.
Not crazy about it, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I feel like they lack damage overall in their draft if they do pick a CK. Like, Like in the mid game, late game they'll be able to, you know, they'll have the
Legion,
damage
the
insurance.
CK,
But I mean, it's the last thing that was left. Good call.
Yeah, it's one of those picks that I'm not super excited about. Similar to last game, the Jug, but it was something that solidified their lineup. Kind of checked all the boxes that were not checked yet.
But duel into False Promise too.
That's
right?
what I was saying, dude.
You
Legion,
literally
that's
just
what I
can
was saying,
never win
Legion
a
to
duel.
Oracle. You're not a duel. You're more of a save and a strong laner
Yeah.
against the CK. Yeah, I don't even want to believe in the CK hero. I firmly believe he's trash, even though people have been picking him a bit in pubs.
60-second cooldown on ult. 66 seconds, and you can get the Ags for your team. Even though the Ags look pretty
He's not
awful.
buying Ags here. Yeah.
It's pretty terrible this game for his team. But
dude, this is the closest draft for me.
Yeah, the odds are heavily in favor of Fly to Moon with this CK. Fog seems excited about it. BSJ doesn't believe, not even a single iota. But how do you feel about the LC? Because I feel like this is a hero that I remember on another draft panel was picked in a similar situation where it didn't seem like the duel was really going to bear any fruit. And you were just like, I don't like when you have to pick this hero and you can't fully utilize its toolkit. Do you feel the same way?
I just think that if once they get Blink on Legion, that all the Flight of Moon cores, they don't really rapid clear waves and they don't play independently. So I'm concerned of their ability to play the map on Flight of Moon. Once the Legion gets the Blink.
He looks like a Joaquin Phoenix in that one movie. It's intense. It's definitely intense. And you know what else is going to be intense? This third game. We're going to jump right into the action.
That's right, Flight of Moon bringing back their Chaos Knight that they managed to close out the last series with. It's been picked up 12 times here at Omega League and actually has a 75% win rate, Lacoste. Surprising, given the hero that most people think is just kind of garbage.
That's pretty high win rate for a CK. You know, I don't value that hero highly. We played as a stack against the EG Fly and his stack, and he played offlane CK. We lost. There was a lot of lag in that game. You know, he built Aghanim Scepter, a lot of confusion, a lot of illusions. Even though in this game it's a carry CK, so you don't want to build Aghanim Scepter on this hero because your team just does not benefit from it just by looking at the heroes. On the other side, last pick Legion Commander, I think Panel discussed it well. You know, this hero into the Oracle, into False Promise doesn't seem too good, but the laning stage should be fine against the CK, and having a Dispel against the Batrider, I think this is what they were looking for. So Instant Smoke from Flight of Moon. Last time they showed 5 heroes, 5 couriers on the mid lane. Let's see what they're planning to do in this one.
Yeah, perhaps the cockiness may have gotten to them. Decided to taunt 5-man a little bit in that game 2. Ended up losing, and here we are in game 3. One of these teams is going to be heading to the grand finals. The other team will be knocked down to the lower bracket. 5-man smoke, a nice aggressive ward. They're looking to be able to catch somebody as they rotate back in to catch the bounty rune.
Misery. He knows something is up, but still feel like he's gonna climb uphill and go for that bounty.
What if he does the thing where they leave the bounty for your mid laner to pick it up, you know?
With the bottle?
It's not it's Nature's Prophet. It's not a bottle
he's not
hero.
buying a bottle.
Never mind. That would be funny though if that situation occurred though. Since that's not the case, I can't imagine Misery's not going to go for that bounty rune. And sure enough, they're going to take that first blood. See who they give it to. The Sunstrike's going to come in. It's not quite enough damage. The Fairy Fire going off, but finally V-Tune does collect the kill.
With the XD in chat. I feel like that Sunstrike missed because of the toss. Is that possible?
No, it shouldn't be possible. I've seen like...
If we have technology to see it one more time, I would love to see it. Because I just didn't feel like the damage was there.
Yeah, it was surprising how little damage they pumped out, but... Batrider has to make his long run down to the bottom lane. He wants to keep his TP intact. The Tiny will collect the experience while he's gone and presumably try and get a fast level 2. So this play actually comes with another upside that is kind of interesting.
So they're still gonna lane. mid Invoker against the Nature's Prophet. Like Nature's Prophet just dominates this lineup. You have 2 to 4 extra units, and it's very easy for you to actually last hit. CS right now 2 on Invoker, 4-4 on Nature's Prophet.
It's definitely going to be a game where Chessie could take control of this game really early with winning a mid lane matchup and then getting that early level 6 Wrath of Nature, almost guarantee. It feels like a guarantee at this point in time, just because it does so much damage that you're going to get an opportunity to kill somebody in the side lanes, if not 2 or 3 people.
Wrath of Nature level 1 is insane damage on the last bounces. Like, you just need to have a good vision. We're going to see that once again. Thank you, production.
350 health, gets tossed up. And
yeah, Sunstrike hit him. Did not see the XD one more time.
Always want to fly. They weren't supposed to lose this lane, but he gets caught out. And Misery gets the opportunity to turn the tips around. Cute little cheeky back and forth. V-Tune trying to take advantage of his passive here and just harass the Legion Commander whenever he's got that free crate up.
Bottom lane doing well for 5 men, even though it's not the strongest lane against the Batrider. General started with the boots, going for bottle once again. Spectre still has a ton of regen, and she bought a stick. I think Spectre's regen in the laning stage is OP. I'm not sure why she has 4.2 level 1.
Yeah.
And if you have like an extra regen from Mango, extra ring of regen, farming underneath the tower, it goes up to 7.
It really is kind of insane. We're going to have a bit of a pet battle here as Iceberg pulls out the old Forge Spirit to try and help him get these last hits. Though he is obviously still going to be losing this laning phase. 17-9 compared to 8-2. Iceberg not happy and even giving away some extra CS. 33 gold for a Forge Spirit. That's just a regular creep right there. Stun out onto Zibe. See if they have the Purifying Flames. He pops the Fairy Fire to make sure the Purifying Flames won't kill him, and he'll get a little heal as a result. Is it enough, though? They actually did manage to get the Fortune's End, but the Chaos Knight not feeling that chase, apparently.
2 points in stun on CK. They just want to get the kills in this lane. Reality Rift is one of the worst spells to cast, especially if they're trying to abuse the fog.
Oh, yeah. And animation. And they just keep on going to the fog over and over again. Real annoying. Oh, Misery. He does have some stick charge as well as the Fairy Fire, so I think Always Want to Fly got baited in once again, and he is going to get chased down, zapped by the bolt, and are we going to see some more tips? Do it. Yes.
Misery, he was just saving the Fade Bolt. They almost got the kill without even using it. Roger, I feel like in both of these games so far, Tiny has not impressed me, at least in what Roger has been doing. He had some good saves, but early rotations from Tiny, like last game, I think 7 minutes in, he did not have a single assist or a kill.
No, I do agree with that. It is something that every single time they pull out the Roger Tiny, I feel like I've seen other 4 positions just be overall more successful with it.
This will do nice.
We'll see, though. He doesn't necessarily have the most options, just because I'm not sure how well a gank mid would actually go over. He's going to try, maybe, or just get a high ground ward here. He's actually going to spot the Witch Doctor, who's going to place a ward down as well, so yeah, D ward's there. Both of them know the ward is up there in the high ground. Both of them will try and D ward it accordingly.
Both Tiny and Batrider were using the bottle to refill themselves, replenish some HP and mana, while Spectre had 2 waves of free farm. And look at the CS on Nature's Prophet. He has the same amount of denies as Invoker has CS. This is the big bounce.
Wrath of Nature does a little bit of damage here. It started off in the mid lane, so it wasn't the biggest nuke, but with the help of the 2 supports, they're certainly going to be able to bring down Iceberg. The Sunstrike dodge there by Misery. Roger not really having an opening here to go on anybody, really, because of those treants and the damage. is represented by Chessie, and they may just be able to get this mid-tier 1 tower nice and early.
They also leave Legion Commander on the top. I would love to see Zibej just having 1 point in press the attack for some extra region, dispelling things. How low is the tower? It's dropping very low, but Nature's Prophet need a TP out. They still get the tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Iceberg trying to go for the deny there, but misses. And a mid tower taken by 6.5 minutes in. It always feels kind of ridiculous when this mid Nature's Prophet is able to pull this off, but we've seen some Nature's Prophet games where they do take that mid tower, then they take the safe lane tower. Ooh, Sunstrike. Wow, that was a close call. Batrider in some trouble here, does not have the Firefly, so he's going to be blocked out by the Treants. More tipping coming on.
We expected this game to, be more even. Both of these games that they played were kind of stomps, and it seems like this might be another one. Spectre completely free farming. They already managed to take the tier 1 tower on mid, which allows Nature's Prophet to play aggressively on the side lanes. And look at where the lane is standing for 5 men. Spectre just farming underneath the tower constantly. Oh, this is a great item, especially when you have Rubik. Like, you might give it to your Nature's Prophet. He gets the extra damage, but, if you want to keep it greedy, your position for Rubik needs the mana replenish.
Yeah, the stats on that item are pretty insane. V-Tune, Wrath of Nature, there's the hit. Half his health gone from one spell. Always want to fly.
Duel is up.
Tries to heal him up, but instead he's going to be the subject of a duel, which is going to be won pretty easily. Get 2 kills here in the top lane, and now we're going to see that safe lane tower push. Meanwhile, they have to make this work. Ace needs to die. They hold him in place, get the Sunstrike, but he pops the Fairy Fire, turns it around, kills Roger.
Kill.
He's going to be able to stay alive and kill somebody. This is terrible. Lacoste, Flight of Moon is losing every single lane. Every single time we cut the screen to go to somebody on Flight of Moon, they're dying or losing their lane.
And Spectre did not die there. That's a pretty big deal. They used everything. They used everything they had and still did not manage to get a kill. Now they're gonna have a tier 1 tower on the top lane, so everyone gets the gold. Spectre still has ulti up, so global presence is there. Duel into either Nature's Prophet TP, Wrath of Nature, should be able to bring down anyone. Oracle, what is his level? Probably level 4 at the moment.
Yeah, not a super high level. Roger, the Sunstrike's gonna come in this time. They will get the kill on Zibe, and Iceberg certainly needs that kind of recovery. But it's a pretty heavy rotation, and the damage is already done. They've lost a lot of map control with those early towers down, and Orchid's going to be coming in very quickly for Chessie at this rate. And this is one of those classic general heroes. But he is having a rough time in this laning phase. Can't even deal with the support that's sitting in lane, who sets it up for maybe the Spectre to collect this kill. He's going to jump in, make sure to finish off General, and gets the experience for it now, level 7. Second highest net worth as well. Toss up. Misery stuck inside of this Sunstrike will take the damage, but he's tanky enough thanks to... I mean, look at he's got so many items already. Arcane Boots, full-on Magic Wand complete, a Circlet on top of that. And I think he might have had a raindrop.
Yeah, I believe it was a raindrop. Especially when you play against Tiny, this is the item that you need to buy. CK, huh? What a hero.
Yeah, this is going to be VT. Like, he has to turn the whole game around, it feels like, because General has not had the greatest start, and Iceberg, well, he lost his tower super early, but he's also going to need just time to build up. Roger, probably going to watch him die here. They only need like one more hit, and I think that's enough.
So Nature's Prophet for now, keeping that Arcane Ring. Extra damage, not like he needs mana on the hero. And just armor and damage. Still one of the best tier 1 items at the moment. I think they also got the Jelly. Yeah, he's also not the hero that benefits from Jelly, so your offlaner's like, yeah, I'm picking that one up.
Zibe. Trying to run away here. Oh, that Wrath of Nature doing so much damage. Zibe sees a lot of low health heroes, but no allies around. Looks like General will be saved by the Oracle.
Also, this is CK into Witch Doctor, so there's going to be a ton of bounces. into Fade Vault, is there ever a game where you say like, yeah, this is such an awesome CK game, man. Wish I had it in my own team?
Yeah, it's like when there's literally no AoE whatsoever. And you have to win your laning phase. I think that's incredibly important for the hero because he's got inherent abilities that are supposed to allow you to win the laning phase. I mean, he's got this passive that it lets you crit and lifesteal off of it. It's like made for destroying offlaners.
What about Phantom Lancer? I feel like he's just a better version of a hero if you need someone that has illusions and the enemy team has nothing. So Orchid, 11 minutes in, they're smoked.
Yeah, it's funny because Phantom Lancer, it feels like he gets just as tanky as Chaos Knight when you take the time to, because he's such a good farmer and he gets that early heart or Scotty or something. Spectre has a Hand of Midas, so the hero that is second farthest ahead will probably stay ahead, though Misery will stay dead.
No tips this time.
Yeah, I think Fly to Moon, no, that's not a bragging point right there. And their taunting of 5 men has gotten them in trouble a couple times now. Wrath of Nature to finish him off, or... Yeah, there it is. The Orchid does it.
5 men, very good at math. Not even going for the kill. They understand Chessie will get it. That's such a sick timing on Spectre. Look at her how tanky she is. With the Ironwood 3 magic wand, still has Hand of Midas. Like, you want this hero to hit level 20, extra HP, level 25, Dispersion. Try to get the last hit, but Chessie says no. I'm the one who controls the game so far. And yeah, I see Legion Commander queuing up a Blink Dagger, which means that, you know, he wants to be able to jump into a fight, even though it's not the greatest game, because he's playing into Oracle's Fortune's End, but Oracle is level 5, so it doesn't even matter at the moment. And they have global presence, so they can get the kills and the dual damage easily.
Just gonna watch both teams kind of farm it up. Highlight Die and Misery will go on a smoke mission here, mostly to get wards down, but they see an opportunity to catch General here. They can just easily bring in either the Spectre or the Fury on the Spectre. I'm gonna hold off on that ultimate for now. Saying, boys, okay, now he's gonna go for it. General doesn't have Firefly anymore, so he's just gonna be kind of stuck here in the trees. Lay out the Death Ward, immediately canceled by the Avalanche. General will eventually die here. And Fly to Moon, even though they brought everybody here, they feel comfortable fighting into 5 men. Probably for the best, seeing as 5 men are up 6,000 net worth.
Fly to Moon can't take a fight right now. They're so far behind. You have Hand of Midas on Invoker, you have Boots of Travel on a Batrider, so that's a lot of gold. I'm not gonna say wasted, but used for not fighting items.
Still has the armlet. He's going to have to do some serious armlet toggling to survive through this one. I just don't think he's going to be able to pull it off. Surrounded by 5 heroes. What is the Chaos Knight doing that far up with no tier 1 tower for anybody to TP to, with TPs having expended as well?
It's because the hero is so strong, so you don't feel pressured when you're, you know, pushing enemy tier 1 tower with no backup. Usually he's the one who can 1 versus 5, 15 minutes in. I'm just kidding. I really dislike the hero. Also, Roger, he needs a Blink Dagger. I mean, they still have a Sunstrike, so the combo is pretty good, especially with the Batrider TPing in to give some extra damage, but he needs a Blink Dagger.
Fly to Moon may have been caught in a false sense of security, having won that Chaos Knight game against Ninjas in Pajamas. A very big kill indeed. Though it is a killing streak being given over to Always Want to Fly. A really nice paralyzing cast with the Wrath of Nature. General is going to be saved here, but he's already taken so much. He's going to try and TP back, but they're going to duel him to stop that TP. And as soon as the False Promise is dead, he'll pop and you win the duel. A second win now for Zibe, and our analyst said that he wasn't supposed to be winning any duels. It goes to show how far ahead 5 men is right now and how they are just winning fights that you probably would not have expected them to win.
It was a full duration level 4 Maledict ulti, so that's a guaranteed duel, and he's also going back for Hand of Midas. It feels like their understanding of the game is they can't take this late. Like, they don't have the heroes. We're not afraid, so we're still so far ahead, but we can also take it to the late game. We have Spectre, we have this Legion Commander. Our heroes are going to scale. And on the other side, you have CK. Okay.
Never feels good to see two cores farming on the same side of the map. I'm looking at some of their heroes that they had last time. So they had Chaos Knight, Grimstroke. Okay, that's a big
That's
difference,
much better.
right?
Yeah, that sounds...
Yeah. That's actually a really aggressive duo that constantly is able to get forced in fights. And nice initiation here. Exactly who you want to catch, the Oracle. And third duel win for Zibe. And they steal the Chaos Bolt as well. And then the other hero they replaced, they had the Bat Rider here compared to the Venomancer last time. Which, you know, I don't think is necessarily better one way or another. It's just General's lane did not go as well as it really should have. I mean, he's up against a Spectre. Like, they cannot be a lane that you lose, I think.
True. And I don't like the itemization of Flight of Moon in this game. 2 Boots of Travel, a Hand of Midas. Like, you're losing the late game. You still want to take a fight. Yeah. Right now, like, Misery is extremely farm. Misery is involved in 11 out of 15 kills.
Turns around, gets off a 3-second Chaos Bolt, and a toss over leads into a duel catch. Zibe is going to be able to win another duel. Roger trying to get out, but he's cut down by the dagger from Ace. And now V-Tune's right in the middle of this river, and he's lost his Phantasms, and now he's going to lose his hero as well. Not even able to chase down Misery. It's looking like Zibe. Look at the body blocks. They're trying to save their support. They're trying to save their captain.
Armlet toggling.
They don't manage to do it. He has to armlet toggle so well here. The dagger's going to slow him down. The Nature's Prophet is going to cut him off and eventually will die. That is wipe. 2 supports for 5 on the side of Flight of Moon.
I mean, they have 2 Boots of Travel, a Hand of Midas, and you still want to take a fight into a team that was almost 10k gold ahead. Maybe they just don't have a read on the game, how far behind they are.
Yeah, maybe.
And like by itemizing, going for this, I'm going to call them useless items, but you know, your late game is 20% of what 5 men have. You still don't want to take a fight right now. This game is just going to snowball for 5 men. Another duel.
Planting the GG branch right on top of the Bat Rider's corpse. And they're just going to smoke up and immediately run at Flight of Moon again and again and again. Don't stop. Get it, get it. Double damage for this. Jesse.
What is that song? Don't stop, get it, get it. It's an old school song.
Yeah, it is, it is.
Rings a bell.
I'm glad you picked it up on it. Roger. The smoke breaks on him. They get the duel on him. Win the duel? They do. Man, he's gotten so much damage now. What are we at? What are we at? I think
probably
it's
50.
Yeah, 60. The boy.
This is why I don't like Boots of Travel, Hand of Midas. You don't have any way of dispelling. If you get something like a Yule Scepter, you can save people during duel, and you have a way of dispelling things.
Yeah, you know Ace feels really comfortable in this game. Can we click back to him? He went Hand of Midas, Yasha, and he's going back for the Radiance.
Yeah, that just shows dominance.
Yeah.
For this kind of a build, you know.
Look at Zibe, he's going to Hand of Midas too. What is this?
And both Hand of Midas is not being used. Whew.
I almost feel like this Hand of Midas is just for show. Like he's just gonna, you know, show it off to Flight of Moon and say, hey, you know we're owning you now with this Hand of Midas, and it's only gonna get worse.
Now look at this golden chains around my neck.
I got that bling, son.
I just don't see the way Flight of Moon comes back to the game. I know we're supposed to hype it up as much as we can, but this one, you know, just feels...
He's gonna be chased down, gets off the ultimate, bouncing around the illusions, they don't know which one's real. There will quickly realize as soon as Ace actually claims V-Tune's life, and GG called. Wow. Okay, that was a great game of Dota, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I try to hype it up, you know, and they called GG 20 seconds after. GG with a smiley, Chessie says.
GG smile. Well,
way too greedy build. way too greedy heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Explain to me, Cam, how does CK had 75% win rate in the tournament so far?
Well, because he is a underpicked hero that he's only picked in the best cases. And teams also don't know what to do when they see a CK. They freak out. They're like, oh god, I haven't played against this hero in years. What does he do again? And they're caught by surprise.
It's impossible to read the patch notes when you die. Makes sense.
Oh, I mean, that was the upper bracket finals.
And this was the second rage quit of the day. We've seen one during Navi series. We've seen one here.
Yeah.
Don't know what to say, you know. Even though this game was over, like this one was completely over for the Navi series, I still think they could have taken at least one more fight. You know, you lost one set of Raxes, there's Medusa on the team, but maybe our panel, maybe they know something that we don't. I hope Jenkins has a good explanation why CK was a pick here, because I don't see any sense in it.
Panel, what's up?
Thank you so much, our wonderful casters. Of course, we do have all the answers that you're looking for, and without a shadow of a doubt, Kyle has been raving backstage about this CK pick. And Kyle, why exactly did they think that that would work? Raving about it. He wouldn't stop talking about it. He loved it. Go ahead. Kyle?
I didn't like the CK, but you pick it into Spectre, because if you pop Phantasm and start beating into him, the dispersion damage is allocated to each illusion along with the CK. Thus, you can deal heavy damage and still kill the Spectre. We saw it once. Unfortunately, Chessie had taken the enemy tower at, what, like 5 minutes? Furion is OP. Please pick Furion, and Chessie is a Micromaster. Not surprised he was able to smash the Invoker.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I have an answer.
I believe I know why Furion is broken. I believe I know why his win rate went to 41% after the nerfs and why it's back up to 52%.
Okay.
Here's why.
That's not a question, but continue.
I want to know if you guys agree with this. That's the question. I have a breakdown and I want to know if you agree with it. Okay, so everybody was going Orchid Rush, right? That was the thing in the last patch with Furion. Now, everybody is going Treads Double Null, which gives you the amplification to the ultimate. It gives you this early game tankiness. You take every single tower before any other hero in the game can stop you from doing that. But you can't rush the Orchid anymore. You go for the Orchid after.
The Double Null, I think Fogged was onto something. He was raving about how much damage the ultimate does. Because especially as a core, it's 5 minutes into the game, you hit level 6. You pop ult. It kills every creep, and then it hits the heroes at the end for like 400 burst damage. It's a level 6 spell. Like, it's too early in the game for this amount of damage. And you look at Flyman's lineup, Oracle, Bat, Invoker, like these heroes just get smashed.
When will the question come?
Yes.
My question is, do you agree that the reason that this hero was shit in this patch and is now good is because the item build has changed and the playstyle has changed to take early towers? This didn't happen before. Everybody was going Orchid Rush, and they were just farming until they get the Orchid. Then they would be active. I think the hero's dog shit if you do that. I think it's too slow. I legitimately think that there's a huge difference between these two types. Wow, that is all the clips we had, actually.
We did our best. We did as much as we could in that series. Oh, VTune. You know, we saw VTune get so aggressive on PL in Game 1.
Yeah.
And then we saw that kind of fall apart. And CK is one of those heroes where if he's behind, he is non-existent. He does not be. And it was not one of those games. Oh, the irony is so strong. It's so sad. They were so confident after Game 1. Game 2, they came out strong. And then, oh, how ironic. They must fall in such a way to 5 men. It's brutal.
I feel like that's the perfect hero for VTune too, the CK.
The damage output from Iceberg is quite sad.
2.1? I thought that was 21,000.
We don't even need like a K. We don't need to abbreviate or shorten it at all. It's just, it's 2,000 something.
You're right. It's like there's actually more places. There's the 18 and then the dot and then the number and then the K. It's actually longer.
I think a bit of the issue as well is Fly to Moon went for some very greedy itemization with the exception of the CK. Fly to Moon, or rather General's just rushing these bots. The Invoker has a Midas. They just don't have anything. Ace has a Midas and he's got a Radiance. Like you've just lost at this point. I love Furion and Spectre in conjunction. You pop ult on Spectre, pop ult on Furion, every hero
You
gets
see
ulted.
everybody, yeah, exactly.
And you just TP in and Orchid the guy you want to kill.
Sometimes there's this issue where like some creep wave hasn't met, you know, that's been killed or whatever, so you don't get the full damage on the Nature's Prophet ultimate, but you're guaranteed to get the full damage if you have Spectre ult.
Yeah, in addition, this is the dream for any Furion core. You're playing against an Oracle, doesn't do a damn thing to Treant's very low armor, and a Tiny, 0 armor. Roger was level 4 at 10 minutes into the game. He had absolutely 0 impact, and then you lose towers, and you're a Tiny. You can only, like, you can't kill creeps, you can't kill heroes, you can't kill towers.
There were honestly just too many heroes that like needed a lane to farm after the laning stage ended. It's like you have this level 5 Invoker. It's like, guys, I need to build my Midas. Please, where do I farm? CK had no farm. Bat had no farm.
I like what they edited, because in that first game, they picked this out because they play super passive and get run over. They realized, you know, we got to play with tempo. We have to actually be the ones making the pace, and they increased the speed of their draft in each subsequent game, and it got easier and easier for 5 men to win.
Absolutely. Well, gentlemen, we have a fantastic opportunity. It is the one and only Jesse from Team 5 Men. Hello, sir. Are you there?
Yes, I am here. Are you there?
I am there. Thank you for such a wonderful series, sir. It's an absolute pleasure to watch. Now, I got to get the first question out of the bank. When you saw those 5 other evil men heading mid, spraying your tower in game 2, did it get in your head at all?
I think in a way it made everyone really excited to play. Like it fueled everyone up. Everyone was like, "Okay, let's not lose these guys right now. We're gonna destroy them." That was everyone's mindset, and it worked.
It apparently
it was a mistake on their part.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. My question is involving this Furion hero. I know when they nerfed him and changing up the talents, his win rate dropped, but then we're seeing it go up. We're seeing a lot of people be really successful with Furion. I'm wondering why now do you think Furion is coming back? Why do you think he's a good hero right now?
Mainly because Orchid is so cheap. Orchid is 3.4k. A lot of the times you don't even want to go power treads on this hero. I did this game anyways because I was really dominating hard and I just wanted to accelerate. But it's so cheap to go Orchid. It's so cheap. It's pretty stupid how fast you can get this timing.
Oh no, that's the polar opposite of what I just said. Oh god.
Okay. It's okay, friend. We had a very long
both ways,
panel.
but it's mostly like you just want to tank up.
Yes.
Thanks.
Want to be strong.
Gotcha. My question,
It really
Jesse,
works both ways.
First off, how you doing, buddy? It's been a while. How's life? Sorry about that question Jenkins asked. He's just always wrong.
Life is pretty good right now. I'm sorry summer is over, but it went fast.
Yeah, what's it like playing with a team of like savvy vets? Like, how do you guys view yourselves? Because I was giggling with this. I was talking to Misery, but you guys are kind of like the squad that just kind of had to play together, right? You got all these people that, you know, were left out of teams. Do you feel like you're like a mismatch of squads that just kind of found each other? Are you hyped to play with these players? How do you feel in this new team?
No, we're definitely hyped to play with each other, and the fact that we're all up from the north makes us gel well together as well. I think it's been going really well so far. And to get back at what you said at first about the expectations of us, I think the expectations we have put on ourselves has been way higher than what everyone else has put on us, because we have seen what we have been able to do in such a short time frame in scrims, and we have been beating these tier 1 teams, and we were very disappointed to drop out of the group stages, even though most people probably expected us to do that. But yeah, I think we are better than people think, and we're just going to have to prove it.
One last quick question. How did the triple map restart into 2-day delay against Team Liquid affect you guys? Do you think that was a net negative on your performance?
No, I don't want to blame anything like that on our performance. We didn't show up that day, and we played really poorly. And who knows what would have happened without us without those disconnects, probably we would have lost anyways because they were stronger than us at this time. Maybe we weren't prepared enough.
Final question for you before we let you go. Do you have any idea who T-Governor is?
Who's that? T-Gov?
Yes, there has been a man employed by...
He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
He's been claiming that he has
very
some
grateful to have him help us out.
Oh.
He's been helping us immensely. Like without his help, we would have been so lost. Like I don't actually know what we would have done. I'm very grateful to you, T-Gunner. I appreciate it.
Same for us. We'd be lost without him.
We would. He is a cornerstone of this production and of this team. And he is somehow being paid by both of us. So truly incredible. I'm surprised he's not streaming the games as well. So thank you so much for joining us, my friend. You have a wonderful day and bring us some more good Dota.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Honestly, what a gracious winner there. Not as good of a winner as T-Governor, apparently, though. Well, I'm not sure how this is legal.
Winning a lot more.
Yes.
It's not TI. You can coach and play and stream if you want.
And stream. And tweet. He has
making a lot of memes. There were some memes he's created and shared in our special meme-only group.
Enough! It's time for the break. Thank you so much. We will come back later. It's time to go. I don't want to listen to Kyle any longer. Thanks for coming!
Quality is not a last hit. It's a habit, especially if you're solo against a try.
Life is short.
Blade Mail.
You're such an idiot, Slacks, goddammit. That comes from Cap. Oh, look, it has 23 likes. That's about 4 times his normal Twitter engagement. That's great. Oh, good job tagging me, buddy.
Next one. I mean, is there anyone on Earth who is like, wow, oh my God, Capital is going to be on this event, can't wait? He's not wrong. Honestly, I can't even respond to that because he's not wrong. But I've got a good job, so I don't really care that much.
Titty streamer that occasionally plays with Purge is what I've been called. A titty streamer? Well, I'm sure you'd be quite familiar with those, wouldn't you? I'll tell you what, while you're downstairs eating your Tostino's pizza rolls alone in your boxers watching the Just Chatting section, how about you head on over to Dota and watch some gameplay, because maybe if you weren't staring at my bouncing man boobs, you might learn how to not only spell, but make something of yourself, okay? So run on back to your pubs, continue to play your Pudge, missing every hooks, and we'll see your titties flopping myself.
BSJ's tie is seriously, it's bad. It's like Tommy Bahama was like, yeah, we have ties, and proceeds to cut up one of their ugly ass shirts. But what I have to say to that is, yes, I understand sometimes my wardrobe game has not been on point, and that is something I've tried to learn from. I learn from my mistakes and better myself. Sadly, your parents never learn from theirs.
There's a manic glimmer in Kyle's eyes that I find a bit disturbing. All I'm saying is I have no trouble imagining him picking up a hitchhiker, gutting them in his basement, and letting their body decompose slowly in a vat of acid. I would never do that. Never. I do think it's a little messed up though that's where you went. You know, I'm just trying to have some fun and you're just, I don't know, maybe you've been watching too much Mindhunter. Either way, go yourself. So that's it.
I don't know what interviews you've been watching, but Slacks excels at making people he's interviewing really uncomfortable. You should see what I do with his mom.
Is he being serious right now? I am not a Bulldog fanboy, but I am intelligent to acknowledge his skill and performance. How many times has BSJ made it into a TI or major? Probably as many times as he has.
Kyle is the best Dota player on the panel. That's why he gets hated on. Similar to Taylor Swift. I also have long, flowing, glorious hair. Also like Taylor Swift, and unlike certain members of our panel.
Capitalist, what sounds more like crapitalist? People really need to get more creative now. There's so many ways that you could come at me. I mean, I just look douchey, I look like a frat bro, you know, like I look like that guy who's gonna encourage you to like drink too much, I'm bald right now, like there's so many things you go for and you went for the really terrible pun. Could have done better. Wish you had done better. This video is suffering because of how bad your tweet is, but
Interaction Slacks here looks like John Candy. How is that an insult? John Candy, one of the greatest comedy actors of all time? You know what you look like? Nothing to me. You look like a cockroach. You don't mean anything to me. I'm never going to see you. And that's the difference. While you stare at me on your cameras, I'll never know your pathetic little face. I can only dream of it. And that dream's a nightmare. Thanks for your comments.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way, and people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation, waiting for a miracle, waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
Hello and welcome to the Omega League. It's the Immortal Division. It is upper bracket, and we have got an absolute treat for you because we have, first of all, we have OG versus Team Nigma, which is also the the TI Finals redone. Different roster, a little bit here and there. Doesn't matter, still just as hype. I'm here together with Slacks and Lacoste. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. But before you guys get to say anything, I'm also going to welcome in a surprise fourth person. Because I believe he can already hear us. I believe we're talking to Jarex.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yes. Hey,
What
Jarex.
up?
How
You may
are
hear
you
me?
doing? Yes, we can.
Pretty good. Excited for the XTI finals.
Yeah. Does it feel like, first of all, we haven't talked to you in like forever. So how is the retired life?
Comfortable. I can say there is not a lot of stress, so I have to put the stress on myself somehow. So right now I'm trying to get my house ready for a housewarming party for my friends on Saturday, and I've been doing some other stuff, like I started to play Valorant on my drawing board.
Cool.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, how's that going? Are you trying to be pro in Valorant or what?
Not really. I'm aiming very low right now. I'm probably as bad as Slacks is on Dota, so.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. I'm glad to hear that you're working on stuff, Jerax. I hear most people die only a few years after retirement. So good to know that you're grinding stuff.
So I have like 1 year more left.
1 year.
I'm done.
It's been a great ride, Jerry.
Well, there is a little bit of a history / tradition for Dota 2 ex-pros that retire that come back.
Oh, come on, Sheaves.
Is there anything, like, do you have the itch? I know a lot of Dota players, just even if you say, I'm not going to play Dota this week, the itch is still there. Do you still have that?
Oh, well, I haven't played Dota since last August. Something along those lines.
Hell yeah.
And I'm not really
Clean
craving
break.
back, so yeah. But I'm back here at the stream. As every pro player, they end up being an analyst, so I'm somewhat getting closer there again. No, not
There
really.
we go.
I'm just kidding.
No, you're welcome anytime. I mean, we are at the moment, we are at Mount Olympus. We are the gods. But I remember us calling you a god multiple times. So you're welcome on this Mount Olympus at any point, if you want. I am very curious to hear your thoughts on the upcoming match. I know the rosters are a little bit different than last year when you were playing, but the hype is still there. And I'm curious on your thoughts of the form of both your former team OG and the current Enigma.
Yeah, so the fundamentals of the teams haven't really changed, I think. I've been watching most of their replays through the draft and some of their games, and I honestly think we're kind of seeing the same teams as before, but then obviously Dota has changed quite a bit since back then, so I think it's just minor details added on top of the general fundamentals of the teams. Yeah.
You said you didn't play Dota since the August of the last year, but are you still watching the Pro Dota?
Yes, I'm watching a little bit. I find it somewhat interesting to see how the game develops, because honestly, Dota doesn't really change that much over time. I mean, I started playing Dota since 10 years ago, and there's still like similar players and similar drafts and kind of similar themes on how you play the game, because it's kind of a puzzle that people kind of figured out in a way, but then it keeps changing, so they have to reinvent the same stuff that they figured out back then.
Be honest, if Earth Spirit gets buff, are you coming back?
Okay, chill. He just laughs. That's very concerning.
That is not a confirm nor denial.
I mean, Jerax, I feel like I know you very well. I was helping out with TI content. Yes, and I saw a lot of replays from you, or a lot of in-game chat from you. And out of all the players in the booths for the last 2 to 3 TIs, you're one of the only people that's a real goddamn sicko. He's the only one that would chase someone down laughing as he murdered them over and over, and then laughing about it afterwards, and then immediately saying, I'm going to go kill them again, and laughing again. You're a nightmare, sir. You're terrifying, and I'm glad that you're out.
I'm very glad. I'm very glad I could do this in a video game instead of getting it somewhere else.
Okay,
what a great outlet. He's ready for the panel.
On that note, let's head over to the draft. I believe Jerax will go with the camera to the draft pantheon. Thank you for answering our questions, Jerax, and we hope to hear more of you on the non-psychopath side. Thank you.
Thank God he's gone. What the hell? It's terrifying.
I don't know what they're talking about. I want someone with that killer instinct on my panel joining me with T-Gov and Lizard. Jerax, I know you said that you haven't played since August, but let me just test your knowledge real quick. Do you know what an outpost is by any chance? Are you still here? That's another question.
Jerax? Hello?
Hello?
I cannot hear anything, sorry.
Can you hear us now?
I'm going to keep talking until you say something, because I can hear you, but apparently you can't hear us.
Yeah, so let's just analyze the first 4 picks until the man can hear us, the man that actually everyone wants to listen to, and not 3 of us fools. But we have Wisp and Tiny on one side, we have Rubik, and the Darkseer opened up on Nigma. And Nigma, man, out of the last 10 games, they always open up with either Venge, Rubik, or Phoenix. They don't really stray away from that. They also have this Darkseer to work with. But even though they pick their comfort zone, there is Wisp, Tiny, and OG.
Yeah, I think coming into the series, when you look at GH's hero pool, he's only pretty much played 2 heroes this entire tournament so far, that being Rubik and then Phoenix. And interesting enough, when OG entered this tournament, they instantly whipped out the IO carry, and it scared so many teams to automatically ban it. So the fact that Nigma let it through, they've clearly been, they've got a plan ahead of them, I think. So it's an interesting draft so far.
All right, Jerax, we can see you now. Can you hear us as well?
I think
you can hear us. Wonderfully.
Perfect.
It's
okay.
perfectly fine right now.
So then let me rephrase my question, which again, there's going to be a slight latency because we're doing everything remotely. So don't hesitate to just talk over us. We will shut our mouths instantly. You said you hadn't played since August, so I was curious. Have you been keeping up with like neutral items and outposts? And I'm sure people are kind of curious what your views on those new mechanics that were added into the game are.
So initially, when they added the new items, I was very happy about it because I think Dota has kind of progressively added like new features to the game, similar to the talent system. This is something to add on top of the whole systems, and I'm a big fan of that because I think we kind of ended up stagnant at some point with Dota, and I think at least from a professional standpoint, I was just expecting more. So now they added the neutral items, and I'm more than happy. But, well, I haven't played the game, so I'm as new to the game as the patch would have been released, almost. So I've read the patch notes, but that's about it. I don't know much about it.
Jerax, after reading the patch notes,
what did you think about the Bloodseeker? Like, this hero has been dead for such a long time. He gets these incredible buffs. Your own your own team picks it, right? But it doesn't really work out that well for them. Is it execution? Is there a place for this hero? He's been banned out, so we won't see him in this game, but it's a peculiar topic for me.
So I read the patch notes before. I don't know what happened to Bloodseeker. I believe they buffed the Blood Right because I heard somebody saying it being really annoying on the lane. I think they build it like a nuker type, kind of like a playmaker, which is kind of new, and I know nothing about it. So I'm a noob, you tell me.
Yeah, scratch that question. Let's go onward. Yeah, they pretty much just do that. They build him as a nuker, as a utility. You see Veil almost picked up every single game with Greaves, and you play around the Blood Right in the laning stage. Later on, you play around that Blood Rage. Blood Right with Veil deals like 450 on level 4. It's pretty sick on a 12-second cooldown.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I've been seeing Zai building Veil on offlane on most of the heroes, like Axe also.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there is something to that, I believe. Did Veil get
Overall
buffed?
spell amp, yeah. Overall spell amp is just crazy because it got changed from just like magic to all spell pretty much now. So that's why it's
like a year ago.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
But also
the Eureka moment.
Yeah. It's the drums, I guess, being nerfed as well, and you're thinking, okay, which item do I buy? Which item do I go for next? Team Nigma, we see good old school combo, Darkseer and Clockwork. Do you think this is very strong versus what OG have got picked up right now, the Wisp, Dark Willow, and Tiny?
I mean, generally, the biggest... I could talk about IO a little bit. The biggest problem of IO is teamfight, and usually Darkseer is considered very good against IO in the mid game, but on the laning stage, you're crying as a Darkseer usually. So it kind of goes, you lose the early game and you hopefully have enough to back it up in the mid game with Darkseer. And that's usually the theme of the game.
Really interesting with OG's draft so far is Tops has actually been playing some mid Sven, by the way, guys.
Oh, okay. So this isn't guaranteed necessarily to be an IO support now that Sven's on the board.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. So in his pubs, he's been playing a little bit of mid Sven. He's also played some like mid Void and stuff, but that's for another day. So right now, OG aren't really kind of revealing too much because obviously, again, the IO could easily be 5 with the Sven, Tiny mid. You could easily, put IO carry. So yeah, overall, I think OG's draft, it's all about like unity. And look, coming into this series, a little bit of research. Team Nigma, they actually are a very traditional like 4 protect 1 style. Mind control. When you look at the overall last hits in the game, he's actually like less last hits than GH, for example. And it's all about just enabling this big kind of boss core that Miracle will play. On OG, on the other hand, their team, that last hits are very evenly spread between 1 to 3. 4 and 5 are somewhat sacrificed. And in terms of like the deaths, OG, they die together or they live killed together. There's their overall death average is within like 5. They're all so close. So I think.
Yeah. But it's Team Nigma, it's we, this is we Ranger, right? And this is Darkseer on the offlane, most likely. And if Darkseer is on the offlane, you have Sven, who just free farms under the tower. Am I wrong reading that, Jerax?
Well, so Jerax, I am curious that as a 4-position enthusiast, do you consider Wind Ranger to be on the come up? Are there any 4-positions that have impressed you recently in terms of any 4-position heroes that have kind of surprised you that you're like, oh wow, I didn't realize that this could be played as a 4?
I mean, I think the Phoenix is kind of sneaking back at least what GH is doing. I think that's something I miss from my days. But the thing is that I had a very specific role in my team back then. And I feel like if I didn't feel that role, we would probably end up in trouble. So I kind of had to play the playmaking heroes most of the games. And that's how we felt the most comfortable with. And I miss those like the farm heavy, like there was the meta with Lina, for example, where you could farm a lot, and Phoenix is one of them. Grimstroke is kind of one of them also. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really been surprised too much. I feel like there's very similar heroes. The Clockwork is kind of the more interesting one. They probably buffed him because he was absolutely garbage back then.
How much did you watch Saxa play? Do you think that he can recreate your Tiny airlines if he is playing the position 4 here? Or is this actually a
I think
Thompson
Saxa, Yeah, I think it's more likely Thompson because Thompson is mainly playmaking type on this team, at least. I mean, he plays the Arc Warners for sure, but I think his role in this team is more so gonna be focused on the playmaking part. And I think Saksa is the more farm type. If you look at Yapsor, I think you're gonna see a lot of similarities how they play, and that's obviously different from what I am. And I'm very excited to see how it fits with OG and mid one, because I think with Ana, I don't think it would have worked, but I think mid one is very adaptive by how he plays, and so is Thompson. So I think Saksa can make it work in this.
Mm-hmm. And we see the troll banned out by OG next. This probably does mean that. What do you think? Your Sven should be the core still here with the mid tiny, these two supports on Dark Willow and Wisp. That's how I'm looking at the OG's draft right now, at least. The Team Nigma, like, their draft does not look like a mystery. When you see this, you're expecting Wind Ranger mid, this dual offlane, and they're saving their last pick for Miracle.
Which, to be fair, is kind of rare for them because they've been first phasing Miracle's heroes very frequently. These first phase anti-mages, usually against a Darkseer, but here it seems like Miracle is keeping his cards close to his chest, and yeah, that's why OG banned out the troll.
Yeah, that normally happens when they see a very clear weakness in the opening from their opponent. That's when you can instantly lock in Miracle's hero. But when you see IO Tiny, there's the flexibility for OG on these heroes. You can't really lock in a hero. That's where OG will outplay you in the draft. So that's why they're trying to leave it to the last pick, so they can at least spend a little bit of their reserve time and work things out. So with Sand King pickup,
yeah, this kind of makes the TB pickup a little bit harder as well. It hasn't been banned out. They go for the Morphling. Alright, it is a hero that's decent versus Sven, right? Overall, you can build into that Skadi eventually, but Sven just comes online a little bit faster, and the way he farms, if you make enough stacks for him, this looks like a scary game for Morph.
But it's a big Morphling game with the Axe. You can come Sand King for the stun, the Willow for, the pew 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 pew, yeah.
That's true, yeah. The Willow Axe is...
Do you actually still build Axe on Morphling though? I haven't
if you have a good excuse, I think it's worthwhile. And Willow is one of those excuses that we see the odds 2.22 OG to 1.60 Nigma. Jerax, how well do you know your new team? Do you know which of these heroes are going to be played by which players? Because I'm looking at the lineup and there's still some stuff up in the air, I think. So where do you think that these heroes are going to be assigned to?
I think it's pretty clear. It has to be Sebastian Sand King. I think mid one Sven, so it kind of leaves the three last heroes, and Thompson doesn't play anything else than Tiny and Dark Willow from those, and I would assume it's not a Dark Willow core, so it's Tiny. So yeah. Sorry.
That's all I needed to know. If it was as simple from here as it was for you, then that works for me. As we will jump now into game number 1, a long-awaited matchup. Let's see how these two teams face off as we pass it over to our casters.
OG. Team Nigma. To the battlefield.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to OG versus Nigma. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, ready to get this best of 3 underway. We've just seen the drafts, Fogged. All very exciting stuff. Of course, once again, a big shout out to Jerax for joining the draft panel on that one. What are you looking forward to seeing from the teams here? What have we got coming out that you're sort of excited to see?
Well, I can just scrape away the heroes, and then we just put up the team names, right?
Sure. Yeah, just regardless of what these two teams pick.
Yeah, don't care about the hero picks. I think we know what these teams like to play, especially when they're playing versus each other. It's going to be battling. And I think we got a lot of battling heroes, too, especially on the side of OG for the early game. Lots of stuns, Tops and Tiny more than likely, a lot of aggression. Yeah, this should be fun. Yeah. This should be real fun.
And coming into it, I mean, from what we've seen so far from the teams, would you consider one of the teams in a better place right now from what you've seen in this Omega League?
I don't know. I feel like it's just they're kind of like sometimes they just pop off on one side, sometimes they don't. I feel like I'd say they're kind of evenly. Maybe I'd give OG a little bit of a margin over just because I feel like for Nigma they're a bit more limited on the heroes that they just straight up win on. It's like Miracle anti-mage, Miracle on the super hard carrier, Weeha on his select few heroes. While OG I feel like they've got a little bit more of a plethora of strategies and stuff that they can play around here.
Sure.
But I think it's still just super evenly matched up. This one, though, I'm looking at OG. I like their early game aggression that they've got going on here. I do feel like Nigma, they're more about coming in after the laning phase in particular, right? Morphling and Darkseer, these two heroes, they take some time to really ramp up and start getting that power in the mid game. So I think that's the biggest thing that I'd be pretty much looking at is OG just playing very hyper-aggressive in the early stages. And we're seeing already with their stances in the lanes, look at the way that Nigma's, you know, just posing themselves. They show the clockwork, but he knows he can't contest for bounties. Morphling, same thing. It's going to be 3 runes for OG at the start here.
All right, yeah, there we go. I mean, you're looking at this lane setup. GH on the support Rubik up with Mind Control Darkseer at the top. We are on his signature Wind Ranger here in the mid lane. And we'll be playing that matchup into the Topson Tiny.
Instant D-ward there for Saxa. So this is going to open up a little bit of maybe some fear into Weehaw. Just like, oh god, if this guy like rotates from around the side here. As we do see, like OG is one of those teams that they do like to rotate maybe a bit early on toward the mid. We'll see how this matchup ends up going here for Topson.
Yeah, and then obviously that leaves down in the bottom lane. You've got this lane of the Morph supported by the Clock, dealing with the Willow and the Seb Sand King.
Looks like he could get a lot of pressure onto him as this Morphling. So one thing that Willow does provide you in laning is that very quick attack speed, and you're always able to get that quick harassment there. Armen, he can soak some of the pressure, but he can be at risk of dying too. But that's kind of his job, is to eat the spells, as if he does walk up too far, eats a stun, eats a bramble, then it'll give Miracle some space to farm. But this doesn't look like a very fun lane for Miracle at the first few levels whatsoever.
No, for sure, he's got to be careful how much Agi is in.
Yeah. So I do think, yeah, OG, they drafted themselves with 3 very strong lanes, and like we said, Nigma, they're going to need some time to be able to build up the power here. Darkseer versus the Sven can be a little annoying, but there's an IO backing him up. Sven should be able to farm just fine here with that extra sustain.
Yeah,
see if they get the side pulls off here. It looks like they did.
And no blocks right here, so...
Yeah, very beneficial there for Enigma, and they're going to try to be pushed off there by OG, be able to secure at least the last hit on there on that Wild Wing. And GH actually getting very, very heavily body blocked by the 2 level 2s there. As they're supposed to level 1, does have to watch how he trades versus that overcharge tether.
At bottom lane again, we're seeing the harassment onto Miracle, bringing him pretty low.
Like this by RMN. Actually, like going for the cogs level 1. He's just going strictly for mana burn, pushing them away so that Miracle can actually walk up and farm. Still struggling though. It's just he's very low ranged. Every time he walks up, he's going to get hit by Saxa, and he's at risk of getting stunned immediately by Seb. So he has to keep himself at a good health margin too. Wait for him to protect his salve there.
Yeah, he's got some no qualms with using it for that.
Yeah.
He's not going to be using it aggressively in this lane.
Has Seb skilled up that second skill point yet? I don't believe so. I think he's holding just in case. More than likely the Sandstorm. But don't want to get the caustic. You don't want to push the wave constantly into the Morphling. You want to be able to somehow pull the lane back a bit here. Top, they're getting aggressive.
Yeah, he's going to be at the point saved. Yeah, skills it into Surge. Mind Control. Able to break away from this, and yeah, between the carries, I mean, sure, you know, pressure's definitely there on Miracle down bottom, but he's only a few CS behind mid 1 Sven.
Yeah, he's doing pretty decent.
Yeah.
Out of regen though, and I think RMN is also pretty low on regen too, and that's what you'd kind of expect out of these, you know, this heavy harassment that's coming out from this Sand King Willow dual lane.
I mean, it's just, if you look sort of across the board, it's super close here on these first waves. No lane really coming out massively on top. Nobody yet to fall top lane.
Mid one's dropping low.
Maybe in trouble. The Iron Shell and the Surge forward. They've got the control of the telekinesis. The Iron Shell's burning him down. He's going to pop the Fairy Fire. Mind Control
he goes
and
down?
GH, they've got the right clicks.
Wow. That's a bit surprising too, and it's just a Darkseer with the level 1 Ion Shell. They didn't have the sustain to keep the Sven up. I guess he was just too low initially that they could get that little bit of extra touches on him. Not how I expected that lane to go out at the start here. Even though Rubik, he does provide a lot of that harassment, I did think the IO was going to be able to keep that sustain for the Sven going. So I think for Nigma, that's a really strong start.
That is what you sound like.
And we're going to see constant, you know, side pulls coming out here. Teams trying to maximize, pull the lane back in particular, and makes it even more awkward there for poor Miracle, as he can't really walk up to contest this at risk of all these double disables.
Yeah, looking at the continuation of the mid lane, it's stayed pretty even here between Topson and Weehaw.
Gets a courier though.
That will give him a nice little bit of a gold bonus.
And he...
Squad. And RMN's going to stop Topson from getting the rune.
Okay.
As he's in, and do get the setup for the shackles. Have they got enough damage? They're actually going to still let Topson bottle the rune. So Topson, he's going to be quite happy with that. I think when RMN showed up, you sort of expect, oh, I'm not going to get the rune, but Topson was actually able to still walk in and get the bottle refill.
A little bit of a mistake there from Nigma, not actually prioritizing the rune.
And just more focus on trying to threaten the life of Topson, but not having the damage to do so. So Topson, he's going to be able to stay in the lane, despite that move from RMN.
Does need to bring out a little bit more regen though for himself if you just want to stick around here. Power shots are adding up. Weehaw as we see every time, Raindrop, you're playing versus Tiny. Gonna always be seeing that picked up on a lot of different heroes here too, especially on the other lanes, because Tiny's gonna start roaming pretty early on. You know the way Topson plays. So there we go, Bounty Rune's coming out. He's gonna make his first aggressive move.
Yeah, he's able to pick up the Bounty Rune, get the free reball, and
yep.
they'll get the kill as well as the combo comes in onto RMN.
Every time I see this Topson Tiny, I just, you think of TI, and it's just like, you're thinking of True Sight, and it's just like, well, time to go start killing again, right? Especially once he starts getting low in that middle lane. If he can see any type of runes that he can make rotations for. Weehaw, he's going to do a similar move, though. He's actually going up top. He's got that level 6. He's got that focus
let's
fire.
see what he can do. They're going to get aggressive. Mid one and No-Tail trying to lead it onto Mind Control, but now there's the turn. We are focusing straight away onto No-Tail with a focus
he's
fire.
juking him in the fog.
He's juking it nicely. Weehaw cannot quite find him as No-Tail and Mid one are able to keep themselves both alive. Power shot off the mark. OG will be able to avoid that movement from the Wind Ranger.
Nicely done there. So where's Topson heading actually here? Okay, he's putting a ward down to be able to watch up top here. And like we said, time to start killing again, right? So immediately looking for moves. They have both river wards to be able to watch any type of runes here.
Top Mind Control.
Being chased down here.
I mean,
Surge CD as well.
Yeah, he's going to go down.
Definitely dead.
Caught out there trying to drag and play around with the creeps. They just run straight at him, get themselves the kill.
the tips come out, the taunts start beginning.
I mean, Topson in mid.
They're maybe going to go for a toss back here?
If they can sort of get the hold on Weehaw, they are going to have that combo.
It's only a level 2 toss back, so the range is not as insane as it once was, but they're trying for it. Weehaw's playing careful. They're actually just going to do it right on the spot.
I mean, holding him in the brambles. It's going to be a decent amount of damage. Topson, he's going to try and dive this. He is. The Wind Run is about to come to an end. Weehaw tries to turn with the Shackle. Won't find the connection. Doesn't matter. Weeha's actually going to think about turning. Gets the power shot out into Topson. RMN's in with the TP, but not quite quick enough to control that Tiny and punish Topson's dive.
Diving towers this early as Tiny is a little bit scary. Like, he's got 0 armor because he doesn't have the grow at the moment, so that tower does start hitting you very hard. Same thing with the focus fire. So he has to play a little careful, but he's still trying to stake around the area. He's trying to get the combo. If Weehaw does back up, won't be successful.
Yeah, you can see Weehaw as well, just playing it super safe. He had that sort of half HP, half mana, doesn't take the risk of walking back to base, TP straight back to the fountain to avoid being caught out. Because he knows that he knows Topson's going to be hunting him.
Very smart move there. He knows the style. He knows what he's playing against. Arcane Ring, we see being picked up there for Topson. One of, I think it's personally the best item you can actually find on this hero. On the Tiny, gives you that armor needed if you want to go for maxing your combo early, and you get, of course, the usage plus some extra. And 1k gold lead off of these first 7 minutes. I think that's probably where OG would want to be. Maybe a little bit slightly more because of that top lane. I do think they're in a comfortable spot. Topson needs a power shot, but he's fine. Runes will be coming out in the next 8 seconds or so. We see Nigma is double checking the runes here now with both supports.
Now this time they should be able to pick it up before anyone heads over.
Yep, and it's a haste. Very nice. Weehaw zooming down there, but as top, a rotation from Saksa.
They're able to close the gap onto the Darkseer. Mind Control down again.
Oh, it's so nice playing Willow when you have so many different setups. Sometimes you see this hero can look very mediocre just because, you miss your Bramble. But he's got a Sven stun, he's got Tiny stun, he's got Sanking stun. Any lane he goes to, he can easily set up those type of kills. So Saksa having a pretty successful rotation there and setting up that Sven for success. Didn't see if they have any stacks going for them just yet.
We are. He's just straight up dead. Oh, damn. Saksa just comes in with the Shadow Realm hit, and Weehaw weren't ready for it.
I wasn't ready for it either.
I mean, he was playing around low HP. He just didn't expect Saksa to come out from the high ground in the shadows like that, and that hit
it's almost a level 6 Willow, too, so it's that level 3 Shadow Realm. That damage
hit.
it's a big punch that he packs. Very heads-up play there from OG. RMN trying to soak some XP in mid lane in the meantime. But yeah, a very, very solid start. Look, they're collapsing on this. Even Seb is running over.
The combo. There's going to be the relocate as well. OG just bringing everybody over towards the mid lane as they kill them both off. As soon as Weeha's back in action, he's taken out. And OG now with the 5 of them, they're going to look to take this tier 1 tower at the pre-10 minute mark. And there's nothing that Nigma can do really to stop it if OG want to continue to push. They're starting to form from the side. Let's see what they can do to fight Topson. He's just running in at them. He's looking over towards GH. The Bramble Maze won't catch him, but Seb, it is able to find him with the Burrow Strike. Comes in from the high ground. He's caught GH.
Ooh.
It's getting a little rough here for Nigma as 10 minutes in, it's 7-1 and already a 3K lead for OG as they take this tier 1 tower.
Man, sometimes I do forget how fast this team can play. When they're ready to go, you just see how quick they collapse on that tower. Just no funny business, screw stacks, we're bringing everybody. Everyone collapsed on mid, they're all 5 heroes showing up. Nigma can't react just yet. And, I mean, mind control, he does just use the surge, but he's getting sandwiched on.
Seb's able to open up, gets in with a Burrow Strike, mid one follows up with a stun, mind control, tries to
vacuum stun
with a stolen stun, but Miracle is falling low. Can he clean this up? He's going to be able to. There's the lift for GH. Nigma will be able to shut them down there as Miracle just turns up into the Sand King. He goes and hits them with a big old Burrow Strike himself.
With the Sandstorm in combination with the Vacuum 2, that level 1. Beautifully done.
They needed that. They were starting to slip behind Nigma, and Miracle able to combo very nicely with mind control to turn that play around.
What a hero to get the cleanup, right? The Morphling that pretty much needs it in this game, as the rest of them are really suffering. He has his game fully recovered after that. Beautiful spell usage. Topson still opting to not grab his ultimate, as he just wants that maximum burst with his double combo, with his spells, and he does have a little bit of blessing of having this arcane ring for some armor that he was missing initially.
Oh, dude, Saxa. What's going to find here? He's got Topson, RMN, and Cogs will push back Topson. They've got the Surge as well, so they won't look any deeper.
He needs some roots, but they pushed him away. Now they're forcing reaction while they're hitting the tower already. Exactly. The second uses of God Strength, again, not used to farm.
I mean, they're
used
coming
to
in.
take objectives.
Nigma's coming in to try and hold this.
Weeha deny and a shackle follow.
They're trying to play with the Fierce Axe, trying to push back Weeha. He's still looking for the target. We'll find it. The Wind Ranger's going to be sent running away into the Brambles. And now OG, they're just going to run straight forward over towards Weeha. They take him down. Saxa, he's falling low, but there's the safety as Topson comes out with the Avalanche, holding back GH and Mind Control. Midborn still trying to charge in onto GH. Is stunned in position by the Cursed Crown. Over towards RMN he goes. The toss from Topson finishes off another RMN. He's trapped inside his own cogs with Midborn. Is 3 dead on Nigma. Mind Control trying to run, but OG, they've got the numbers. They'll overrun Mind Control as well, as they'll play around with him, toss him a chili pepper, and take away his life.
So much aggression, and like we said, low cooldown stuns, low cooldown every single spell, it feels like on OG. They surround Nigma. They're not able to respond. They got that nice play for Miracle, but that's going to be very rare when that does happen. When he does have the Morph available to be able to find the Sand King. They have the Rubik. GH, he actually did get pretty good spell steals there. I believe the Sandstorm into a Bedlam, but he's still squishy. And it's going to be tough for them to have a front line.
Look at this mid, it just don't stop. Topson steps up, a relocate's coming in, it wasn't even needed. As Topson and Saxa take out Weeha yet again.
And they're never gonna stop the farm now. There's a blink on Seb already with a veil.
They found Miracle.
Just keep going.
Seb's able to get in. He's on top of the Morphing. Miracle's going to try and dive away with a waveform.
They're going to chase that.
Kicks in.
He's veiled up.
He's closing the gap. They toss him up into the Shadow Realm. Hit Miracle. Can he survive? He's caught in the root. TPs are coming in, but it's not soon enough. Miracle goes down. Seb's going to be the focus here from Mind Control and GH. They'll toss him back with the telekinesis into the stun. So at least able to find something, Nigma, but still OG staying ahead. And that's the important kill. They're killing off Miracle, slowing down this Morphling's game.
God, I literally feel like I'm just watching the TI finals right now a little bit, just because of it's the Rubik versus the Tiny 2, where I feel like I'm just seeing, GH trying to avoid Topson. He gets the ward down, survives heal, but I do want to comment about GH in particular. I think he's going to be really crucial for this early mid-game, having the specific spell stolen. If he has Burrow Strike, if he has some of these spells, he might be able to turn the tide to some of these fights, but OG, just like we said, they're not going to stop to farm at all. They're going to keep bringing almost everybody into these fights every time here, because they already got the tools to fight. Echo Saber's online, Blink for Sand King. Everyone's pretty much got everything they need to just run at these heroes. And Wind Ranger does not enjoy this at all. She is just dead to the combination of spells every single time if they get on top of her. So Nigma, they're feeling the pressure. They're staying grouped up. GH level 9. As we see, he's very high leveled here in this one. And they do have the Vacuum plus that.
They're going to find Topson. RMN, he's going to be able to start the fight. Is there anything OG can do to save Topson? Topson, he's going to get taken out of there by the reload. Over to the side, No-Tail will keep him safe. And now Midborn, he's going to charge straight in with the God Strength. The Shackle Shot from Weeha holds him down, but it comes to an end. And he's going to continue to chase on forward. Turns his attention over towards Weeha. Midborn still wanting to continue to fight. GH will come in with a stolen Burrow Strike. Turns, he's able to grab the God Strength himself, but that won't save him as he falls. They get Weeha again. It's just kill after kill from OG. Nigma just not ready to fight right now. They haven't got a lineup that deals well
and they
with
see
this
Miracle.
aggression here at 14 minutes.
They see him there for a second. Immediately jump, they get the combo, he's dead. Uh-oh, this is getting out of hand. OG, they found their stride. 18 kills, 14 minutes. Quite a change up from the last few games that we did see where it was very slow. This is not the style that this team likes to play, of course.
This is getting rough for Nigma.
They're gonna try to get all 4 bounty runes too.
They may have just found another one here. If they want to go for it, they're going to try with the Bedlam. Yep, Seb's in with a Burrow Strike. It's another... Oh, RMN, he's gone in on this. He's gone in on this, and he's going to die for this.
He sure is. But GH will get a return.
Yeah, GH might also die though. Seb and Thompson, they're going to have their cooldown soon. As Seb, he's in with the Burrow Strike. Shackle shot, not going to latch onto Seb, but they do have the dust on him, so he cannot hide. We are in GH running him down. The power shot finishes him off. Thompson comes in again with the combo. Avalanche,
lives.
not enough to kill GH as he now turns with the stolen Avalanche. We are trying to run down Thompson, but he's tanky.
He's turning. He
might have got enough damage with Miracle. There's going to be backup coming in. It's not going to be soon enough as Miracle turns into the Tiny, uses his own combo against him, and they'll take out Thompson.
This feels like it's going to be Miracle versus the world, really, in this game. It feels very tough for his other cores to really do too much when they are at this deficit versus this much burst damage. Like Darkseer, Mind Control, he's trying to get this hood online because that'll be one thing that protects him, but he just dies. He's so fragile. And Weehaw, versus all these just big combo spells, this big burst, he's 1200 HP. Like, he just dies if he's connected by pretty much one stun and a follow-up.
He's got to be very careful here.
He has to have backup. He has to have at least the GH Rubik or RMN behind him pretty much at all times in order to do that. Miracle has to play on an island. He has to do exactly what he did there, is show up at the end and just get a cleanup kill while playing on the opposite side of the map.
He is close to the E-Blade.
He is.
So then at least having the chance of maybe popping some of these heroes. They're not necessarily very squishy heroes though. There's Sven, Sanking and Tiny.
No.
Not necessarily going to go from 100 to 0 in the combo unless he's really shifted into the Agi.
They can do a lot though with the combination of the Rubik spell steal and then the morph turning into a hero. Like both of them can turn into Sanking and then they have double burrow strikes with a vacuum combo. So there's still a lot of potential that Nigma does have in the mid game for the fights. Just OG's really starting to snowball and they're even pressuring tier 2 right now. And this tier 2, it might actually just die. I do feel like Nigma has to address this or they lose their outpost.
I mean, they're TPing over. They're going to come and try and hold this. Mid one still pushing away. They're ready, they're prepping in the trees as RMM will reveal himself, goes in with a hook shot.
The relocate instantly is coming out.
Have they got enough damage to take down this Ven? There's the save. No-Tail takes him out to the side. That's OG, they're going to prepare for this fight. Seb, he's got the epic, comes in with the burrow strike, he's caught the two of them. GH and Weehaw falling low, Weehaw will be able to win run away. RMN trying to push the rest of them off to the side, but he's surrounded by the four of them. RMN's got nowhere to run. As OG take a second, taking out the two supports, will be able to push on and finish this tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, Saxon just toying with mind control over towards the mid lane.
He's tanky now, though. That Bedlam versus the Hood not going to do as much as he'd like, but you see Thompson's trying to run over to kind of connect, but Sox is just bullying him away. They take tier 2. They can go clear the outpost, but they're just hitting buildings.
They're going high ground.
They still got God Strength after it.
17 minutes in, you're right. He's got a good few seconds left of this one. As they're taking this tier 3 tower. It's at least going to bring it very low.
Now they can go get the outpost if they'd like. They've got this great ward coverage as well, covering that whole entire jungle of the side of Enigma. Yeah, they're cruising through this game right now. And like we said, it really feels like Miracle's going to have to really perform a miracle here in this, as this Morphling is. There's just so many different forms of lockdown for him. And look at this Sven. Sven's got an Aghanim already.
He's pretty much got it done mid one. Aghanims is going to be on its way out. Implore as well.
Implore too, yep.
Very nice.
Okay, I think that's the E-Blade finished.
All right, let's see.
Let's see what they can do here.
Pop. They've got to start the fight off with a quick boom.
No spell is stolen at the beginning of the fight, though. So GH, he's only going to get one spell at the initial. Not like he's going to be able to, use a spell, steal one, use another one.
They're on the high ground. This is a good position. This could catch OG off guard if they're heading to their own jungle. Notes out. They're going to try and get rid of the eye. Make sure there's no save. Quick pop there with the E-Blade combo. Miracle takes him out.
There's a buyback.
It's Thompson. He might need some help. The fear is coming out. It's going to start pushing back the clockwork. Weehaw focused here by the Cursed Crown and taken down by the Bedlam. Weehaw, he goes down. They found the Wind Ranger, and now mid one flies in from the side, looks over towards RMN. As soon as they have the advantage in numbers, OG just continue to force Nigma back. They can look for these smoke plays and pickoffs, but when it comes to the full team fight, they've got to run away from this Sven.
Yeah, and now God's Strength is back up. He's got all these tools to be able to do the rush. They even get the D ward instantly after it is placed from that aggressive move. And now, there's no way Nigma can test this one, so they're gonna have to be playing into an Aegis in these next few moments. Yeah, continuing to look very difficult for them as this game does progress. OG just really ramping up the pace. 24 kills, 19 minutes.
And I mean, in this first 20 minutes, has this just sort of in your mind been outplay, or is it just the nature of the heroes that Nigma have? Have they got a draft that is going to be hard to sort of keep up with the pace in the first 20 minutes against a lineup like OG's?
It's definitely tough. It's also just OG's, the speed that they're playing. A lot of teams, you might see them like back up, farm some stacks with the Sven. No, they know that they can just go and bring this to Nigma. And look at this Wind Ranger. Just dies every time she shows up. She's so fragile.
Miracle was able to get in and pop the Dark Willow at least.
Okay.
As Miracle using the Burrow Strike to his own potential. Thompson, he's actually able to duke the stun. Comes in with a two-man avalanche. He's straight on the midst of them all. Steps in with the epicenter. Arman's out, so's GH. Again, just so hard for Nigma to fight. As pretty much everyone other than Miracle is just a huge liability in these team fights. Everybody dies. Only really Miracle is ever able to get out alive.
And it hit 20-minute mark, and they're going to claim what looks like 3 to 4 of the bounties, as well as they have the outpost. Look at the ward coverage by them, too. You can tell they're just putting a chokehold on this game. Wards and sentries pretty much put everywhere they feel that Enigma can actually get out of the base. Miracle?
He's going to try and pop the IO. He's bringing him
surviving,
low.
though.
It's not enough to kill No-Tail straight up. Miracle, can he finish him off? The tether across won't save him as Miracle able to punch down No-Tail.
Oh, but Weeha's just dead again, though, in the back.
Wait, what?
Thompson just killed him.
All right.
I mean, that's the story of this game. Thompson just murdering Weeha.
Dark's here. This could be another one for OG. He's going to drop down the wall.
Oh, Miracle now might be getting caught. He has the waveform, but he's getting set up on here.
The fear timing, it's there, but he's already building up the strength.
He's gonna get stunned, though.
They're going to have a stun coming out of this fear, surely.
Ooh.
Or maybe not. Must have still been on cooldown. Ah, there it is. Look at that range. Look at that reach. He's in. Iron Man's going to come in with a hook shot to try and help out Miracle. But the combo from Thompson, it's enough. Miracle's dead. GH also going to fall outside of the base. Mid-1 even started to dive up to the high ground. Shackle shot does come out from Weeha, bringing Mid-1 low, but it's not enough to kill him off. He pops the war cry and he's out of there. Thompson, he's going in the base.
Oh, Weeha again.
Oh, it's getting messy.
They're going to tip him for sure.
It's getting messy.
I mean, his game is over as this Wind Ranger. There's like no points of recovery now either for him, as he's just always going to be he's just one-shot ratio.
Yeah, I mean, Thompson tiny, 10-2 and 14 at 22 minutes in.
Look at Seb's smile down there. They're having fun.
Yeah.
They're literally just playing this run at Dota, and they're just not even playing lanes, it feels like. They just have Sven, he's pushing out the lanes, he can always get relocated in, and it's been like that since the 10-minute mark.
I mean, how do you come back into a game like this when you can't even come out of your base?
I don't think you do, Owen. You have to hope for some type of big mistakes or some huge vacuum combos, because this one feels pretty damn over. Miracle is just alone in this game versus this insane aggression of OG.
How's Miracle doing on his items anyway? What's he got after the E-Blade? Just BKB,
not a whole lot,
just trying to make sure that he can live through these fights, trying to do everything that he can. But being down as a team, 16k at the early timing of 22 minutes in, it seems very, very hard to do much at all. As here comes the push from OG, up to the high ground.
He's got a small crit now too. Glyph gets popped, they pop the wall to push them away too. They're just gonna go toward mid, go for the tier 2, the easier one as that Glyph was used. Weeha trying to slow them down a little bit with some power shots, but that's kind of all that Weeha is able to provide now.
I mean, they've just played so fast this game.
They really did.
What do you think Nigma's thinking? What are they thinking about taking away? What are you looking at from this draft of OG and saying this really enables their play style that they're just stomping us with in this game?
I mean, it's everything. Everybody has a disable, everybody has a way that they can make plays on the map, and they utilized it at the absolute maximum. They shut down Weeha super hard here with some small rotations, and his game is just done. Like we said, this Wind Ranger has no place in this game now anymore. Just so fragile. And I'm sure RMN is sitting there thinking like, damn, Kuro was right. These guys are insane with the run at you.
RMN talking about the man. He's going to try to go in with a hook shot. Won't find anything. Seb, he's just going to jump in on the back lines onto Weeha. Weeha goes down. Seb, he's going to step back. They're going with the stun onto Mid-1, but there's just no damage. They cannot kill Mid-1. They could touch him with a stun. Thompson, he's in. Takes out RMN. It's 35-12. 20k lead. The racks are taken away. 24 minutes in. I mean, at this stage, I think Nigma's only going to be thinking about game 2 as this game 1. It seems to be done and dusted right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Thompson's level 19. He almost has Ags. Like, this is maybe the Tiny is one of those heroes that you might just want to. It was a problem at TI.
I think
this Tiny is just
Tiny's got to go.
It's an incredible problem. Just how much he's able to do.
Yeah.
He's 11, 2, and 14. Like,
yeah, it's
25 kill involvement. He just pops heroes whenever they make any type of misposition. And it allows them to play that aggressively because it's just the frequency of spells. They don't need to wait for anything. Sure, they got God Strength. Sure, they got Epicenter. Sure, they have Relocate, but that's not what they're playing around. They have all these constant stun and burst damage. Yeah, they're just going to have to hope for some massive throws pretty much by OG Miracle.
Yeah.
This is not a game that really feels like a Morphlinken solo carry whatsoever. Way too much disable to deal with. Sox has been also delivering on this Dark Willow super well throughout the beginning, throughout the middle, and now it looks to be soon the end.
Radiant there we go. The classic sort of last chance smoke here. See if Nigma can find themselves a pick off, something that might give them a chance of maybe turning around and stopping what seems to be inevitable.
Some vision. We actually can see something on the map now, as they have had pretty much no vision on the map throughout the last 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, just looking at the level difference now as well between them, right? You've got level 14 on Morphs, you're seeing level 19s on the heroes of OG.
And look at there's a Clockwork kind of cutting some creep waves or something, but there's a Relocate. Sap can TP, easy kill, and Miracle. He's been spotted, but the Shadow Realm gets off.
Yeah, it's not even going to be enough burst to kill off Saxa right now. As Nigma, they're trying to run Weehaw, will be able to TP out, but Miracle's going to get left behind.
Wow.
Yeah, this is...
I missed this kind of Dota.
Yeah, OG,
we had some games this morning with like 6 kills in 14 minutes. That's never going to happen when OG's playing, especially now when they're playing versus a team like Nigma, when they know how they like to play. That super aggro. I feel like these teams, that respect level, it's there, but that's when it makes you play at your absolute maximum, as this feels like one of the better showings I've seen from OG in the last few weeks.
Yeah, this is them back at, sort of the just full potential. As you said, this is just a very OG-esque draft, and the way that they're playing it.
He's playing around the trees there because he has that Aghanims. He's trying to find a target. Couple power shots. Annoying mid one a little bit there. Thompson still waiting for someone to go. He's like, someone's gonna go for this catapult.
Don't
Who's
go down
going for this catapult?
Don't go down there.
He's like, Weehaw. He's like, Weehaw. I know it's gonna be you.
Is someone gonna go? Don't do it. Thompson's waiting. He's watching in the trees.
He's gonna have like Seb stun in and then just the tree volley and try to combo somebody, right?
Don't shift into Agi Miracle.
He's very high morphed up there. He's gonna just throw the harass, clear the creep wave. He waited long enough. Yeah, still full dominance. Nigma trapped in their base. Nothing to really do for them here, as they can just watch.
They're starting to come outside of the base again.
He's trying to get. I think he's just trying to get some type of vision down.
Oh no, RMN! Oh no! Goodbye. Goodbye, RMN.
Miracle is desperate to find farm. Look, he's like, RMN, thank you. You distracted them. I can go get a hard camp. And it's 27 minutes, so maybe he can pick himself up a neutral item during this little excursion here, but base in jeopardy.
Base definitely in jeopardy. Look at the speed that these buildings go down.
Orb Destruction, level 18.
Yep, fortification's going to come to an end. They're back in. Shackle Shot won't latch. Tower's out. And the racks are exposed, OG.
Oh my god, he's got a full AC.
There we go, pushing on. Top racks are gone.
Next.
Yeah, next indeed. As this game one, I mean, Nigma just being entirely shaken up. They just weren't ready for this in game one. They weren't ready for this. I mean,
it was pretty explosive how it all happened, right? It was like, okay, 10 minutes. Let's turn it up. Let's turn up the heat. Everyone just sandwiches on mid, and then they just go from tower to tower as this not like this 5-man ball, but just a very quick moving succession there. Okay.
Got it nice.
Sure. And he's got the BKB finish, so he's got a little bit better to play around this insane amount of disables, but it's also an insane amount of damage that they're punching into with all these items picked up.
Yeah, what happened to getting the Ags on the morph against the Dark Willow? Is that still good?
I think he needs a lot more time in this game.
Does he? Okay. Is he just bad? Yeah, I thought it was still a pretty decent combo.
It used to be, because it started at like, the Shadow Realm used to do the maximum damage or whatever, but now it takes time to build up. I mean, either way, it's still, he has to...
Okay.
Like
so
in this type of game too...
Okay, it did get nerfed, okay.
Yeah, in this type of game too, like everyone's very tanky, and it's, how's he going to get in position to do any of that?
Yeah, but you got the range.
But you
Right,
also
that's the idea.
you want the talents. Remember how you need the level 20 talent for the morph duration plus the level.
Sure,
yeah,
I
you
mean,
need to be able to constantly be in that form.
I mean, I guess that's true. He's not anywhere near level 20.
And he can't. It's not like he can really buy much of an ags and all that. Anyway,
What level is he at the moment? Level 16.
Yeah.
And they're into the pit. OG there. They're reaching their level 20s. No problem. As we're going to see, it's got to be a big hook shot. Just go for it. Throw everything into the pit.
It's the BKB Morphling, but OG's just going to run at them.
Yeah, they're going to come out of the pit and they're just going to kill them straight up. Mid-1 in with a stun on 2, takes him out. We are RMM Mind Control hit the deck. As Seb and Saxa will play with the Rubik on the side. Miracle's popping the BKB as he has to run. OG's going to continue to chase. Miracle tries to turn and push them back with a stun. Turns into the Sven, instantly dies. It's an ultra kill for mid-1.
Oh, and he was caught holding the hot pepper as well as he dies.
That's going to burn. And he's going to feel that on the toilet. As this game's over. GG is called.
Wow.
OG. Game 1. And that there's no question about it. That was certainly OG right there.
Yeah. That is definitely true here.
The OG style of just run at you.
Back to their kind of TI form, and at least from what it looks like in that game, and just punishing greed is really what I saw in this one. They see this Morphling, they see this Darkseer. Sure, they gave up like a kill or two in the laning phase, but I think they understood how their draft was just that much more advantageous over what they were playing against, especially with this Tops and Tiny, who just wreaked havoc. They destroyed poor Weeha's game, and he had no way back in it.
Tops and Tiny, I think that's going to be on the bans.
That's probably
that's on the bans. Whatever happens, that is on the bans, or you're taking it away yourself. I mean, that just whole game. Nigma it seemed like they past sort of like the 15 minutes, there was just never really any chance for a comeback with the heroes.
The other thing is too, though, like the IO. Like, how do you want to rate that? Because that also enabled them to make those quick movements, sandwich that 5-man, take the tower so early.
Tiny IO.
Switch the way you ban versus this team, the way you have to prioritize. Yep.
And I mean, because the thing is, though, Nigma as a team, from what we've seen them play in some of the previous series, I mean, they've got some strats themselves, some drafts and lineups that can fight pretty fast, right? So they surely are looking at that game 1 and saying, all right, you want to play like this? We have got something that we can do that's going to be a little better suited to going up against OG than what they brought out in game 1.
Yeah, I feel like when you're doing this, like, you pick this Wind Ranger versus this Tops and Tiny. We saw this repeat 3 times in the past. We saw them do this type of style. It didn't work before. I feel like they have to bring something else, especially if OG's looking in this type of form. And OG is definitely thinking that way. They're like, we're playing versus Nigma. Let's really ramp that heat up.
They're coming all out today, OG. No question about it, considering what we just saw there in game 1, as OG, with quite the stomp indeed, lead the series 1-0 against Nigma.
Yeah, sometimes people forget that the TI finals from TI9, they were phenomenal for sure, but they were still, at times, kind of on side of the favor of OG, and it looks like nothing really much changed here. It's been a year, but OG still in a dominating form here against Team Nigma with the first game of this best-of-3 upper bracket series. I'm here with Slacks and Lacoste, and we're going to break this game down. Where you want to start, Slacks?
Well, you know what? OG played out of their minds, and I can't blame them at all. I mean, Seb said that he returned out of retirement because OG was not doing well. You've got Jerax watching the game. You bet your ass you play better than you ever have before, so you're not kicked from the team. And that is the ferocity that we saw coming out of OG.
I just want to know, like, if Jerax gets the flashbacks when they were playing as a team, how does he feel, watching the squad beating Enigma like this? I mean, it has to give you any kind of emotions, even though you called him a psychopath. So
yes, and he accepted it. He agreed.
You agreed?
He laughed, and then I heard a small animal running. But continue.
No, that's what I had to say about Jerax, But for the game, it's OG all over the place. Like, this is the OG that we kind of used to see during TI, and not before the TI for sure. But we're gonna run at you. We're not gonna stop. Speed of light Dota, where they just invade your jungle, set up some vision. At one point, like, their Nigma had no vision whatsoever, and it's easy to set up vision when you're fighting constantly. They had no cooldowns to rely on. Yeah, there's Dark Willow ulti, there's Sven God Strength, but when you're so far ahead, you really don't care too much about cooldowns. Like, you want to keep fighting. You have Io to relocate you out, which No-Tail played extremely well. You have this Sven, who's not going for any shenanigans. No Hand of Midas. Like, they know their timings. I'm going to get Mask of Madness. I'm going to get Echo Saber. Keep fighting with the team constantly. Put the pressure on the towers. Tiny stops, and wow. This was just, insanely good to watch. And I think this one needs to go on a ban list.
A ban list?
Yeah. Tiny, yeah.
Oh, yeah, for
I was
sure.
not talking about Thompson.
Yeah. I was, super impressed by OG, of course, but I was a little disappointed by Nigma. I mean, OG didn't do anything that they hadn't been doing before, and they must have really cared about this series a lot. We didn't really see anything too innovative coming out from them. I don't know what happened there. It was surprising.
It felt like they were maybe a little bit taken aback by the early aggression coming in. That they draft like they would have had more time, right?
Yes.
And they didn't, because from the lanes onwards, it was the OG show.
Yeah.
You have Darkseer, you have Morphling. These two heroes, they take time to build up, and OG's lineup punishes any kind of, we want to go greedy. We're just going to run at you. We're going to take your towers. Viha, he did not have a game on Wind Ranger. Every single time Thompson or Dark Willow there were on top of him. I guess that's why he's called Thompson. He gets on top of people with the tiny.
He does. I was surprised that Wind Ranger wasn't brought up earlier by Slacks, because this would be the perfect opportunity to flame the hero.
No, I mean, that meme's pretty much overdone and dead. I mean,
Okay.
especially when you talk... I'm just kidding. Nah, but I mean, seriously though, it was a nearly impossible game for Wind Ranger just because she suffers against burst damage of all kinds, and that is all that they have, which... I mean, OG is so famous for this aggression, this tempo, and this is like that on crack in this game. There was just... But that draft, I don't know what you do against that. It was very, very tough.
You know what I was very happy to see is that even though OG is dominating, right? They're getting further and further ahead, and they win every single fight, but it still felt like they gave Nigma a lot of respect in the game by taking it not too fast. We have seen this OG dive fountains very early on in the game when they've been dominating, right? Not here. They play it very carefully, very respectfully towards Nigma, which in this game they could have played a little bit more aggressive, I think, and they would have been fine. But it does show the maybe a little bit of a shift, the playoff shift that we see in some of the teams. So a little bit more respect given here by OG, but it was still so dominant.
I would expect some clowniness in this game after game one. Yeah. They're one game ahead. They know that maybe they can get in their heads now and upset them. So we might see some classic OG stuff coming out here, but I don't know. They were dealt quite the blow last week by Secret. So maybe they're calming down a little bit. Get a couple wins under their belt before they get
Don't
sad.
dive tier 4 towers, just, tone it down a bit, one level. But we did not mention Saksa. Saksa had an amazing game on Dark Willow.
Oh,
His
yeah.
ultis were on point, getting some solo kills. It's a tough game for Morphling to start with. You're playing into all this lineup that has a bunch of disables. They have so much control. And he did not have the greatest laning stage. Position 5 Clockwork doesn't do that much. I mean, I'm fine with the hero, the way that we see some heroes shift from position 3 to position 4, sometimes even 5. I think our man did his job. It's just, a tough matchup for them.
Now hear me out.
Yeah.
Morphling,
rather
than going for the E-Blade first, goes for the Ags first, because you're up against the Willow.
No, he needs levels.
No, Super.
It doesn't.
No!
It's... A couple of things change, Dark Willow, you need to channel it to get the extra damage, and you need level 20 to have more of duration, so, you can't just go straight into Ags. They needed a burst damage to take out Io. Io is, very important in this equation that OG is running, where you need to, sustain, you need the attack speed, someone that is tethered to Sven, which allows him to get extra move speed. Just overall great performance from OG.
It really was. I don't know. I think this is what we get, right? You hype series up too much, and then you get a one-sided match. This is what happens. We got to limit our expectations. So I'm gonna say, next game is gonna be poop. It's just gonna be a stomp again. OG's just gonna take it.
Damn,
easy.
I mean. But if you compare the Dota that we've seen in the previous 2 series to this, this is quality Dota. This is a lot of kills. People utilize their heroes to the maximum.
It's a lot of kills from one team, not from the other.
I wouldn't say that.
Sure, but
44 to 11.
I'd say there's some pretty big kills happening on Nigma, careers. Just kidding.
Sorry, Lacoste, we interrupted your very.
No,
Please.
go ahead.
No, Lacoste, please.
I
Please.
don't have anything smart to say anymore.
Oh, Lacoste, no. But I think Nigma will come back. I think that for sure we're going to see a good game coming out of there. Surely they must have been ready for the series. They know the power that is coming their way. I believe.
To be fair, Team Nigma historically has, and before when they were Liquid, they have had a lot of series go to full distance to the 3 games.
Yeah.
So maybe this is just their warm-up game. You know, they just woke up. 5 p.m. or something like that.
Oh,
and then they jump into the game, and then they just have to have the second game. Just this was their coffee, and now they're ready to go.
Possibly. I mean, Nigma.
Thank you, Lacoste. Taking my point very serious. Possibly. Sorry, continue.
Back to you, Sheeves.
Back to you, Lacoste.
Oh, here we go. This game again.
Back to back.
Allow me to help. Yeah, I think that obviously drafting more around things that aren't going to get run over will be a big help. One of the reasons I love this game so much, by the way, is somebody like Willow. We have not seen Willow hardly at all, and then Willow just comes rolling in here today.
We're not watching the game, so
Exactly.
we've seen 1 or 2 Willows today already. Where were you?
No, I'm saying before today.
Oh, before today.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
saying like this hero has literally like somebody played it in a pub. And this a couple days ago, Willow seems good, and now all of a sudden we get this new hero. Have to talk about all these interactions. Have we seen much Willow besides today in the tournament?
Not that I remember.
Yeah,
Not a lot.
So I mean, it's great that you could just pick up on a hero variety like that. Same thing with Medusa. Hardly saw that at all, and now she's like third pick carry every game.
That's a good point, where one team who's dominant, who's winning, starts picking a certain hero, then everyone humps on the train, jumps it, let's see what we can do with it. Sometimes it looks really bad. Sometimes this hero seems OP. I think the Bloodseeker is a good example where everyone thought the hero was hot garbage. And after seeing Team Secret play with it, we see more teams trying to experiment with, even picking like the 3 same heroes that Team Secret ran, like Windranger, Bloodseeker, and Ember Spirit.
Yeah, that was OG that tried to run the exact same lineup. Did really work though.
Yeah, it didn't work for Khan either. A lot of confusion there for trying to pull that one off. But yeah, I don't know. I think that if Nigma can do what Nigma does best, we might see a better game too. You must defend against the OG.
What did they do best?
Some would say the onus is on them to be. They used to be the best early game team. This stack.
True.
So how about a little bit of that again? Find that out.
Yeah. I think you need to be matched against OG. You need to have something that can, fight them, no cooldowns, try to match up that way instead of being greedy. We saw one greedy lineup today with the Alchemist, the Vengeful Spirit. 5 men ran it, and they got ran over. So, when you have a lineup that fights early on, just continues the pressure, messes up with your timings because they're playing extremely fast, getting the kills, shutting down the map for you, well, it's a counterplay.
Yeah. You're going to feel like that this second game of the series, because OG is a game up, will they try the Bloodseeker or the Huskar again, something that hasn't worked in the past? Like, this would be a time to try it out, right? Because they are a game up, it is upper bracket, or if they win this game, they're guaranteed top 3.
Well, a normal team would say, yeah, let's work really hard and go top 3, but these guys are a bunch of goddamn sickos. So I'm sure they're going to just try to defeat this team in the most embarrassing way possible. So yeah, I would imagine we're going to see something clowny.
What would be the most embarrassing way to lose, Lacoste?
Techie's Pudge.
Sure, Pudge. Yeah,
Just Pudge.
Pudge. The hero has not been used so far, I believe, in Omega League, and there's a reason why it doesn't feel that strong at all. But if you go back to Team Secret against OG, they were already secured both of these teams, first and the second place in the group, so maybe they were just experimenting. OG ran Oracle Huskar 2 times in a row. Maybe they just were experimenting. You don't know if they're
but it
trying
didn't work.
stuff out. It did not work. I'm surprised that Team Secret kind of showed their hands with the Bloodseeker and this Windranger combo plus Ember Spirit.
Maybe they were also trying stuff out.
Maybe it's just a next level play. We're going to show it so that people think it's good and we know how to beat it.
Yeah, who would do that with Windranger? That's crazy.
But this is the reverse psychology that Team Nigma just did as well.
That's not good.
Let's play Windranger, lose with it horribly, so nobody will ever ban it out against us ever again.
Sure.
Sounds like a good plan. You
Back
just need to win 2 games now. With or without Wind Ranger.
It's time to stop pretending we are.
All right, Weehaw, you've made your point now. Now crush them. What are you doing?
To be honest, there's a lot of people, myself included, that are very hopeful that Wind Ranger is going to suck so that she can get some buffs, because everybody's going to play Wind Ranger in a second because of the Arcana coming out. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people playing her just for the Arcana. I just want people to be my team. If I'm not playing Wind Ranger, someone else will probably play it. I just want them to not suck. Because I see the limitations of the hero.
People already spent the money on the battle pass, you
True.
know, so no reason to buff up Wind Ranger because, you know, I mean, we can milk the cow as much as we can, you know, buff up Wind Ranger. Everyone wants the Arcana. No.
Don't even release it. They already bought the damn thing. It's out for like 2 more weeks. Just be like, guys,
technical
it comes out
difficulties?
during TI, and then just
No TI, no
just
Arcana.
leave. That money is going into Artifact 2.
Got him.
We got that 34 million. What an announcement that would be. Gabe Newell comes out and says, guys, have I got a pitch for you? Listen.
Welcome to the international artifact.
We told you it was coming. Thank you for funding it. Did it say anywhere that it was going to fund the prize pool?
Yeah, and it also did not say anywhere that it was specifically for Dota 2. It just says the international.
The international.
They got you there, guys.
There you go.
Nobody told us which game
It's
it would
our
be.
time to shine.
Hell yeah! You're talking to 2 guys who has the most hours on that game of any talent, I would say.
But then you wouldn't be talented. You would try to play.
Oh,
There's
sure.
34 million on the line.
I would not. No.
You would
What?
not try to play? Why?
Why not?
I have the lowest competitive win rate in Artifact.
But
Yeah,
then
I
you're
remember
still
your
in the top
decks.
16.
True. I mean, out of 16 players, I should place pretty high.
I remember your decks. They were just the meme decks. All over
Meme
the place. And
decks?
then after he loses, he messages me, oh yeah, you played mono red. How fun.
Salty artifacts.
All right, guys. Any final words before going into the second game of OG versus Team Nigma? We kind of got distracted a little bit, but we are ready to get into the draft. So, final words.
Yeah, put up a fight. Everybody wants to see it. I want to see a game 3. I don't want to see a stomp. You boys are ready for us. Show us the TI Grand Finals we wanted.
Yeah, every single game today was a stomp. So even game, 60-plus minute game. See some crazy items. We saw one yesterday in Alliance against the Vikings.
Yeah.
I'm down for it, especially when Owen and Fogg are casting it.
True. We don't ask for much. Can we just have a 100-minute game,
Yes.
please?
Throw on purpose.
To the draft.
Do it.
Do it.
No, come on, don't make me want LGD in this series for another time. Come on, Team Nigma, let's see you step it up. Or is OG really just that damn good? As we find out what's going to happen in this game number 2 draft yet again, joined by T-Governor, Lizard, and probably Jerax. Woo! Probably.
There.
Wait for it.
Is he?
There he is. There's my boy.
You got me.
Welcome back. How'd you?
Interesting game.
Yeah, interesting. That's your takeaway, because I found it to be a little less than interesting. I'm sure watching your boys win is always very interesting. I imagine, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm very happy to see that OG is kind of moving backwards in a way in this tournament, where they're looking back and now they're kind of bringing that into their game. And probably everybody woke up very well today, and Nigma was a little sleepy. And I mean, there was obvious problems with the drafts. I didn't want to go too much to it because there's too much to talk. But they had a very slow start and losing early game, and then tiny rotations and Wind Ranger failing rotations. That's kind of dictated the game.
So then if we look at the differences, that's what's happening in this draft. Last game, they felt like they were able to save Miracle's hero for the very end. This time, picking up an Arc Warden right off the bat, pairing it with a Treant Protector. Meanwhile, OG, Luna, Vengeful Spirit. What do you think about Arc Warden as a hero right now? Because I think 4 premier carries right now would probably be like Drow, Arc Warden, Terrorblade. I guess that would be the main 3. So what's your opinion on Arc Warden right now?
I mean, I have not seen the games. It's kind of sad. Obviously, I know the hero very well. Topias and the whole OG team has been talking a lot about it. There's some obvious flaws in the hero. But I mean, thinking that Nigma picks it, I don't think it's the Nigma style to play in a way. And with Trient, I feel like it's leaning towards losing the lanes again and kind of leaning towards late game, which I feel Nigma is not that good at. I think their huge strength is in how they benefit from Viha playmaking and then the rest of the team kind of following up on that. And MC putting up his game, and then suddenly Miracle has farmed with his Arc Warden. But that's potentially gonna happen, but I don't think this is as good of a start for the draft that I would wish for Enigma.
So the Arc Warden has been changed a little bit, and it's a bit stronger in the laning stage, the way people play it. At least you get this bulky position 5 or 4 with you, like your clocks or your tusks, and then you have this setup, like let's say magnetic field plus tag team, or you have ice shards for the spirits. Here you have Treant perhaps with the bramble maze with the spirits, which is pretty strong. But I like what you pointed out. They want to have a good laning stage, and I think they had a very similar draft with the Rubik Arc Warden. We right now need something like a Queen of Pain, which is banned out by OG actually. So he needs to be the full playmaker.
Yeah, I'm just seeing from Nigma that it's very much they're trying to get Miracle to have a game. And when you look at that first game, Weeha, he didn't actually have like any impact within the game. He tried to make rotations top, and they didn't really match it. He was trying to mirror Thompson basically in his movements. And with their picks right now, I'm seeing OG post-laning phase, their ability to swarm across the map will again outpace Nigma. Like, when you compare the two teams, Nigma, they try and open up the map so that Miracle can farm in the pocket of safety behind. But OG, the way that they play, they don't allow for that pocket of safety to even be created for Nigma because they're just non-stop going in. So I'm a little bit scared for Nigma, that just basic playstyle between the two teams and the performance that we saw from OG in Game 1, I think just that alone, I'm favoring OG with just the picks they have as well.
Though, do you think that the IO was a core part of that strategy? Because Nigma first phase bans the IO. IO Sven's a very survivable combo, so even though Weeha was trying to mirror that movement, a Wind Ranger just can't deal the same amount of burst damage that a Tiny can against these kinds of opponents. So starting out with a Luna Venge may have some differences in this next game.
Something I would like to point out is the fact that it's not very useful to have farm on your safe lane carry when the rest of your team is doing pretty bad, because the safe lane carry is never going to help them like play the game. It's going to be the other way around. So you can much easier play the game when your playmakers have the farm and your safe lane carry is not doing so well. Whereas when you're morphling and you have everything, but your teammates are like struggling, you're not offering anything till you get the E-Blade. And even then, like, you're going to probably burst one guy, but that's not enough for the team fight. So I feel like that's like a general core issue in Dota sometimes, where you just get so punished on the other lanes, and the safe lane carry, yes, he's very happy and he's not crying for his farm, but at the same time, he's actually losing the game because he's just farming and he has everything in the team.
Yeah, it's about the theory, like how do you approach this game, right? Like this, what you're saying, I completely agree with it. But there are some coaches that say that they are willing to sacrifice, like, well, not exactly, let's say a coach, but right now Winter, he says that like he would like to have these 4 heroes just protect one, sacrifice as much as possible.
But you can see that in Nigma's heroes. I think the adjustment that they've made from that first game, even if they can't make plays on the map, their ability to defend towers is actually insanely strong, right? You have Sandstorm, Fade Bolt, Living Armor. You got a lot of
field.
Kinetic Field. You got a lot of nice ways that Nigma can prolong the early engagement or the early objective from OG. So if they can continue doing that, and then they get to the point where Miracle's obviously farmed, then it's great. Then that they will get to that kind of window where the net worth has value on the carry. It's just, can they actually get the early levels to have that defense?
Exactly, and this is the line of where you sit behind the tower, but if you take the direct engagement, you're gonna lose the fights. So I think you're very likely to see in the game where the Nigma, they're just sitting back, kind of like protecting stuff, but not taking areas, let's say. Unless they win the early game, obviously, but that's I think doesn't look too good so far. But yeah.
What's interesting from Nigma is they had 3 exact same heroes, Rubik, Sand King, and Arc Warden before, so this is a well-practiced draft. I think it...
Did they win?
Yeah, they did, but it was versus 5 men, so maybe not...
Whoa!
It was versus
no need to
5 men.
5 men. Ugh.
Yeah, versus 5
There are
men.
Divine playoff grand finalists.
That's true, actually.
All right. Oracle banned out by Team Nigma.
Yeah, did you read the ET nerf, Jerax, that you can't refresh the buff of the spirit anymore?
Ah, that's kind of sad for the laning state. What are you supposed to do then? Why are people playing it?
You tell me, man. It's your team. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm not like actively talking to the guys like, let's play ET because it's nerfed. It doesn't work that way because
I think give me a
obviously I want them to
justification, T
win.
Governor. Why is ET still relevant even after those nerfs?
I think Jarax is lying. I think OG messaged him and was like, I know you're on the draft panel. Type one hero you want to see. And he just typed ET, right? This is Jarax's request, I feel.
I'm being the traitor here, trying to come up with something to fill up like the fact that ET is broken, and so everybody doesn't get into the train of picking ET.
See, called it. The real question is, what is Weeha's hero? I'd like to see a hero that can make early moves and create noise on OG side of the map. How we see Topson play Tiny, that type of hero. You know, make OG waste a key spell that they want to use in the aggressive siege. Because again, Nigma has a beautiful way to defend early towers, so if they can at least take away a couple of those resources through Weeha's play.
Look at their bans though. Batrider, Viper, Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger banned out by Enigma, which is something that OG obviously plays quite a lot on 4 as well.
Actually, all his heroes have been
as well banned out by Enigma.
Yeah, he actually has no heroes in this
He
one.
has no heroes left, that's the problem.
We're going to see a new Weeha hero.
Tide Hunter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, it helps the rest of the heroes to protect the towers. That's like the key part.
Yes.
Let's say you pick something aggressive. Let's say you pick Puck. Like nobody would enjoy him being in the game because he wouldn't like have any potential to like jump. But Tide is very good for protecting towers.
Very, very even between OG and Nigma after that game 1. But I mean, you guys got to be leaning one way or another. Lizard, let's start with you. How do you think these two teams are going to fare with these pretty different drafts, I would say?
This time around, it's very different. And panel asked for another 19-minute game, and they might just get it because you do have an Arc Warden. There is a lot of push coming from OG with the Beastmaster, with the Void Spirit. It's all on this Void Spirit to just crush the Arc Warden. He's the reach that they've got.
T-Gov, how about you? What are you seeing here?
I like the adjustments they made from game 1, highlighting how they have to fight up against the tempo that OG like to set. My fear is their laning phase just didn't go well enough, so if they get outplayed in laning phase again, OG could just sweep the game. But Nigma has the solutions to OG's playstyle, and that's the key thing. They have a way to enable his Miracle Farm. So I think it's going to be a close game. Yeah, that's it.
Last but not least, Jerax, how biased are you going to be? Give me an objective analysis. Which team do you think has a pretty solid draft here?
I mean, I'm very happy for the Beastmaster pick. I think it's one of the better against Arc Warden. You get a lot of minions. You have Venge, Luna. You control the game like basically with those 5 heroes. And Nigma is just sitting in the base very likely at 20 minutes, and we're gonna see if they break the base or not. But yeah, I'm a big fan of playing fast in this game, and hopefully the fast team usually wins because it's about execution, and I hope they execute.
Well, I hope that they don't execute so that we can talk to you one more time. But if not, it was a pleasure having you on this draft panel. Let's see what it all goes down to in game number 2.
There you know.
Thank you very much. Yes, game 2 ready to roll. We've had the drafts, and well, we're getting quite a lineup here from Nigma. Very interested to see what they do with this one. It's sort of a similar sort of setup as they had in game 1, right? Building very much around this one big core. This time going to be the Arc Warden.
Yep.
What do you reckon? And just to confirm, who is going to be playing the mid? So, okay, so they're going to be starting with Miracle in the mid lane and just running the side lane side.
He might. I don't know if Topson knows now that there's a ward there, though. Because he was doing the little scouting to see if that ward was there. But
range?
Miracle was also there, but they're going to ping it. They're going to go for the D ward anyway. They're unsure, though, which one it is because of the positioning. Look, No-Tail's actually pinging on high ground. Do they listen to No-Tail? Sox is like,
Or is that range?
It might get the other. It might be in range anyway. It might be right on the edge. It's right on the edge.
It's not quite in range.
Saksa trusted Johan. Never again.
So let's have a look. So it is the Weehaw Tide. I mean, so why go with the Tide as the last pick this game? Do you like that from Nigma? I mean, it definitely seems like you look at the 4 heroes around the arc. They are 4 heroes that are going to be very good at TPing and reacting to dives and early aggression, right? You got a lot of stuns, a lot of early fight, and a lot of saves.
I think he's the one that just he parks in front of those towers and defends. When he's looking at Luna, Venge, Beastmaster, you know OG, I mean, that's the way that they like to play anyway, but looking at those 3 heroes, it's a very fast-paced kind of like taking towers thing. Tide Earner, he puts himself right in the front of there, makes it a lot harder for them to really just push right through him. So it is a possibility that can work. I do like the OG style though here with this one, because I do think they have a very fast-paced draft, and they have a lot of different ways of like amplifying their speed too. With this ET, love ET with heroes that have mixed type of damage. Void Spirit, mostly magical, but he does have some elements of physical. And then Luna. That's like, Luna and Gyro are the 2 big like mixed heroes that I love seeing with an Elder Titan. So you can capitalize a lot on that aura from a distance, especially.
I mean, it is again just very possible to see this lineup from OG at 20 minutes in if they're ahead. You know, running down lanes with this Luna Venge Beastmaster, it's going to be tough for Nigma to stop.
Yeah. But it does seem like they're going to be at a much better position in lanes this time around. They didn't pick super greedy lanes. They have pretty safe lanes across the board here. And we did see mid, I believe, Miracle did kill the courier of Thompson. Thompson's courier actually, I think, just walked into him. So maybe a little bit of a misstep there, but we do see, lanes. Looks like they're farming pretty well in these first 2 of them at least. And bottom's going to be that one where we see a lot of trades. Same thing with top. Level 2 picked up on mid one. Same thing with Dogtail. They got it before Mind Control. Instant aggression. And maybe even looking for a second one here. They got another stun in a moment.
Have they got the damage?
It's going to be a little limited.
Yeah, there's Fadebot back up as well.
Yeah, he's got the stick as well. GH knows that this is going to be a lane where they spam spells constantly, so sticks, wands are very favorable for the side of Team Nigma up there, but they do at least get the first blood on OG, and Miracle is really pushing this Void Spirit kind of out of the lane right now. Thompson.
In fact, Thompson.
Oh. Ooh.
Not quite in range of that last Spark Wraith, but very much putting the pressure on. He's about 100 away from getting the bottle sent out to him. It's going to be very important with the amount of damage that the Miracle's doing to him early on.
Tidehunter, as we expect, he's farming just fine down here versus these double melee, versus just straight physical damage that's down here as well. They're doing very good as this double melee lane versus double melee lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very beefy, safe lane, right, from Nigma.
Yeah, I think Sox is going to probably just start pulling the wave a little bit here. But might get caught out.
Hey, it's pretty low on the
He's a bit afraid. Yeah, he's afraid. As soon as they left the lane, he doesn't know where they're going to actually end up. Might actually go catching it. Or he just suicide. Yeah, he's just going to suicide, it looks like, to the tower.
Mid lane, CS continuing to be very even between the 2 here. Thompson now with the points. Level 2 in the Dissimilate.
Does feel like he has started to be blowing. Mind Control up here is getting low again, and he's got no armor. No armor items either for him.
They might
that
find
magic damage.
They'll get the Venge. Yeah, with the Sandstorm out, they have the damage to kill off the Vengeful Spirit. Mid one won't quite be able to finish off Mind Control.
Infinitely better start than the last game already. Sox is still only level 2. Level 3 is where you start to see that big change in damage, especially for the Elder Titan if he chooses to go for that 2 points in the Astral. Mind Control. As soon as GH leaves, they try to get aggressive onto him. He'll back away. He'll be okay. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it should be a much better kind of like getting into the mid game and all that for Nigma. But I think OG is really going to start kicking up the pace once they start getting those levels. Like once this Void Spirit can make moves around easier, like once he hits that level 6, he's going to dart around. And maybe even before that, as we do see, like Thompson, he likes to move, it seems like, on those bounty runes from what I've seen a lot of their games. But looks like, I mean, from the build he's gone for, it's much more of a farming. 3 points in the Dissimilate. So just a creep clearing build, it looks like here. And let's say level 3 on Saksa.
I mean, this is a hard lane for OG to find. 2 steps forward.
Yep.
Immediately has to back up.
The briefcase, it really starts to hurt. Like I said, that level 3.
Yeah, you're right. This punch from the ET, it's doing it here, pushing both Fireman and Weehaw back. A lot of damage built up there by Saxa with the Spirit.
Yeah, he doesn't even have any stacks or anything on anywhere. That's literally just because of the 2 heroes plus the creep wave. Able to hit it onto RMN. Should have like pretty much a double damage here on the ET right now to zone them away.
Top lane.
Top though.
They're going to turn. Look towards No-Tail. Mid-one's going to step across, try and help. The Fade Bolt comes out. Mind Control finds the kill. Now to have the illusion to set up the vision onto GH. See if Mid-one can find a kill in return. GH, he's got the boots though. Has that movement speed. He's going to be able to get himself out of there. Mind Control. He's actually bringing Mid-one down really low. As Mid-one...
He's got 1.
He's got
14.
Yeah, 14 charges on the 1, so yeah, you're right. He's fine. He's just playing around with him. GH is low, but he's out. He's away from the illusion, and he's able to pick up those bounty runes.
Saxa is, he's starting to do the ET things. As soon as that level 3's hit, as we said, he's able to secure the lane a lot better for 7. Just kind of push Weeha and RMN away. Here comes the Spirit. RMN, he's kind of got to run. They got to watch out for that Boar Slow as well. That briefcase. Constantly pushing him. Seb very low though. Could definitely get caught out here if he steps up too far.
Yeah, he's got the salve going.
Yeah, this is TP actually. I think he's sending the Tempest double down bottom to gank.
Ooh, let's see if Miracle can help them get this kill. Spark Wraith down onto Seb. Can they save him? Another Wraith out. He can't even get away. There's a Miracle. Some nice moves here with that double coming into the bottom lane. We knew that he doesn't have to leave mid himself. Finds himself a DD.
Very nice micro. You see Topson is starting to get a little bit more of that farm, but I do think a lot of that is him farming small camps, as we see, like we said, he maxing the Dissimulate build, so he's really just going for that farming style instead of that aggressive style on the Void Spirit this time around.
Talking about aggressive style, top lane, Mind Control.
Under the tower.
He just goes straight in on the 2 of them.
There's no creep wave there to tank for him for a moment. Takes a couple hits, but follow creep wave does come. 4-1, 1K lead right now for Team Nigma. Miracle, the big leader, up at the top there.
Saxa gonna come across with Seb once more, looking towards Weeha. Again, the punches from Saxa certainly hurting.
Leech Seed kind of counteracts that a bit here. Armin, I think, put like, what, 2 points it looks like in it at least. Yeah, 2 points in that Leech Seed. It costs a lot of mana, but when you're double melee, you actually benefit off it very heavily now compared to the old one. Oh, Courier. He gets it. Wow, he actually punches over that tree stump there, it looks like.
Over towards mid, No-Tail is coming to try and help Topson go for a play on a Miracle, but No-Tail's only lost his own life for now. GH in with the telekinesis. Topson still has another jump with the Astral, so he'll be fine. Down bottom, RMN continue to try and chase Saxa. Tranquil's going to kick in a second. Can RMN reach him? He cannot. Saxa's out with the speed.
Seb is 6 now, though. He can easily set up for some kills. And we'll see if Topson decides to start making those rotations. Weeha, only level 5. Trying to tick him down a little bit lower here. The punches start coming in from Saxa. And they're going to be able to get him.
Take him out very easily.
Another rotation, though, Miracle.
Already, though, Saxa and Seb, they're just backing off.
Oh, this time it's the real hero that he actually brought down here.
Yeah,
so his tower is actually going to get hit a bit there.
Yeah.
And they see him immediately with the ward, too, so they know that it is the real Arc Warden down bottom here. So we'll see what Topson decides to do with that information.
I mean, Miracle's trying to make his way back over to mid, but Saxa and Topson are both here. Saxa's going to turn, looking for the setup with the Stomp. They do lose the life of Saxa. See if Topson can find revenge as he looks towards Miracle. Miracle lays down the bubble. Topson's in it. Has Topson actually got enough damage to finish this kill? Ooh. He does. Will get the kill. He's got to simulate back up, presses it. He may be able to find the double as well, and he does.
Cash money.
The kill and the double. Big money for Topson.
Super worth it there for Saxa. That build that he went for, it's really interesting because it's the maximum amount of it's the build that gives you the max damage, right? Because that to simulate the way it scales, it's his highest burst if you're able to connect with it. So I mean, it ends up working that he goes for this one, and I personally do like that build because it allows you to clear creep waves so fast, and you don't have to reliably use your resonant pulse, which is kind of like your shield in a lot of ways sometimes. And it gets it down to like what, like a 10-second or 11-second cooldown as well. So it's not only your escape, but it's your farming mechanism as well on that Void Spirit, all the way up to level 9 now too. Roar is going to be back up in a moment here. They're smoking. It was spotted by the ward, though, so let's see how they react. They're sending the Rubik to tier 2, saving a faster port for the front tower there, in case...
They may just go straight for the top lane.
Yeah.
As we'll see, Seb.
Or they can set up around the bounty runes here. 30 seconds. They can maybe put a ward down here. They have the Hawk already in position, and it looks like, yeah, it's going to be toward that top lane.
I mean, Mind Control, he's looking at diving No-Tail. They're heading over towards him here as they know that Mind Control's deep underneath the tower, trying for this vengeful kill.
Notel's baiting him a bit here.
Yeah,
the glyph for Mind Control.
And here's the move. Seb and Saxa, they're in, roars out, and Mind Control will get taken out. Just getting a little too baited in there by the Vengeful underneath that tower.
Topson will push in because he has this Hawk vision as well, so he can safely secure the bounty, but at the same time bottom, see our men do similar while Weehaw threatens the tower a little bit on this Tidehunter here. And that looks like it should be the Midas pretty much done for Miracle in a moment. Topson though, a big rune here, can look to make a ton of aggressive plays.
Still going to be any backup here for this Luna. He's in trouble, Mid1. He's in big trouble. Pops the wand. Ravage will come out. Mid1 pops the Fairy Fire.
The medallion?
Running.
Oh, that almost
finally goes down. It's Nigma able to dive the tower here with that use of the Ravage over towards mid. Topson, he's trying to dive in for GH. He's going to be able to get it. Can he get back out though? Dissimulate back up. Jumps over actually into the face of Miracle and his double. Astral steps back up. Topson's able to dance himself away.
Trying to make use of that DD rune. He tried to push the limits and he did. Was able to get it. And he's going for this Ags Rush build. This is a lot of damage if you do get it out early.
Oh,
Swap comes out, Miracle. There's still a DD.
They've got the damage here.
Oh,
Control with the pullback. Do. Miracle goes down. Wasn't ready there for Notel to just step up and swap him in.
And another one. Sox is here.
Topson's very low. He's very low though on this Void Spirit. That swap is going to mean that Topson doesn't need to necessarily dive. He's still a little hesitant though.
GH has a nuke, and he'll find him.
Saxa, he's going to be able to turn though back onto GH with the roar coming out into the storm. Topson, he jumps back in again.
Secures the last hit.
And now Weeha's got to deal with Mid1 being here as well as Mid1's turned out. Weeha's trying to run. They're diving the tower. They're going to be able to get him as well.
It's the timing. They're all grouping up. Ravage was used. They used Overgrowth as well bottom, so they can easily collapse. Don't think they would have cared anyway if those ults were up because that's the way OG plays. But yeah, taking advantage of a bit of that greed. You know, Miracle, he's gone for Midas. You know what Arc Warden's going to do. This is your time to really press the issue and ramp up the pace here.
Yeah,
getting these tier 1s. And look, they're going to run immediately to bottom to try to do the same thing down there once they get a little bit more mana on Topson.
You've got to look really towards Mind Control if you're Nigma now to make the big plays. He's pretty much your highest net worth. He has the Blink Dagger done.
Okay, that's that's huge around those tier 1s.
Yeah, exactly.
They've got Overgrowth, almost Ravage.
These sort of pushes around.
Yep. Just about if the vision is behind, right? They do have a lot of different forms of vision to check back there with the Astral, with Wave of Terror, as well as the Hawk. So Mind Control does have to hide himself away here.
Yeah, he's got to get some big eppies.
They're not seeing him at all on the map, though. They're not seeing much of anyone on the map, so they're being a little bit cautious here, backing up and resetting. Topson is healing as well. No Roar available. Looks like they're going to farm a little bit around mid one for a moment here. As all those ultis, as we said, coming back up for Nigma. And they're very good ultimates at when you're getting ran at. You know, you pop your Ravage, you pop your Overgrowth, you pop Epicenter. They're very good at those counter initiations. But they're actually walking in aggressively here with this.
Mind Control, he's going to go straight in. They've got the Ravage into the Epicenter. This is the combo. Straight up, Nigma walk to the high ground. Ravage into Epi, that'll do it.
That ward give them all the information up on that high ground there for Mind Control to get the jump. Beautifully done. And can set themselves up for a tower here. Don't think OG expected to be under vision there at all.
They weren't ready for that one bit. As Nigma just able to walk in and combo the three of them down.
They didn't have to use every ult either. RMN still has his available, so that Overgrowth will still be there when OG does, when OG respawns, and they're gonna look to make it. They're gonna look to punch back real hard here after that move.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Ravage Epi, it's pretty much going to win every team fight if they get it off. You walk in, what sort of saves are there? It's going to rely on this Venge to be at the side. Obviously, when they don't have the ults, that's when the weaknesses do come back online for Nigma. But Mind Control says, no, they don't. He's ready to try and fight this again. He's going to jump in onto Seb with the Burrow Strike. But Seb turns with the Roar. Magic Missiles out. Mid1, he's going to go for the ultimate here as he starts to push back. Weehaw lands the Lucent Beam. And I guess, yeah, that is the weakness, right? They tried to turn. They don't have their ults. Mind Control going in. But without the ultimates, they do struggle. That's a huge part of what's being sort of allowed Nigma to win any of these trades.
Miracle does get caught by the Remnant and the Stomp, but Topson's got other priorities. Getting the Arcane Rune. He has the Ags
so
done.
Close,
yeah, he pretty much does.
Yeah.
And the other thing with Ags is, like, yes, it provides the silence. It gives you the 2 charges of Resonant Pulse. But with Elder Titan, the other thing is it's just that much extra damage that you can provide with the ET Natural Order, too, onto those backlines. So jumping Miracle, he's still kind of tanky because of the strength gain on this hero, but could definitely pop from all that magic damage. Wondering if anybody's if anyone can actually slot in a Veil for the side of OG. Because they don't really have that natural builder for it like they had last time on the Sand King.
No.
It might have to just be the Venge or the ET that look to purchase it. Because it's a very good Veil game when they have Luna and Void Spirit as their 2 main cores.
Thompson, he's toying with the Tide mid.
A lot of magic damage.
He's done a lot of damage to Weehaw.
He's dancing on him too.
Yeah, Weehaw's got to be careful. Saxa, a little off the mark with the stomp. Won't be able
Still
to
an
catch him with
Arcane
that.
Rune on Thompson though.
I mean, he's still playing into Weehaws. Weehaw, he's just getting... He just got soloed. Thompson just able to do it on his own. Mind Control's going to come in with the burst strike onto Thompson. Can Thompson jump his way out? They've got the lift control, but he got the pulse out, and he's going to live. He's actually jumping in deeper. He pulls the silence. Thompson just goes straight in. Finally gets nuked out of the game. But they've lost 3 on Nigma.
They're on Miracle.
Miracle's in trouble as Saxa and Seb surround him. The Tempest double will clear up Seb in return. Stomp from Saxa will put a stop to the attempts from GH as Saxa, he's out of there. As OG, they'll take the trade. They lose 2, but they get 4 kills for it.
And the whole time, Luna's farming down bottom just fine. Such aggressive plays. The Arcane Rune from Thompson. He just pushes the limits. He doesn't care if he dies. He knows if they get some cleanup kills and mid one is soaking all that space anyway, that's his job. That's the typical Thompson move there, giving his life for his team. Man, Arcane Rune with that Aghanim's this early on. Just such an insane amount of burst damage.
We'll see a DD here as well. He's going to be able to get a grab on this. Just keeping this area safe. Thompson, didn't quite get it. Nice snipe there for GH, popping the deny. They are going to use the combo of the Ravage into the epicenter of the boat.
Nice
They've got the lockdown onto Thompson. Thompson gets popped.
He just respawned too. And he's just dead immediately.
I mean, this is the combo. Ravage and Epicenter until sort of BKBs start coming out or defensive items are there. That will kill pretty much anyone on the lineup. And Nigma, they're diving for more. Over towards Saxa, they go Saxa, getting the stomp going, holds the 2 of them down, but the damage is flying out from Miracle and the double. They get themselves a 3rd.
Such quick response there too. I think there's a double ward actually placed by OG to watch the rune there, but they get sandwiched on by Nigma anyway.
Oh, now
and now Seb, he stepped up too far.
They're going to find another one. A little unnecessary there from Seb stepping in. The tip certainly going his way.
Lots of different forms of initiation on the side of Nigma now. With that, with that Ravage, with that Sand King Blink Dagger. Now also a Rubik with a Blink Dagger too on GH.
Yeah, they've just got great jump here, Nigma.
Yeah. Mid one is still farming during the entirety of it, but we do see that Nigma is taking advantage of the fact that they had that time. And the dream item for Miracle. The Grove Bow on the Arc Warden. I feel like every time there's an Arc Warden, they get Grove Bow.
See the scan from Dire has hit again, knowing that Ravage and Epi are down, it's going to be a good opening for OG to fight if they can get a catch. And nice TP, says mid one.
Seb's TPing top as well too. He's got Roar available. He wants to join the fray. There's a lot of farm pushing in down bottom though. Someone on OG is going to have to get that, but yeah, they're pinging it already. They know someone has to farm it. I guess Thompson might be the only one available.
Chasing with the smoke, they might get the catch on the Mind Control. There's the setup, Lucent Beam. Coming out.
Gets the stun up onto the high ground for a second.
He is there, but there's an ult coming in from Saxa.
Yeah.
The split is going to pull him back as Mind Control taken out. OG seeing if they can chase anything more.
GH does have Stolen Roar at the moment, though. He's spotted for a second, so they do want to try to get on top of him. He has the blink
Find anyone
soon.
in these trees. They've found Weehaw, but Weeha's back behind the Titcher. There's going to be a buyback. Mind Control's back in action. No Tail taking tower hits. He's going to come across with a burst strike. Gets the 2 of them, both Seb and Saxa. The ult comes out. The roar, it's there onto the Luna, but he already got the Eclipse out. Mind Control, he's back in though. Epi's available yet again as they've cleared off 3. They'll look over towards Thompson. The burrow strike from Mind Control catches Thompson out. Saxa will be able to TP away. But big buyback there from Mind Control. Comes straight back into the game, landing these burrow strikes again with the ultimate. Just has the damage that OG aren't ready to fight into.
Look at the 2 spells stolen by GH as well. Roar, and then he steals Eclipse immediately afterwards. He has the burst to take out mid one. OG diving a bit too far forward, and they get punished by all these ults. Overgrowth was still there. Epi just came back up, and like you said, clutch buyback, but very clutch steals from GH to be able to provide that extra damage and control.
Oh yeah, Nigma just being able to punish the dives and aggression from OG so much better than they were in game 1. This draft is already just playing out much nicer.
Yeah, GH still last game, he still got some really good spell steals, but his team around it was kind of just crumbling. This time, he's getting those good spell steals, but his team is not crumbling. Look, he's all the way up to level 14, so he's still being very enabled. And yeah, those type of positions, not the most ideal for OG. They really just wanted to push the issue, but yeah, tier 1's still there. I think No Tail mostly died to the tier 1, actually, that I was seeing inside of that fight. 0-7 now for the Venge.
I mean, 19 minutes in, being down 2k, you look at sort of what OG may have wanted to do with their draft. Is this, you know, have things not really gone to plan here for OG? Is this Nigma already shaking up what OG would have intended to do with this lineup? Did they expect to get more than just 2 tier 1s at 20 minutes, do you think, this OG team?
I think they probably did, but with what they're playing against, like after the way the lanes are kind of going, you're playing versus a lineup that's very good when you're getting ran at, right? Like, I remember them saying it even inside like the True Sight thing. It's just like, should we play Gyro just because they're running at us like, you know, like animals? They're just crazy diving at us. We need some type of counter initiation. Sanking, Tidehunter, Train Protector, excellent heroes versus that. I'm wondering if they're going to go for some type of mixed build on mid one. That's the one thing I do think that there's a possibility versus Arc Warden, because he will be so far back. They have the Astral. If he gets something like an Ags, they have a lot of different things to throw it onto. Void Spirit's going to be committing in. You get a Luna Eclipse into the back lines. Definitely possible that they go for some type of mixed build, but they have been slowed down a lot. Mid one only level 13 compared to that 16 of the Arc Warden.
Well, it should be good to go again. Looks like Miracle's back.
Yeah. Okay, he's the only one with the cam on. He's just like, you see how laser focused he is all the time too. We get to see all the beautiful mugs of OG. No one's saying anything. They're just waiting.
Oh yeah, OG is. Oh no, Seb's saying.
Oh, Seb's saying some stuff, okay.
So's No Tail. I'm having a bit of a discussion here. How good's your lip reading?
Not very good. Yeah, No Tail's hair's gotten long.
Yeah, he's growing it out, right? He's getting his beard going too. What could they be talking about?
Probably just the next few moments, right?
Yeah.
I think they know which spells were used, so just thinking which ones they saved. They actually used quite a bit there on the side of OG too, so maybe they want to do, like you were mentioning, sit back and farm up, let Midwin at least finish his BKB, probably divert attention away from him so that he can actually have easier times in those fights. He really needs it too.
He's very close to it. He's only about a recipe away mid one. So they should be able to get that on for the next fight.
Yeah, but they don't have... Okay, they do have Roar available. Okay, so let's see if Seb tries to make something happen here with his... He's going to try to push out top, immediately met by an Arc Warden illusion. This is going to constantly happen. And, oh, whoa.
Seb's
whoa,
dead.
Whoa. He actually is... He has to roar it.
He has to. He literally was about to die.
Well, now they know the roar's down. So now they can play more aggressively themselves on the side of Enigma, and immediately they are doing so. Smoked up. Ravage is available.
Here's the combo.
No Epi available.
Off they don't. And it's going to be the counter play.
Whoa, the damage.
WeAre's dying. He's going to be dead. He's falling low. The Spear's going to take him out. He didn't even get the chance to pop a Ravage. RMN's going to come in with the Overgrowth. He's looking over towards mid one. But now with WeAre and the Sanking on, WeAre and Mind Control out, they can't fight this here, or they're going to struggle immensely. They've got to back out. Nigma, this is not a fight to take anymore.
The back-to-back silences right after the Kraken shell.
Didn't get anything off.
He couldn't get the Ravage up, and the amount of explosive magic damage, that's what we were talking about. With the natural order, with this double, you know, with the Aghanims from that Void Spirit, with a Lucent Beam thrown on top too, they just popped so damn fast.
That's definitely a bit of a worry there for Nigma. If they're, you know, if WeAre's dying without the opportunity of getting anything out, and whoa, see ya. RMN with the Jukes.
They're stalking him though, they're looking. Not going to be able to find him for the time being.
Too fast. Yeah, with Tranquils and Blink. He's fast. Actually, there's a TP over towards the bottom. That was what was that the boost of travel on Thompson?
It is, the boost of travel on Thompson. He's in, he's looking for him.
Yeah, he's going to be able to cut off the tree.
No mercy.
I'm sorry, I'm on the way back there with the spots after Ags. It's going to be all over the place, Thompson, always ready to join.
Works for me when you're playing with Beastmaster. Fan of boots of travel whenever you do have that hero. You're always going to be able to join into any type of fight around the map. Looks like, though, at least from the wards that I'm seeing right now, OG have a bit of a defensive posture. All just covering kind of like the river access, and then you have the one Hawk kind of watching a little bit of movements toward the top lane. So I feel like they're, like we said, trying to finish up this BKB, maybe trying to chill a little bit for a moment as these ultis are back online for Nigma.
We still have Miracle leading the way in farm. He's holding that top spot as the Arc Warden. His game still yet to be really shaken up. He's hitting all those timing spots, Midas, and pretty much has the Mjolnir done.
Yeah, he has so many protective things for him too, right? Like the tree, the tide, the Sanking to protect, but there is a lot of ways that OG can get on top of him anyway with these... When they do inevitably get the Blink Daggers that it looked like they were building on a couple heroes, and the Void Spirit just naturally jumps the back, so...
Let's see. Maybe time for Nigma to try for a smoke again. If they've got one, they've got all the ults.
Yeah, I can't believe how farmed RMN is in this game too. Actually, he's just been kind of casually sitting on the side farming with the Blink Dagger. He has great follow up now always. And yeah, like you said, every ult available. They are fighting into that mid 1 BKB though.
Sure. Let's see if they can burst him. They're going to try and burst him before he gets the chance to pop it. He needs to save. He's going to get it. The swap out's there. Mid one's going to be safe for now. Thompson, he's actually just able to kill off GH, or maybe not. The stolen astral step won't save GH. GH still goes down. Notel turns with the stun on the mind control. Mind control is up to the high ground, but they have to reach. The pulse from Thompson gets the kill, sends forth the Remnant, drags back Weehaw. They've got the control as RMN will fall. The Eclipse is out. Actually, RMN, is he going to live? He's still surviving. He's able to sneak out through the trees. Thompson's trying to hunt for him, but a blink will get him out. The Remnant doesn't quite grab onto Miracle. They'll get the Tempest double. Thompson's still trying to dive in deeper. They have got Roar from Seb. Nigma's got to be careful.
Such a fast swap there. Just instantly breaking the chain disable that Nigma was going for onto that Luna. Immediately able to turn it.
Didn't even need to use his BKB.
No.
After being saved there by that swap.
That's the beauty about having Thompson with this Aghanims build, right? Because he can just jump into the back when they go for this nation, silence everybody, do this coverage, so he can save the BKB when he gets swapped into a defensive spot.
Yeah, I mean, you hit a 5-man silence. That's a pseudo BKB for the whole team.
Yeah, in a way.
There's no magic coming.
And so many different ways to buff him up, right? You see the Solar Crest of Lads. They're just trying to make sure that mid one is the strongest. I believe that's the Manta going to be coming out. So now he's got the coverage versus the Overgrowth now too, as well as the BKB.
I mean, they've got to go for this still. They've got Blink Epi.
There's an
Someone's going to want to jump
scouting
in,
though. And there's a Hawk too scouting. It's tough to jump in there.
Let's see if they can get the blink in. Can mind control. Find a way in. Thompson setting things up with the Remnant. They are a little scared. They know that there's that jump from Nigma.
Too much big team fight still around the pit, even though most are still on CD. They're waiting. Weehaw.
Yeah, Weehaw's got to be out. He's going to get swapped in. Put the Remnant down just to sort of block off any backup. The silence comes out to Weehaw, stepping out to the side. Mid one, he's doing the damage. Power Strike comes in. Mid one's in trouble.
Oh,
dies immediately then. Miracle in the double, just destroy him. The damage out from the Arc Warden came so quickly, there was just no way to respond. He died instantly, and now with mid one out, no buyback on him either, so he himself can't come back to the Roche pit. Miracle just steps in, and he's going to look to finish off this Roche and get the Aegis himself, and he will. OG cannot contest this.
Over-aggressive swap there. They tried to go for the Tide Hunter, but now they don't have the swap to save the Luna. Poor Notel's in a little bit of a misposition there to be able to save his Luna. He has to, I think in this one, he has to really save that swap for those chain disables so he can get
They've got to save mid one. Yeah. I mean, they've seen just then how quickly mid one dies to Miracle in the double.
It's just so much extra damage because of Grove Bow on top too, right? A couple Maelstrom procs, bam! Like the hero just looks like it pops that much quicker.
Yeah, that's bumped up Miracle a good bit right now. 15k net worth, 3k ahead of mid one's Luna right now.
It's gonna give him the blanket to get his BKB finished up too, and we were mentioning, can be a bit of a tough game for the Arc Warden because there's so many ways to get on top of him, but now BKB, don't have to worry about that heavy magic damage that OG really does have.
And now they've got to worry about taking him down twice. Yeah, just smoke up from OG. They're going to still try and go.
Yep.
Again, that last fight was lost in a situation where Nigma didn't even have to use their ultimates. There's still the Ravage and the Epicenter that OG smoking into here. So this is going to be a difficult fight for OG.
Trying to catch him off guard when they're split up here.
Looks like they're sort of prepared though. As mind control, he's already out in the trees. They'll find the real Arc Warden, but Miracle, he's able to walk away. Overgrowth holds them back. Thompson just jump in. They're taking the once. There's going to be the focus from Weehaw as he pops the Ravage, catches the three of them.
Miracle.
Doesn't quite finish off Notel. Mind control, committing the Epicenter only onto the Venge.
Miracle's dying.
A lot was used on the Vengeful Spirit, and you're right, this BKB, it doesn't save him. Thompson's got the physical damage with the Desolator build on the Void Spirit, and now OG, they can look for the cleanup. They've found two. Mind control jumps away with the Burrow Strike. Seb tries to get the axes out. He's out with a TP. Anything to stop it? There isn't. So mind control will escape.
They got on top of the real Arc, and it was a DD on Thompson as he finishes up the Deso.
Yeah.
He just beelined it and stuck onto Miracle. Miracle got left alone. The rest of his team couldn't actually get there to help him.
It was very split up there. It's a little awkward. You had Weehaw standing next to Notel. Sure, the Ravage did catch some of OG on the side of the fight, but it was away from anyone else on Nigma. And then you have this jump in from Mind Control. Burrow Strike Epicenters the Venge. It doesn't hit anyone else. They're just throwing everything onto Notel, and that's exactly what OG want.
Yeah, I mean, they actually just ditched. They put Miracle on an island. RMN was the only one who actually backed him up. Everyone else just kind of left him alone. Thompson with some great priority in targeting, though, with this item build, with the DD. can stick on top of that Arc Warden pretty easily there. A lot of different items coming out. That was the Aegis fight, too. They just
He
crushed.
tries to jump in, but there's the counterplay. Thompson's in with the silence. Mind
He's just
Control's
gone.
dead. He's dead without buyback. Mind
Hey,
Control's
GH is gone too.
Thompson's just diving in. There'll be a buyback from GH.
He's dead as well.
Wait, what? Okay. All right. Well, this looked to be a close one, but after those last few plays, it's slipping away from Nigma. It's slipping away from them. As OG, they're on the high ground. Nigma's got to come in with some big plays right now. The RMN, overgrowth into nothing.
Miracle's back up, though. He's on the high ground. OG backing up as they're a bit unhealthy now.
But they can't afford to just lose Weeha and Mind Control like this. These are the two heroes that need to be moving in at the front together when the team's alive, going out one by one, getting picked off, swapped out, and stunned up. You're never going to get your fight together without the Sand King and Tide live.
No, and they're going to have everything up again for OG because they're not really that reliant on their cooldowns, while the side of Nigma is. They're
Mind
jumping
Control.
forward.
He's going to try and go on Thompson. If they got the damage, Thompson able to get the Dissimulate off to the side, jumps over with the Astral Step. He's dying slowly to the Flux. Is it enough to kill him? It isn't.
It's not. It was close.
He'll live. He's away.
Almost can get a kill again, but unable to. And now, after that last fight, everyone gets almost a full item. The
They're gonna be quick. This is what you need to do, though.
Finish one.
Quick with the smoke. Don't give OG a chance to reset, heal up, buy these items, get straight back in there with the ults.
And you know Thompson is full resetting. He lost the majority of his HP. They're looking for anybody here, but
they're playing safe, OG.
OG knows. They're looking at those side lanes, looking at mid. Nobody's showing on the map at all. They're aware of this.
Yeah, it was a good intention from Nigma, but just a move that the OG were more than prepared for.
Aghanim's now finished up for Saksa, so he's been quietly committing. He's been quietly doing a lot inside of the fights with his
Maybe they
stunts.
can still find some
Now
Nigma.
he can do a bit.
He's walking in.
Okay.
He's got to be a little careful about being swapped away from the rest of his team.
There's a lot of damage that still goes through to him whenever that spirit gets on top of you. Even though you have pipe and all this, it's still so much damage that they can poke away with magical.
They're just not able to get a jump into OG at all.
No.
And OG's timings, we're having 15 seconds and Eclipse is back up. Very close to having a full Skadi on mid one, just about 1,000 gold off.
Oh, he keeps switching up his items. Okay, he had Butterfly Q, then he had Satanic, and now he's decided the Skadi, I guess.
Skadi, what excellent against the Arc Warden.
Yeah.
It's range
so
carry.
Nice. And it's great versus Tidehunter. It always constantly applies that slow. Even if he Krakens off, you hit him again, it's tough for him to run away.
He's going to try and step in. See if they can do it here. They're opening up onto Luna. Mid one, trying to get away. Mind Control, he's off the mark with the stun. The Burrow Strike doesn't find Mid one, so the chance is there for the BKB to come out. The Stomp does put them to sleep. OG will use the chance to get away. Thompson,
he's
actually
Miracle.
solo killing Miracle on the side. He's not going to be able to dive in any further. He's got to be careful now. The Overgrowth setup. Weeha's on top. Has got the Ravage if he wants to pop it. The Burrow Strike in place. Thompson, he's going to jump out. Weeha holding the Ravage, not wanting to use it straight up. Maybe they've still got it. GH, he's got the catch. Telekinesis into the Stolen Remnant. GH gets the job done.
Oh, thank you, GH. Bet his whole team is saying that there. Level 18 Rubik, he's kind of putting the team on his back there with a lot of those catches there. Thompson with a very Thompson-esque move, overextending a little bit there, trying to go. But he almost got him.
He nearly had him.
It was a huge play that he almost was able to achieve. He's probably like, team, where are you? But mid one, he had to be careful because he did get that BKB popped early. And now, they still do have Ravage. So Enigma pushing in those side lanes, both the Arc Wardens pushing them in while they siege the mid.
Yeah, Miracle's farm still pretty insane here.
Yep. Okay, he switched back to the Satanic.
Okay.
He's feeling a little bit scared after having to pop the BKB, the burst. Still a lot of control he has to worry about too, so that status resist is nice.
Yeah, I mean, even with the stuns they have between the Burrow and the Ravage, it's...
Yeah.
Unless Miracle is just fully focusing him down with the double, he should live long enough to get the chance to pop the Satanic and BKB.
Yeah. Or time for the swap to come out or something along those lines. It'll help quite a bit there.
What do we have? BKB for Seb, MKB now for Miracle, so his damage output stepping up once again. Again, overall a close game, but both teams, there's sort of very different composition. Now you look at the gold, for Nigma, it's all on this Arc Warden. For OG, very much split between the three cores. Meaning that Nigma, they're definitely at that risk. If this Arc Warden gets found, as he has been a few times. Thompson has been doing a great job of getting on top of Miracle and being close to bringing him out.
Yeah,
if they lose this Arc Warden, the fights are going to be over.
Absolutely. Weeha's trying his best. You can see he's just being this bodyguard. He's like, come at me, He's just sitting on the high ground. Anyone who walks up, he's fine with it. He can just tank it to give that space to Miracle. But it is concerning, right? OG, their lineup is very strong at scaling still too anyway. Like this Luna, the ET really makes the difference too in amplifying how much damage everyone does. And this ET, I mean, it's level 18. You can't forget about Saksa if he's able to get a good time where he gets like a 5-man Astral. He can run in and start punching himself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Octarine very close to being done on Thompson. Enigma, they have to do everything possible to protect Miracle at all costs.
Wherever Miracle goes,
just make
have to have Weehaw there.
Yeah, Weehaw, or even just Mind Control by his side, so there's going to be a Burrow Strike to jump anyone that looks to go upon him.
Look at No-Tail. He's just literally sitting in the swap range of mid one. Just never leaves that kind of positioning there because he knows he has to break the sequence of chain stuns in a lot of situations. A lot about those high ground claimings. You see Nigma, they're really playing on that one. Same thing for OG. These initiations can change everything. Top lane is very pushed in here. Onto the side of OG.
OG themselves just going to ignore it for now.
Now they're going to TP Thompson over there. He's got a TP back up in about 40 seconds. Let's see if Nigma instantly reacts to run to bottom. They are. But there's going to be a ward to spot them. They're going to try to catch on the retreat, though. Maybe try to claim a high ground themselves. Yeah, they're pinging it. They're smoked up as well, too. Getting a ward down.
They've got the combo.
They're walking through vision, though. Weehaw. He is spotted immediately, too, by that Astral. It's going to connect onto 3 or 4 heroes.
Radiant are scanning.
JH jumping in.
Oh, he's hunting. He's got the grab onto Seb.
They know Thompson's top.
Mind Control's going to look to Saxon. No-Tail's going to swap him out. Mid one, he's just going to charge him with the Eclipse. He's going to be able to take out GH. Miracle beating into Saxa as he gets, again, the pullback.
Astra's back onto him.
He's there. Saxa's going to live a little longer still, though. Miracle has the physical damage to take him out, but now mid one, he's on top of Miracle. Miracle's trying to run. Mid one pops the Satanic, keeping himself healed up. Miracle can't get out. Thompson's in with the Astral Step. Miracle's down. Over towards Mind Control. They go. It's a triple kill for mid one. Ravage is out from Weehaw, but there isn't the follow-up. Weehaw falls the double as well. Is out of the game. They just couldn't get it together. They're a little too split up from Nigma. As Mid1 able to run them down one by one with the Satanic, just proving too tanky to take out. And again, OG, they're being able to get on top of Miracle. Miracle isn't being protected.
And Thompson wasn't there at the start of that fight. Thompson was pushing out top. He joined late. What ended up happening was Miracle's trying to focus fire killing this Elder Titan as well as the Beastmaster and the Venge who are locked inside this Overgrowth, but okay, they get a kill on RMN trying to cut the creep wave there. Nice play by Thompson, but this ET is actually tanky. He got the Astral back in time. Couple extra seconds really makes the difference. Yeah, he gets him down to half HP, and then the rest of them just show up for the cleanup.
Oh, and then we have Thompson here going for the flashy build, level 25, not taking the Detimulate stun, going for the extra damage with this Deso.
With the Deso, for sure. I mean, Thompson was one of the few that did that for a long time. He did the double crit. Remember the double Crystallis build as well when it was OP? And now onto the high ground, quick. 20 seconds, no Arc Warden.
Thompson, he's hunting in the trees and he's found him. That's a buyback. RMN's going to go down. He's out of the game for 75. They have a repair kit, but Mid1 and Seb, they're punching through it with that boosted attack speed from the Inner Beast. As we are stepping up. No Ravage still for 70 seconds.
There's still a lot of damage
Thompson,
that comes
he's
through.
Just diving in. Thompson is straight up towards the fountain underneath the tier 4s, pushing them back. As Thompson, is he really getting away with this? It's going to be the swap on GH.
GH.
He's able to jump out with the stolen Astral Step. Miracle's now starting to push them back. A big work up the epicenter as Mind Control. He gets him at Mid1. BKB, Satanic. He turns. Mind Control's gone. Another hero dead without buyback. OG get the racks. They kill off 2. GH is still trying to catch someone. He jumps forward.
Mid1's still strong.
Thompson, he's going to go back in with the step. He's low on mana. Thompson's just going to TP out in front of them all.
Oh, man. That is just pure confidence.
There's now 10k ahead, OG. They've opened up a set of racks.
So many more items now being picked up for them. Just a luxury being dropped into their side. I believe Luna now has, what, full Aghanims? Is it done? I saw him have... Okay, he actually got the full Scotty, sorry. So full Scotty finished up. That is a huge fight for them there.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, Miracle, he's got 5,000 gold. He's able to build the majority of the Satanic there, but he's... Like we said, it's just him on an island, and there's just too many things he really has to deal with in the midst of these fights. Everyone just jumps on him. They know that's the main priority. Sure, there's some damage coming out from this Epicenter. Sure, there's some damage coming out from the Rubik and all that, but the majority really is just the Arc Warden. It's getting to that point where it's all on Miracle. with the control that he's provided from his teammates. And yeah, they've got a lot of items now, and now an Aegis to boot.
This is going to be very hard for Nigma to deal with in the fight.
They couldn't get mid 1-to-1. He's got a full Scotty on top and Aegis and cheese.
He is just huge right now on this Luna.
Or someone else. Thompson maybe has the cheese at least, but yeah.
Queuing up the Rapier next as well, because why not? He feels pretty unkillable in these fights. He trusts No-Tail to save him.
I swear I've seen Thompson have every single rune as well this game. He has a DD again. He always has a haste, a DD, something. He's just always watching those runes on this hero.
Let's see what the approach is going to be from Nigma. Again, you know, even with the ults up, they've struggled to find fights in their favor. As just across the board, the 3 cores of OG, I mean, the 2 in particular, Thompson and Mid One, are just such a handful to deal with, even if they do catch them in the initial Ravage. There's No-Tail.
They find Weehaw in the front.
He's just going to walk up and start things. Thompson's going to jump over towards RMN, and 4-star will get RMN back to safety. And playing around with Weehaw, and again, another swap. No-Tail gets Weehaw back to reach a Mid One. Weehaw, he's going to be saved by the Invis, but they have the dust. They've got the detection. Weeha's gone.
Look at this Elder Titan. He takes the 100% cleave talent.
That's going to be the buyback coming out. Thompson, he's in with the grab. Pops the GH. Mind control finds the Burrow Strike into the overgrowth. Got the lockdown. Jesus pop. Thompson, will he live? He won't. They take down Thompson. Seb in with the Roar. The Earth Splitter comes out to Miracle and the Tempest double Mid One. He's cleaning up the Arc Warden and his double as Miracle's out of the game. No buyback. Weehaw chased back to the base, back to the fountain as OG cleaning up. Nigma just can't get the job done. They can't get the team fight together. They're too far behind.
And Thompson knows he can play this risky super dive. He was probably going to do it anyway if he didn't have buyback, but in this one he has buyback, so jumps in, they throw all the spells on him, he buys back.
And they're cleaning up the game,
and they clean the game, yep.
I mean, this game, a little closer between the two. But again, OG and again, Thompson, Tiny popping off. The hero pops off in game 1, and this game 2, the Void Spirit. They just couldn't deal with it every single fight. Midpoint will make sure he's got a Rapier there for the scoreboard. As this game's over in the series, it's done and dusted here. OG 2-0 here against Nigma. And game 1 was not close at all. Game 2, definitely a bit more fire, but again, it just really felt that the team play from OG, Nigma just couldn't match it here in the series.
They couldn't match the speed that it was all happening because they had to rely on their Ravages. They had to rely on this Epicenter Burrow Strike combo. But even when they had those, a few of the times the fights weren't successful. It feels like they had to have like perfect Ravages, perfect Epi Burrows in this game. Otherwise, inevitably, Miracle, he starts to fall off versus all this. With the Void Spirit able to get on top of him, ET Aura buffs everyone up. They also have Inner Beast. Everyone on OG is getting stronger, while it feels like everyone on Nigma is just getting that much weaker and weaker as time progresses.
No, it really did feel, as you say, the way they could get on top of Miracle every single time Thompson, this Void Spirit pick, it just destroyed him. And the build with this whole sort of Deso and the way that he went in. I mean, how do you even deal with that if you're the Arc One? You can't. You can't stop him from getting in your bubble and just forcing you to run. You can't stand your ground and fight.
And I love how he rushes the Aghanims in this game in particular too, where they have this, they have the swap to save, but then like we said too, he jumps in and gets this coverage of silence in a lot of fights too.
Yeah.
Like it was really nicely done by them again.
Very, very nicely done indeed from OG. And with that, the series is theirs as OG will take down Nigma here 2-0.
Yes, it was a little bit more of an even game compared to the first game of the series, but still very dominant from the side of OG, who take the series 2-0 and therefore secure themselves a spot in the upper bracket finals, which means they're guaranteed top 3 here in the Immortal Division for the Omega League. I'm here with Slacks and here with Lacoste. So we're going to break down the game, break down the series, and I'm going to start with a little something called Tidehunter. I like the Arc Warden, but I want to start with the Tidehunter because it's the Tidehunter core.
Yeah, on paper it sounded good. They have no abilities that, there's no Chronos here, there's no Static Storm, Doom, anything that the Tidehunter is afraid of. And they thought, this sounds like a good pick. They're going to run into us. But the way OG itemized, the way they use their spells to control the Tidehunter, this 15-minute Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit, just... he's there trying to use the Ravage. He silences him the second time. The swaps into Eclipses. Everything they were doing was just so on point. Man, I love Dota. This is pure entertainment. Watching this, the next series should be fun as well. But this one was hell of a series.
Mm-hmm. Not sure what papers you're reading. Tide Hunter Carry. What in the name of God? I mean, shout out to them for trying to pull it off. You got to pull out those special stops for a team like OG, but really wish I could have seen that work out because my mind's blown. I'm not a good Dota player, but Tide Hunter Carry. Okay. Maybe next time.
Well, what I did like or slash, I don't know if I liked it or not. The Arc Warden first two, we saw that from Team Nigma at the start of their group stages, right? It was kind of like, okay, we don't really know what to do. We'll pick Arc Warden first. That's what it felt like. We'll pick Arc Warden in the first two, and we'll make a plan around that. It didn't work this time around. I think a large portion of that was because Thompson was an absolute god on the Void Spirit. He could get
dude's
a top.
just insane. We were sitting in our green room talking about him like, you can't believe what he's doing. He does not have a single defensive item on the hero, and he goes in, uses all of his spells and manages to get out somehow. He also died a couple of times. You see that people thinking that, he overextended, but he was buying time for his Luna. This is something that he does. He understands that they're going to need to bring 4 or 5 heroes to actually bring him down, even without a single defensive item. And his itemization was on point this game, getting that Aghanim Scepter for some extra silence, extra lockdown. He understands when he gets on top of Arc Warden, he needs to run away. One of the reasons why Arc Warden decided to go for earlier BKB in this game. And Desolator. Second item, Desolator after Boots of Travel, so he has enough damage. One of the reasons why he was playing so aggressive was they were controlling all the runes. Like, he was getting these double damages, haste, and allowing him to, just get on top of people.
I just feel like this hero also, we heard Thompson talk about him having no fear. He just, or rather, does this kind of stuff on instinct, right? The fighting instinct. He doesn't really have to think about, is my team here to back me up? It's just so insane. I think this hero, when you take away all the limitations of an average player, the ceiling is so high for this one.
This is a perfect hero for him.
Yeah.
He can do so many stuff. He has 2-3 abilities to actually get out of the trouble. He also has Venge to swap him out.
Out of trouble? He'll go in.
And get a blink in front of them and swap me in.
Yes. I mean, it was actually insane. So many behind towers ones. So many TPing in front of their entire team after he knew that all their stuns were down. That guy's a literal god. It was very hard to take him down. But comparisons here. Elder Titan. Do you think that had a big part?
Oh, for sure, man. Saksa played amazing, not just this game, but in the first game as well, getting that drums into Aghanim Scepter, having free BKB on the hero, which allows him to also close the gap, get close to the Arc Warden, removing their base armor and base magical resistance. One of the reasons why Tide Hunter kind of just smelled pretty much any hero.
Yeah, actually, by the way, special shout out for Miracle, because he was the only one of the squad that turned on his camera.
Yes, that's right.
And I feel like it is such an underrated thing to have. So I feel like we should give it more props. So hereby shout out to Miracle, even though obviously not successful in the series.
I mean,
successful in the fan service.
Absolutely. These times of COVID are very hard for us. We all wish that we were in arenas right now with roaring crowds, and turning on your camera is a real love letter to the fans, and really it is great for us. And so shout out to Team OG. Nigma, though, it's okay.
They got Miracle.
You don't have to shout out love letter to the fans. I get it. Thank you, though, Miracle. Not a big deal, though. Anyway. It's fine.
Wasn't gonna save you there.
Don't look at me.
Who did have his camera on, by the way? Someone from the set of OG, and it is not on there. Then No Tail.
Oh!
Whoop whoop whoop.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
Congratulations! First of all.
Thank you.
All right, I have a question. Group stage versus playoffs. This felt a lot more clean. Group stage is a little bit of diving fountains at times, perhaps. Does it feel different for you guys as well, just playing it now that it's playoffs over group stage?
I don't think it feels different for us. Maybe for some of them they feel a little different. I think we treat them all
like official games. Official games have been a rarity in the past 6 months for us, or for a long time. So we cherish each one of these opportunities we get to play real games. It doesn't feel too different. No, stage games, playoff games, all the games really matter to us.
So that time that you dove the fountain 3 times with that gyrocopter, that was a very, that's the OG style, right? No joking at all.
I think when you see that, yeah, exactly. When you see that, that means we want to win. That is how we do it. When you see us maybe playing, I don't know, this game didn't really feel as in we were holding back. It didn't feel any different. Actually, we tried to stop killing the throne at the end to wait for. We wanted to kill MC the very last moment, but yeah, it was good. We had a lot of fun. Diving Fountain is good, man. It's good for the next game. Is what I say.
Thank you.
Can you tell me what Thompson was saying when he goes in without a single defensive item on his Void Spirit? Like, what is he saying, or is he just being silent and going in and
Funny
you have
enough,
to follow him?
he didn't say shit. Yeah, he didn't say shit. We had to get it from mid one, saying like, "Oh, look, this guy is maybe killing this guy." There was the one time he didn't do it and ended up dying. But yeah, he was actually awfully quiet for how good of a game he was having. So yeah, I think he was just enjoying some Void Spirit Dota.
Did you have some like flashbacks playing against Team Nigma in this series? Obviously, we're reminiscing from last year's grand finals of TI9.
Yeah, Nigma and their Tidehunter. What can I say? It's always good to play them, though. It's always good to play them. I would give them props for the game one, like trying to beat the IO strat, but I don't think they had the right lineup. But game two was classic. Us running at each other a lot. Both teams, they want blood.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah. Just a quick question about playing support, especially with Avenge. Does Venge feel kind of rewarding in this time, in this particular patch? Because so many supports, it's so bad when you die, but Venge, it's like, must be so much fun to die. And also to swap your insane Void Spirit who's diving too far and try to get him back. What do you feel playing that?
Yeah, I definitely love Venge way more than I did in the past. I think the past Venge was, even though it was strong heroes, boring concept. Now with double swap and aura, there's like more things you can do with her. And then the aura allowing you to respawn is definitely a lot of fun. But it's a bit of a love and hate thing because you're always sourly reminded that you're just a fucking Ilu. And when they have an enchantress, they take you and stuff, and you can't click any spells. So yeah, you're like half alive. But,
I know that
0-13-23 still wins the game, still did my job. Lovely, man. Lovely hero. Some fights, though, when I get Blink epi'd by MC, I think we were hating a lot on each other this game. I'm dying, and I see the illusion spawning, and then it's dying to the epi. I have this small hope that 40 seconds of joy might come my way, but nah, the Ilu always died when MC went on. So, but fun hero right now.
I have a
Sad.
question.
Much sad.
Regarding the next series. I hope you can share some of your insight with us because we are going to watch Secret taking on EG, and I was hoping you had some words for that.
EG is super shit. Secret's really good. Let's go.
Yay! Well, thank you. They also straight up removed it. That's it.
That's it. Don't
Final
talk anymore.
words. Thank you, Noitel. OG, I mean, they look dominant. They had fun in the game. Glad to hear that as well. And I can't wait to see them play against, apparently, Secret in the Ranked Finals, because EG shit. Secret good.
I love the
Hello.
love-hate relationship between him and the MC in that game. Like, he swapped it so many times into Eclipse, multiple times actually, to just try to kill him after they used the Epicenter and the, Ravage on him, swapping a Sand King.
Yeah. Gotta keep that spirit alive, if you can.
Yeah.
I don't know. When I play Vengeful Spirit, I am obviously playing it very differently. I miss my death timer. Because in my bracket, nobody kills the illusion, so I have to play the whole game.
Oh, no. So much added stress. The illusion.
The illusion. No, that's... all right. You know what?
What?
I loved you guys breaking down the game, but I also want to hear what Tigov spotted in this last game of the series. In all the games. Ooh, he's gonna give us a breakdown of the OG playstyle. What the hell?
Yes, thank you, Shiva. And as you can see, we're going to be looking at Game 1 and talking about how OG is one of the best teams in the world right now at playing a slow-paced start to the game, but then being able to quickly accelerate their pace and just outplay their team. We see here in this first highlight, a small quirky play from Team OG was actually, they didn't take their first bounty rune on that top or the bot side of Dire, actually allowing at 3 minutes 15 for Tiny to quickly nab this bounty rune and remain active. That is the key thing that we want to talk about here. It's OG are always remaining active on the map at all points of the game. As we move into the second highlight, you can see as well, it's all about mirror movements and how Topson, he floods towards this bot side of the map, trying to contest his bounty rune. Fogged mentioned it during the cast, how Topson really likes to gravitate into these bounty rune fights and really force the objective. But look at Weeha. He himself, post-TI, tries to mirror Topson's playstyle, unfortunately a little bit slower than Topson himself, moving towards top, whilst meanwhile, Tiny's coming back into mid. Weeha actually fails, if you fast forward a little bit, he fails to actually get the kill, diving deep under the tower for Ion and Sven. It's these small plays that activates OG's lineup. We've got the fact that Tiny, he's been able to pressure bot lane, he's now got a free mid lane to himself. Meanwhile, Weeha wasting all this time in top, doing, unfortunately, nothing really that effective. If we mirror this into Game 2 as well, it's the same type of movements that OG make time and time again. If we look at minute of this third highlight, sorry, as I quickly clear away. It's the same situation, and look at the effectiveness of this Dark Willow, stacking the Ancient Camp, moving towards mid. This is around that 6 minute mark. Tiny actually picks up an Invis rune. And just don't forget, like right now, Weeha has just moved top. He attempted to make a play in this top area of the map. And not only that, it's now he's come back mid, and because he doesn't see Tiny and the Willow's present, he feels a lot of pressure here, and he doesn't want to hit any CS. Once again, removing him from the game. So every move right now that OG's making is trying to capitalize for this early advantage. They're not playing super aggressive, they're just playing really clean Dota. And don't forget, during this meantime, look at this Iron Sven top. They're hugging each other the entire time. There isn't any sacrificial Dota coming on from this IO. It's going to be a key point to look into the future in the next highlight. But they're pushing out the wave, allowing Darkseer to pretty much free farm if they want. But it's the fact that they are farming both hard and small camp, stacking the small camp because of levels. Now, this is what I mean. Highlight number 4. This is the critical moment in the game. It's the fact that you see Iosfen top, they're pressuring mid. Sanking, again, haven't really mentioned this yet, he's been uncontested bottom due to these rotations in the map. And wait for it, we're going to see it now. Iosfen, both level 6 at minute 9 on position 5 and carry. Bam, relocate mid. Instant pressure, swarming this mid tower. After this fight, they get a couple kills, and 20 seconds later, they instantly take this mid tower. A critical piece of strategic advancement for OG. And this is what, again, if we think about Game 2, what were they doing at minute 10, minute 11? Taking this mid tower, unlocking the jungle, enabling their early lead that they're trying to capitalize on. Now, you think, the second final highlight right now is the fact that this top fight right here, as I point at the correct area of the map, you think this is pretty bad for OG. But then, if I fast forward quickly, look at the respawn. They've just taken a fight top, and their Morphling, he can't really do much. But meanwhile, they've got a catapult wave bottom, only a Darkseer there once again, they take away this bot tier 1 tower. And unfortunately for Team Nigma, they have nothing to stop them. Iosfen, after taking this bot tier 1 tower, can swarm through the jungle, can capitalize on this early mid tier 1 and bottom tier 1 tower falling, and they can just make their lead unfightable. Game 2, think about it, the same philosophies are being played out. It's this OG aggression in laning phase, capitalizing on mid tower and occupying the jungle. Playing a slow start to the game, but then as soon as they hit their timing, that big factor for them, then they just take over the game. And again, to be very clear, because of the loss of this mid tier 1 tower, because of the loss of this bot tier 1 tower, they now pretty much occupy this portion of the map. Team Nigma are playing within this small window, and this is no way to play out the game at this point. And props to OG for playing such a beautiful, clean game of Dota in Game 1, and the philosophies, Game 2 as well. So we're going to toss to a break, and hopefully we can see OG play the same way. The studio, sorry. I've been lied to. Goddamn production. We're going to the studio because there's more stuff to be said. Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Fired.
Fired.
T-Gov, it's been nice working with you, but that's it. End of the road. No, thank you for that. Thank you for that breakdown. And to be honest, the way he describes it, it kind of feels like this was a result that we were always gonna have. OG just that much better.
Dang, come on, man. But yeah. I mean, we wanted to see that fight, and maybe we'll get it again. I don't think this will be the last time these two teams face off in this tournament. So
that implies that either they're going to meet again in the grand finals or they're going to meet in the lower bracket.
Well, I'm sure either will happen. Mark my words.
Let's take a look at the brackets and see where we are actually at. As these two teams that we just saw, they were seeded into the upper bracket finals. What is wrong with you guys?
We love these upper bracket finals.
We're just blind. We cannot see.
Upper bracket semifinals. You know, if you wanted to have a preview monitor, there's a lot of iPads to take that actually have the preview monitor.
I know this problem has been solved for me, but I want to be upset about it.
Well, OG has seeded themselves into the upper bracket finals. They need an opponent. Will this opponent be Secret or EG? Also, by the way, if you look at the lower bracket, Team Nigma obviously not eliminated, but up against Team Liquid in the lower bracket.
Oh my god. Sorry. That's very hype.
It is very hype. I like that a lot, actually. I know the it's dead, you know. I know that players don't like to talk about it. It's like, oh, old Liquid versus... I like to talk about it.
Yeah.
We like to talk about it, so we are going to. But not now, because now we are going to talk almost about... EG Secret. What's wrong?
I think it's just crack us up. We love you.
All right, let's go to the break. We're going to be back with an upper bracket match very soon, but you got to wait for a little bit.
There are only two ways to play pub games. One is as though nobody is a miracle. The other is as though everyone is a miracle.
Mirror image.
There we go.
Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend.
Okay.
So we got?
Wait. What? Do we make it like it is in the card, or our interpretation of Shadow Fiend?
Your.
Our interpretation. Okay.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Just kidding. Hang on. I don't know. Hang on. How do I do this? He's floating. This is not good. Wait. Oh my God. That's the idea. Mine's gonna be. All right. It's like a lot of different shapes in here. I feel like
I've got the pieces, but I don't know really know what to do with it.
As long as it's asymmetrical, I think it's gonna be. Do you have any glue?
Glue? What do you want glue for? Whoa.
There's no rules. Sorry. 2 minutes.
What? Okay.
Took all the... My color scheme is ruined.
They're all gonna...
Show us.
I'm just saying I think I win. I start with the colour scheme. I've got the SF Arcana here, nice bit of orange. And with it all. I've got different tiers. You've got the arms here, you've got the face here, and the rising body. We're, well, as you can see, my color scheme is a bit off because you looted all of the properly colored blocks. It's red, representing the Shadow Fiend's inner rage and turmoil. You can see he's in the act of casting a raise while taunting, you know? This is his book of spells. And of course, we've got his face. As you can see, there's human-like features clearly visible. Unlike my compadre, looks like a Dalek from the Doctor Who universe.
You got the little arms. You got the heart here in the middle, and then you've got the... Yeah, you know, like in the Arcana, he's got the big sort of orange central piece, and then the little different bits down the legs as it gets smaller here. You've got sort of the building up. You know, he's got that sort of pointy bottom that he's standing on.
I feel like I accidentally made Leia Organa.
Yeah, it's got the hair. Yeah, it's got the hair.
You know what I mean? I don't know how that happened.
That wasn't the aim of this challenge, though, Carl.
But she is. Well, we'll let you be the judge. Push me, and then just touch me, so I can get my nature's attendance. Nature's attendance.
Busted Dota.
Hey guys, my name is Kyle.
Lizard's here, and this is Busted Dota.
Show where we break down some of the common myths of the Dota 2 world.
Do not try this at home.
The first myth we're about to look into is...
You can't launch Dota 2 on a weak laptop after 7.7.
For the sake of legitimacy for the experiment, we asked our Action Slacks to give us a hand on this one.
Okay, old girl, this is it. One more for Daddy, okay? All right, come on. Chug along there, you got it. Oh, shit. It's getting hot, come on, come on! Oh, it's okay, come on. You've got it, one more in you. One more before you join Steve Jobs in heaven, okay, sweet pig? Come on. Oh, there we go, there we go. Yeah, baby, yeah, hell yeah. She's in, no problem, we're good.
Myth number 2. You can't get on the same team with good players on NA servers.
Prepare for battle.
It is time for the third myth. Windranger is not a real hero. It is well known that Sir Action Slacks is not a fan of Windranger. That's why he is the perfect candidate to find out if this myth is busted.
Prove to you guys that it's not just me who believes that Windranger is not a hero. I've gone and asked 6 of the smartest Dota 2 talent in the world what they think of this very interesting question. We're here with Sheever. She's getting her makeup done right now, so she can't actually talk to us, but she's going to record her audio afterwards when we dub it in. So, Sheever, do you believe that Windranger is a real hero? I don't like Windranger. I think it's dumb hero for dumb people. My name is Sheever, and I think Windranger's stupid too. Don't believe the lies. Lizard, a question for you. You must simply answer yes or no, and if you answer correctly, you get 1 nuggie. Now listen closely and look into my eyes. Is Windranger a good hero?
No.
Good boy. Tasty for Lizard. Here with Jenkins. Jenkins, answer truthfully, is Windranger a real hero?
What do you mean?
Not a character, but a true hero.
No, of course not.
Didn't think so. Here with Tsunami. Tsunami, please answer this question very simply with a yes or no. In your honest opinion, do you think that Windranger is a good hero, or do you think he might be bad?
Yes.
Obviously.
No.
Yes, no. He does not think Windranger's a good hero. Thank you, Tsunami. Very good. We'll slow it down in post. Boom. All right. Is Dark Willow an intelligence here?
Yeah.
Is the Radiant and Dire on the Dota 2 game?
Yeah.
Do you know the lore to Sand King?
No.
Do you think that League of Legends is a good game?
No.
Is Windranger a good hero?
No. Yes.
Ah! It's too late! You said no! He said no! I said no! And now for the most intelligent analyst in the building. This $1 8-ball. Is Windranger an actual hero? Focus and ask again. What the f***'s wrong with this thing? Is Windranger an actual hero? Does it have no? It's like 17 yes. Cannot foretell for now. Even the gods don't know the true answer. And with that, it should be completely apparent that Windranger is in fact not a hero. She's a creep. A range creep. That I hope you deny in all of your games.
And that's your daily portion of myth breaking.
Stay tuned for more busted stuff coming your way.
Busted Dota.
So I think if if there wasn't an online tournament, we would just still be trying to, get through the open and closed qualifiers for the minors and majors, and maybe I wouldn't even be here making the interview.
I've probably been traveling, playing Dota, same old shit. That would have been our prospects. LA Major would have happened. Everything would have been happening. I would be playing TI right now. What are you talking about?
I actually miss LANs because playing online is fun, but you kind of miss the stage. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't do a lot of shit that I did, but probably would have tried hard a lot for TI, because right now TI, it would be the time for TI, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would definitely try hard a lot more.
Didn't spend so much money because of coronavirus. I will say it Russian, Russian English way. If no coronavirus, I would just see people and talk to them.
Yeah, I actually like what happened, because I was stuck in one place for like half a year, which is like what never happened to me before, like in the last 8 years, because I was like traveling constantly, and that made me, I had a routine. Like I started going on a boxing lesson. I started visiting some of my favorite places around my neighborhood, which is like, it's super nice to be like in one place and create all this routine for yourself, where you can like go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time, feel good about yourself, like meet some friends along the way. It's just amazing. I missed that part of my life.
Yeah.
Which is like 8 years before all of that.
I can't say it's the dumbest, maybe the funniest. My former teammate told me, why do you have a girlfriend if she doesn't cook?
There's no global warming. From Mr. President.
Earth is flat.
I'm just gonna need like 20 more seconds.
You going on Twitter right now?
I'm going to Donald Trump's Twitter.
Hanskin's chewing gum, like during scrims, and just tell him that he needs to keep it down. But chewing gum, like just chewing in general, it's the most annoying thing.
Oh, I need to use a past teammate here if it's possible. Sure. Because it's the best one. Simon Hanskin. Mm-hmm. His habit of when it's getting stressful, it's getting down to the line. That is itching his his nose. Now, never changed. But I love the guy. Sorry, Simon, to hang you out on this one. But
one person farts a lot in open space. That's all I have to say. You can make your guesses yourself. I'm sure you guys can figure it out.
Some of the guys, they can. I don't know how it's called, but it's not a puke, but it's like when you do it after you eat.
Yeah. Gagging.
Gagging. Yeah. Some of them do this, and it's pretty annoying to me.
Why?
And they think it's normal.
I won't name any names, but like the practice room, you usually have a toilet, right? And it's just, you can't go there, right? You can do like the dangerous stuff, the bombs. You can't do them in the practice room, because then the whole practice room is gonna smell, right? But then, yeah, this kept happening for a while.
Well, Yazid doesn't shut up. That's annoying. He's like a radio. If he likes something, like let's say a video or something like that, you can Google this video, like let's say "Let Me Smash." He will watch that video, right? And that's the video. You're gonna hear that "Let Me Smash" for about 150 times a day. It just doesn't stop. He's like a broken record. He just keeps on going and going and going and going. That's a dumbass habit. It's fun sometimes, but it's like fun like 15 out of 150 times. But only at 10%.
Tituan and his habit to just be so French, speak French, act French, just talk about French things. Yeah. Being French.
Madness! No, this is Dota.
It's causing real trouble right now. RTW is going to get caught up by the Reaper's side, but the Weaver's going to save him, but he's already dead. Nick's going to go down as well, though. RTW and Nick's both taking out the fight, and the Death Bomb getting so low as well, but helped out jumping away. It's actually...
Not bad, not bad. Now you.
127, 9, and 29 now 30, 30, 31. Down to the bill, 1, 2. Get that way to prevail is 2, 2, now 3.
Not bad, not bad. Now you.
Will they find somebody down in the bottom lane? We got 4 people down in the bottom lane. Now I'm going to do an OD pixel cast. Here comes the Rap. Got himself in. They're going to find somebody and they're going to attack him. Nice.
You think you're the best support ever, and then you see Puppy play shit.
It's in the bag.
Dodges it again. He dodges both the arrow and the fissure. So, well, at least he gets out of there. If he had been gunning arrow, hits him again.
Darkness.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
The world has entered a critical state. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the wake of a new hero. But hopes had crumbled. The promised hero didn't lift Aegis above his head. Until the gods turned their gaze to the earth and sent people hope. The hope that the hero will claim immortality the other way. And people's hearts lit with cheer and their gasps froze in anticipation. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for the hero. And they saw the Omega League.
Welcome back to the Omega League. The Immortal Division continues with the upper bracket semifinals between Team Secret and Evil Geniuses. We're going to have, hopefully, back and forth glorious Dota 2 series coming your way. And I'm here together with Fogged and BSJ. And we're going to talk about the game. We're also going to talk about something that you can do. You guys at home, yes, you've got some power there. Why not use it? Voting in general is always really good. And I know there's political voting, but you know what is way more fun and way less stressful, perhaps even, is voting for your favorite players / best players. I don't know, Fog. What would you do? Favorite player? I mean, you've got the support MVP trophy there.
Yeah, I think you just. I don't know. You can go either way, right? You can go full fanboy kind of action here, fangirl kind of action, or you can just pick the person that deserves it.
This is, by the way, an Omni Night in the nude, other than the toga.
This is very true.
Many dreams or many fantasies are being addressed
Yeah.
with this one.
This thing's pretty sick, though. Actually, the detail and everything's pretty awesome.
What do you have there, Brian?
I got the MVP carry. We got Mars with a crossbow.
With a crossbow.
Well, I think also the thing that Omni Night is holding, I think they're holding different things from different heroes.
Is
Because
this like a timeless relic or something? It looks.
I think
like?
so,
What
because
it looks like, yeah.
I
Maybe
think
a
the staff
cog.
looks like the Witch Doctor staff.
Yeah, the staff looks like the Witch Doctor Snake staff. This looks like that looks like timeless relic. I don't know what this one is.
I'm saying it kind of looks like a cog too,
or a
right?
mech.
Yeah, it could actually be.
Looks like a mech.
Maybe mech
Yeah.
too. Yeah, that's a good call.
That looks like a deadlift.
Oh, yeah.
mech
so
would make much
mechanism,
more
yes.
sense for a support.
Yes.
While we're encompassing all of the warrior types with Mars, and then we got the crossbow. For
got the ballista.
archers. Yeah, the
Right?
ballista.
There you go, the
We saw
ballista.
There you go,
with
there
the
you
ballista
go.
didn't carry the game, but doesn't mean Mars wouldn't if you had one.
Yeah.
You can vote, by the way, on WePlay.tv. Here's some of the supports you could be wanting to go for. You know, that depends on who you want to go for. Who will you guys go for?
Ooh.
For core. Let's go for core.
For core?
Yeah.
Out of these three right now?
For example, I mean, this one is an easy one, I feel.
Yeah, these three. I mean, I would pick Matu at the moment. He's been looking super hot. I would have picked him even if I had all the rest of the options up there at the moment. Just can't think of everybody right away. But yeah, Matu's been shining star.
I think Secret overall has been a shining star, and if I had to address somebody that's not on that recently might have earned their way up there, was Thompson. That performance last series was absolutely nutty. I assume the MVP carry core role extends to
yes,
all
it
core
does.
roles, right?
Yes, it does.
Don't forget all your mid players making space for you and buying Ags Deso and killing everybody.
True.
On Void Spirit.
True.
Yeah, or Deso on the Mars. I mean, I see that Mars. That Mars is just having the spear and the shield, so he doesn't actually have any items. And the Zeus neither.
He's just got his lightning bolt.
Yeah, I mean, I was just checking to see if I missed any details because there's so much details in in everything here actually. So
yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
There's maybe something that I missed. But hey, let's talk Dota because we got ourselves a series between Team Secret and EG. Both of these teams. All right, we will start with one team, Team Secret, top of the charts everywhere at the moment. Won the last 6 or 7 tournaments, 3-0 finals. You name it. They have been looking hot. They've been doing great. They've only dropped one game this entire tournament.
Yeah.
Wasn't it their first series too? It was super early on.
It was against Liquid. It was one of the first series.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was where they first toed their anti-mage and they forgot about Quickfast Lone Druid, and it won.
And I think that
it
shows
too.
Yeah, and it shows how much they learned from that one game because they've since then drafted anti-mage maybe 3 or 4 times in the first round again, and they've won all of those. And it was just small adjustments, and it shows the fine line between a perfect draft and one with a potentially exploitable weaknesses.
Yeah.
Yeah, Secret's been on fire, and they haven't, like you said, throughout the entirety of this tournament, they have not really let up at all either. So.
Why though? What is so different about this squad compared to the rest? We just watched OG versus Nigma, and we know OG is the same type of caliber top tier team. Same thing goes for Nigma actually. But why is there still such a big difference between these teams? Or it feels like that anyway.
I think the core fundamental I've learned since I've been in EU is that these players at the top level look to play as aggressively on the map as possible, whether or not they're farming, whether or not they're ganking, just pushing lanes. If there's a place on the map that's more aggressive than they currently are, they're going to make their way towards it. And I feel like with Secret, they're the only team that not only plays that way. Like, I like the way OG also plays, but it's much more about like collapsing 5 heroes on the same lane. With Secret, they're so good at doing it in 2 or 3 different places at the same time, and the opponent's like forced to react to one, and suddenly they're losing 2 towers in the other 2 lanes. They're just faster at everything. That's what it feels like to me, at least when I watch them.
Yeah, for me it feels like, I mean, they're so over aggressive. They know exactly their timings, but it's like this hive mind brain. But they don't. It's not the same hive mind of OG like you're mentioning. It's not the 5 people collapsing, but they all know exactly what they should be doing at what point here. I don't know. It's spectacular to watch, really. So.
Yeah, because it's like you watch the laning stage, and normally laning stage is somewhat even. Sure, a team can get ahead, but it feels to me like from a new perspective watching, I don't see any like big kills differences, for example. But what I do see increase always is the net worth. There's like 3k gold in favor of Secret at minute 5, and you don't know how they got it because there wasn't a clear like, hey, big 5-1, big thing taken, whatever.
That's the point. It's all the micro movements, right?
Yes,
it's all of these little things that they're doing on separate parts of the map. That's crazy because it feels like if nothing's happening, as you said, you're just like, wait, nothing's happening in this game, and then the graph's just going like this. And with Secret, whenever they're in a closer game, it feels like this is graph. Like they'll go like this, maybe they'll lose a fight, they'll take a slight dip, and then like this, a slight dip, and then eventually the opponent team loses one fight and the game's over.
My biggest thing I guess I could take away from when you're like mentioning all like that is they don't play traditional roles. Is my like biggest thing that I see that Secret differentiates from every other team, right? Like, yeah, Puppy, sometimes he's the 3rd most farmed hero on the team. Yapzor, sometimes he takes over. I feel like they all know when they can sacrifice themselves for each other, and that's what makes them kind of complement each other so well.
Well, then on the other side, you got EG. They have been a little bit rocky. Still in the upper bracket, though. So they still did really well. And the only teams they dropped games to were the CIS teams, which is kind of funny because that used to be the Achilles heel of EG in past EG's iterations and when there were still LANs. They dropped games to Navi, and they dropped series to Navi, series to Virtus.pro as well.
And Navi's out.
And I know they're playing with the stand-in, but they've played with GPK now for a month, and I feel, and I think everybody's talked about it, that he fits. So I don't think we can, I don't think we can have that caveat there anymore. Like, this is it, right? There's nothing else. GPK is now part of the squad. They play around him, with him. So why are they still a little bit unstable?
Can I take this one first?
That is a great question.
For whatever reason, for EG, you change the roster, they have stand-ins, whatever. The playstyle reigns true.
It doesn't change.
It reigns true. I'm like, okay, they're going to try to win all 3 lanes, and if however much they win the laning stage by, they're going to turn that into out-farming the opponent, but not in the way of Seeker, where they play super aggressive on the map. They're going to play as greedily as possible and make you punish them for it. And I think the only issue they've really been facing, I hate to say it, is GPK overextending. He crushes his lanes. In the games where he's playing Storm Spirit, suddenly he's died twice in the 15 to 25 minute mark where he's going for these greedy items, doesn't have anything defensive, and then he can't live for the rest of the game. And I'm not saying it's purely his fault, but I think the greediness has gone a bit too far.
Okay, I think also we can have some input of someone who's very, very familiar with EG. It is none other than PPD. Hey, Peter, how are you doing?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Watching some nice Dota, relaxing. How are things with you on the Dota side of things?
On the Dota side of things, I've just been enjoying some great games. That OG Enigma series was fantastic. I was expecting it to be a little bit closer, but I think this is the big series today that everyone's looking forward to.
Do you want to start off by giving a a counter statement? I'm not sure if you heard No-Till's interview at the end of that series where his expectations for this one were, and I quote, Secret good,
oh, yeah, I heard
EG
it.
shit. So if you want to have any statement of your own regarding that.
Oh, well, I do think that EG with GPK is fantastic. I think he's one of the best players in the world right now. Definitely a huge up-and-comer. No disrespect to Abed. I'm sure he'd do fantastic as well. But EG looks like they finally have a mid laner. No more 747 on the mid lane for now. So they're really crushing it. But I think that Secret will be a little bit too smart for the Arteezy hard carry Terrorblade, which seems to come out just about every game. Or the Arc Warden, right? So I think Secret will have an answer for it. I could see Secret dropping a game when Arteezy just gets a little too out of control. He starts farming too fast and they can't slow him down. I could see them dropping a game like that, but I would say Secret 2-1 for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, similar kind of thought process for me too. I feel like EG does do this very similar kind of things a lot of the times, right? Their playstyle, even from when you were playing with them a lot of the times too, it still feels very similar, right? Just get RTZ really buffed up a lot of the times, play very greedy around the map and just maximize. And yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I feel like Secret's definitely going to look to capitalize on that. So I like your points.
So we're looking at the Arc Warden, we're looking at the Terrorblade. So, because you watch, you're watching teams differently as a captain or a former captain, I would imagine, than the way that, for example, I would, or a lot of people at home. What do you feel is like the biggest strength of Secret? Like, if you watch them play, what's the standout?
Wow. I think Puppy is probably like the best mechanically skilled 5-player that is still like playing the game, and it's amazing because he's been doing it for so long. I think he's just outstanding, and I think he shines. I think you'll see a big difference between Fly, who I think is a little bit less of a mechanically skilled player, but Puppy's just the whole package. So I would expect him to just outshine Fly in this series.
All right. Well, I have been told that the draft is commencing, so we are going to send Peter and the camera over to the drafting pantheon for game number 1 between EG and Team Secret.
That's right. Join me, won't you, in the draft pantheon as we continue moving throughout this immortal playoff upper bracket. EG versus Team Secret, and we'll have some bonus intel as well, provided by Lacoste and Kyle, and Peter will be joining us ever so soon as we just get right into it. EG starting out with a Tiny, Secret starting out with a Clockwork, probably starting out with some bands, and probably starting out welcoming PPD. You can hear me, can you? Right? Yes? No?
Yeah. What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks for coming on. First things first, most pressing question from me, Peter. Whenever I played vanilla Skyrim, I found destruction magic wasn't really that impressive. Any good mod recommendations that you have for me?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm such a noob when it comes to modding games. I just find some nerd on Twitter to help me, and then we figure it out together.
All right, fine, fair enough. Then we'll stick to something a little bit more in your wheelhouse then. We got Dota drafts for you. How much have you been watching? How much have you been keeping up with? Have you been reading the patches? Because we had Jarex on a little bit before. He was maybe a little bit out of his element, but he knew his OG boys. How about you? How's your knowledge keeping up?
I would say I'm a little less familiar with the EU scene. I usually focus on watching the great, glorious NA Dota. Go for Zoomers. One of the biggest up-and-coming teams out there. Can't wait for some international competition so they can prove that themselves. But watching EG play in the European region, I think has just been such an interesting storyline that we haven't seen before, at least in a while. So it's been really exciting to watch this league so far.
Then let's see what we may be able to extract out of this draft. Kyle, what are you staring blankly into the distance about?
Oh, sorry, I got distracted whenever a Valorant player gets on the panel.
Oh.
I just kind of tune out.
Dude, I play every game, man. I'm just a god gamer.
The Renaissance man, Kyle. Come on.
More and more Dota players just turning to variety streaming. What are you going to do? I'm a big fan of somebody finally first tuning the Furion. It always, for some reason, takes some time, but here we are, upper bracket semifinal. We finally see it come out from EG. Didn't expect the first 2 Lifestealer from Secret, but they've been experimenting after effectively shitting on everyone in this tournament, so no surprise they're going to keep changing things up. And opening ban Wisp Monkey King, surprising from EG. I wonder if there's something they learned from scrims, because Secret haven't played that in their last few matches.
People were watching our faces for 30+ days and hearing our voices. I don't think they want to do that, so I'm going to let PPD do the talking instead of me.
You just don't want to work anymore.
Fine, then I'll ask a question to Peter.
I was super surprised by the...
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I was super surprised by the first pick Clockwork. We saw this hero in the previous series. RMN is kind of like he kind of reminds me of this like hipster 5 player who has his own like crazy ideas, and it was just such a burden in that previous game. So I'm curious if Secret was it going to be Puppy playing that Clockwork, or is that a Yaps or Zai hero?
I think it could go either way. It's funny though. I feel like pretty much every NA Dota player has a bias against Clockwork because we're just so used to watching IX Mike pick it, play it, and lose with it. But then we come to these matches, we're like, Jesus, are you guys really sure that's who you want to emulate?
Bulba is NA's Clockwork, right? It's not IX
That's
Mike.
right. The liquid Bulba is NA's Clockwork. He was doing it.
I'm surprised they first phased Lifestealer.
but-
This hero... Go ahead, Peter.
Sorry, we're on a little bit of delay here. I'm over here in the States. You guys are out there in Kiev, so it's a little bit tough. But yeah, I'm also surprised by the first phase Lifestealer. Sorry, it's been a while since I talked about the drafts. But Tiny Furion from EG I think is super great, and I think actually I agree with like the Lifestealer seems a little bit early, as Tiny and Furion can both be transitioned to. This could be their 4 and their 5. I know Fly definitely plays Furion.
Yeah.
What was your opinion on the resurgence of Bloodseeker, especially Secret showing it off in their EG series, putting it on Zai? You think the hero's as good as it's looking like it, or is it just people being unfamiliar with what this new Veil build is all about?
Yeah, I've actually seen 4 position Bloodseeker quite a bit as well, so it's pretty wild. I haven't seen it in the like official games yet, or haven't been able to catch one of the games. But Zai is known to play some creative heroes, so I'm excited to see what he's going to play in these upcoming games.
Hey, you never know. Zai has also played offlane Lifestealer in the past. It's always a possibility.
Okay.
He was one of the first guys to do it back when Iron Talon was still meta and purchasable in the shop. And Puppy Chen, surprised that
I like
that
Chen
wasn't
here a lot.
Yeah, same. No, Ench and Bat banned up by EG.
You have Tiny and Nature's Prophet, who love to play aggressive, global presence. Once Tiny gets a Blink Dagger, easy to set up kills, and a lot of burst damage, especially from like newer Furion ulti. And I think Chen is a really great pick here. Just using the ulti, keeping them alive, going for mech, so he kind of negates this Tiny's combo.
Yeah, Secret's draft is lacking a lot of hard lockdown at the moment. This is going to be their support duo, Chen Clockwork, I imagine. So they're going to need to get some hard lockdown. Otherwise, I think EG can potentially jump the backlines, maybe even with a Spectre pick for RTC here, and you can jump the backlines and kill that Chen, or force that Chen to use his mech, use his ultimate just on himself rather than healing, his entire team.
What do you think about this Wyvern pick? Could obviously be a core, but what are your personal experiences with Crit on that Winter Wyvern?
Crit Winter Wyvern. My personal experiences are that was the year I was kicked from EG, and EG went to TI7, and I was on the panel casting, and they just kept putting Crit on Winter Wyvern, and they just lost and lost and lost, and then it just became a huge meme that it was like, oh, you shouldn't have kicked PPD and you shouldn't have given Crit Winter Wyvern is kind of the gist of it.
Well,
so nice bait there, a little flame bait. It's good for the panel.
Yeah, you're getting the hang of it.
Bloodseeker.
There's the Bloodseeker, yeah. So seeming like we're locking in the positions for Team Secret, looking like a Nisha Lifestealer and a Zai Bloodseeker, but can't guarantee it quite yet. Kyle, I know you've been advocating for Wyvern many a time, and she just never shows up. What makes her a justifiable pick in this draft?
I mean, it absolutely dumpsters Lifestealer. You have a BKB piercing lockdown for the Rage. You can also heal the target. It's just a hard counter to the hero. But to Peter's point, EG just did not. EG had about as much success at TI7 with Wyvern as Peter did on the panel. Altogether, just not a good performance. And the Bloodseeker coming out, you've got the pure damage. If you put somebody down in the Cold Embrace, they can be silenced coming out of it. So it's also just potentially very broken.
When you're running offlane Bloodseeker, you need to have a guaranteed lockdown. You need to have like what are they running? Windranger position 4 with the Shackle. Now they have Clockwork to put them inside of Cog, so the Bloodright, a lot of kill potential. Naga Siren, all right. They don't have the heroes that deal well with the illusion so far. Like I don't think Lifestealer builds Radiance anymore.
This is a good lane for Naga.
Yeah.
Clockwork is really tough too. As soon as Naga has the Manta, it's pretty much impossible to play.
Yeah.
All your cogs just die instantly to illusions. And this is one of our TZ's favorite and best heroes. So I'm liking where EG's at right now, but can't underestimate Secret. You know, it's a secret draft. They usually just find a way to win games.
Yeah. Typically in this sort of draft, feels like that would start with some pretty dominant lane prowess. I also really love Naga against Chen. If Arteezy has a decent start, it gets really difficult for Secret to push out lanes and also kill Naga. And in theory, with the Furion, I expect it to be core based on the Wyvern pick, but you never know. It could be Tiny offlane. You got a lot of options here, but I would never want to play Tiny into a lifesteal. That's just an impossible matchup. So I think it's more likely Crit's hero. We've already discussed why we wouldn't put him on Wyvern, so it makes sense, which would leave the Furion as a core. Or Wyvern core. I'm telling you, Wyvern offlane is the real deal. You got a massive damage count on level
40
10.
damage,
Yeah.
level 1. It's insane. Can't wait to play it.
No way.
Now, looking at these two heroes, Wyvern and Naga Siren, like they have great way of disengaging a team fight, and they can cycle these abilities pretty nicely. So I'm really liking EG's lineup so far.
I would say that they're like maybe a little bit low on damage outside of the Wyvern ult. They don't really have great team fight. They're actually sort of single target at the moment between Tiny comboing one person, Furion right clicking one person, Wyvern ulting one person. If they need a way to deal with this Team Secret like ball, like Lifestealer is going to be super tanky, especially with that Chen Divine Favor giving them the extra like health regen, and they're just going to kind of stay full. It's like, when EG takes on Secret and they use their ults, are they actually able to kill them?
Yeah. That's a good point. It'll take like third item Naga before EG really have the ability to take an extended duration team fight. Last picks could affect that. Still waiting for the GPK hero, although it could still be Fury in mid. Nisha's hero pool still wide open
And
as
there's
well.
still Ember Spirit, but people don't like that as much for his Lifestealer, but it could be it's a very mobile hero, which Secret's definitely lacking some hard lockdown.
He hasn't missed
Still
a
got
beat.
it, guys. Still got it. No, he honestly, you go to EG's Dota buff, and he's like playing Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, or Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit,
that's his draft move. Yeah. So not the hardest prediction.
What
One
did
of
you
the
say
spirits.
about it that you didn't like about Lifestealer, or why do you think people don't like it against Lifestealer typically?
Oh, he can easily just rage off the chains. He gets an Abyssal Blade pretty early. He's got decent like physical damage. He kind of doesn't really take that much damage from Ember Spirit throughout the game, unless Ember goes like that Deso build. But even then, it's kind of hard for Ember to really put down a Lifestealer, I think.
Yeah, it can go both. Ember can just play the map faster than a Lifestealer, and in theory you can go for the more support playmaker-esque build. I've seen like Lotus Orbs and early Yules picked up as an example in comparison to the Deso build we saw earlier from VTune. But I do agree with Peter.
Yeah, Secret needs catch, or they need like another hero to just help them plow down towers and go all the way.
Jesus,
But I think EG's got decent counter push with the Wyvern.
Yeah, this feels a little bit like TI5. Glad Peter's here, because we saw this exact matchup with Sumel playing the EG against the Shiki Lesh in one of those games that EG dominated. And it's a nice pick here against the Naga. It gives Secret that ability to press towers. It's got a stun, and in theory, it'll play pretty fast. It's really nice as a Lesh because you have no ability to stay on map, no innate health regen. So the ability for Chen to bring you back to the fight is real useful. And ultimately, I just think Secret's the better team, so I like the pick. And yeah, the odds are heavily
Bro, these odds
This
are
is insane.
disrespectful almost. 1.29 to 3.31. EG definitely have their work cut out for them so far. And I mean, they are stepping outside of the box. Like you said, it seems like almost a vintage draft. But seeing these 10 heroes on the field, Peter, which way are you leaning right now?
Well, I think it's very dependent on how this Leshrac last pick does. I would expect him to get it early Yules and then to get very active on the map in tandem with the Clockwork and Chen. I'll give it to Team Secret. I think they're just going to make it happen.
All right, well, they have yet to really show any shortcomings with this Bloodseeker. Let's see if EG can finally put a hole in this plan as we send it over to our casters for game number 1.
Team Secret. Evil geniuses. Let the battle begin.
That's right. We already have one team in the upper bracket final. That is OG. And it's going to be exciting to see how this series pans out before Secret do eventually take their place in the upper bracket final as well. Jenkins going to be joining me. I know you're a big Evil Geniuses fan, Jenkins.
Yes,
I know you have done a ton of videos on Arteezy as following his rotations, his carries.
Yeah.
I see the YouTube highlights. You know, how does Arteezy do it? You know.
Yeah. A lot of people in the comments will joke about that. If Arteezy sneezes, that I'll make a video about it. Actually, so.
Why is it though?
I mean, people click it. It's not my fault. People click it.
Okay, so Jenkins admitting that he just baits out of his videos as much as possible.
I mean, that's how you got to play the game, man. Don't hate the player.
That's fair.
You know, with the whole streamer situation going on, right? Same exact thing. You got to blame the game, not the player. And you know, Secret as well. There's some very clickbaitable players as well, given that they're on a complete tear for about a year now.
Yeah.
Just completely. They seem to be the best team in Dota, period, by a huge margin.
I feel like there's not a single name on Secret that doesn't draw fans at that point.
Are you serious? I mean, of course. Puppy. Anything draft related with Puppy. This guy's a genius. He's a god. I think a lot of people are just expecting this to be a complete massacre. So if EG does anything in this game, I think they're going to exceed expectations given how Secret has performed.
Evil Geniuses are notorious for running the same kind of playstyles, or at least having a preference that leans towards a certain kind of playstyle for a very long time now. And one of those heroes would certainly fit into that archetype. Naga Siren, split push heavy, late game, etc., etc. Why did they pick this Naga Siren, Jenkins?
Okay, so I'm going to call him out for this. I was in a pub with Arteezy about, we'll say, 1 to 2 months ago. He called this hero dog shit. A friend of mine was playing it and, doing okay. He was farmed, and he's like, this hero sucks because it can't end games. He's basically saying, like, this is the worst of the illusion heroes. So I don't know if there's been some buffs to Naga.
So you're saying that Arteezy flamed your friend for playing the Naga Siren, 100%. Saying that it's total dog shit, and why do people keep on picking it?
Right.
And now he's here picking it.
Right, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, dude, Arteezy, this is your hero, man. So I think what he was honestly trying to say there is that the ease of execution on this hero, it's just not easy. It's hard to end games with Naga Siren, but if you're good at it, perhaps it's still good. I mean, especially if you're running this very interesting aggro tri-lane against the Lifestealer. I think this will do pretty well.
Yeah, and that is a very key factor, right? Is pubs, very often people are just picking just to pick, but here they have a sort of classic matchup, the Naga Siren versus the Lifestealer.
Yeah, high armored hero on the Naga Siren spawns the illusions. Lifestealer can't do anything to clear those. You can see Puppy's trying to right-click them here, but Chen can only do so much.
How do you think he's going to adjust the Lifestealer, that is? Like, do you think we can see that Radiance build, or is it going to Maelstrom type build, or how is he going to be able to adjust this, or are you just going to go normal?
To be honest, I think with the Leshrac last pick, you don't need to go for the Radiance on Lifestealer. It's just not a great build right now in general. I think you want to play faster. I think Lifestealer needs to be the answer to the other heroes, and he's a great answer to the other heroes. I think they can all get bursted as long as the Wyvern is dealt with. And then let the Leshrac, who was last pick, deal with this Naga Siren.
So while we're having this tri-lane, it does mean we have a 1v1 bottom lane, which is the Furion versus the Bloodseeker.
Yes.
Which I would imagine Zai's going to do perfectly fine here, even though he's got, the annoying harassment of the Furion. He should be able to constantly be healing himself off of killing these creeps, thanks to the Blood Rage.
It is one of those matchups, though, where you maybe need to go for a second point in the Blood Rage. Or, sorry, the passive now is what heals.
Yeah, third, sorry.
So maybe you need to go for, like, a second point in the heal just to sustain through that level 3, level 4 period. And then maybe you can deal with the Treants. But we can see right now that Ramses is doing quite well down there. I mean, there's a certain amount of damage where it's just, like, it's too much to heal through.
Sure. Also, you kind of got a CS advantage that naturally comes with the Treants, all focusing on denies all at once, which can make things difficult for Zai.
Right. A lot of the CS that we see that Zai has, this is probably Treants. I mean, as well as the denies, though, that Ramses has. These are, it's probably mostly Treants.
Right. And that just leaves our mid lane matchup, which is the Ember Spirit versus the aforementioned Leshrac. This is supposed to be the answer to the to the Naga Siren, and Peter says it is going to be the linchpin here for Secret. It is all, their strategy is entirely dependent on how well Nisha does, how quickly that Yule Scepter is going to be picked up.
Yeah, he definitely needs the Yules. They don't have particularly good setup. Other than the Yules, they have the Clockwork, but Clock is a very weird hero to be setting up. You never really want to bank on him doing it. I mean, you'd like for him to do it. You know Clockwork offers disables, but he has to get an angle. He has to also get the cog knockback, the timing of that, and it's just not something that's super reliable. Even though he will do it in every fight, it's like, who will he do it on? When will he do it? That's really the question.
Right. GPK. A little bit of whip there. As the analysts were talking about, GPK has been quite the monster when it comes to laning phase, but has had some unfortunate mid-games where he's kind of thrown away some of the advantage he's gotten. But up against easily one of the best mid laners you could possibly go up against in Nisha. And he is not looking like the terror that he was in previous games. 18-2 compared to 22-6 right now. Nisha getting a good number of denies out of this lane.
Yeah, very nice rune control here from EG, taking that Arcana rune. That would be very annoying for either of these heroes to get. You know, get that on Ember, and I don't think he has the bottle just yet. I think he probably just got it off of the courier.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, he's been using the sips. Zai's doing quite well down here.
Yeah, he's picking it up as the second level Blood Right, really big. Third level, just, okay, now you're, not only are you one-shotting range creeps, but you're probably taking a melee creep down with you, and at this point, Treants may actually just be some food for the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if they just die in range of you, you heal, even if they get denied. So that's got to be quite nice.
Nisha. They're going to try and gank him up here. GPK does not have the shackles, but they're still going to try and run him down very low. The rocket comes in. The last hit from Nisha, he just died to the physical damage. Game was hard indeed. You may have made it a little harder for yourself there, GPK, as that was an unsuccessful rotation. Oh, did you see that? Leshrac was running over to steal their bounty rune.
Puppy denied it.
Puppy had already denied it with the neutral creep.
Very sad. Heads up play from Puppy, but Nisha's sad.
Yeah, this rotation from Nisha now trying to catch Arteezy. This Naga Siren's just going to be run down. Another win for Nisha here. Ramses. Oh, still gets clipped by the Blood Right. Whoops.
But I mean, the worst thing here is he's getting zoned off of a bunch of creeps that are going to die to the tower. He needs to TP in immediately.
Yeah, he's may not be able to wait until full health or something.
It's scary to do that. I mean, this looks like a huge wave bot. And now, okay, Crit's coming down to try to secure this.
He's probably calling like they might end up trying to dive me here. And, well, the Tiny is going to try and even things out here. We haven't talked about them. Ooh, here comes the Wrath of Nature. Zai's going to take a lot of damage. There it is, the big hit. Tried to zone him out. Was Ramses level 5 when he TP back?
I think so. I think so. He got it from the wave.
Yeah, the big wave came in. GPK trying to get away, but Nisha trying to run him down. The illusions. Oh, the tower hits. He's got the bottle. That'll be good enough with the healing salve. He's fine. Both the mid laners will barely live.
And that rocket hit at just the most inconvenient time and place. Like if it hits during the bottle and salve, then you cancel that, and he has to go back to base, which is fine. I mean, he can get back. He's an Ember Spear, but it's a little bit more annoying. And I think he might have died if that actually hit there. But once again, speaking of this Clockwork here, you never really want to bank on a rocket hitting to get a kill, but it would have been very convenient for Secret.
We're going to smoke up just like Nisha made a rotation earlier. Looks like GPK is going to be encouraged to do the same by Crit. We haven't actually talked about the 4 positions, but Crit and Yapzor have just kind of been running around the map together. It was like 4 minutes or something, and Yapzor was still level 1. Very much focused on trying to counter each other's rotations.
Right. That sometimes happens where it's like, if I just go where this Tiny goes, then nothing can happen on the map. And then nothing happens on the map. It's just like a core battle in the side lanes.
Zai, here comes the gank. Throws out the Blood Rights. Nisha is on his way with the silence already out, and Zai still not dead. This is looking quite good for Secret. They're going to be able to get the kill pretty easily on Crit, and Zai will heal back up.
Great build on Zai, going for the early Belt of Strength and Raindrop as well as Basilius. Like, he's got so many little stat-efficient items. When he played against OG and he was playing this Bloodseeker, he literally just went straight Veil. He didn't send out any items until Veil because he could be greedy, but in this game, he knows he can't be that greedy. He's got to send out those items.
You still have the scan behind the tower, but GPK's here, spotted by the rocket as it went overhead. The Wrath of Nature is going to go out. Do they have any vision on these heroes? Doesn't look like it. All of Secret head out of vision and don't take the big nuke damage. They know also that there is a ward to the left there in that Radiant jungle because the Chen creep got hit by the Wrath of Nature. So Puppy's already pinged that out.
The classic Wrath of Nature ward reveal.
Yeah.
That is the plight of many pub Nature's prophets. Their supports get very mad. Hey man, I can't control that.
It's true.
You kind of can, but not too much. It hits a lot of targets these days.
Yep.
Almost have the mech on Puppy. He actually went Bassy, so he's not rushing the mech, and still about 750 gold, and he'll have that. Just jungling. This is something that Puppy does. This is very annoying. Whenever I've been, once again, pubbing with this guy. Unfortunately, on the enemy team, anytime there's space on the map and he's not needed in a lane, he doesn't go rotate. He'll literally just jungle, and then he comes out of the jungle as like with core farm. It's like,
yeah.
Bro, Puppy, come on, man.
And with a lifestealer, like, what better hero to leave alone and feel comfortable, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And he's not really needed in the lanes. This is, you know, they're chilling for a bit. There's a bit of a grace period, and then I think they'll put on the pressure. Once they have the Chen mech, plus the Leshrac possibly having a Yules, man, that seems like a real solid timing.
Yeah, and this is looking like a snowball that is just going to roll right over Evil Geniuses, as they've already shown they're kind of lacking some damage when it comes to killing some heroes. They need to get those levels up on crit, because I think without him being maxed out Avalanche Toss, Secret, there's not a big enough threat to stop them at this point. Nisha's just going to put himself in this little cupboard and slowly Diabolic Edict down the tower. Fly's going to try and go for the last hit. Misses. Misses the deny. Now potentially caught here. Slowed down. Hits the stun. Opens up the trees. And Yapzor is able to keep running him down as a result. 10-minute bounty runes are coming up as well. And Matumba Man, he's going to secure one at top, or at least try to.
And that's one of those situations where clicking battle, crit wins.
Crit does manage to out-click him, so 2-for-2 split.
But with this Wyvern defending the bot lane, crit
goodness, die! That was a sick move. Knew he was going to be jumping over the double damage, and they get a big kill on GPK. Zai, you sly dog, you.
Wow, that was nice. It's hard to do things with this Bloodseeker offlane. It is definitely a good hero, but it's hard to make things happen. Like what we just saw is the skill that it takes to actually, you know, make a play with this Bloodseeker offlane. But it looks damn good when it does work.
Toss him all over. Just do a spot of damage. Secret. It seems like they're going to just keep on focusing on hitting neutral creeps until they hit that really big critical mass. There's the mech. And I'm not sure who picked up the Veil, on which side it was.
I think that would probably be Zai.
It was Zai, yeah.
Going for treads this game, so that way he can survive the magical damage. In the previous game where he played offlane Bloodseeker, he went brown boots, and then in another one he went for phase boots, because he could play more as a carry and he needed the physical resistance, but he just needs to survive burst in this game.
Crit. Toss up in the air. Just trying to get Matumba Man off of him. Hey. An extra bounty rune for Evil Geniuses.
I did actually watch a replay of Matumba Man playing this exact hero in a pub yesterday, and I noticed that he plays very safe on Lifestealer. He will sit in the safe lane, he will not go for any plays, and I think in the game that I watched that was applicable, that made a lot of sense, and I'm interested to see how he changes that up when he's against a Naga Siren. I don't think they're particularly interested in going late. I think they would really like to hit some sort of early game timing with the Lifestealer. I think they have the timing with the mech and, you know, going with Zai and with Nisha mid, but I think Matumba Man also has a bit later of a timing than that they want to push on, so.
Right. So, like, with the most illusion heroes, they're looking for, like, that third item timing, and you want to strike before that.
Yes, absolutely. Take as much of the map as you can so that it's just the illusion hero farming.
And you can see Nisha's doing just that, putting pressure from the trees with this Diabolic Edict. Puppy will take the last hit on the tower, and the map grows ever smaller for Evil Geniuses.
It's got that Yules, they have the mech. Yeah, they're super ready to go right now. My question is, okay, so Matumba makes a move. He's going to start being aggressive, play in the enemy jungle. My question for EG is, what team fight do they have to follow up the Naga song? Because I'm thinking, like, the big turnaround play for them will be Secrets. Obviously, they're taking control in the early game. They've got this kind of tempo lineup. there's a certain point EG want to strike, right? Does it matter if you get that third item on Naga Siren if Leshrac is strong enough to just clear all of your illusions? Like, what team fight do they have to set up? I suppose it's Winter's Curse. They can probably hit a pretty good tiny avalanche into Winter's Curse, and that could work. But it's not a Jakiro, you know? It's not what you would expect traditionally with this combo.
No, certainly not. There is no like Darkseer Disruptor combination or something like that to be able to play off of Nisha. Getting stun from the trees, just kind of pushing back GPK. Not a real threat, I would say.
Are these odds fair, do you think?
Judging by the game right now, I would say it's fair. Maybe at the start of the series, might be a little too Secret favored, but it's not that surprising, right? Secret have looked incredibly dominant, and I would definitely give them a big advantage for this series.
It's true. It's always very hard to count these like big name teams like Liquid and OG and EG. It's hard to count them as just complete underdogs because so many times you'll see a team just be dog shit in the group stage and then they'll completely destroy through like a lower bracket run or whatever.
Yeah.
They'll just find their groove because they're tier 1 players. Like they're the best of the best.
Yeah, and Evil Geniuses has not looked like the cleanest tier 1 team out there, right? They did lose to Navi, who's already out, right? So that's like one black mark on their run through the group stage.
Oh, here's the song.
There's the song going out.
Matamba? Oh, he's just running away. Okay.
Oh, they managed a hook shot. I'm stopping his TP. What a sick play from Yapzor. Got the angle. I think Arteezy was trying to kind of use Lifestealer in that one creep to kind of block any potential hooks, but wasn't good enough. Yapzor, a wily 4 position of Team Secret. He always seems to find a way.
That was not an easy angle to hit. Once again, another one of those problems with Clockwork is that you just have to be there for the opportunity. You just have to be already in position for when it happens. And I mean, Yapzor was. It's almost like he was expecting it.
Look at him. He's going for a Meteor Hammer.
I like it. Yeah. I like it. They don't necessarily lack tower push, but there is a lot of outpush on EG to kill creep waves. Naga Illusions, Winter Wyvern, Ember Spirit. So the more, the merrier in this game. Like, I don't think you want to go late. I think you want to just end this one early. Zai, man, he's cutting through the trees. He's a lumberjack.
Yep. And they've spotted Fly. They know he's here. They certainly got him with the Rocket Flare now, so they're going to be able to get the Rupture. Fly will eventually come down to Earth here. We'll use the Cold Embrace. Nobody's coming to save him, though. They take him, and they take this tier 2.
And this is, they're putting on a clinic right now. Secret, this is just like a tutorial for how to beat Heralds at Dota or something like that. I don't know, that's what this feels like.
Yeah.
It feels like EG can't do anything, man.
At the same time, in typical EG fashion, they're not down net worth-wise as much as I would expect. But in some ways, it's just because they haven't gotten into that one really bad team fight yet. We saw it yesterday, right? We're talking about 3K gold lead, and all of a sudden it was 9K off of one team fight.
Okay, here we go. This is a big pick.
Yeah, this would certainly be a massive one, as Ramses is definitely going down here in Arteezy. Can't really do much to save him.
He's got to be careful, man.
Yeah, certainly. He does not have the song back up yet. It was a level 1 song at that. Combo here onto Matama Man. He turns around. Starts laying into crit. I think crit is dead. Slowed down by the Purge, but didn't really need it too much. 9-1 to the favor of Secret now.
And we can see the gold lead mounting because Secret is basically just moving across the map, taking the towers, and basically the kind of flowchart order that it's easiest to take. And slowly but surely, EG is getting choked. They're going to get less bounties. We're going to see bounties spawn in 3 minutes from now. That's going to be a big gold difference. Roshan is now available because Secret is able to occupy this triangle with that mid tower being down. We have the top 2 towers that they need to take that I'm not sure if EG can defend. They do have that Orchid timing on Ramses. That seems like maybe an okay time to fight. But maybe you wait for Crit's Blink as well?
Yeah, I think you need that clear initiation for sure. And I don't think Ramsey's going to feel super good about team fighting until he has BKB.
That's a long way away.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That may be far too long to wait. As Secret is beginning to stretch that lead out a little bit further. Now 5,000 net worth lead as they've taken most of the towers on the map. It's just those top 2 left.
Like the aggressive ward there from Puppy. Just, okay, they're locked in their base. it's very dangerous for them to enter into their jungle. They're very likely to enter into this kind of small area in their jungle or into the triangle. You put the ward there.
Also, what's with the... I mean, he's got that one aggressive ward, but then he's got 3 mid lane wards. Back to back.
That is interesting.
Just all in a straight line. So if you take that first really aggressive one, then you're still having that other one to worry about.
Yep. I get the mid lane ward on the top left. It's a Roche ward. I believe there's one there. But the other two, maybe it's the order in which he placed it. Like, they did just take those towers, right?
Sure.
So.
Great. Going to be caught by Nisha. The rotation is going to come out from Ramses, putting in the work with this Orchid. Can they actually get this kill on Nisha, though? He's so damn fast with the Yule Scepter Boots of Travel build. He gets out of there pretty quickly. The Purge being used to take away the Flame Guard of GPK. There goes most of his damage.
Still holding on to the Chen heal, too. One other thing that I noticed watching Matumba's replay, with this Lifestealer, I'm sure this is like an every carry thing, because I think this is just a good concept. Would highly recommend watching Aui's video on this, but he always values protecting his backlines. Like, if he sees that his team is getting gone on, he runs to them immediately, and maybe he doesn't go in if it's too dangerous, but he's always there. He's always there to back them up, to be kind of that turret, that rock that his team can go to as a defense.
Look at Yapzor. He's been hiding out here on this side of things, and he's going to put that Meteor Hammer to use here. And Orchid, Ramsey's trying to protect himself, trying to get away. There's so many creeps here to tank up the battery salts, but old Yapzor, because his positioning, still had the hook shot in the tank. He'll probably die for this, but he's going to open up a lot of kills here, as they're going to still be able to take this fight in. GPK has to jump out, and they have to use the Song of Siren to prevent further losses here, but Crit, even with that additional help with the Song of Siren, he still can't get away. Matamba Man is here. He's come to collect. They're going to get the 2 kills. And are they even going to go high ground? They will. Okay, they just forced out the clip. All right, chill.
Yeah, they have a lot to still take. This entire top area of the map in Roshan. And by the way, you spoke about the adjustment in Matumba's build. Like, do you go for this Deso, Sanjin Yasha, Heaven's Halberd, whatever, like the regular Lifestealer build is? He's going for the Maelstrom, the Mjolnir. Like, this to me seems like the more modern version of this Radiance. And by modern, I mean Radiance became dog shit like a few months ago. But this is this is still a great item.
Meanwhile, Arteezy just trying to get a second big stat item, right? He goes for the Manta, doesn't go for Diffuser Blade. He's like, okay, I need actual stats to survive. He goes for the Scotty over the Heart. What do you think about that?
The Scotty's just the new age good item. I think against the Lifestealer, it's great. I mean, against all of these heroes, they have the Chen heals, they have the heals on Bloodseeker, they have the heals on Lifestealer.
I mean, how is he supposed to stay on top of this Nisha Leshrac if he ever does get on top of him, right? It's like he's super fast with Boots of Travel Yules.
I honestly think he needs Heart Scotty.
Oh my god, GPK. He gets hit by the Meteor Hammer. It's not like Yapzor is going to be able to do anything to... okay, maybe. Jumps away to the Remnant. Stun came a little too soon.
Yeah, you can see he went for that instant, like, frame-perfect timing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you have to against an Ember Spirit. He's just got no cast time on the Remnant. So you have to get very lucky to pull that off. I mean, Nisha's one of those players. Like, I've seen this guy do the Yule's coil break on Puck. Almost consistently. But if you can do that, like, once or twice in a game, that's already impressive. That's like a 1 out of 10 times thing. You know, you can Yules and then it breaks the coil.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is coil. If you go to the very edges of it and pop Yules, the Z-axis will break the coil.
Actually, no, it's because the Yule spins you. So you go, you move out of coil range while invulnerable.
Oh, okay,
and so he's done that in a game like 3 times. He'll do it in a game.
Oh, I see.
So I'm saying that mechanically, Nisha's the type of guy that I would expect to pull something like this off.
Right.
But it's not easy.
Well, they got their second tower of the game on Evil Geniuses. Thanks to GPK's aggression. Ramsey's going to try and collect a third here. Arteezy playing nearby, ready to go with a Song of Siren. Matamba Man thinking to himself, there's no way this Nature's Prophet is playing this aggressively without some boys behind him. But now, Matamba Man has some boys of his own. Do they have any disables to stop him, though? Oh, the hook shot comes in just in time from Yapzor. Once again, right place, right time. He was the first person to TP in. Just those little things, right?
Great team play too. Matamba got out of the way, and the moment he TP'd in, he hooked. Like Matamba knew he was going to hook and gave him the angle, and then he moved out, and then also Yapzor knew Matamba was going to move out of the way. He throws the hook. That's just Great trust.
And
Good
I like
trust.
this from Nisha, immediately moving to the other side of the map. He showed a bunch of heroes, right? What is any split-pushing hero going to do? I've got to run down that top lane. And Nisha's going to say, no. This top lane's not going to push out too much. I'm not going to let it get out of control. And he can do that because he's the one holding the Aegis.
And he's got the travels. Like, he just second item travels to Shrek. Yule's travels, you feel so incredibly fast. Even if it's a bad travels game, it still feels like a good item because you're so hard to kill in fights. You just run away from people. But then, like you said, he has the Aegis to boot, so do you really need tanky items? You can just go for a Kaya, because he's got a casual Kaya building the Bloodstone. I guess not so casual, but...
And now you could see Evil Geniuses, the only people that are getting farm, I mean, they do have heroes that are able to find farm because their natural mobility or split pushing powers, but even so, it feels like the map is closing in on them, right? Arteezy's only throwing illusions down lane. Ramses is playing in their jungle right now with the teleport. And GPK, he's just strictly trying to defend.
I do want to point out something cool about what Ramses is doing. He was given some sentries and wards, and so he places a ward in the mid lane. I think he probably placed that bot ward as well, and then he also places a sentry on a high ground.
He went for the tower, and he's going to get caught.
Oh, no. I was literally about to say, because you, against a Nature's Prophet, you would high ground ward places like that.
Yep.
Because you know that he's going to play in your jungle.
Yep.
And so he put the sentry on the other high ground eye spot, but not that one.
Yep.
And that's why he got picked off, because Secret, they kind of next level. They put it in the other one. No, they got lucky. Just the right one. He walked through it.
Tier 3 that's already taken a decent amount of damage, and Secret, thanks to Chen, thanks to some of their mobility, they're just able to go from picking somebody off in that bottom lane and immediately be reformed up in a pretty good ball to take this top lane of barracks. And Evil Geniuses, it just feels like they're running out of options here, and I don't know when this game turns around for them, Jenkins. Like, I don't know if this game delays another 10 minutes, if they are still incapable of fighting. Crit tries to come in, goes for the toss back of the Yules, but a Rage and a Yule Scepter is going to stop that.
Oh, that's
Winter's
not
Curse, but it's not what they wanted, that's for sure. Song of Siren being used as well. That is Evil Geniuses using most of their big ultimates here, their big team fighting abilities, and getting nothing for it.
Yeah, so all they need to do now is just...
Oh, look at him. They saw him. Ramses TP'd in, grabbed the bounty rune, and Nisha immediately TP'd in, and Matumba Man infested inside of Nisha, so he's going to join him for this kill onto Ramses.
I'm a little surprised he died in the same spot, especially with the presence of mind to put the sentry on the other high ground D-ward spot.
Yeah, he must have just thought, oh, it was because I killed the tower. They just kind of like estimated where I was.
Sure, that's yeah, definitely.
But the truth was, they knew exactly where he was because there was a high ground ward.
Right. It's the Nature's Prophet counter when you're winning, which...
And look at this. Evil Genius is like, okay, they just showed bottom lane, guys. Let's push out to top. Arteezy faking himself there. Is just going to run through all of this, but Crit, it doesn't have quite the same options here. Trying to get into the side lane of the trees and blink away. Fly will just Cold Embrace and extend his life. It won't be for very long, though. A Blood Rage Nisha is very scary, especially when he's got that extra life, so he can kind of play fearlessly. GPK, got to be careful of the Basher here. There it goes. But the Rage is also running out. Crit with the toss back. They do have the Orchid there as well, but oh no, Ramses, he doesn't want to be in melee range. Fortunately, the Ensnare is there, tries to buy him a little bit of space, but he still goes down. Matumba Man does end up falling here, trading his life for Ramses. Nisha, the old GPK, I think he's just trying to cut more mid creep waves potentially and get away from this team fight that's going around.
Really solid pickoff there from EG. Oh man, that would have been devastating.
Yeah, it certainly would have.
Nisha was like picking his nose or something, so he wasn't moving around. He went like AFK for a second there.
Needed to take a breather.
Yeah, he's like, ooh, an Arcane Rune, let me think about that. Now that was a nice, really nice toss back, catching him without the Rage there into the Orchid. That's the only way that they can kill him is by isolating him like that. Matumba, when he plays this hero, he's always on the front line. Super aggressive.
All right, they're killing a puppy. That's what they want. Matumba Man's dead still, so they're like, all right, we got some time to work with. Let's just grab whoever we can. Not a terribly value kill, but, you know, it's always kind of nice to kill Chen and his creeps.
Yeah. Once again, without Matumba, like, there's nobody to really play the front line. Nisha doesn't want to do it. It's a little too risky. Zai, he hasn't built to be super tanky with the Veil build.
I'm still left with that kind of perplexing problem here. When does Evil Geniuses feel good about their team fight? Like, what is the power spike? What are the items that we need here, Jenkins?
Oh, man. Honestly, I feel like you build for... He's got a Dagon on Bloodseeker. Oh, boy. I've seen people doing this in pubs recently. It definitely feels nice. You can do a lot of damage. I think Fog was telling you can do, like, 2,000 damage between Ethereal Blade, Dagon with Blood Rage and Veil.
That sounds pretty high to me.
Yeah, pretty high damage. And remember, like, this is in the late game when people have 50 armor, so it's quite effective in terms of the damage.
Sure, absolutely. And in a weird way, it's like everyone's scaling up in armor, but nobody really scales anymore in magic armor at some point.
No,
you just have the pipes. So in a weird way, it goes magic damage, super good, then physical damage, super good, and then magic damage starts coming back a little bit in the late game.
It would be different if people got like 6 hearts. If multiple hearts was the meta,
Sure.
then magic damage, Monkey King Bar, for example, wouldn't be so good as well, because it's magic damage. But items, I Rapier. That's Rapier on probably Ramses.
Every single time, you're just kind of watching Secrets run through lanes as quick as possible, move to the other side of the map, push the lanes in, trying to counteract this split push that's happening.
One more kill, then we get weed number.
Oh, the weed number.
That'll be funny. I'm gonna laugh at that when that happens.
That'll be some
Come on,
good
Ramses.
Twitch chat memes.
Ramses, let's go.
I know you love those.
He's in the trees.
Now I want Evil Geniuses to get a kill.
Don't do it. We can't get 3-2-2. EG, unfortunately, Matumba threw that opportunity. Now, I think to turn this game, you need some nuclear option. It's not enough to just get Naga's 4th item. They have the answer to it. It would be different if there wasn't a Leshrac on Team Secret. That's the thing. If there wasn't a clear answer to the Naga, then I think it would be different. And Yapsor, even something like this Meteor Hammer, this is somewhat of an answer. You have something that's at least a follow-up AoE stun for the Leshrac stun. If there's a bunch of illusions on you, you can just cogs them and then stun them and damage them with this Meteor Hammer. Then there's the Mjolnir as well. Like, they're itemizing really well to deal with this. That's something that Secret is extremely good at, is that they'll often just pick heroes that are really good and have synergy and then itemize to deal with the enemy team's stuff. They'll counter it in that way, which I think is a very cool way of looking at the game. But they did pick, obviously, the counter to Leshrac. Let's not ignore that. This is a very good hero versus the Naga.
Look at Nisha, just running in. He pops the spider legs, and Arteezy says, nope. Crit, he's still going to be caught here. It looks like the hook shot did land. It caught Fly instead of Arteezy's Naga Siren that he was looking for. They do still manage to get the kill onto Crit. And now we have an Abyssal Blade complete for the Lifestealer, so Arteezy is going to have to be even more scared than he was before. He's going for a Butterfly next to try and deal with a Lifestealer, but as soon as he builds a single component...
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, dude. The MKB is immediately going to come out from this hero that already loves the item.
Yeah, and it's not like Nisha cares at all about the Butterfly.
He does not care. Neither does Zai with his Dagon 5 soon.
But it is a terrible position because it's like, okay, but do you get heart? Like, that helps Lifestealer in a way.
It's not easy. I would legitimately think that EG has a better shot in this game if they had a carry Natures. If Ramses was their carry and took farm priority, I would prefer a Natures to carry this game. Because then you can actually get a Rapier. And with the Rapier, of course, everything changes. It's just so much damage.
It's just a very weird power spike that is a little bit unnatural. Meanwhile, this Naga Siren can't build it.
It's kind of a linear growth with Naga, but they're looking for something exponential at this point.
Yeah.
They're looking for 2 to the end growth. Maybe 10 to the end. I don't know.
And here they are, Evil Geniuses, all huddle on the high ground. We've seen them make comebacks before, but that's usually based around, we've got Enigma.
Oh, I just
high
realized.
ground with a black hole or something.
Weed number, by the way. All right. Nisha, take a lot of damage.
He did take a hefty amount of damage there. But
boy. Tornadoes.
Hefty amount of damage was also done to the tower.
This is just annoying. Puppy, please, mercy. We don't want to be slowed. Not in our base. This is a safe space.
There are no safe spaces in 2020. Jenkins,
This is true.
not when Secret's involved.
This is very true. Is that a that's a fully completed Dagon 5, I think.
Yeah.
At 32 minutes.
It is nice to see a different
no, it's
Bloodseeker
not.
build
Dagon
because I
3.
feel like every Bloodseeker we saw went Veil into Guardian Greaves, right?
Yes, Veil into Yules into Guardian Greaves.
Yeah.
That's usually the build. I wonder if he's sending out Dagon components or if he's sending out the Lotus Orb. Is he being a good boy or is he being a bad boy? He's being a good boy.
You know he's being a good boy. Zai is only ever a good boy.
He's like, I'm done memeing at this point. Dagon 3 is enough. We've tortured EG enough. Let's put them out of their misery. Let's go high ground.
Crit. Oh, they need to kill those creeps. Fortunately, they do. They're going to stop Nisha's teleport in. Puppey is free.
Okay, take control back of your triangle. That's definitely something. I like that he switched up the butterfly. I think we both had some issues with that. I think a lot of carry players would look at that and be like, I don't know, but it's Arteezy, so he's probably making the right decision. Well, he did make the right decision, BKB, against a Naga. That is, or against the Leshrac as a Naga.
Yeah.
That's kind of what he's got to get. That or a heart.
And then he just goes the most popular damage item at this point with the MKB, right?
Yep. I think that's a Lifestealer who has the evasion talent. He needs some single target DPS as much as he'd like to have stats on Naga. It's not the game for it. Maybe if he gets the MKB and goes for that build, a Rapier is not too bad if he's building to like right-click with his main hero.
So we had that change, right, where you now lifesteal off of illusions. That was several patches back,
Yes.
right?
Big-
You also spell lifesteal off illusions, I assume?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not actually
Because
sure.
Nisha now has an Octarine Core, which you're going to see him put to good use. There's a Lotus Orb on the toss.
You know the great thing about this Octarine Core, and a big reason why I think Leshrac is incredible in the late game?
Uh-huh.
Well, every item that builds from the... Is it Soul Booster? I always forget what that item is called.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
so bad. You have 10% magic resist. So you have these incredible late game like stat items, right? You have a ton of HP from the Bloodstone. You have a ton of HP from the Octarine Core, but they also give you magic resist. So like this guy's incredibly tanky, even without the BKB. Like he can survive the magic burst with these items. Then he's got HP on that as well. So Leshrac, he's just loving life right now with this new. He's one of the only heroes, I gotta say, that really loves the new Bloodstone change. Like Storm.
Yeah.
I think there's a reason that hero's win rate is terrible right now.
Probably the most iconic Bloodstone hero there.
Yep. Leshrac like doesn't need that much mana, but he needs a bit. He needs a bit extra. And then the Bloodstone giving the percentage spell damage. Ooh, he's loving that.
He's going to quickly heal up real quick. 60-second cooldown for that Bloodstone. And going to start marching high ground. Any Blood Rage? Maybe... a
bit risky.
Maybe they don't need it, though. Glyph going to be used. Meteor Hammer lands in an Arteezy. GPK just kind of poking at them, trying to persuade Secret to back down. And doesn't look like they're going to. Oh, there's the jump forward to the Abyssal Blade with the nuke coming out from Zai. They just quickly bring down this Ember Spirit, who does not have buyback fly. Looks like he's going to be doing the same here. Couldn't even get off the Winter's Curse as he gets bumped around. Fortunately, he does have buyback. They're going to re-smoke up. They need a beautiful Winter's Curse here to be able to turn this team fight around. 4 versus 5. He's still smoked up, looking for his opening. Looks like he may play into the trees here. Nisha threatening to just run in, as he does still have that Aegis. Tossed over onto the side. Oh no! Matama Man lands into Arteezy and immediately starts going to work, and Arteezy got cold and Brace just dies to the magic damage. Okay, that's it. Looking forward to see how Secret fares against OG.
Congratulations.
Jeez.
Wow. You know, it's scary. It's like physically, I'm intimidated. Watching Team Secret make EG look like that. I don't like these guys. I swear, he's called Cyborg Matt for a reason. This is not a team of humans. They are AI. I'm not joking. This is a real thing that I'm saying.
I was wondering where this was going. I was like, what?
They're not human. How can you make a tier 1 team look like that? I've seen EG make teams look like they're terrible. And that was... It looked like EG were a bunch of heralds. I don't know what to say. That was insane.
That's Team Secret for you.
They did the same thing to OG.
It just doesn't seem to matter if if you're in the middle of the DPC, it's game over. If you match up against them in any tournament, they just seem to always be able to put in the work.
You know what it is?
What?
These guys are just next level when it comes to their thinking about the game. I love that Matumba, in his interview, he said that he watches old TI replays instead of recent replays. Just getting into the mindset of like God gamers. He said he watches Ana. It's got to be some, like, this is some One Punch Man stuff.
So you're saying they have all the execution in the world, mechanically very, very skilled players, but you think they're the thinking man's team?
I think they are. I
Well,
really do.
We're going to think a little bit longer and a little bit harder, and I'm sure Evil Genius is certainly going to be racking their brains in how to beat Team Secret. That's what everybody's thinking about. We'll head to Game 2 after the panel.
Yeah, dominating performance from Team Secret here against Evil Geniuses in the upper bracket of the Immortal Division of the Omega League. I'm here with Fogged and I'm here with BSJ, and we're going to break down this game. What do you think about this game, Brian?
It reminds me of a time when I was a young boy, and my father, he took me to the International to see, I already messed it up.
When I was a young
He took me to Seattle to see the International, and he asked me if one day I'd be the savior of North America, the beaten and the baby ragers. And I said, no. After watching this game, he asked me, son, have you done it? And this is pure proof that, I don't know, man. Europe is so much freaking better than NA. It's crazy.
I mean, I feel like this is going to be a panel gushing over Team Secret skill, Fox, because they're so good.
They just did everything right, and this last pick, honestly, was like the game breaker. Nisha counters Arteezy, smashes mid lane, takes every objective, makes every move around the map, and then everybody else just looks like they have a kind of an easier style of game, but they're all doing crazy stuff as well, right? Yap's on this clockwork, Meteor Hammer solo killing Ramses because he cut through some trees. Like, these guys are on some next level shit.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't even look like they're trying either, right? You're just like, yeah, Yapster's just walking around mid lane at 3.5 minutes in with level 1 clockwork with flare. Like, he doesn't even have battery assault. And then Zai, like, the Blood Rage on the Lesh, man. 30% spell amp on top of the Bloodstone with the Essence Ring for regen. Like, he's just so tanky, not to mention that all of his items now have been buffed. The hero, like all the items that this hero naturally buys, the Bloodstone cooldown, the Shiva's heal reduction against heroes like the Wyvern. It just looks like, we were talking off panel when we were watching the draft, and I was like, isn't this just a really good Leshrac game?
Yeah, you said it before.
Yeah, and Fogged has been raving about when are we finally going to see this hero against these illusion heroes, and I think the meta, Secret's always just one step ahead, right?
Yeah.
They've figured it out, and teams are trying to figure out, okay, we play, like Naga, one of our best heroes, Arteezy's signatures, and once again, his signature move, he's still farming for next game.
Yeah, I felt like they all were kind of farming for the next game, right?
Yeah.
They were just getting picked off, all separated. I never saw any unity in EG. In the entirety of the game, I never saw them together, except for when they were killing Puppey by himself with 5 heroes twice.
And he had, like a Reeves and a Crimson or something?
Yeah, Mech Vanguard medallion. I mean, typical Puppey having insane amount of items too. But yeah, it's really everything from Secret. Because sometimes you see these games, sometimes you see these teams, it's like, damn, this Lesh is owning, damn, this Lifesteal is owning. And then you look, look at the bottom, the Chen's not having that good a game. They just have the same net worth as the Nature's Prophet on the enemy team on the 2 supports. So they have this like insane cast of players just doing everything. It's really insane to watch.
I never thought I'd see a first pick Lifestealer and be like, not too shabby. Looks like a decent Lifestealer game. Yeah, they have the counters, but they just understand so perfectly. Like, for me, when I describe Lifestealer, I think I want to be unkillable and I want to be able to sit in my own safe lane and not have to react to what my teammates are doing because I don't really help anybody else and I don't need anyone else to help me. And that seems like, okay, I know this, right? As a player, I know this because I've played a lot of Lifestealer. But as a team, the draft, the play style just perfectly enables these first round core picks. I highlight the Lifestealer because even though it doesn't look like he carries the game, you can't first round a carry hero and have it be dumpster, right? It has to still have its impact in the game. It's obviously going to have less impact than your overall last pick, but the way they make it work with the anti-mages, the Lifestealers, like, this is what Matumba Man does, right? He does it on his other teams. They're giving him like the kind of just bread and butter heroes that he's just going to make them work, and I love how they fit them into their strategies.
I like how they also, the big thing I noticed, at least with the opening Lifestealer, is for me, I look at EG, and I think one of their big win conditions for me is crit. he has to pop off. In most of the games, he's the one who's doing stuff. Otherwise, the game is pretty static. Him and GPK, right, for the majority of the times. You pick Lifestealer, and they know that this Tiny's not a flex for EG. This is always a crit Tiny. So I feel like Matumba's just like, okay, or Team Secret in particular, just like, okay, we've now shut down the big playmaker, and we have so much freedom because no one else is going to really do anything if crit is shut down.
They made that aggressive tri-lane. They forced EG to run an aggressive tri-lane. Or was that EG's choice? Like, the aggressive tri-lanes, we haven't seen that much of that this tournament.
And they set it up, too. They actually were doing the right thing, too, on EG. I actually watched. Crit was moving, and he was body blocking small camp. Fly was Wyvern blocking, body blocking the hard camp. For the first 2.5 minutes, I think it was, they weren't allowing these creeps to spawn. But either way, they still weren't able to put the pressure onto Matumba, and YapzOr was just running around with level 1 rocket from lane to lane. Like,
what I want to be clear about, which is just such a cool thing for people watching, right? How often do you see 4-position clock go level 1 flare? It happens sometimes, but very rarely, right? It's like the idea is he wants to battery assault on top of heroes and bully them, but they have absolutely no way to kill illusions. So if he doesn't have flare, then there's going to be illusions, and his battery assault's useless anyways. If you watch his first 3 creep waves, he just flares the creeps and the Naga illusions. It's like, what? You know, every hero can be played in so many different ways, even at the most minute level in the early game, and I love it.
Yeah, we saw Clockwork in the previous series as a position 5, so a little bit different there. But I remember the post game was also saying, yeah, the Clockwork, you know, sometimes Clockwork just doesn't work, and is the hero really that good and stuff. This was, I don't even know. This was a mad Clockwork from YapzOr. They get to get away with these little things as well. Like, was there anything you guys feel like at any point in this game that EG had a shot here? Because it was a longer game than we saw Secret have against OG, for example, but it still felt like, I mean, EG was just heading for that cliff and there was no way to stop it.
I didn't see synergy in their draft. I'm okay with seeing Nagasarn when you have some type of follow-up, but I'm seeing also, too, it's like Arteezy's going to farm forever in this game, and he's into a counter. And they have no real good ways of like accumulating a team fight. Like, what, is he gonna song into a Wyvern curse? Like, these type of situations don't happen. So they're just playing for a full split push game forever. And I feel like when you're playing versus if you're playing versus a team, especially like Secret, that's asking for you're asking for kind of failure in that point, because you're gonna get the map constricted on you. You have to be able to fight at some point. And for me, this kind of draft that they have with Nature's Prophet, Naga, and Ember Spirit cores, it just feels awkward. It feels like all 3 want to farm. And Ember loses his mid lane, so it makes it hard for him to move.
It's like the highlight I want to give, though, is I was watching the game and I think to myself, okay, pretty sick draft from Secret, but would this work if my mid, if say I was drafting for Secret, if my mid didn't get a solo kill on the Ember when he got ganked by Wyvern? Like, he got ganked and got a solo kill with level 5. Like, he wasn't even level 6 yet. I'm just like, I don't know. That just makes it look a little too... Like, it doesn't even matter sometimes what they pick.
No, it's just picture perfect. It's like, oh, kill happens. I mean, the gank from a Bloodseeker off lane.
Oh my god, on the rune. I didn't even see what he did preemptively. And he's like, yeah, he preemptively silenced the Remnant Ember Spirit.
But, like, how did they know that was the place? Like, okay, you know, as a team, you want to ward at least 1 rune. They had vision on the top rune. They knew it wasn't there. Obviously, you go bottom. Makes sense. But how did they know that was the one where there was no vision? Or was it just gamble? And then lucky guess?
Maybe it could have just been a lucky guess a little bit there, but then it ends up looking that beautiful. Like, Zai just predicts his movement coming, with the Remnant. But
the thing that's so awesome about Tier 1 teams is an example of that play is, if say they did have vision and he blood rights, he's just going to walk up and take the rune because Ember's not going to go to it, right? But if he doesn't have vision, then you're going to blood right him. So they make these plays that are calculated in a way where, like, worst case scenario, nothing happens. But best case scenario, they're assuming there's an objective there in terms of this. In this case, it's just a rune, but there's an objective there. You're going to be wanting to go there. And by the chance that you do go, whether it's a bounty rune, a power rune, a tower, we're going to be ready to punish you for it.
Yeah. Credit to EG, though, because we talked a little bit about this in the early stages of the game, how Secret normally gets quite a few extra gold lead in the early stages of the game, like 3, 4K, minute 6, minute 5. EG was still able to keep up with the gold for a very long time. Like, I think it was minute 10 when Secret was only 2K ahead. Still ahead, obviously, but we've seen teams do a lot worse than that.
Yeah, it shifted. I mean, it was right after that moment that it really shifted, though, right? I mean, they're farming in their lanes because I think they set themselves up in pretty decent lanes. Like, the Nature's Prophet versus Bloodseeker does great until that Bloodseeker gets, like, level 5, get level 6, level 7. It starts to get harder then because he gets his creep cleared. Mid, I think that one was always a really hard matchup, but Naga is set up in a favorable kind of position, right, versus Lifestealer with the backup of his supports. But then 10 minutes hit, Nisha takes all 3 towers, and then you're constricted on the map, and Crit doesn't even get to play the game. He ends the game with like what, only a couple kill involved.
Well, the game sense that they have. I keep talking about these small things they're doing right, but the kill that Leshrac got at 5 minutes it was when he solo killed the Ember on the gank, and instead of going to his own bounty rune because he was about 150 health after that, instead of going to his own bounty rune, he was fully aware that crit was bottom because he had just taken participation in the bottom lane. He then goes to the top rune that Puppey is camping for him. He picks it up and immediately kills Arteezy in the top lane. And it's just like, you talk about this Naga having a pretty good lane and all that kind of stuff, and it just doesn't matter the second he dies at that stage in the game. Suddenly his game's just over. And if one of these things didn't happen that way, maybe the game's playable for EG, but it always does this. Like, it's not a coincidence. The stars always align. Secret just, God, man, it's mad props.
They write the Dota.
They do.
They write the script.
Now, Dota is also the type of game where someone can tell you, hey, this is good, this is good, this is good, but it won't be, you don't know that it's good until you play it or you play against it in this case. So, obviously, EG goes into this knowing that Secret is good, knowing that they do all these little things right. Now they've experienced it. How much different do you guys feel like their approach will be in the second game of the series? Deep sighs coming up. Ryan, you want to?
I wish I could answer that.
I've preached this many times that I don't learn much when I get spanked. I learn when I like lose to people that are better than me, but it's tangible. You know what?
Do you feel like this was a spanking?
Yeah, I feel like at no point in the game, EG, past maybe 3 or 4 minutes, did I think they had any chance to win this game. Like it just, they're down by 2K at 5 minutes, and it just kept going from there. For me, I don't know what you do. Like, you just got outmaneuvered, outplayed, outdrafted, everything. So at that point, if you try to say this is what we're going to do differently going into the next game, can you really say that with confidence? Can you say, like, this is going to fix it?
What do you pinpoint even, too? It's just like,
oh my God,
there's a million different things, right? Just like, well, top went okay.
Top went fine.
but mid didn't, so I think maybe, I don't know, maybe they should have covered their bases better a little bit on the bans. Maybe GPK should have played a little careful. There's so many questions that come to mind.
Dolphin fact.
These are my favorite.
Dolphins live in schools or pods of up to about 12 individuals. Great.
Okay.
Don't really have anything to add to that.
No.
Dozen dolphins, huh? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, completely derailed my train of thought.
Alliteration there.
I forgot what I was going to say. It was probably going to be some kind of compliment to Team Secret, because I feel like that's where we're at. Like, where are you going to find the holes, right? All right, so one of the things that I also remember Peter saying before the game started, GPK is a beast. He wins his lane.
Yep.
This lane he did not win. Is Ember versus Lesh, is that supposed to be a Lesh favored matchup?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
All right, so very simple then. Well, it sounded simple. Set him up for success in a better way. This game around, it should be overall last pick going the way of EG, right? Set him up for success. Is that something you want to focus on? Like, is that's the person you want to give a good game so that he can buy time for Arteezy to farm?
Yeah, it's just, I think it's difficult to do that when you're picking a Naga Siren lineup, because then it becomes about the Naga Siren entirely, pretty much. So I feel like when they do have that hero, it's really hard, but I feel like that's for like a majority of the heroes that EG does play.
I mean, it's the same reason that Sumail didn't work with EG. I feel like that was my main concern. We've been talking about how good GPK is, but he seems like the center focus of whatever team he's ever been playing on. I don't necessarily believe that works with Arteezy. Isn't this just a rinse and repeat of EG after like all the previous TIs? Like, they're obviously amazingly skilled players, and they're going to be top 5 in the world at most times, but is it ever going to be good enough to win something major? You know, is that ever going to happen? I don't.
Something major.
I see what you did there.
Yes. No, it's a good question though. Is it going to be good enough? We don't know.
We don't know.
Right? They got it, but they
got
the
mid lane. Definitely a way to change it up.
Yeah, it is difficult though.
Just win mid.
Just win mid. Yeah, it sounds so simple. I mean, we've like in the green room said Nisha best player, Thompson close second. But like,
different styles.
Different styles.
It was different styles. I think that Nisha can play more around of like a centric around himself, while Thompson, he's willing to make the sacrifices for his team. He's like, I'm dying, but I'm gonna dump all my spells out so that everybody else gets enabled. I feel like Nisha gets more of the blessing of he's just like 12-0 and 5 or something.
I think Thompson's laning stage is just obviously adequate for pro level. He's not bad. He's very good. Everyone in the mid lane in pro is good, but I think he shines like mid to late game decision making where he just dives into the enemy base when you think, hey, they can't go high ground against an Arc Ward, and he takes half of everyone's health, just dies, and then buys back, and the game's over because he did that. Yeah. Nisha's the type of player where you watch the game and you're like, he snowballs his lane, he makes early moves. All of it's to enable himself, really, though, but that doesn't make him selfish by any means. But It's just complete dominance in different ways. I'm very curious to see how they play out when they play against each other. I'm assuming next series, maybe a ballsy prediction to say they're going to win.
Okay, so we have analyzed the game here a little bit. We're going to go over to T Governor, who is also going to analyze a little bit of that first game of EG versus Secret.
Hello everybody, this is Budget Purge, and as you can see here, looking at this bottom pressure, you'd expect Team Secret to really want to push in deep and maybe pressure this tier 3 tower. Seeing this Furion in the top lane, applying this kind of top pressure, it's about Ramses and how he gets picked off due to RTZ, actually, surprisingly enough. But we'll show you the replay in a second. As you can see, once the replay does start, we're going to see how, here we go, highlights time. So he instantly gets yours picked off, but just beforehand, it was the fact that Arteeza was pinging the clockwork and going, guys, let's try and go for something here, and him dying. The repercussions of this aggressive play, trying to keep the game going, was the fact they died top and die mid, and at this point, I feel like you just lose complete map control. When you're playing a hero like Furion, you're trying to skip waves and be obnoxious. And the really interesting thing, and the key thing for Team Secret, is the fact that they valued this pressure, or mitigating the pressure from this Furion in the top lane. You take away this top pressure, and then as Team Secret, you basically want to force the map in, building up this kind of wall of aggression. And the fact that they were able to identify this, kill this Furion top, pick off mid, and at like minute 15 or 16, they've now taken bottom and mid tier 2s, allowing them to completely choke out the game. So props to Secret, sorry, my god. Props to Secret for playing super aggressive and understanding that taking tier 3s isn't critical, it's about choking out the map. Well played, Secret. Back to the panel.
Yes, it is about indeed choking that map. Now, one thing that I want to look forward to for game number 2, well, first of all, obviously, it starts in the draft. And one thing that we saw from Secret already in the first series in the group stages, they first to their cores. We saw Lifestealer first to this time around. We saw Anti-Mage previous time around. I think maybe it's time that if you have a player like Arteezy, there's a lot of pressure on him carrying the game. We saw Secret also acknowledging that. First phase or second phase banning the Arc Warden, the Terrorblade, the Faces Void. Like, isn't it time for EG to get onto the train to pick their carry first? First two?
Think it might happen. It depends on like I think that second pick is something that we keep talking about because you can cover your base a lot of times when you can open, you open up with your carry and then you ban pick the ones you don't want to play against. So yeah, I mean, if they're second pick, I do think they can.
We've seen other teams try to do this, and sometimes they ban 3 heroes that look like they're enabling the hero, and then suddenly the 4th pick for the opponent team is not only good against the rest of the lineup, but also hard counters their carry.
Yeah.
And that moment is when the team that first round of that core just loses the draft. So I'll say that that's something they could definitely consider.
High risk, high reward.
Yes, you can consider it. If you get away with it, you're basically saying we get to hide our space makers, and then our carry's going to have a decent game because he's going to have space, even if it's not the best matchup scaling. But I've just seen too many teams attempt it, and they just get crippled where their carry literally has no game for the entire game. And it's so easy said compared to execution.
Sounds a little bit. I mean, it sounds a little bit better than just like having your carry not doing anything, and then your 4 position not able to do anything to enable you, right? Like for me, it's like
Tiny got neutered by the lifesteal.
Yeah, he got completely destroyed. So I actually think that might be not that bad because then Crit can actually play the game. And I was talking about how like for me, when EG is looking good, it's when Crit's looking good. So I actually think I would like that.
Yeah, if you just compare like the how impactful Lifestealer looks as a first round pick, even though it's a core, compared to the first round picks of EG, they don't do anything. That's a sad reality.
And then the question is, of course, what is EG talking about after this game? Like, what would they be focusing on after a game like that? You're saying, like, it was not even close, when you have a smacking, like, what do you really learn from that? What do we think EG learned from this game?
I think I go the same mindset with what I talked about the other day of how you recover from a bad game.
Yeah.
Anything that would be required for you to win this series, you're probably not going to learn it during the series. You're going to have known it beforehand. So remain confident in what you came into the series thinking was going to be the way you managed to take it.
Stick to the plan.
Yeah, stick to the plan. Maybe, swap a few things up just to make sure that you address the things that you think went wrong the first game. But don't overthink it because it's going to be even worse if you do. At least I think so.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna still stand by just enable crit, enable GPK, and then worry about Arteezy just getting space from them.
He's gonna farm.
It'll
be
farm
fast.
but make sure that these other guys can have a good game.
It sounds so straightforward.
Nice,
yeah, I think that's what we're gonna come circling back around. It's like it's just win, lol. Something that Secret makes look so easy in these games because they do it like effortless in their drafts, going for their carry first 2 in the picks and protecting the carry, and it seemed effortless. But why can't anybody really copy it the same way? I mean, that's the ancient old question, I would imagine.
I just think the drafting for now for Secret, the reason why it's so unbeatable, even more so this year than other years, is what Matumba Man offers to this team. The fact that he is a core that is willingly getting his hero picked in the first round. Yeah. I've played against him in pubs about 5 times while I'm here. He just first picks his hero. He literally just first picks. Doesn't matter if it's IO, Faceless Void. He just literally first picks it. He is preparing himself. He is practicing, knowing in his Secret games he's going to be playing against 3 or 4 counters.
Yeah.
Why not put yourself in that same environment in pubs? And I think I just love his work ethic. Even Jenkins was talking about how Matumba Man studies, what he studies. It's just a sight to behold, honestly.
I think they also just have. I look at EG and I feel like they have a much smaller hero pool. I look at Secret and I'm like, these guys could pick literally anything.
Literally.
And yeah, in majority of the games, you can see Yaps are playing some carry, support Luna or something. Who knows? They just vary a lot of the times. They always have this Chen up their pocket too. So
do you feel like
tough to draft
the Bloodseeker that they've basically pulled out last week? Is that also do they have a couple more of those heroes to just pull out over Bloodseeker Veil in this case? Even do they have a couple more of those combinations just on a shelf somewhere to pull out whenever?
Probably. I mean, Zai randoms in most of his games in pubs and stuff and just plays it off lane.
That's
He gets a veil.
Out, right?
Yeah, that's how you figure stuff out. You just do it. Just try it out. So I'd imagine they have a lot more strategies up their sleeve.
Well, let's see if something like that is going to come out here in game number 2. We have Secret versus EG, game 2 of the upper bracket here. And we're going over to the draft panel where PPD is still joining our draft pantheon.
When you get a real lemon of a hero, you gotta make lemonade out of it. I should have planned that out. I thought I had something else with that. Kyle, you're good at metaphors.
What happens when life gives you swindle melon?
I just have a photo of Arteezy. We have all these different inputs, and for some reason...
Should have probably coordinated this a little bit better then.
Hey, you're the host.
I'm the host, my bad.
All you gotta do is say, hey, Peter, what do you think? Easy.
Well, Kyle, I would say that.
Oh, he's not here.
If he was on the screen, but we have to be patient.
Well, there he
hey,
is.
Speak of the devil. Welcome, Peter.
Hey.
Wait,
Hey,
before we get into the draft, Peter, I just want to ask you a question. When you were on EG, obviously their hashtag was Bleed Blue. They've now changed it to Live Evil. Do you feel like you missed out? I feel like that was pretty well on brand for you, and now it's just no
Well, I mean, I think EG's evil days are well behind it. I think they've got a branding dilemma on their hands because they're so SJW and PC these days. You know how esport teams are at the top level. Back in the day when EG had Idra and then you had me, those are the glory days.
Oh, so you revel in the edge, because these traditional sports organizations, they play it too close to the chest, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, I had some controversial moments in my career, but you can't land a few jabs without missing every once in a while. So hit and miss. What can you do? I like to think I made everything more interesting for everyone to watch.
Well, these drafts have been pretty hit or miss. I gotta say, Peter, this was not living up to expectations in game 1. I don't know if you had anything to extract out of it. I know Fogged was saying on the other panel that he feels that crit is usually the linchpin for EG, and if Crit's having a bad game, that usually means that EG is not really gonna make it through. What was your critique of game number 1?
Yeah, I think I would say definitely there was a lack of synergy in their lineups. It was an 18 pick Naga, which oftentimes I don't think if Naga's illusions are countered in the game, I think that there needs to be some sort of team fight component to Naga, where they'll sleep contributes to some setup, whether it's Darkseer or Jakiro or I don't know, something good. That wasn't there, so they're really dependent on the Naga actually just carrying with the illusions. But Nisha had a fantastic game with the Leshrac. I also think the kind of like that support duo of EG was really weak. They had Wyvern and Tiny didn't really have any early game kills, so he didn't have that early Blink Dagger. And then Naga's farming, Furion's farming, Tiny's trying to find picks with no Blink Dagger, and Wyvern was just kind of being useless. There wasn't a lot of synergy in their lineup, as Fogg was talking about. So I would love to see for them just to try something different. I don't think it was a good approach.
Speaking of approach, remember, Peter, bite size. Our viewers don't have the attention span for more than 20 seconds at a length.
That's
Gotta
for us.
keep it simple.
My man can make a whole monologue and they would eat it all up.
AA Ultimate. Very good
Tell me about
against
it.
Wisp
Ice Blast.
and Gyro
Yeah.
because they want heal.
IO Gyro equals good together.
Very
Next.
good together. Peter?
Yeah, I agree. It's Secret is going with a lot of team fight versus this EG Wisp Gyro. I'd like to see them supplement this side of the team fight of their draft with some catch. And yeah, I think once again they're just going to try and make their lineup way stronger than EG's in that 5-on-5 scenario.
If I
Didn't
saw
really
any
see a
of
team fight from EG in the last series.
if I saw any team opening up with AA Phoenix, I would think that's a pretty bad opener. But looking at the way Team Seeker drafts, the way they itemize, if there's any kind of something that they lack in the draft, it's just the whole package that you get. So they need something that gets on top of Gyro, something with low cooldown control, possibly something like a Sanking. Even though I've been not really fan of the hero, you need some kind of a lockdown. You need someone to set up the AA ulti.
That's where the Underlord comes in.
Yeah, Phoenix and AA are quite similar. Like you said you wouldn't like the opener. I would say I'd give it a little bit more detail, like maybe because they're both like 100% magical damage. It's like, what do Phoenix and AA do once EG's cores get BKB? It's pretty hard for them to contribute. That's why you like to have a little bit of difference between your supports and between the heroes. I think it's just going to be a little bit more difficult for Secret to pick these last couple of heroes. They're definitely going to need some lockdown, and there's no Sven or Void, which could have been great carries with good lockdown for them to use.
It is also possible that Zion's up on the Phoenix, and I agree with Peter's point. My only caveat would be that against Gyro, I think even though AA is obviously all magic damage, just getting Ice Blast off onto the Gyro is very effective if you have enough damage to threaten him. I would really like something like Underlord in this spot. I've always liked that combo with AA just because the Rain of Fire does way too much damage, and anytime you have Atrophiora against a spread damage carry, I'm happy.
With the recent changes, both of their ultis pierce through magic immunity, so they have something, but you need to have some kind of a lockdown. You need to keep them in place, otherwise you might just miss it by far.
Does EG have enough egg hitters with just the IO and the Gyro, or you think they're going to start to look into like Linas and Miranas and Snapfires or stuff like that, or they got that covered with the flat cannon?
I don't think you can squeeze in Mirana here, then you don't have a guaranteed lockdown. IO Mirana just feels very weak.
You shouldn't underestimate NA Dota. We can fit Mirana into any lineup. I had 2 years of Sumail or Yawar. Didn't know what to do. Last pick Mirana, put it mid, buy something. Feels good.
Scoop up a Rubik for EG's support.
Back to you,
yeah,
Peter.
Isn't the backline? Yeah, it's not the backline jumper that I was kind of hoping from that EG would pick up. I think it'd be really great if they could find a way to get on top of this AA, get on top of this Phoenix early, force out a bad egg, or force AA to kind of try to get the best ultimate off you can before he goes down.
Wow, now Mars. Okay, so this should theoretically be a Zai Mars, yes?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
It's just it's just perfect for him. You've got the Mars Phoenix combo that Liquid loves so much. It's a lockdown like Peter asked for. And in addition, it's a form of damage reduction with the active bulwark against Gyro, which is just going to keep the squad alive. Another Ember Spirit pick for GPK. Peter, I know you were thinking it. And EG picked it up one phase earlier, probably expecting the Secret would ban it out in the second game if they left it for last.
Yeah, Storm and Void Spirit were already banned, so you gotta get that last spear before it goes bye-bye in the final phase. there's gonna be a lot on weight on Ramses here with this final pick to have a good game. And I think last game that was a big surprise for me is to see the Furion versus the Bloodseeker and seeing how well Zai did in that lane when I think EG was the one to really set up the lanes the way they wanted them to be.
Now they pick up a Morphling. I'm curious, Peter, what did you think about the Captain's Mode changes with so many more second phase bans? Were you ever, like, did you advocate for different kind of ban structures whenever you were captaining? Which one did you kind of prefer back in the day?
Oh, honestly, I've never been really somebody to like critique patches and everything. I just kind of play with what it is. I mean, Valve is going to do what Valve is going to do, so I just try to adapt to the situation that I'm in. I love this Morphling pick from Team Secret. I would definitely expect Nisha to play this on the mid lane versus Ember Spirit. That could be a really good matchup, and an over-farmed, over-leveled Morphling is just it's so annoying to deal with. It's so good against Wisp Gyro as well.
It's such a great Morphling game. Like, you can turn into Gyro, of course. You can turn into Ember Spirit. They kind of lack stuns. Root Mechanic destroys any of the spirits. And as you said, mid lane, they don't have any burst damage, so he's always going to be able to get the Morph off. They already took AA for themselves, so there's no real counter for Morphling in these 4 heroes.
Are there any burst heroes that Ramses could play in the offlane?
It's the AA denies so many of them. You don't want a Necrophos.
Okay, that's a good one. It's not a burst, but, you know, just to control the Morph, you need to have a good catch, and they would have good catch with the heroes that they have. Also percentage-based damage when he morphs everything in strength. Sounds good, but gone.
Huh.
EG banning out a Monkey King as if they're suspecting Secret to... Or actually, yeah. So why do EG ban out the Monkey King?
They first phase banned it in the last game. So they know something that we don't, because they obviously place a lot of respect on it.
It's a good matchup against the Ember Spirit in the mid lane, and having these 2 circles, it's such a deadly combination. Mars plus Monkey King, you keep him inside of Wukong's. It's also very easy to execute.
Yeah. Now, if we go back to Peter's point about team fights, there's just no way right now EG's 4 heroes would do anything to Secret's 4 heroes in an even engagement with net worth and no distinct advantage. It's just look at this team fight from Secret. I mean, they just have to cast their spells. Yeah. EG are pretty much all in on the Gyro Ember for damage output right now.
And I'm worried if EG doesn't find like amazing catch and team fight with this final pick, that they're just going to be watching Morphling just get more and more out of control as the game progresses. And yeah, maybe we go like that super late game where Gyro gets 6 slotted and, you know, we deal with Rapiers and Aegises, but I think that might be EG's only hope if the draft continues to go this way.
I agree.
Last ban of a CK. Secret last ban out the Pango. Still looking for a Ramses hero for EG, so some sort of offlaner. And on the side of Secret, most likely looking for a Matu hero.
There it is.
There's a Matu hero, Lone Druid.
This is the fear.
Nice supplemental, kind of like not a super hard carry, but something where Matoma Man can get active early, push some towers, make a lot of space for Nisha to really farm the map and hit his core item timings very early.
Yeah, it's self-sufficient as well in the lane, so you can kind of cover for the fact that neither one of your supports is really going to help you find too many. It's just not much. You can give him soul XP. Lone Druid can rotate off.
Which lane, though? Because, I mean, you can send either one mid to go up against what's likely the Ember Spirit. Almost guaranteed to be a GPK Ember.
Could be offlane Ramses Ember.
Okay.
It's
possible. God, please, no.
I mean, you got to try something different. Whatever that was first game was not effective.
I just don't see the hero that EG can pick right now that counters the Lone Druid that has enough burst damage for Morph.
Salt. Give him a sec before we have to let him go.
Go ahead, Peter.
No salt. I think it was a really tough pick. I was agreeing with Lacoste. They inevitably went up with Underlord. I think it was a decent choice. But yeah, I didn't really see any great choices. I was thinking like, could they make a Slardar work or some sort of like initiating stun? But they're just going to rely on the root mechanics here from EG with the Searing Chains and the Underlord Pit. Gotta say I'm leaning towards Secret once again, man. Their draft just makes sense.
Yeah, they were consistently one step ahead, even with that kind of peculiar first phase opening of the Phoenix AA, and the odds, unsurprisingly, remain to be heavily in their favor. EG kind of banking it all on this IO gyrocopter right now, Kyle.
Yeah, not Not a huge fan. I feel like GPK is going to need to play a flawless game, 0 deaths if they're going to win. Also, perfect items. Probably Drums, Vessel, maybe just a rushed Vessel against a Morph here, and he's got to just hunt everybody. Ultimately, if EG get ahead, they can just dominate map, then play with so much pace that perhaps they'll just kill Secret enough times to win. But I kind of agree with Pete. This is just a draft that makes sense. I think Secret will win the lanes and then just kill towers and win the game.
Looking at Team Secret's lineup, easy to execute. Click the buttons. You don't have to do anything special, you know, to win the game. And looking at how EG utilizes the last pick, I just don't feel like whenever I see someone like an Underworld, yeah, this is it. This is going to win them the game because this is not a hero, especially against the matchup that they're facing.
Well then, if you got any parting words, Peter, because it's looking like it might be a 2-0, so grace us with something because I think we might not be able to catch you for a Game 3 at this rate.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, and thanks to all the viewers who are tuning in and watching this amazing Dota that we're about to witness, hopefully. And yeah, maybe the playoffs tomorrow will be a little bit better Dota than this upcoming match. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, thanks for that, Peter. That was.
And with that, thank you very much, Peter. It's so cool to be able to get the pro players or, you know, some of these retired players who are obviously still great minds to have on the game. We've had Jarex, we've had Peter.
Yeah.
It's always good to be able to hear their thoughts on the game just because they're usually one step ahead.
Shout out to PPD's YouTube channel. Actually, check that out. He does a lot of good draft analysis on there. If you want more of that, I've been feeding that. So.
And it sounds like all of our analysts were definitely leaning one direction here, which was that Secret's going to take down Evil Geniuses in a clean 2-0. You don't also agree, right? Right, Jenkins? You see something that Evil Geniuses. Man, I mean, come on! It's an IO gyrocopter with an Ember Spirit. They've got an Underlord for some sustain.
See, I do. If this is different teams, if we didn't just witness what we just witnessed, an absolute massacre that was borderline traumatizing to even watch, I think that the draft on EG, you've got more disables, right? I could see them running around as a ball and snowballing with Ember stun, Gyro stun, Rubik stun, Abyssal Underlord. You know, he's got this root. Like, you have all these heroes that have great disables. You can play really fast-paced. Team Secret, they basically just have Mars and then like Bear Root, right? Bear Fear. It's not that great. The problem is, I think the lanes for Secret are great. And if they win the lanes and they snowball, like the panel was mentioning, they can take towers very quickly between the heroes that they have. So it as is true in a lot of games of Dota, it depends on who wins the lanes. It depends on who can snowball from a good early game.
Well, I like Evil Geniuses lineup. I think they got what it takes.
Okay. Okay,
it feels good. Let me just say, Jenkins, it feels good to be casting a series with Evil Geniuses involved where people can't call me biased because Secret slaughters them so heavily that...
This is true.
You know?
This is true. We always get the NA bias card. You see, here's the issue. Is I play a lot of pubs. And, you know, I play pubs with the NA players, so I happen to know a lot more about the NA players. But I've had the great opportunity to play with these European players while being in Ukraine. I'm very, very happy about that. Get a bit of insight on what it's like to play against Puppy. And I gotta say, I would literally rather play against anybody else other than Puppy. He plays position 5 puck, and it is not fun to play against. He just somehow loses the lane to me because he had crappy heroes, and then he just is 3 levels above me at the end of laning stage. I don't know how he did it. I literally need to watch the replay. The guy's a goddamn god. I seriously don't get it. Puppy's a menace.
Well, Jenkins said it's going to come very much down to the laning phase here, which is something that Evil Geniuses, what I liked about their draft here is it felt like they learned from Game 1. And I was just surprised by their approach to Game 1 because I haven't seen a single team like take a very clear, split pushy, slower approach to the game and manage to come out with a victory, right? Everything seems to be very much snowbally, very much about team fights, taking early objectives right now. And this time they do have some team fight. This time they do have some fast heroes that want to be able to fight. But as you were saying, Secret may still have the advantage when it just comes down to the early game. It just all depends on how these laning phase go and whether or not Evil Geniuses can actually protect their towers nice and early.
And that creep that was following Zai there, that was very convenient for splitting that rocket barrage damage there.
Yeah, it certainly was. Otherwise, there's a small chance that he could have actually died there.
And you can see.
Oh, look at him! He dodged. He dodged most of the rocket barrage damage there. That was beautiful from Zai. Went outside of vision, did a nice little ring around the Rosie.
Blocks the camp too. That's interesting to see that he does that. Giving the Phoenix level 2. Yapster's level 2 now. He's got the crown, 400 gold, and he's huge.
And we're seeing a lot more of this where the offlaner kind of screws off from the lane and gives the support that second level. If you're with the Tiny, if you're with the Phoenix, it feels like it just looks a lot better when that support gets that fast because they're so weak at level 1 for some of them.
Think about if you have a Phoenix in your lane. Like, how do you lose the lane? Like, this guy dies at level 1 because he's just got Fire Spirits. Are you going to die because Mars is level 1? Like, is that going to lose you the lane? I feel like Mars is pretty good at level 1. Tiny as well. Like, you get the Avalanche Toss, and all of a sudden you're incredibly powerful. Same thing with, like, Batrider, Pudge. These heroes have these ridiculous level 2 spikes. Like, it just makes sense to give them those levels, no matter what their farm priority is.
Well, this mid-lane matchup has got to be really difficult for GPK and the Ember Spirit, and while he has done very well for himself, I think, in this initial 3 minutes, he's eventually going to start losing it pretty hard, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's already doing quite well. I feel like the bear, the physical damage between the bear and the hero, as well as like Matumba's starting items, like he went for a Blades of Attack rush, he has a Blightstone as well. It's a lot of physical damage, right? So I do really feel like that should be a Lone Druid favored matchup, and you could see he is picking up steam, but you know, GPK is very good at this Ember hero. I think.
Ooh, wow. They're even going to give the Absol level 3 here, so he's going to get the level 2 Fire Spirits, that big damage upgrade.
Dude, this is just Liquid. Like, this is what Liquid does. Secret is a team that does a little bit of everything. That's what's so interesting about them. I think somebody was mentioning on the panel about, I think it might have been Brian, he was mentioning that Secret, they'll split up in this way where they are controlling really the most aggressive areas possible of the map, but split. Like, they'll have a 2 and a 3 split, as opposed to 5. OG is about all 5. Secret will do the same thing as 5, but they'll also do a 2-3 split. Like, they seem to incorporate everything quite well, which, once again, not human. That is inhuman.
Yeah, and that's kind of what has kept them on top for so long, right? Is that the various things that teams do well, Secret seems to incorporate it into their play style, and so they very rarely do, they just don't seem to get knocked down. GPK, they give Yapstor the early level 3, and he rotates in to kill GPK.
Let's do this.
Cool. Really cool that he uses that level 3 to do that. Not often you see a rotation like that from a Phoenix, but with the levels that he has in Zai, I was going to say maybe he's fine up here, but EG's doing a great job zoning him.
Yeah, they're even going to go for the kill, but they got the spear. They only get a little bit more damage from Rocket Barrage, and if anything, Evil Geniuses, they press too hard. The Icarus dive does actually hit crit there, but they had enough regen to be able to survive. And, you know, like, it's cool the Yapster is able to do that and everything, but how many offlaners do you think would be willing to put up with this kind of treatment, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, nice spear. They're going to go for the kill here onto Arteezy, but another round of Fairy Fires, this one coming from Arteezy. Will keep him alive and healthy for now, but they're certainly going to need some regen coming in from one of those couriers.
Gyro IO, such a pain to deal with. Like, it's really hard to have any kill threat on these heroes if they're playing well.
Yeah.
You know, you're laning against Crit and Arteezy. Like, he's going to have the Fairy Fire. He's going to have the Salve ready to go if you ever try to go on him. They're gank here on the mid lane.
Yeah, they want to be able to stop this Ember Spirit from getting his level 6, it seems.
Hard kill, though. I mean, the first kill I did not expect. You don't see that.
Sure.
But at level 5...
Oh, he's going to go for the courier instead. He's like, okay, maybe this kill is a little bit too hard to get. GPK is playing very defensive while he's trying to get his level 6. Okay, as I say that, he's going to try and make a break here for the Power Rune, the toss over of the bear onto Matumba Man himself. But now, GPK is just going to get run down.
Double root from the hero.
Beautiful. Matumba Man staying in front with the bear, body blocking GPK the entire way, and eventually he'll get another root. And eventually he will get the second kill of the game on the same man. GPK dies once again. And maybe even Fly's going to die here, because they can dive the tower if they really want to, but no, it's not worth it. Better to push in the mid lane, get this creep wave killed before GPK comes back in. Ramses, meanwhile, has done very well in CS. Can he actually stay out of vision? Oh, slips right on by. They don't see him. You know he's somewhere around here, but he's going to make a break for it.
Oh, man, if he gets
the
the
left
courier.
side, if he gets this courier, it'd be really, really freaking funny. Oh, one shots it beautifully. Courier does not give you your passive. It doesn't give you any damage.
That's interesting. I would, if you asked me, I would say that it probably does. So good to know. Learning some Dota mechanics here. Yeah, very nice from Ramses. The juke, and I like the fact that he chose to stay. I think if he goes back, it's just putting him behind by...
I mean, they're just leaving Zai out to hang and dry here, and Zai is still... he's gotten level 5 against this dual lane, while Yapzor is constantly mid. GPK doesn't have a lane to finish up his level 6. He's gotten half a level in the last, like, minute and a half.
Sure. I mean, you know, this does kind of make sense when you think about Mars's job in this game. We were looking at the draft as they were picking, and it's like, they just need some sort of setup, right? Like, they have this crazy AA Phoenix. This already does a ton of damage. They have Lone Druid Morphling. These are greedy heroes. These are greedy heroes that are going to do a lot of damage. They need some hero to start things. They need some hero to just put something on the ground that will set up for the teamfight ultimates of the two supports of Secret. So just give him some levels. That's all he needs.
Oh, Yapzor's going to go for the courier and for the kill. That's disgusting. Takes a couple of tier 2 tower shots, does manage to get there. It's a nuisance. Somebody get it off of him. GPK, they try and come in, try and finish up the bear itself, and then maybe they could have gone for the kill on Matamba Man, but it takes too much. He gets the fear off, and he's away. He's fine. Doesn't even give up the gold.
By the way, top lane, Zai canceled the TP. He canceled the TP of Crit, who was TPing in to save him.
Oh, wow.
Must have speared him long range.
Very clutch spear, and, well... chased away from the creep wave once again, but still not dying in this situation where most of the experience early on went to Yapzor, and he's still recovering just fine. Maybe not net worth, but levels. He's still doing fine anyway. Secret do have a 1,000 net worth lead. They do need to push down. What is happening, man? Yapzor knows where all the couriers are.
Animal abuse, man. What is this? Give it a break. You know the great thing is like giving him such a good early game means that he can pull this shit behind enemy lines. So he's got so many levels and items.
Zai gets off the spear to the one solo tree that's there, and Arteezy's got to be chased away here. Not in danger of dying, certainly, but still failing to get the kill on Zai, who they really just want to kick out of lane as quick as possible, but cannot seem to do it. He is just frustratingly always there. As once again, keeps his distance just enough to be able to stay outside of range of that second blast. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Puppy, going to be chased down by GPK. Good kill, if you can get it, and he certainly does. Jumps away to his remnant, so nicely played by the mid laner of Evil Geniuses, the stand-in GPK.
Yeah, they need him to start making moves like that, I think. This lineup from Secret is just... it's so greedy. I mean, then again, you do have Arteezy, who's farming quite well in this top lane. They're keeping as much pressure as they humanly can onto this Mars. You know, Gyro IO, it's hard to lane against, but not the most.
Managed to get the arena out. Looks like they're going to go for the kill onto Arteezy with the Ice Blast coming in. Zai keeping him at bay there. Bulwark and a push back, but Crit, he's going to be in some trouble. Matamba Man, he's going to try and hunt him down with a bear. Can't quite reach him, so instead going for Arteezy. The bear is now no longer disarmed. Matamba Man's close enough. They just need a root, but it's underneath the tower here. Still going to go for it, though. He got the last hit that he was going to go for. It turns out to be a root. He started running backwards, then he was like, oh, wait a minute, I got him.
Good. Yeah, he's stoked about that. He's like, oh, okay, all right. He was not trusting in Gaben there. Gaben delivered.
And I was going to see, like, the one good thing for Evil Geniuses is they haven't actually lost a tower yet, because it is very important to Secret's lineup, right? But now they just got the kill on the Gyrocopter, and they're surrounding this tier 1 at top. But you can see Ramsey's actually pushing in mid during this time, so he gets a lot of damage in. That's actually going to die. GPK, he's going to come in and see if he can kill these supports. Yapzor does have his level 6, but he doesn't have the mana to support his Supernova, so he's going to die, and it looks like Puppy's going to be chased down. GPK taking advantage of all that pressure in the top lane to lend a helping hand to Ramses, getting the mid tower, getting 2 kills.
Yeah, great activity there from GPK, and I think this Underlord going mid is... It's interesting, right? It's like you don't expect this hero to rotate at this point in the game. It's like you're an underlord. Like mid doesn't make any sense unless you're holding the tower, but he's making an aggressive rotation. And that's the thing, it's because he doesn't want to be bot versus a Morphling. This is not a good lane.
No.
And if he's playing with the Ember, they can actually get kills. They can actually pressure the tower by just running at it and killing anybody who shows up. If it's not 5, you can take the tower. So really great call from them to go for that play.
Also, he's the best hero to stand in front of Lone Druid pushes, right?
This
and when
is
they
true.
made that trade-off, Ember Spirit was suffering mid lane, and he was going to get pushed out of the lane, and then you're going to have that Lone Druid taking that mid tower. So they say, okay, Ramses, you're going to sit here, you're going to defend this mid tower, and did that and better by being able to take the opposing tower. Fly is certainly dead. He knows it now, but he was surrounded by heroes on all sides.
He did stat morph, I think, so he's got a lot of HP.
I was like, why is he so tanky? Then I saw 1,300 HP. Yeah. Stole that one for the Morphling.
Definitely great against this magic damage from Secret. That took a lot more to get that kill than I think Secret were hoping. They didn't have to use the Mars ulti, though, so that's always fantastic.
See, GPK is going to be building into just the early stats. Not atypical whatsoever. Just going for the drums, trying to be as active as possible, because they know that's a scary thing about Lone Druid and Morphling. It's like they're cores and they feel good late game, but if you're strong enough to win fights early, they're so good at destroying towers, right? They're so efficient at it. Lone Druid has this demolish.
For sure.
Morphling can just go full agility if he feels safe.
Yeah, there are definitely some games where having this like dual core lineup, you know, Morphling, Lone Druid, where it can feel really unfair if you don't have a way to pressure or a way to stop them from farming. Like if you pick some counter to Morphling in the laning phase, for example, it's a lot different.
Oh, look, a spider.
It's disgusting. Get this off my screen.
And away it goes. And away, potentially Puppey goes. GPK throws down a defensive remnant while he goes for this kill. For some rotations, good enough for him.
He's got his boys to protect him. All right, this is going to sound extremely specific.
Okay.
And that's because it is. But I want to point out that Zai went for Tranquil Boots on Mars. And one thing that I've noticed watching a lot of his replays is that his boot selection, it's never the same boots on the same hero. Like you'll see Phase Mars, you'll see Treads Mars, you'll see Brown Boots Mars, you'll see Tranquil Boots. Like, well, I haven't seen him do Tranquil's Mars, but he did it in this game. This guy is very game dependent on what item build he goes, even with boots.
I have seen him do this before, and I think it was with Mars. Maybe it was a pub or something, but he did it with the Soul Ring as well, right? Because it no longer gives that health regen. And so, especially if you're having a little bit of a rough game, if you're using Soul Ring, it just means you're always low and always susceptible to a kill. But here, he's able to remain at his peak, 1,300 HP, even if he is only level 7.
Right, and you have some guys that did he still spear? Bulwark.
That was Bulwark steal. Good, well done by Zai. You can always tell the best Mars players or Phoenix players or something like that. They are aware of a Rubik on the other side.
Just to break down this extremely specific boots thing even more, I think a big reason that he did it in this game is you have Lone Druid Morphling to frontline anyway, so he doesn't need to build to tank and frontline, and that's why I think that they sacrificed him in the lane too. Like he literally just needs to drop the arena and press his stun and set up for his team.
Right.
So like he can play like a support basically, and it's fine.
He's an initiator / protector for the egg.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Exactly. He's got a very simple role in this game. You have this, well, outside of the laning stage. The laning stage, not so simple. That was kind of hard. But now it's easy. It's like, all right, guys, I did my job. I'm a support now. And he's got a Lone Druid to go in. The Bear has 1,000,000 HP. The Morphling has tons of HP if you stat morph.
And it does make me wonder how quickly he'll try and rush the Blink Dagger. Once again, Bulwark stolen by the Rubik.
Drums seems okay too, just for the move speed.
Yeah. Relocate coming in. Zai. How's he going to respond to this? Throws out the arena, throws out the spear. It whiffs, and he does go down, but he's caught all these heroes inside of the arena. The Ice Blast going down. Crit is not going to be able to relocate RTZ out of here, but Ramses is here to create some distance. Does manage to get the Pit of Malice to slow down these heroes, but GPK is out of mana. How did that happen? Looks like he committed a bit too much, and now Matubman, he's just going to have a field day with this. Just keeps on running at heroes, keeps on hitting them with the bear, and eventually more kills will be had.
So the problem with relocating to the mid lane is that no matter where the enemies are on the map, like there is going to be somebody adjacent to the mid lane, right? It's literally the middle of the map. There's going to be somebody in the jungle, somebody in the triangle, and then there's also the towers that are insanely close together to TB2. So that's often why you'll see these relocates that are into side lanes. Like they're just so far away that you can't get to the relocate location to help the guy that's
it's
caught
hard,
out. But the mid
hard
lane,
to react to, right?
Right, the mid lane is very different.
Yeah, especially, so maybe inherently that wasn't a good idea. Not only the mid lane, but also Mars, a hero that literally says, sorry, you have to sit here in this area
you're
for a
staying
while.
here. Yeah, I get what they're trying to do. Like, this is the guy that is having a rough game, and he's a core, so he's kind of like the highest value guy that they can consistently kill, so they go for it. But
And like we talked about, he's the egg protector, and he's also their best initiator. Oh, side tried to get the preemptive spear. GPK is still going to get caught with the Ice Blast, and Nisha rolling in all over him.
I love watching Zai stream because of this sort of shit that he goes for. Like, it's just so silly, but when it works out, it's so cool.
He always goes for those next level plays, and well, rest secret. They're going to focus on the easy play. That's Roshan. They've already built themselves up a healthy net worth lead. What? Is all of Secret missing neutral items? All the tier 2s coming back in, or they just...
Yeah, I guess they don't they don't need neutral items, neither does Fly.
They must have gotten... Yeah, they got Royal Jelly. Did they get another passive? I don't see a Mango Tree.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they haven't dropped it.
Maybe they haven't dropped. They haven't really been jungling that much.
That's true.
They've been just sitting in lanes, which is a good problem to have. Whereas EG, they've been jungling. I think Gyro and Io have been doing a heck of a lot of jungling. So you're right, by the way. He is rushing the blink. Not going to delay that anymore. Just do what it just lets him do his job. I think probably blink into BKB.
I can't believe where he's at on the map right now. Jesus. Nobody from Evil Geniuses somehow runs into him. Instead, they're going to run into Yapsor, who's trying to get off the map, trying to float away, but he's stuck. The Rod of Atos, Pit of Malice combination keeps you there for a very, very, very long time. So,
I love this Underlord build. It's so much more active. Like, this is the only build that you can do on him where the hero actually feels like you're doing something that's not just standing in front of the enemies.
Yeah.
And he can do that, but...
They're really going to relocate. And join into this mid lane, kill the Ancient Apparition, and I think they're just going to leave the Eye to die here.
Oh, they see the little spot there.
So, that was actually one of those, it was like simultaneously defensive relocate and offensive. They get RTZ kill, and he gets away from that sticky situation that they were in. Fire Spirit stolen is going to be really big to try and protect against the bear, but it's not doing a whole lot against a Mask of Madness bear, it seems.
Tom is doing a lot of damage. This is just the result of him snowballing from this matchup that he's in, as well as Yapsor ganking the mid lane.
Yeah. Yeah, they really did identify, like, okay, we don't necessarily have the best disables to be able to control up Ember Spirit, unless Lone Druid is doing really well for his game. If he does really well for his game, he takes those early towers. That gets us a net worth advantage. Evil Geniuses, meanwhile, they identify, okay, if we could stop Zai from getting his Blink Dagger, that'd be really big, because he's their best source of initiation. He's just going to solo up Ramses. Ramses, he's going to die, and Yapsor, sure, he's dead in return, but he's like, that was mega worth, my goodness.
Oops. That's just a solo kill on the guy.
485 gold.
He's supposed to be the tankiest man. He's not the tankiest man. I guess suppose that's the problem with this Atos build, is you can get literally solo killed by that enemy position 4.
Yeah. What level is the Phoenix? Where would he put his skills into? I wonder how high level of the Sunray he has. Yeah, 244. He's got maxed out Sunray already.
Yep. Meteor Hammer going for that halberd next.
And he's going to come back. He didn't use the Supernova because you're like, well, it's level 1. I'm going to die anyway to a Gyrocopter.
Yeah, he's got the attack speed.
With the Tome he's got now, he's going to be having a level 2 Supernova in whatever team fight happens next. Evil Geniuses. Feels like things are beginning to get out of control, but maybe with the BKB, there goes a lot of damage, right? On Secret that's just gone. The supports don't really add hardly anything against BKB, so if RTZ can finish that up, maybe they can still look good in these team fights. It's just concerning when you have that sort of timing, but you're down by so much net worth, right?
Yeah, it's... I'm wondering where like the damage comes from on these two cores. You know, the Sloan Druid and the Morphling. Like, really, I think you have the damage to kill.
They're gonna run into each other here, and the initiation goes off. First from Zai, managed to get the arena with 3 different heroes. He locked in Ramses too, so Ramses won't be able to Dark Rift them out of here very quickly, especially with Tumbaman coming in to try and finish off the job. The Essence Ring is gonna be able to bail him out. They're gonna try and focus on Tumbaman. Maybe not, actually. He's so tanky. GPK was going for Zai's. Ramses was eventually run down by Nisha, and he's gonna get Fly as well here. Wait for him up in a second. That'll surely kill him. Back over to the side here where GPK gets veered up into the spear. 3 dead on the side of Evil Geniuses, and tower soon to fall.
Ooh. Okay. I mean, the thing is, the difference between this game and the last one is Arteezy is playing a hero that actually likes getting a rapier. So when we're this far behind and we're talking about rapier, it's not so much of a meme. It's actually quite good, but usually when you go for it on Gyro, it's like BKB Satanic Rapier. And I don't know if he's going to get the Satanic, and I don't know if you win.
I don't know how many 22-minute rapiers I've seen in my life, and it feels like that's what they need right now to turn this game around. As Secret are currently taking down a melee barracks. And there's not a damn thing Evil Geniuses can do to stop it seems. Sunray keeping it back. Nice spear into the range barracks that almost brings down Ramses. He's going to be saved once again by the Essence Ring. Gets off the Pit of Malice, holds in Nisha. Meanwhile, Tumbaman is going to be run down his range form here. They're going to deal with the Supernova as well. There's the arena. It blocks out the last 2 shots that saves the egg, keeping Yapzor alive and forcing Evil Geniuses out.
Usually the combo works the other way. Usually the egg is in the pit and you have just all this disruption that's happening. But perfect placement there. It's perfect also that Arteezy and Crit are standing obviously together because they're IO Gyro, so they're going to be on one side of that. Maybe it dies if there's a couple of people in the actual pit, but...
Going for Ramses this time, he dies, the mech. I think it might have been a bit too slow there from Crit, or maybe that was just that much damage from Nisha. Not sure which at this point, because he is super far ahead of everybody else. Now he's going to turn into a gyrocopter, running into them. Telekinesis, but that's the only hard stun they have. The rest of it is just some various shackles, and that doesn't really stop a Morphling from cruising around and morphing in his strength when he's in danger. And that was what I was going to bring up at some point. It's just like, you have percentage-based damage from Underlord, but you don't have any to save, like you don't have any stuns to ever catch this guy and be like, he's in agility form, kill him.
That's true. They don't have the instant disable other than Rubik, but the Rubik lift is not super long duration until it's like ultra late game.
Yeah.
Then it's pretty good, but
and highly unlikely that just a telekinesis is going to be enough.
You need follow-up, but there isn't really any follow-up other than the Rocket, but when Rocket is your best follow-up, then, you know, I can understand why these odds are near 3-2-2.
Another meme number.
I am a huge fan of the meme numbers. You have weed, you have throwing, you have the other one.
Have you heard of number magic?
Like 69 times 420 is equal to 1337, that sort of thing.
I think it's called numerology.
I have heard of that, yes.
Can't even get the tier 1 tower before Nisha on the hunt. He wants Crit. Wants to take away that relocate. Crit separates himself, retethers himself onto the Rubik. But eventually he will be found. Another tether up in 3 seconds. That is far too long, though. And my goodness, look at Tumbaman. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. The rest of his team is on the other side of the map, but they're coming. And Tumbaman is so tanky, it's going to take so long to kill him that by the time they do turn around, boom, there's Zai. Spear first into the arena.
Oh, I like that. I like that. That's a great combo. That's a hard one to pull off.
That is one that was hard. Like, you almost couldn't pull that off before, but then they sped up the arena.
You couldn't. It was impossible before. Now it's possible. But I can tell you, man, I sat in a practice lobby trying to do that. You have to basically be spearing them when they're behind you and catch them with like the AoE, the radius of it. And then instantly press it on the ground, the ultimate. It's not easy to hit that, especially against an Ember. I mean, you have to get the angle. It's instant reaction time that you need to have.
Zai searching for that spear to catch somebody out of position. May have just put himself in a nasty position, but he does manage to get the Glimmer Cape. Not enough to be able to save him. So, Evil Geniuses, they have an opening here. They got a kill. They kill the bear even.
RTZ is going for the Scotty to try to counter the Morphling heal. We talked about, like, how do you burst this hero down? I suppose that's something. That's a way.
Yeah, like, they don't have an option really to burst him so much as they just have to, like...
He changed it to a Lincoln Sphere, actually. He's trying to...
Oh, really?
Or maybe it was a Lincoln Sphere before, but that's the... It's a classic thing that people do as the gyro versus the Morphling to prevent him from morphing into you.
Sure.
Becoming a better gyro.
Sure.
But it feels defensive.
Yeah, you still have, like, a damage issue, right? Relocate to the other side of the Phoenix, but he still managed to get off the Icarus dive. He pops BKB now. The rest of the team backing away from the Supernova, but they've lost Crit. They've lost... Oh, okay, they do manage to steal Ice Blast. If they can get away with that spell intact, it would be kind of nice. He's going to throw it out now. Try and go for the Morphling. Nisha may not be expecting this one. A big blast, and it looks like he's going to go down. A big, big kill for Evil Geniuses, all thanks to Fly. Now they're going to be able to kill that bear. That's a second death onto the bear. Meteor Hammer drops right on top of RTZ. But, oh, the arena save. Could this actually bail him out? Managed to get the kill on the Fly. Mumtama on the run. GPK, he is not able to chase, it seems like. And that, Zai just saved him. Zai just got his carry out of there. He very likely will die in this situation as he spears up Arteezy. But a sacrifice well worth.
Arteezy?
He actually dies to Yapzor. Yapzor, he's cruising on out of here. He still has the Heaven Halberd as well, so they have nothing left in the tank to be able to chase him down. Ooh, that 3-4 duo of Yapzor and Zai.
Dude, that was some nice Dota. I hate to be that guy that's, you know, we all saw that, but Zai, how do you mechanically do all of these things within one game? That baffles me. Usually it's like somebody does one thing that gets clipped on, put on Reddit or whatever. It's like Zai, he just does it in every single team fight. The saves, the spears. I agree with LD. It's really impressive.
I was trying to reimagine that clip. He's gonna do it. Wow, and then the keyboard click on E. And then I was trying to think if that was Zai in his boots, but it doesn't really work.
It doesn't work. He's doing really sick shit.
Actually, you know how that works? In fact, it works exactly perfectly in this game.
The bulwark.
Him stealing the bulwark every single time.
He did! He stopped bulwark! He stopped oh my god, he's a genius! Zai's a fucking god! No, but he's owning this game. We're not.
He's completely countered the Rubik.
Yeah, we're
Look at him do it. He's gonna do it.
I can get behind people saying like, oh, you know, you're hyping too much up some tier 2 situation.
I mean, if you're not gonna hype up Secret, like what the hell are you gonna hype up?
Exactly,
you know,
exactly. Like these, it's. Oh man, they're just too good. I don't know. I like EG. They're from our region. You know, but it's Secret. They're AI. I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it until the AI eventually kills me when they get the ability to do so. I don't think they've learned to do that yet. They're too busy killing in Dota.
Well, let's hope they just keep focusing on Dota. That's why it's important that somebody does take down Team Secret, so they still have more challenges within the game of Dota 2. Otherwise, they turn to real life.
Just like Jarek said. I mean, these...
Gotta throw those psychotic tendencies into the video game, right?
You do. A lot of sociopaths in Dota. They do a great job.
Spear back into easy kill. So, Ramses does not have buyback. Evil Geniuses now have to play a 4 versus 5 when they couldn't even play a 5 versus 5 before. Now it's a 3 versus 5, making that a 4 versus 5 with a buyback of the Rubik here. GPK doing his best to be able to delay, but Evil Geniuses... They need to call on a miracle. They need to call somebody from the heavens down to be able to save them here. And maybe that's going to be Arteezy and Crit with Relocate. Or maybe not. Maybe they're just going to TP in and slowly walk in against Megas. That's weird. Okay. That's a 30-minute Megas. Even if Evil Geniuses kill Secret at this point in time, I'm not sure how hype I can get about it. They're going to try. Ancient Apparition gets shackled up, but Ramses, okay, Supernova right in front of their faces. Evil Geniuses, they're trying to go back in, but look at Zai, he's ready to pounce, ready to spear away anybody who would dare to threaten Yapstor. Arteezy healing up a little bit. Crit does manage to get him back to the fountain, but Nisha is just standing strong through all of this. GPK stuck inside the arena right now. The Ice Blast does manage to land onto him, dodges the spear with the Sleight of Fist. That was pretty nifty. They're going to relocate back into this position here. They've already joined in. The BKB going off from Matubba-Man into the Rainstorm. Looked like Arteezy can actually get this kill, but what about Nisha? Nisha going to the back lines, quickly deals with the Rubik, catches him, stuck inside the Firestorm, going to be taking a healthy amount of damage here with the Rocket coming in. He eats the cheese. Here comes a Meteor Hammer right on top of the Gyrocopter, bumped back by the Adaptive Strike as well. Nisha looking to be able to get out. No, he's going to stick around, deal a little bit more damage. Yule Scepter up in the air, back into the pit he goes, still rooted up. Ancient Apparition, meanwhile, GPK, he just deals with him. Okay, GPK immediately going to be able to buy back, go for Nisha. Nisha, 1 versus 4, trying to do what he can. Eventually, he will be dying here. Evil Geniuses do hold. And they're still make us.
Okay. Oh, well, 72 seconds.
Yeah?
If this wasn't 31 minutes into the game, I'd say they can go down mid and end, but it's 31 minutes into the game.
If they weren't down 17,000 net worth, if there wasn't 32 minutes into the game, if there wasn't tier 2s up everywhere, Evil Geniuses could run down mid and maybe have a small chance at taking throne. But
you did list off a lot of things there. That was a lot of things. Too many things to deal with.
All right. Relocate in, Yapstor.
See you.
Off map, bitch.
That's not fair.
You can relocate anywhere on the map. But what if I go off the map, Jenkins?
How did Arteezy's career die? I think it died to creeps, maybe.
That is entirely possible as we watch through this replay again and how Evil Geniuses, just through a multitude of like good options, right? They managed to barely save Arteezy with a relocate back to the fountain. They play into a second life. Arteezy held onto his BKB and came into the second part of the fight with that BKB. And they cleared out everybody else except for Nisha. Left Nisha for last because they know they just can't burst him down. It's a long slog, so they pretty much have to deal with him being there constantly, root out everybody else before they can all focus on bringing the big boy down. And they did do that.
Okay. That's that, yeah. I think Arteezy, if we...
Where's the Divine Rapier?
Yeah, exactly.
I know what you're thinking.
We will... there it is.
There it is.
That's all you can really hope for. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate your courier dies to creeps, but I suppose it'll take a couple of minutes to farm that extra gold. Secret's looking to end, though. They don't want to let him get a Rapier. We're not going to take a 70-minute game.
Yeah, Secret's looking at the clock. They're like, it'd be nice to have an early night, you know? Go to sleep before midnight. Maybe we should try that, boys. Okay, let's go ahead and put Evil Geniuses to sleep, shall we? Put the pillow over their head.
I don't know if that's sleeping, Cap. I think that's something else.
Only dreams now, Evil Geniuses. Only dreams.
You will dream of darkness forever.
Arteezy on the front lines, gets speared away from Crit. Crit did have the tether back up, heals up Arteezy. Arteezy throws down the covering fire there with the ultimate. Matubba-Man in his bear form, you could see he's trying to do what damage he can. Nisha, meanwhile, he went into a Gyrocopter and started laying damage into the tier 4s and flat-canned everybody else. And Arteezy, apparently they didn't even need Nisha. They're able to deal with him just fine. Ice Blast caught inside the arena. Ramses is done. Die back for the two of them, and that means it's a GG for EG. And Secret, sure enough, as many people probably would have expected, given their current form, do manage to head to the upper bracket finals where they will see OG.
I don't know what to say, man. I almost don't even want Secret to have to do, I don't know, an 8th winners interview. I just want to interview EG and ask them, how do you think you could have played better in that game? What could you have done? And they'd be like, I have no fucking idea. We don't know.
Well, I can tell you.
Broken.
Well, from what I know of Dota players, Secret would definitely agree to that. Any reason not to do an interview that I'm sure they're down with, because I'm sure they're getting a little tired of winners interviews. They've been through so many of them at this point.
Who do you interview? At this point, we've interviewed everybody twice.
You got to go through them again.
Can we get, like, their social media manager on the line? They're, like, this Team Secret janitor? I don't know. I feel like we need to...
See if they got a water boy to be able to talk to.
Sure. Whoever's giving them their programmer. We'll get the programmer on the line. Gaben or Bill Gates or whoever.
while Jenkins waxes eloquent about the greatness of Team Secret. We here are going to bring the broadcast to a close and head over to the panel to break down another great stomping, and well, maybe they can wax more eloquently about Team Secret and sing their praises. Sheeber, can you sing?
No, not really, but doesn't matter really. We're going to sing their praises anyway. Team Secret, I feel like, we came off the panel before the second game and we're like, wow, we were really, really biased towards Secret. We said it in different words, but we were really, really gushing over how well they played, and I feel like we're about to have a panel like that again, because they play really well. Again, they won. Again, there was nothing EG could do. This was a one-sided stomping again.
I think I'm going to disagree with what you were saying, that we're going to, suck up to Secret here.
Okay.
I think Secret, okay, if you're not just trying to learn the game, right? If you're watching these to be entertained.
Yes.
Like to just watch Dota and all its beauty, or all the crazy team fights and stuff, Secret must be the most boring good team to watch. Name a more boring good team than Secret, because the game looks over at like 5 minutes.
I wish I could agree, but as saying
if you're not trying to learn.
As a support player, watching YapzOr killing cores in
If
both
you're not
games
trying to
is
learn.
really just amusing.
But would you rather watch that or the last series where there's crazy team fights back and forth? This one, there's there's some team fights, they happen, but it's not with who's gonna win this team fight? It's you know what's gonna happen. You just need to figure out, or you just need to watch to see what happens. Secret's gonna win, and I'm just trying to say the one negative thing I could possibly think of, which
stop winning.
I think this game was over when they picked Morphling. The second they picked Morphling, I'm like, holy shit, it's Nisha, Morphling, probably the best Morphling in the entire world. It's Morphling into Ember mid, which they didn't have running it mid, but that's a very good matchup in-game. Sleight of Fist chains. Also into Gyro, I'm just like, okay, well, GG, I guess, with the Morphling pick.
And then they top it off with the Matu Lone Druid.
That's another signature.
They're like, oh, we're missing some building damage. Matu, what you got up your sleeve? It's
You've been giving you first pick all tournament. What are you going to win the game for us with Matu?
I don't know. We always talk about, a lot of strategy, a lot of little things. I'm really just seeing Secret's individual players playing better than everyone else's individual players. I'm watching Zai in the top lane. Probably should die twice, but just little steps he takes around tree lines, avoiding half the rocket barrage damage. YapzOr solo killing Ramses in both games. At some point, I really do feel like these guys are just showing even higher individual skill than their opposing side by a pretty big margin.
It's all of those custom games and random other games that they play that must be giving them this mechanical prowess that is putting them ahead of everyone else. Because for me, I think what makes me upset in an envious way, it's not how good Secret is. It seems like obviously they're trying to win and they're coming here with the attitude of we're the best and we're going to show that we are. But I feel like outside of these games, other than the actual Dota playing itself, if I don't play 10 pubs a day, my mechanics slip. With these guys, I'm like,
effortless.
It just looks like they belong in the game of Dota. It's just unfair, and it's props to them again. But like you said, it is these absolutely little things where I think they have the strategical advantage, but then the only reason teams of lower caliber will lose with the strategical advantage is because of mechanical slip-ups, because of those little things that Secret is doing right. And then because of the combination of those two things, it really doesn't look fair. It looks like EG, some of the best players in the world individually, you look at their MMRs, right? Just straight up, all of them are 5 digits almost. And they actually look terrible. I'm watching Ramses, like you said, getting solo killed by YapzOr, and I'm like, Ramsey's one of the best core players in the entire world, and he's getting trashed on.